November 15th, 2025. He Ming abruptly sat up from the bed, fine beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He stared at his own hands momentarily frozen in place. Am I not already dead? Because a dazzling red light flashed across the sky, obstructing the vision of a construction truck driver driving on the road, causing it to rush onto the sidewalk and crush He Ming to death. At that moment, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. He then realized that he had traveled to a parallel world. It was Earth, but no longer the original. He Ming picked up his phone with a strange expression, which showed the chat history between his previous self and his girlfriend Lu Yinyan. They had known each other since university, been in love for 7 years, and when it was time to get married they broke up because of money issues. Out of desperation, the previous self swallowed nearly a bottle of sleeping pills. Brother, was it worth it? He thought again, and felt that the original self was truly pitiful. His parents divorced, and neither wanted him. He barely survived on a monthly allowance of 200 yuan until adulthood. After getting a job, he gradually settled down. Then he met Lu Yinyan and supported her through college. After graduation, he continued to support her until today. He Ming shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. His own life was also a tragedy. But while the original chose death, he himself was like a cockroach struggling. As he was about to get up to find something to eat, his gaze landed on the other side of the bed. A notebook with a black cover. He Ming suddenly remembered that before his death, besides the fatal red light, there was also an extremely faint black ray flying toward his forehead at a fast. Is this something that came with me through the transmigration? He Ming pinched his brow and thought carefully, eventually confirming that the original self had never seen such. He reached out and picked up the notebook. It was icy cold. In the center of the black cover were 2 strikingly gilded characters. Omniscient, He Ming sneered. Omniscient? What a boast. Then he suddenly thought, since something like transmigration had happened, a notebook that came along couldn't be. Give it a try. He found a ballpoint pen in the room, his heart beginning to anticipate. He went to the desk, opened the notebook, and quickly wrote, "Are there immortals in this world?" The text he wrote mysteriously vanished, as if absorbed by the notebook. The next second, a large black character appeared. Yes. He Ming gasped, his skin crawling, even his hair standing on end. What the hell? He covered his heart that felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. His chest heaved violently, a rush of blood surging to his head, turning his face bright red. After the shock came indescribable ecstasy. This notebook is real. Omniscient. That's essentially omnipotent, isn't it? Knowing the past, present, and future, comprehending the laws of all things, mastering all knowledge, avoiding misfortune, and seeking good fortune. He Ming imagined the abilities that omniscience could bring. There were too many. The potential of this thing was limited only by one's imagination. Only what you can imagine, not what you can achieve. The only thing separating him from invincibility was action. He felt his hair stand on end, his heart pound. Oh my, this cheat seems a bit too big. But I like it. Since I'm the one using it, the bigger the better. As he thought, He Ming suddenly felt a chill from the depths of his soul. He recalled the web novels he had read in his previous life. Possessing a treasure was a crime enough to cost him his life. An image from the internet flashed in his mind, a naive yellow puppy holding a 100 yuan bill in its mouth, while a finger pointed at it from outside the frame. At this moment, wasn't he just like that puppy? The omniscient notebook was the 100 yuan bill. Before his own strength grew, any powerful being who discovered this secret could become the owner of that finger. No showing off, exposure means death. He Ming took deep breaths, gradually calming down, and began to think about how to avoid this. The notebook must belong to him completely. No one could take it or notice anything unusual. He picked up the pen again and wrote, "How to bind the omniscient notebook, only I can use it normally. Binding condition, life index reaches 200, current life index 87. Binding method, blood refinement technique. Basic plan to raise life index to 200, daily extreme physical training detailed plan. Consume high-energy, high-protein foods and specific herbal medicine. Practice certain breathing techniques daily. Blood refinement method requires life index 200, using tongue's essence blood as a guide, with a specific mental imprint to construct a soul contract. Specific steps. The amount of information was huge, but well-organized and easy to understand. Eat your meal bite by bite. First, solve the biggest hidden danger." He then wrote what happens if you tear out a page from the notebook. It will grow back. As expected, He Ming breathed a sigh of relief. So he didn't need to worry about copying. After tearing out the useful pages, He Ming felt the rented room was not safe. Must solve the safety issue first. He checked his phone balance. It was cleaner than his face. He opened the notebook again and wrote, "Are there any scratch-off lottery tickets at nearby lottery stations that can win big? Winning amount not less than 2,000 and not more than 10,000. He specifically limited the amount, as over 100 requires redemption at the lottery center, causing unnecessary attention. As for the $1 million prize, his weak frame probably wouldn't live to spend it. The writing disappeared, and the notebook quickly responded. 1 Minhang District, Huai Road, no. 178 Futsai New Wong Station, left counter 3rd row, 20 yuan. Point war second from bottom layer 3rd ticket winning amount 5,000 yuan. 2. Suwei District Qiaonan Street, Fengda Plaza side door, lucky color bar display, cabinet bottom layer, 10 yuan. Good luck 100 times whole pack, unopened 17th ticket winning amount, 4,000 yuan. 3. Puhua New District Qianjiang Road Ruizhen Community, East Gate 3rd shop from left Yida Lottery left 3rd counter 30 yuan rich and prosperous 5th layer 16th ticket winning amount, 3,000 yuan. Roughly counting there were no less than 100 entries. Looking at the meticulously detailed guide, He Ming felt greatly reassured. How is this different from a wall hack? Next was the issue of hiding the notebook. He found a clean plastic bag, wrapped the notebook tightly, and stuffed it into his underwear pressed against his tailbone. The icy touch sent a shiver through He Ming, but he felt a sense of security. After adjusting his posture to ensure no obvious bulge while walking, and that it wouldn't fall out, he put on a jacket and went out. Action! He Ming's heart was pounding. He first took the subway to the farthest district, Puhua District. Entering Emin Lottery, He Ming pretended to look around casually, and found the first target rich and prosperous according to the notebook's instructions. Boss'll take the whole book. Scan it first, then he'll pay. Okay. As he said this, the boss glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, seemingly reminding He Ming. In the corner, when he scratched off a 3,000 yuan prize, his heart leaped. Exactly as predicted. He remained calm, finished scratching the whole book, then took the winning tickets to the counter. The boss skillfully verified each ticket with a scanner. When he scanned the 3,000 yuan prize, his eyebrows lifted slightly, but he said nothing. Young man, you're lucky. After deducting 900 for the whole book, that's 2,600. Scan code or cash. Scan please. He Ming grinned, took the money, and left without lingering. After moving to several more places and accumulating 1,000 yuan, he took a taxi to the computer. After strolling around, he finally found his target developer specialty store. ID like a laptop and some beginner-friendly development tools. He Ming carried a new computer and bought some dry food at the supermarket before returning home. He locked the door and drew the curtains, then took out a notebook wrapped in a plastic. To be honest, this thing was rather unsettling. He went to the desk, spread, opened the notebook, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote, "Has anyone noticed me? No. Not even a single person paid special attention. No. Although he knew he was safe, he was obviously good looking. This doesn't make sense." He Ming shook his head and became highly focused. Time to make money. Information is the most expensive commodity. First, I need an absolutely secure toolkit. He quickly wrote again. I need a simple and practical program with core functions including secure encrypted calls, encrypted email sending and receiving, ability to create and manage virtual phone numbers and email addresses, generate untraceable virtual bank account information. Requirements: the program itself must have absolute security, be able to conceal itself, and have automatic detection and counterattack functions. Please provide the complete source code of this program, the simplest and most practical. When the written question completely disappeared, the answer instantly emerged. Dense characters filled the blank page. He Ming decisively tore off the sheet with the code. He opened the new computer, created a new document, and began typing the code on the keyboard while referring to the page. This process was extremely tedious, but thinking of the bright future waiting for him, he could only muster up his spirits and continue. He Ming was typing code for the first time, so mistakes were inevitable. He would stop after every short segment and use the notebook to check for errors. Thus, typing a segment, checking a segment time, slowly passed amid the lengthy tapping. 3 days later, as the last line of code was entered, He Ming clenched his fists and screamed inside. I'm awesome. He quickly grabbed the notebook and wrote rapidly. Does this complete code I entered have any errors? No. After confirmation, He Ming decisively pressed the shortcut key to compile and run. After a long wait, the program was finally generated. A ghost icon appeared on the page. He Ming operated the computer to drag it to the desktop, then eagerly wrote a line of text. List the business secrets of large enterprise decision-making layers. The notebook page instantly filled with dense information. He Ming quickly scanned, his mind shaken. What a messy circle. After tearing off the information page, He Ming double-clicked the ghost icon to enter the page. There were only 3 main: virtual communication, virtual account, virtual email. He Ming clicked virtual communication and a prompt appeared, please enter a virtual phone number. He inexplicably typed a 0 and clicked confirm. Virtual number generated. He Ming took a deep breath and clicked virtual account. Please select the bank to create. A list of tens of thousands of banks instantly appeared below. He Ming's heart began to race. He selected a relatively familiar one, Jiantong Bank. Please enter the bank account number. This time He Ming unhesitatingly typed a 0 and clicked confirm. Virtual account generated. Please enter a virtual email account. With keyboard tapping, the address was quickly determined. Virtual email account generated. He Ming glanced at the information content in the first line. Base technology, it's you. He Ming clicked virtual phone. Please enter a communication number. He quickly input a number and clicked dial. An image of connecting appeared on the interface. The phone rang 4 times before being answered, and a young female voice came from the other side. Who is this? He Ming casually selected a mechanical voice change at the bottom left of the software. Miss, by the final price range you prepared for this afternoon's new city project has already been obtained by Hanyuan Technology. Bai Qianqian stared at the phone number displayed on her phone, remaining silent for a long time. It was a single digit, undoubtedly the most audacious phone number she had ever seen in her life. Who are you? The grating electronic voice sounded again. Who I am is not important. You can also choose not to believe me. What do you want? Now open the notepad on your computer, type a random sentence, and I will tell you the answer. This was practically a provocation. Yet Bai Qianqian's gaze remained fixed on the caller ID, the shock of that single-digit zero overwhelming her. How the other party had obtained her private number also troubled Bai Qianqian deeply. This number was known only to a few close relatives, and none of them would have disclosed it to anyone. Her curiosity grew ever more intense. Acting on a strange impulse, Bai Qianqian opened her computer's notepad and typed 3 characters. Who are you? Go on, what are those 5 words? Give me 30 seconds. Bai Qianqian raised her hand to look at her watch. Just as the second hand ticked past the 21st mark, the grating electronic voice sounded again. Miss, by testing me is both low-level and ineffective. Your notepad contains only 3 characters. The grating electronic voice paused, then spoke again with profound meaning. Who are you? Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Bai Qianqian's mind. Her complexion rapidly turned from red to pale. The feeling of being completely seen through filled her with unprecedented terror, a chilling dread shooting straight to her skull. Suppressing her shock, she quickly summoned a technician to thoroughly inspect the computer and network. After checking the computer, the technician wore a strange expression and replied respectfully, "President, by the firewall is intact. There are no signs of intrusion." Bai Qianqian dismissed the technician and picked up the phone again. What do you want? 1 million deposited into Jiantong Bank. The account number is also 0. Once the money arrives, I will send you an email containing your competitors' prepared bidding prices. 0. Another thunderbolt seemed to strike Bai Qianqian's heart. A phone number could perhaps be spoofed through some method, but a bank account number absolutely could not be altered through trickery. This meant both the phone number and the bank account were real. How can you guarantee you won't use this for blackmail? Miss, Bai, you underestimate me. The value my eyes can see far exceeds 1 million. In our line of work, reputation is the foundation. If Miss Bai needs information in the future, you can call this number anytime. Oh, and one more thing. Don't try to trace or investigate my personal information. You won't succeed. Well then, until next time. The call ended. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qianqian instructed her trusted subordinate to process the payment. 10 minutes later, He Ming saw the credit notification. He quickly operated Ghost, composing an email and sending it to Bai Qianqian's work inbox. In just 5 minutes, Bai Qianqian called back. He Ming answered, activating the voice changer. Miss Bai, is there any other information you need? Help me find the complete list of all corporate spies within the company. He Ming immediately began writing. 1 minute later, 13 guests in total. The package price is 10 million. Which email should I send it to? You'll know which one after the money arrives. The 10 million was transferred swiftly. Almost simultaneously, Bai Qianqian's phone received a message indicating a new email in her. When Bai Qianqian saw that her most private email address had been revealed, a chill ran down her spine. She understood this was a threat from the other party. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qianqian logged into her email. Opening the message, the list contained 13 names with highly detailed information. When she saw the names of 3 corporate veterans, her heart sank, but her gaze grew sharp. Traitors feeding off the master's table. She forcibly suppressed the urge to immediately cleanse the sect. Now was not the time to alert the enemy. The afternoon bidding conference was the top priority. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The new city project bidding conference. Bai Qianqian personally oversaw the proceedings, adjusting the bid price downward by 2 percentage points at the last moment based on intelligence. When the results were announced, Bai's technology won the bid by a narrow margin. The representative of Hanyuan Technology's face instantly turned ashen. Sitting in the car returning to the company, Bai Qianqian gazed out the window. There was no joy on her face, only icy coldness. The intelligence was entirely accurate. The authenticity of that list was beyond doubt. She picked up her phone, quickly composed a message, and sent it to her trusted subordinate. Notify all department managers and above on the list. Emergency meeting in conference room 1 in half an hour. No absences allowed. The head of security and the director of human resources come to my office immediately and wait. Returning to the company, Bai Qianqian strode directly into conference. The conference room was filled with people, the atmosphere harmonious. Bai Qianqian walked to the head seat, her gaze sweeping across the room, pausing briefly on the faces of those 13 individuals. Everyone, we have secured the new city project. A stir arose from the audience, soon followed by a round of applause. Bai Qianqian raised her hand to silence them. Her tone shifted, becoming heavy. Securing this project was no easy feat. Base technology would not be where it is today without the contributions of everyone here, and the company has never treated you poorly. Her words seemed like affirmation, but the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. However, Bai Qianqian's voice suddenly turned icy cold, her gaze sweeping across the room like frost. If anyone believes that Base Technology's stage is for feathering one's own nest at the company's expense, they are gravely mistaken. As her words fell, the door to the conference room was pushed open. A dozen security personnel filed into the conference room, followed closely by the Director of Human Resources with the entire department staff. Inside the conference room, the expressions of the executives shifted slightly, knowing that something major was about to unfold. Especially those 13 whose faces instantly turned deathly pale. Bai Qianqian no longer looked at them, casually waving her hand. Take away those on the list. Detain them together in a secure location before the police arrive. Immediately seal their office belongings, freeze all permissions, and retrieve all communication records. Move quickly, maintain confidentiality. The entire conference room fell into dead silence, everyone stunned by the sudden storm. Those 13, their faces ashen, were dejectedly led out of the conference room under the cold, stern gazes of the security personnel. The swift and decisive purge within Base Technology was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake, its shockwaves rapidly sweeping across the entire tech. The industry was shaken. The news could not be completely contained. 13 mid to high-level managers, including 3 senior veterans, were taken in for investigation on the same day. Such an event was extremely rare and explosive even across the entire business world. Various rumors and speculations instantly spread like wildfire across major social media, financial forums, and industry chat groups. Did you hear? Base Technology is in upheaval. They wiped out 13 executives in one go. They say they're all corporate spies. My God, which company was ruthless enough to plant so many people in Base? More than one company. The companies behind the list are varied. Hong Yuan cursed. Bai Qianqian's methods are truly ruthless. A newborn calf is truly unafraid of tigers. This is what they call cutting to the bone to cure the poison. If they hadn't cleaned house, Base Technology's core secrets would have been hollowed out. The nerves of the giant corporations across the tech industry were taut, and they all launched internal audits. For a time, panic was in the air. Base Technology, with a bloody act of self-purification, declared its stance on protecting its core secrets to the outside world. It also demonstrated the iron fist and boldness of its new generation of leadership. After this battle, Bai Qianqian not only eliminated a huge internal threat and ensured the smooth progress of the new city project, but also greatly enhanced her personal prestige, truly cementing her unshakable position within Base Technology. He Ming stared at the balance in his bank account, a look of unprecedented joy spreading across his face. 11 million. This was undoubtedly a colossal sum. For an ordinary family, even without spending a cent, saving 1 million would take at least a decade, or even several decades. And he, with just 2 phone calls, had earned money that an ordinary person couldn't make in several lifetimes. This feeling of wielding power intoxicated He Ming. Hangzhou Shintong branch. Zhao Kuan was watering his potted plants when the private encrypted phone on his desk suddenly vibrated. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Business had come knocking. As an ordinary middle-level manager at the Shintong branch, his monthly salary was barely 10,000. In a first-tier city like Hangzhou, it was just enough to get by comfortably, but living well was naturally impossible. To this end, Zhao Kuan had secretly established several dark channels that could bring him immense wealth. Hello, Supervisor Zhao. Help me find out all the call recordings of Bai Qianqian, the new president of Base Technology, on the afternoon of the new city project bidding conference. Zhao Kun's breath hitched for a second. He had the authority, yes, but he had never attempted to query the private information of top-tier enterprises. If discovered, he would definitely face a long prison sentence. I can't bear the consequences. 1.5 million US dollars. He'll transfer 75,000 US dollars to your overseas account first. Once you get the recordings, the final payment will be settled immediately. 1.5 million US dollars. This number struck Zhao Kun's heart like a heavy hammer. He was silent for a moment, and in the end, greed triumphed over caution. Send the target's information to my encrypted email. I need to see the money first. 10 minutes. The call ended. Zhao Kuan sat back in his chair, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. 10 minutes later, he logged into an overseas bank account with practiced ease. 75,000 US dollars had just been deposited. At the same time, his encrypted mailbox received a concise email containing only Bai Qianqian's name and public identity information. Zhao Kuan hesitated no longer. He locked the office door, his entire demeanor shifting as he became like a surgeon preparing for a delicate operation. He swiftly logged into the company's internal advanced customer information support system. Entering a high-level key, he input Bai Qianqian's information under the pretext of a technical support verification. The system returned several numbers, and he instantly locked onto the entry marked highest privacy protection level. Zhao Kuan took a deep breath and switched to the higher authority core network voice quality sampling platform. He entered by Qianqian's private number, precisely setting the time window to the day of the bidding conference. The query results list popped up, the call record. His gaze swept across like a hawk's, finally locking onto a record at the top of the list. Call time 102113. What puzzled Zhao Kun was that the number connected to Bai Qianqian's call displayed only a string of garbled characters. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. This is it. Zhao Kun's heart pounded wildly. He was almost certain this anomalous call was the key. He hesitated, no longer moving the mouse, to precisely click the apply for call recording retrieval button next to the garbled record. The moment he clicked, the content on the monitor before him vanished instantly. The next second, it was completely replaced by a blue semi-transparent ghost icon. The ghost, wrapped in a cloak, hovered silently in the center of the screen, slowly bobbing up and down, exuding a cold digital chill. Zhao Kun was stunned. It's over. The disaster was far from over. Zhao Kun instinctively turned his head to look through the glass wall of his office. In the entire open-plan workspace, the screens of all his colleagues were the same. What's going on? A virus? What the hell? Was the server hacked and completely down? Who would be so bold as to attack Xintong's servers? The technicians went crazy, but no matter what they did, they couldn't change this interface. The entire floor was plunged into chaos. Calls couldn't be made, the network was completely cut off, all system operations were invalid, and only the ghost icon drifted silently on every screen. 1 minute later, the ghost icon vanished without warning at the same time, and all devices returned to normal. The network connection was restored, and the server rebooted successfully. Only Zhao Kun's computer was completely dead. The motherboard had been burned out, and was now emitting white smoke. 10 seconds later, all terminals on the company's intranet automatically popped up a system dialog box with no close option. Warning 1. This was a 1 minute-long warning, as if reminding everyone that what they had just experienced was not an illusion. The company's top management was thoroughly alarmed. Upon seeing the ghost icon and system logs, the technical director immediately realized this was no ordinary. The security department swiftly took control of the ashen-faced Zhao Kun, sealed all equipment, and called the police directly. Zhao Kun's abuse of power to illegally query user privacy and attempt to steal core business secrets was irrefutable. He was taken into criminal custody the same day. Xintong Company immediately held a press conference. They stated Zhao Kun's criminal facts and issued a formal apology to base technology in extremely high. Zhao Kun's experience was not an isolated case. Similar incidents unfolded in succession within over a dozen major telecommunications operators nationwide. The specific operational details of the executives involved in the violations varied slightly, but the outcomes were identical. Once their query instructions touched that call record marked as garbled, and they attempted the next step, a devastating digital counterattack descended instantly. The internal networks of all involved companies, regardless of their firewall levels, were briefly taken over by the ghost at the same time. Over 20 executives like Zhao Kun, who had harbored hopes of getting away with it, fell in succession. A sweeping purge within the telecommunications industry had thus commenced, ensnaring countless individuals who had once crossed the line or had already retired. With such a large-scale, multi-location outbreak of bizarre incidents simultaneously containing the information was utterly impossible. Screenshots and information leaked from within these telecom companies ignited an earthquake of discussion in tech forums. Ghost icon warning with pictures and truth. It's said to be triggered by unauthorized queries of specific user data. Which user could trigger this level of automated defense? Soon the topic spread like a flood to broader public platforms. The readership for topics about the ghost on major information portals climbed exponentially, rapidly storming the trending lists. The comment sections were filled with shock and the fervor of netizens. My God, is this gossip real? Over a dozen companies warned simultaneously. Absolutely real. My friend's wife's company was on the list. The ghost appeared on every computer in the office at the time. They were scared out of their wits. So someone was checking user info privately. Serves them right, karma caught up. This defense mechanism is terrifying. Who was the mastermind behind this? I must pay my respects first. On short video platforms, many tech bloggers quickly produced videos attempting to piece together the event. Virtual streamers even used animations to recreate the moment the ghost icon appeared, garnering millions of views. In-depth discussion threads appeared on Jida. Moments feeds were flooded. From professional discussions among IT workers to the shocked gossip of ordinary people, it became a phenomenal nationwide topic. Amidst this internet-wide storm of ghost warnings, a top-tier tech blogger known as Brother She became the key figure who pushed the event to a climax of public. In the early stages of the incident, when fragmented information and rumors were flying everywhere, Brother She's team keenly sensed the immense traffic potential. They mobilized all their connections, contacting internal employees from several involved telecom companies to gather a large amount of first-hand information. After a day and night of intense production, a video titled Complete Analysis of the Ghost Warning Incident: The Truth Behind the Simultaneous Warning of Over a Dozen Giant Companies was released simultaneously on major short video platforms. At the video's start, Brother Zhe, deviating from his usual lighthearted style, stood with an extremely serious expression before a dynamic tech-infused background. Brothers and sisters, what happened in the past 24 hours might be far beyond your imagination. This is not a movie nor a drill. This is a digital spectacle of dimensional reduction that took place in the real world. Today, Brother Zhe will thoroughly uncover the truth behind the 4-character warning that paralyzed over a dozen telecom giants for a minute. The video's pace was incredibly fast, with an explosive density of information. It quickly edited through various speculations and trending topics circulating online, then abruptly froze on a high-definition screenshot of the blue ghost silhouette icon. This icon is the core of this entire storm. Brother Zhe used 3D animation to recreate the operations of the offending executives with high fidelity. Attention, the highlight is coming. The video's audio became tense and thrilling, simulating the moment an operator clicked the mouse with the entire animated screen completely overtaken by the massive ghost icon. Brother Zhe emphasized that this was not an isolated incident, but involved at least 20 identical cases, all occurring simultaneously nationwide in a very short time. This means the ghost possesses an ability we cannot comprehend, to intervene in the nation's core networks simultaneously. Brother Zhe continued, his existing hacking techniques on Blue Star could hardly achieve such precise synchronization, causing no actual damage, solely to display an icon and a warning. This is more like a crushing force at the level of rules. It's as absurd as using cheats in a game, getting automatically detected and banned, and having your computer hacked in return. It's practically a dimensional reduction strike. At the video's end, Brother Zhe summed it up in one sentence. This incident teaches us two things. The boundaries of citizen personal information protection may be redefined due to the existence of certain special forces. Finally, don't get trigger happy. Don't touch what you shouldn't. Due to its high production quality, Brother Zhe's video quickly exploded across the internet. Within an hour of release, it garnered over 10 million views. Within 3 hours, it had stormed into the top 3 trending topics. Within 12 hours of release, the video's total views surpassed 100 million, with tens of millions of likes and countless comments and shares. The comment section below the video became a sea of netizens venting their shock and admiration. Holy crap, I got goosebumps watching this. This must be a legendary figure among the people. I only warn you once. Let's see if you dare mess with me again. The style here is off the charts. Anyone can talk tough, but this master actually did it. So Bai Qianqian is like the female lead in novels, with a system backing her. This isn't hacking, this is divine punishment. Haha, watching the video recreate how those executives recklessly clicked is both tragic and hilarious. Brother Zhe is awesome. This recreation, let me bow to the master first. So will money no longer allow you to do whatever you want? There's a master named Ghost specializing in curing all disobedience. Cyber police, come see the immortals. Doghead for safety. Is it too late to submit a resume to base technology now? Is there any master who can make the ghost icon into a t-shirt? I want to buy one and wear it so no one dares to steal my account. Beneath this comment, countless merchants showcased finished ghost t-shirts, attracting crowds of netizens. This video and the frenzied discussions it sparked completely mythologized the ghost warning incident. Among them, some felt deep fear, having once attempted to pry into the affairs of a master with such capabilities. Given the current situation, if this legendary figure among the people with heaven-defying skills wanted to retaliate against them, it would be effortless. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. What about their companies and assets? Yet the female protagonist of this ghost incident was currently feeling quite overwhelmed. Several of her work and personal phones were nearly bombarded with calls and messages. The entrance of base technology was swarming with lackeys, forcing her to stay away from home for nearly 2 days, living and eating at the company. That morning, she was even ambushed by a reporter disguised as a delivery driver who shoved a makeshift microphone right under her nose. Ghost. Through this incident, Bai Qianqian had truly redefined the power of the ghost. President, by several investigators wish to see you immediately. What had to come finally arrived. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath. Please invite them in. Be courteous. 3 stern-looking investigators walked in, led by a sharp-eyed middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man first flashed his credentials, then casually sat down on the sofa. Ms. Why, hello. I'm Chen Tao. Regarding the series of network anomalies involving you recently, we need your cooperation for an investigation. I understand. I will fully cooperate. Bai Qianqian remained exceptionally calm. She knew that before the state apparatus, concealment was the most foolish choice. She immediately took out her personal phone, pulled up the call log, and turned the screen towards the investigators. Simultaneously, she logged into her online bank on her computer and quickly brought up the transfer records. The initial contact was made by the ghost, who offered to sell me intelligence. Thanks to this, base technology won the New City project. As payment, I transferred 1 million yuan to this account. As for the fact that she had actively sought to purchase intelligence from the ghost by Qian did not mention it, and the investigators naturally were not foolish enough to ask. Two investigators with technical backgrounds immediately leaned in. When they saw the content on the screen, they were both stunned, their faces showing disbelief. In the phone call log, only one entry remained, and the other party's phone number was a single-digit 0. In the online bank transfer records, the recipient account was equally bizarre 0. How is this possible? One young technician exclaimed. Chen Tao frowned, deeply lost in thought. Based on past experience, he knew this matter was far from simple. This doesn't seem like the concealment method of a top-tier protected user, Chen Tao added. Indeed, such users wouldn't initiate contact with others for a mere 1 million yuan. There were things Chen Tao left unsaid. Protected users typically just set access thresholds like insufficient permissions or information encrypted to block further access. A phone number and bank account both being 0 suggested a deeper intrusion into the system's underlying logic of forceful overwrite that left no trace. Judging by the intensity and scope of the counterattack, it seemed more like a devastating punishment for the act of prying. After a technician connected a specialized analysis device and performed a quick scan, he turned his laptop screen towards Chen Tao. The screen was split in two. Beneath both interfaces, a red button blinked, continuously labeled Initiate High-Level Encrypted Penetration Access Protocol. Chief, the basic scan can't penetrate. The underlying logic is completely locked down. Should I authorize the encrypted penetration protocol? It might tear a small opening. No. Bai Qian stood up from the sofa looking tense. You can try, but not within the premises of my company. Chen Tao looked at the two bizarre zeros on the screen, then at the strongly reacting Bai Qian. His fingers tapped unconsciously on his knee. To try might yield unprecedented discoveries. But the cost could be triggering an uncontrollable digital catastrophe, a responsibility that would undoubtedly fall on him as the on-site leader. Not a try while conservative was absolutely safe. After nearly a minute of silence, Chen Tao took a deep breath and made his decision. Disconnect. Cease all active probing. The technician was taken aback, but promptly executed the order. Chen Tao stood up, his expression returning to its usual severity. Ms. I thank you for your cooperation. We have understood the situation. Please ensure your phone is on 247. We may need to visit you at any time. With that, Chen Tao placed a special communication device on Bai Qian's desk. A single glance was enough for her to understand Chen Tao's intent. He wanted to use her as a link to reach the ghost. Chen Tao left the base technology building, got into his car, and retrieved an encrypted terminal. Elder Wang, the situation is more complicated than anticipated. Chen Tao succinctly recounted the circumstances. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, a steady voice responded. Your judgment is correct. Maintain surveillance, avoid contact. Understood. Hanging up, Chen Tao let out a long, relieved sigh. Let's go. He Ming scrolled through a few short videos about ghost incidents, chuckled softly, and fully relaxed. With this layer of protection, he could now lurk in the shadows and develop discreetly. However, gathering medicinal herbs inevitably required showing his face, as delivery couriers had to bring them to his door. He Ming searched online for the herbs needed for cultivation. Common herbs were plentiful and easy to find, but shops offering herbs aged over 10 years were scarce. After searching for a long time, he only found scams preying on the gullible. Century-old wild ginseng, 99 yuan, free shipping. 50-year Lingji mushroom extract, 199. Does anyone actually fall for this? He Ming checked the sales records. Seeing over 100,000 orders, he fell silent. He dared not use the notebook for a brute force search. Without connections, even with information, he couldn't find a purchasing channel. He Ming understood clearly that those who controlled such premium resources were beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy merchants. Their influence was unimaginable. With his current strength, confronting them would be like an egg striking a rock, courting death. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. The truly valuable items were certainly circulated within exclusive circles, and for ordinary people to access them was as difficult as reaching the heavens. To glimpse the celestial palace, one first needed the most basic ticket of entry. How could a nobody like him break into such circles? Though he could use the notebook to locate all the herbs in the deep mountains and wild forests, the process of searching for them was too time-consuming. He Ming had once watched a video where a professional ginseng hunter spent 5 whole days carefully excavating a single century-old wild ginseng. As an amateur, he was even worse off. Spending time on this was out of the question. He Ming picked up his phone and started browsing short videos. Due to his large herb orders and searches for herb shops, the big data algorithm pushed him numerous ads from herb merchants and short videos about traditional culture. Bored, he scrolled through them quickly, finally stopping at a live stream about antique appraisal. Brother Quan. Folks, watch closely. This is a genuine official kiln. Instantly authentic. He Ming sat up straight. Antique appraisal relics. His eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this the perfect stepping stone? He immediately opened the notebook and quickly jotted down a few lines. Search near Modu for any hidden treasure vaults of ancient officials abandoned before they faced trouble. Modu East Suburbs, He Yinxiong of the Tang Dynasty Deputy Commissioner of Salt and Iron. Detailed address, Yunlu Mountain altitude, 549 meters. He Ming's heart leaped with joy. It really existed. With the treasure found, he still needed a safe house. Given my current situation, find a suitable house for rent in Modu East Suburbs requiring high security and a price within 10 million. A renting is preferred. Building 08. Zone C, Yunlu Garden 258 SQM, with garden and basement, minimum price 9 million, annual rent starting at 1 euro. Seeing this, He Ming's eyes lit up. 9 million was lower than he expected, and annual rental was possible. Crucially, the villa had a basement perfect for his secret cultivation. Yunlu Garden Security Level, Yunlu Garden Security Level Upper Middle 15, guards comprehensive surveillance system. That's enough. Without hesitation, He Ming contacted the owner of Building 08, Zone C, Yunlu Garden, and scheduled a viewing. The next day, He Ming took a taxi to Yunlu Garden. Located in the suburbs, the environment was excellent with fresh air. The property's security personnel were mostly young, accompanied by the owner, he took a brief tour of the villa. The conditions were excellent, fully furnished, and ready for immediate move-in. That same day, He Ming signed a lease agreement with the owner for 1 year, paying a total of 130 yuan, including a 30 yuan deposit. The transaction was conducted through his normal bank account using an online loan. Every step followed the notebook's plan, ensuring absolute safety. After tidying up the master bedroom, He Ming left Yunlu Garden, took a taxi to the city center, and bought some daily necessities at the mall. With everything prepared, he finally felt a sense of complete security. He went to the study, opened the omniscient notebook, and quickly wrote with a pen. Has anyone been paying extra attention to me or investigating me in any form? No. Seeing the answer, He Ming clutched his chest, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Finally safe. Next is cultivation. No reckless moves until I'm truly. After moving into Yunlu Garden, He Ming's life fell into an intense rhythm. The various herbs he ordered online arrived one after another, and he converted the basement into a quiet chamber for his cultivation. At 5 in the morning, He Ming woke up on time for extreme physical training. Weighted squats, explosive sprints, core strength exercises. Each exercise was performed to the point of exhaustion. The medicinal bath after training was the most grueling part. Following the formula from the notebook, he brewed the purchased herbs into a thick, viscous decoction. Soaking in it felt like countless needles piercing his pores, accompanied by an unbearable tingling and itching amidst the stinging pain. Each session lasted at least an hour. His diet strictly followed the optimal plan: high-protein beef and chicken breast paired with specific fruits and vegetables. He practiced breathing techniques for at least 2 hours a day. Before bed, he engaged in a round of meditation to balance his mind and body. This step was the hardest. Initially, calming his thoughts and stopping his mind from wandering seemed impossible. 10 days later, He Ming could clearly feel the changes in his body. His muscles were firmer, his endurance had significantly improved, and even his 5 senses had become much sharper. That evening, after completing his final set of exercises, He Ming felt as if some barrier within him had shattered. His blood and qi surged, filling him with incredible vitality and energy. Did it work? He quickly grabbed the notebook and wrote, "What is my current life index?" Current life index, 203. 3. Finally reached it. He Ming let out a long sigh of relief. The 10 days of arduous training had not been in vain. At last he could use the blood refinement method to permanently bind the omniscient notebook. At midnight, He Ming cleared a space in the center of the basement and began the setup according to the blood refinement method recorded in the notebook. First, he drew a complex array pattern on the floor with cinnabar and placed the notebook at the array's center. Then he took out 7 oil lamps, arranged them in the pattern of the Big Dipper, and lit them. With the preparations complete, He Ming sat cross-legged before the array, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. As his breathing gradually steadied, he bit the tip of his tongue and let a drop of his vital blood fall onto the notebook's cover. Low, ancient incantations echoed through the basement. As the chant progressed, the notebook began to emit a faint black glow, and the characters omniscient on its cover seemed to come alive, radiating a golden light. He Ming's brows lifted slightly as he sensed his consciousness forming a special connection with the notebook. Focusing his mind, he followed the method recorded in the blood refinement art to carve a spiritual imprint deep within his soul. He made a small cut on his wrist with a knife and positioned it over the center of the array. Blood dripped rapidly. As his blood was drawn and merged into the notebook, He Ming could clearly feel the bond between them strengthening. The process was extremely draining on his mind and body, and sweat soon soaked through his clothes. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, continuously pouring his spiritual energy into the notebook. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, the notebook suddenly burst into brilliant light. A streak of black radiance shot out from the notebook and plunged directly into He Ming's forehead. In an instant, He Ming felt a blood-bound covenant established between himself and the notebook. It worked. He opened his eyes, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. With the security issue resolved, He Ming could hardly contain his eagerness. After bandaging his wound, he picked up a pen and wrote quickly in the notebook. Give me a cultivation technique that can lead directly to immortality, the most suitable one for my current condition. After a 2-second delay, dense text appeared. Stellar Guidance Art, Grade Growth Type Technique Characteristics, harnesses the power of cosmic stars to empower oneself, tempering the body and nourishing the soul. Compatibility 98. 7. Compatibility with the host's current physique. Note: requires a life index of 200. Best cultivated outdoors at night under the open sky. After tearing off the paper information and compiling it into a booklet, He Ming, filled with excitement, meticulously studied this path to immortality. The Stellar Guidance Art was fundamentally different from any cultivation methods circulating on Blue Star. The existing cultivation systems on Blue Star all essentially drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Blue Star had long entered an age of declining dharma, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had withered. This was why in the past 500 years there had been no true cultivators on Blue Star. It was not that the techniques were lost, but that the environment was no longer suitable for cultivation. But the Stellar Guidance Art took a different path. It did not rely on the increasingly thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. Instead, it directly drew upon the omnipresent power of the stars and the cosmos. These energies, originating from distant celestial bodies, traversed the endless void to reach Earth. Though thin, they were inexhaustible. The greatest difference between stellar power and spiritual energy of heaven and earth lay in its purity. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth was energy nurtured by the planet itself, mixed with various impurities, requiring cultivators to spend a great deal of time refining it. However, stellar power, during its passage through the cosmic vacuum, was naturally purified, its purity far surpassing that of spiritual energy. More importantly, stellar power contained fragments of information from the universe's fundamental laws. Long-term absorption of stellar power not only rapidly enhanced one's cultivation base, but also subtly elevated the cultivator's comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the age of declining dharma on Blue Star, this was undoubtedly the only viable path to immortality. He Ming arrived at the rooftop terrace of the villa, and following the methods recorded in the Stellar Guidance Art, began the first cultivation session of his life. When he guided the first strand of stellar power into his body, he suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. After just one session, he sensed a marked improvement in his life index. After finishing his cultivation, He Ming returned to the bedroom. My current life index, 270. 63. Joy surged in He Ming's heart. Just one session, and he had improved this much. This feeling of witnessing himself grow stronger bit by bit brought He Ming immense physical and mental pleasure. He twirled a pen in his hand, and his mind began to stir with thoughts. I can't let my guard down yet. I must ensure the absolute safety of Yunlu Garden. Is my current residence, Yunlu Garden, completely safe in the future? He Ming's heart clenched tightly. The fleeting sense of security he had just gained vanished instantly. Not completely safe. What did that mean? What are the potential dangers? In 5 years, 7 months, 3 days, 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 43 seconds, the High Star fleet will descend upon Blue Star, and Blue Star will become a colony of High Star. The location of Yunlu Garden will be leveled to the ground in the first orbital bombardment on the 7th day after the fleet's arrival. He Ming's hand holding the pen froze midair, his eyes wide with shock, his mind completely blank. A few seconds later, an inexplicable emotion surged within him, compelling him to vent. Holy shit! An alien fleet. Blue Star would become an alien colony. Orbital bombardment. Yunlu Garden would be razed to the ground. What the hell kind of plot twist was this? He Ming steadied himself against the wall, feeling his legs go weak. Calm down. Since things had come to this, complaining was useless. He Ming spread open the notebook and nervously wrote down a line. Given the current state of Blue Star, how can we resist the High Star fleet? Develop technology, build a space defense force, mass-produce assault-type mechas, train cultivators to maximize mecha performance, and the human faction needs 3 high-end combatants with a life index of 7500 points. 5 years and 7 months to build a space fleet and create 3 monsters with a life index of 7500 points. He Ming stared at the words in the notebook and began to question his existence. His own life index was less than 300 points. How could this be possible? With Blue Star's current level of technology, not even controlled nuclear fusion was fully figured out. Building a defense system capable of countering an interstellar fleet within 5 years was nearly impossible. And cultivating cultivators who could pilot mechas. That was a scene too beautiful to behold. It was even more absurd than having a primitive man forge a mecha with his. There's simply not enough time. He Ming bowed his head in contemplation, searching for even a glimmer of possibility. Start a company, secure funding, conduct science. In both his past and present lives, he had been nothing but a bottom-tier office worker, finding it difficult to manage even 3 people. How could he possibly run a vast organization capable of reshaping, rely on his meager monthly salary of less than 5,000? Too difficult. Every step of this path was as hard as reaching the heavens. Blue Star was not lacking in geniuses, resources, a vast industrial system, or people willing to fight to the death in desperate situations. What they lacked was a clear direction and a technological blueprint beyond their era. And these were precisely what the omniscient notebook could provide. Before I begin to move the world, I must first have at least the ability to protect myself. What life index is needed to withstand conventional thermal weapons with, given my current condition, through the most optimized plan, how long will it take to raise my life index to 100 points? 2 months. Upon seeing this answer, He Ming was startled. So fast. Given my current state, how long to reach 7500 points? He Ming held his breath, awaiting the answer. This determined whether the ultimate combat power could be deployed in time. If he couldn't achieve it within 5 years, he would have to abandon Blue Star and figure out how to craft an interstellar ship within 5 years to flee alone. 2.5 years. He Ming let out a long sigh of relief. 2.5 years to reach 7500 points. At least there would be no issue with high-end combat power. Compile a detailed guide for cultivating to 7500 points. Dense text materialized before him. He Ming tore off the paper and skimmed through it quick, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. The stellar guidance technique required uninterrupted practice, and accelerating cultivation necessitated rare herbs brimming with life essence. In other words, for a long time to come, he would have to remain in Cloud Garden cultivating ceaselessly. It has to be this way. 2 months passed in a flash. When the last herb's potency was fully absorbed, He Ming distinctly felt some barrier within him shatter with a thunderous force. A surge of robust energy instantly coursed through his limbs and bones. His heart grew powerful and steady, each beat seemingly brimming with boundless vitality, while his blood flowed faster. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell became extraordinarily acute, and even his thinking speed sharpened significantly. He Ming exhaled a long breath of stale air and opened his eyes. He grabbed a notebook and wrote swiftly. What is my current life index? Current life index, 10,105. 5. Finally, I have basic self-protection ability. Time to set out and unearth the treasure. He Ming drove to the desolate woods in the eastern suburbs. Spotting a tree that required one person's embrace, he took a deep breath, and without using any technique, relying purely on physical strength, he struck with full force. A dull thud echoed as a terrifying energy, like a hidden force piercing through the tree, blasted a gaping hole in the earth behind it. Dust and wood chips flew everywhere. The upper half of the tree was pulverized into powder, while the lower half, caught off guard, barely survived. He Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, but wasn't overly surprised, as his life index was already nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person. He tested his speed. At full burst, he moved like a phantom, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. So this is the might of a life index of 10000. He Ming gazed at his fists, feeling the surging power within, and an unprecedented confidence welled up in his heart. This transformative sensation intoxicated him. Calming his excitement, he got down to business. With his current strength and speed, excavating the treasure became effortless. He quickly found the long-buried gold vault at the location indicated by the notebook. Inside, shelves were neatly stacked with gold ingots, silver bars, well-preserved ancient coins, jewelry, and ornaments. He Ming had already rented an inconspicuous black commercial van, transporting the treasure in batches back to the villa basement in Cloud Garden, securely hidden. This collection of antiques would become a vital resource for acquiring herbs. The cultivation of the stellar guidance technique was crucial and could not pause for even a moment. Though precious herbs could accelerate cultivation, in truth the time spent searching for them was less efficient than simply cultivating. Thus it was more efficient to have others handle the herb gathering. Apart from this gold cache, He Ming also excavated several obscure Song Dynasty gold vaults near the magic capital. To ensure absolute safety, He Ming questioned the notebook from various angles, confirming that no one had detected him and that there were no lingering risks, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. He Ming returned indoors, took out his phone, and logged into the short video platform. He searched and entered Brother Quan's antique appraisal livestream. At that moment, Brother Quan was commenting on a calligraphy and painting piece, his tone unhurried, and the livestream atmosphere was relatively calm. He Ming did not act immediately. He patiently watched for a few minutes until Brother Quan finished his commentary on the current item, then calmly opened the gift list and selected the most expensive carnival. User Cloud Depths Unknown gifted Carnival X1. The livestream's chat became slightly more active. A big spender has arrived. Thank you, Big Spender. Good evening, Big Spender. Brother Quan saw the gift, a smile spreading across his face, and clasped his fists toward the camera. Thank you to my Big Spender Cloud Depths Unknown for the carnival. Thanks for your support. You're truly generous. He Ming did not rush to send a second one. He patiently waited for nearly a minute, allowing this gift notification to be seen by more viewers entering the live stream. The chat began to speculate. Are they going to show something? Waiting for a heavyweight item. Sensing that the excitement had risen slightly, He Ming clicked to send a second gift. User Cloud Depths Unknown gifted Carnival X1. Holy crap, another carnival. The big spender definitely has some serious goods. Brother Quan, give the big spender the spotlight. Brother Quan's smile grew even wider and his tone became more enthusiastic. Oh wow, thank you for the second carnival, big spender. That's too generous. After patiently waiting for another half a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise noticeably due to the consecutive carnivals and chat discussions, building an atmosphere of curiosity and anticipation. Only then did He Ming calmly click to send a third gift. User Cloud Depths Unknown gifted Carnival X1. 3 consecutive carnivals completely ignited the live stream's atmosphere. 3 of them definitely something huge. Brother Quan, bring the big spender up. Brother Quan also became significantly more attentive, his demeanor extremely respectful. Thank you, big spender, for 3 carnivals in a row. No doubt about it, you must have a heavyweight item to show. He'll arrange it for you right away. Brother Quan immediately operated to pull He Ming's account onto the speaking panel, granting the highest permissions. He Ming connected the voice chat, adjusted the camera without showing his face, and steadily focused the frame on the empty surface of a dark coffee table. Soon He Ming's hand entered the frame. His movements were unhurried, a pair of white cotton gloves on his hands as he placed the first gold cake steadily in the center of the coffee table. The gold cake was fully revealed under the camera. Its reddish-yellow luster was rich and pure, the edges smooth, its form ancient and grand. The smile and confusion on Brother Quan's face instantly vanished, replaced by intense focus. His body involuntarily leaned forward, almost pressing his face against his own camera. Big spender, please keep your hand steady. Yes, that's the angle. Could you please rotate it slightly counterclockwise? He Ming complied. Yes, slowly, let me see the condition of its edges and bottom. Yes, very good. Brother Quan stared intently at the screen, his brow slightly furrowed, his breathing lightened. The live stream chat also changed direction. What's this? It looks like gold. There's something to it. After several seconds of careful scrutiny, Brother Quan took a sharp breath, his voice filled with barely contained excitement and disbelief. Look at this naturally smooth curve, the degree of oxidation. My god, big spender, if I'm not mistaken, this looks like an official Tang Dynasty gold cake. The weight, it's so authentic, an absolute treasure. The chat exploded instantly. Tang Dynasty gold cake. How much is that worth? The big spender is amazing. Brother Quan, give us an estimate. Brother Quan glanced at the chat, tried to calm himself, took out a calculator, and solemnly pressed a few keys. For this type of well-preserved, high-quality, official Tang Dynasty gold cake, based on recent auction records and market trends. Brother Quan faced the camera, his expression serious, and made a gesture of spreading his palm 5 times. 50. 500. Damn, just one piece, and you're set. Instant financial freedom. Before Brother Quan and the audience could fully recover from the shock of the gold cake, He Ming's hand calmly entered the frame again. This time he pushed forward an old wooden chest that looked quite aged. Inside the chest were neatly stacked large silver ingots. Brother Quan's eyes widened again, his mouth slightly open, staring unblinkingly. Big spender, could you bring the camera a little closer so I can see the honeycomb pattern on the side and the distribution of air holes on the bottom? After appraisal, this chest is also full of official Tang Dynasty ingots. To be preserved so completely and in such quantity is truly rare. The live stream erupted completely. A whole chest, how many pounds is that? Brother Quan, calculate how much this chest is worth. I'm already numb. Brother Quan picked up the calculator again, his fingers flying. For this chest, based on current silver prices and antique premium, a well-preserved official Tang Dynasty ingot like this is worth at least 20 million starting. The chat erupted again. Just as everyone thought this was all the night's surprises, He Ming's hand made a third move. He first replaced the cloth with a completely clean new soft cloth, laying it on another empty spot of the coffee table, then steadily placed that white jade ruby on the soft cloth. The jade ruby was flawless white, warm and translucent, carved with lively and natural cloud patterns, emitting a restrained, soft, glossy sheen under. Brother Quan gasped, instinctively leaning back as if shocked by the sudden beauty. Wait, what is this? Could you slowly zoom in the camera so I can see its overall lines and detailed carving? After completing the appraisal, Brother Quan appeared extremely excited. This is a Tang Dynasty Hetian white jade ruby. Not only is the material top grade, but the craftsmanship and artistic value are also exceptionally high. A fine piece, an absolutely fine piece. He picked up the calculator again. For this type of exquisite Tang Dynasty jade ruby preserved so well, the market price is around 300 million. 3 million. Another heavyweight item. Is this an appraisal or an auction today? While everyone was still marveling at the warm beauty of the jade ruby, He Ming's hand performed the final and most focused display of the night. He pinched a pair of dragon and phoenix rings between two fingers, placed them at the center of the camera, and held a prolonged close-up. The creamy jade texture glowed with a warm white luster under the light, flawless and seemingly overflowing from the screen. Brother Quan abruptly stood up from his chair, leaning forward, his face almost touching the screen, his voice rising by a third. Top-grade mutton fat jade. Dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. Such texture, this is definitely a top-tier work of art. Brother Quan picked up the calculator again. This pair is worth at least 20 million to start. In the hands of a knowledgeable and passionate collector, the price is simply incalculable. Suddenly, battle music played in the live stream, and the chat erupted. Gift effects completely flooded the screen. No one helps me reach the clouds, I tread the snow to the mountain peak. Big spender today, I truly witnessed what the view from the mountain peak looks like. The assistant quietly reminded him from the side. Quan Ge snapped back to reality and spoke urgently into the microphone. Brother, if I may be so bold, do you have any plans to trade these treasures anytime soon? At that moment, He Ming spoke up. Hello, Quan Ge. The items are just as you saw, all with me. I'm in Modu at Yunlu Yuan. If you have time, Quan Ge, you're welcome to come and see them in person. I intend to part with all these items and trade them for something else to play with. Besides, I have some other things here that might also pique your interest. This sentence was like a finishing blow. The live stream comments instantly erupted into a nuclear-level frenzy. There's more? Quan Ge, go now, what are you waiting for? Live broadcast, we demand a live broadcast. Holy crap, is he about to open a private museum? Did you catch that? The big shot wants to trade for fun, what kind of family is this? Quan Ge hurriedly said to his assistant. Quick, in the stream, book me the earliest flight to Modu. Quan Ge didn't even have time to say goodbye to the audience. The screen went black instantly, and the live feed was cut off. On the black screen of the live room, countless question marks flooded in. Quan Ge ran off. He must be heading to Modu. Holy crap, he's actually going. Even though the live room was already closed, the comments were still scrolling wildly. The night was deep. Several black business vans entered Yunlu Yuan and stopped in front of a Chinese-style villa. Quan Ge got out of the car with two experts. One was a master specialized in precious metal research, and the other was an expert in calligraphy, paintings, and jade art. He Ming opened the door dressed in dark loungewear and welcomed the three with a beaming smile. Please come in. He Ming led them to the side hall. The lighting there was soft, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. On several ebony tables lay the gold cakes and silver ingots, jade rui, and the most precious pair of mutton fat jade rings that had appeared in Quan Ge's live stream. Let's begin. The master immediately stepped forward, taking out portable instruments for a meticulous inspection. He weighed the gold cakes, examined the patina and wear, and used a spectrometer to analyze the composition. After confirming their authenticity, he began inspecting the silver ingots. He quickly turned them over, carefully checking the pores and marks on the bottom. One by one, the silver ingots were authenticated as genuine. Half an hour later, the master let out a long breath and nodded emphatically at Quan Ge. Absolutely authentic, all of them are Tang Dynasty official mint museum. Quan Ge clenched his fist tightly, barely suppressing his joy. The other expert had also finished his appraisal, confirming that the jade rui and the mutton fat jade rings were Tang Dynasty treasures. He Ming then took out several scrolls of calligraphy and paintings, over a dozen porcelain pieces, and a few pieces of jewelry from a temperature-controlled cabinet. The painting expert held his breath and carefully unrolled a Song Dynasty painting. He scrutinized the brushwork seals, using a flashlight to examine the paper fibers from an angle. After a thorough appraisal, all the calligraphy and paintings were confirmed as genuine. He examined each piece of porcelain for a long time, finally taking a deep breath. All authentic, top-tier goods. Quan Ge took a deep breath to steady himself. Although everything was genuine, if these items lacked a clear and legitimate provenance, their value would be heavily suppressed during transactions. Mr. He, these treasures have a documented lineage. May I ask about your family? He Ming had already anticipated this. Using the omniscient capabilities of his notebook, he had meticulously crafted a detailed genealogy of the He family. The Lujiang He family genealogy recent history supplement. He Ming took out a folder from the bookshelf, freshly printed, and handed it to Quan Ge. Quan Ge received it with both hands. Opening it, he found a thick stack of documents. It began with a General He from the Western Han Dynasty, spanning the ages until the Republic of China. The lineage had explanations for gaps with rigorous supplements connecting it to He Ming's branch. The two experts quickly verified historical data on their phones. The more they checked, the more astonished they became. The content aligned with numerous historical fragments. Some key details were even absent from historical databases. The sheer thoroughness of this genealogy alone was of immense research value. Your family history research is incredibly solid. Quan Ge was completely convinced. He Ming smiled faintly. Let's get down to business then. The gold cakes and silver ingots can be traded in cash at the previous price. Quan Ge, no problem. As for these calligraphy, jade, and porcelain, I want to exchange them for aged medicinal herbs. Aged herbs. Wild herbs of sufficient age. Ginseng, polygonum multiflorum lingji. All top grade. valued at market price, at a 30% premium. The extra 30% is your commission and profit. The hall fell silent for a moment. Quan Gu quickly calculated in his mind. This collection of antiques was worth a fortune, and converting it into aged herbs would be an astronomical sum. Though extremely challenging, the profits were substantial. Rest assured, I will use all my connections to find the finest aged herbs for you. As Quan Gu was about to take his leave, He Ming raised a hand to stop him. Wait a moment. He quickly turned and walked into an inner room, returning with 2 slender red sandalwood boxes. The surface of the boxes had a warm patina and deep luster, clearly antique items. He Ming placed the boxes on the table. Take a look at these 2 pieces. The painting expert almost jogged over, putting on white gloves again. He took out the scrolls from the boxes, picked up a high-powered magnifying glass, and examined them inch by inch. The other master, though not a specialist in this area, had enough exposure to understand a thing or two. The painting expert started up a laptop and a microspectrometer, scanning the probe through the protective film. Time flowed in absolute silence. Finally, the expert completed his appraisal. He staggered half a step, steadying himself against the table edge. He looked at He Ming, his eyes filled with shock and awe. Wu Daozi. This is an authentic work by Wu Daozi. And this one, it must be Zhang Zu's 4 poems in ancient style. Priceless, both are priceless treasures. Quan Gu, itching with curiosity, quickly nudged the calligraphy expert's shoulder. The latter understood and added, if auctioned, the starting bid would be at least 300 million, and the final price could easily exceed 400 million. Listening to the painting expert recount the lives and achievements of Wu Daozi and Zhang Zu, Quan Gu felt his heart might leap out of his chest. These were no longer mere antiques. They were a fortune enough to drive anyone mad. He Ming calmly rolled up the 2 scrolls, placed them back in the sandalwood boxes, and closed the lids. Find me a medicinal king aged over 200 years and bring it to me. You may choose either of these 2 scrolls to take away. The air froze completely. Choose either one. In exchange for a legendary herb, he could obtain an authentic work by a Tang dynasty master worth at least 300 million. Quan Gu felt a thrill of awe and nodded solemnly in acceptance. Behind him, the experts' faces flushed, their hands trembling slightly as they stared longingly at the 2 exquisite boxes. Mr. He, I understand. Even if I have to scour every remote mountain and forest in the world, I will find that medicinal king and bring it to you. Quan Gu said no more, took his leave, and quickly departed from Yunlu Yuan. The next day, Quan Gu returned to the company and swiftly made arrangements, instructing his employees to immediately visit major time-honored traditional Chinese medicine factories to search for aged herbs. He had plenty of connections for ordinary herbs over a decade old. However, herbs over a century or even 2-century-old medicinal kings were rare treasures that could only be found by chance. These resources were mostly treasured by well-established aristocratic families, kept as heirlooms. Even with money, they were not always obtainable. Yet there was another way to find aged herbs, offering a high reward to involve more people in exploring the deep mountains and forests for undiscovered treasures. When Quan Gu announced a bounty of 20 million for century-old herbs and 200 million for 2-century-old medicinal kings, news spread not only in the collection and medicine circles. Even some gray area gangs, wilderness explorers, and outlaws caught wind of it. A frenzy for herb hunting had begun. Countless professionals in the field, eyes red with greed, abandoned their work, purchased equipment, studied ancient texts, and surged into the remote mountains like a gold rush, hoping to strike it rich overnight. By Changbai Mountain, Shenanjia, the Kunlun Mountains, the Hengduan Mountains, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Regions once only occasionally visited by herbalists and explorers were now filled with men and women dreaming of instant wealth. Grave robbers set down their Luoyang shovels and picked up hiking backpacks. Loan sharks abandoned their ledgers for herb identification guides. Amid this torrent, one figure stood out as particularly frail. His name was Chun Shi, a young man crushed by the weight of life. His father was in the late stages of lung cancer, and the monthly cost of targeted drugs was suffocating. His mother had been disabled from a work injury years ago, unable to move easily and requiring constant care. His younger sister had just been admitted to university with tuition and living expenses still unsettled. He worked 3 part-time jobs, yet still couldn't fill the financial void in his family. While delivering food at an antique market, he overheard several shop owners excitedly discussing the 200 million bounty for a medicinal king. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it to heart. In his despair, this faint rumor became the only lifeline he could grasp. He quit his jobs, used his last bit of money to buy basic hiking gear and supplies. He downloaded countless wilderness survival guides and traditional Chinese medicine herb illustrations onto his phone, especially focusing on the features of aged ginseng and lingzhi, studying them hundreds of times until they were ingrained in his mind. His hometown was near a primeval forest, and he had gone into the mountains with the elderly as a child. This was his only advantage. With a heart torn between despair and hope, Chun Shi plunged into the mist-shrouded mountains. Days passed, his rations dwindled, his shoes wore out, and his clothes grew ragged. He encountered venomous snakes, nearly fell off a cliff, and shivered in the dead of night at the howls of wild beasts. Hope grew dimmer, and despair and fear threatened to consume him. Just as he was exhausted and about to give up and descend, perhaps heaven finally took pity on him. On a shady steep slope he saw strange vegetation he had never seen before, an almost eerie emerald green. Chunshir's heart pounded wildly. He scrambled over recalling the illustrations in his memory and carefully dug into the soil with his hands. At that moment time seemed to stand still. When the wild ginseng with its tight skin, fine lines, long whiskers, and full plump body was fully revealed before him, Chunshir's hands trembled so much he could no longer hold the digging tool. Tears streamed down his face and his shoulders shook uncontrollably, but he dared not make a sound, fearing he might attract beasts he couldn't handle. After a long while, Chunshir gradually calmed down. He carefully recalled memories of following ginseng harvesters into the mountains as a child, combined with tutorials from textbooks on collecting ginseng. He used prepared red string to tie the ginseng body, then gently peeled away the surrounding soil with wooden slivers and moss, preserving every root as intact as possible. Finally, Chunshir succeeded. He had completely unearthed the aged ginseng. Then he took out his phone and looked up guides on identifying the age of old ginseng, studying them intently. Is it a century old or 2 centuries? A century meant 20 million, while 2 centuries would multiply that tenfold. After constant comparison, Chunshir found that the ginseng he had discovered far surpassed the so-called century-old specimens in the illustrations. He wrapped the wild ginseng, which was more precious than life itself, in moss and bark, placed it in a special wooden box, and held it tightly to his chest. He descended the mountain with even greater caution than when he had ascended. After numerous twists and turns, a disheveled, ragged Chunshir finally stood before the imposing gates of Quan Ji's company. The security guard instinctively moved to shoo him away until he tremblingly produced the wooden box. After layers of reporting, he was escorted by security into a tightly guarded appraisal room. Upon hearing the news, Quan Gu quickly summoned several highly renowned old pharmacists in the industry. When they opened the wooden box and saw the wild ginseng, with its perfectly intact form, whiskers like dragon's beard, and rich ginseng aroma, the entire appraisal room fell into dead silence. The old pharmacists put on their glasses, their hands trembling as they held magnifying glasses. They were nearing the end of their lives, yet this was the first time they had seen such a complete and ancient wild ginseng. After repeated inspections and examinations, over half an hour, a conclusion was finally reached. At least 300 years. The lead pharmacist's voice quivered with excitement. This is truly a miracle. It is undoubtedly a medicinal king. I never thought I would see such a treasure in my lifetime. I have no regrets now. Quan Gu slapped his thigh hard, his face flushing red. He suppressed his excitement and looked at Chunshir, who was trembling with nervousness. Young man, well done. Give me your account number quickly. Chunshir stammered out his bank card number. The financial staff processed it on the spot. Within 5 minutes, Chunshir's phone chimed with a clear text message alert. His hands shook as he held the phone. The string of numbers on the screen was so long it dazzled him, and he counted them several times. A full 9 digits. Had 200 million really arrived? Oh. Chunshir let out a cry that was both laughter and sobbing, tears bursting forth. He collapsed to the ground, pounding it with his fists, releasing all the pressure and fear that had built up over those days. On the other side, Quan Gu was also beside himself with excitement, pacing back and forth in his office, swinging his fists in silent celebration. Merely 200 million. Either of the 2 Tang Dynasty paintings that He Ming possessed was worth far more than that, and he was about to use this 300-year-old ginseng to trade for one of them. This was a venture with huge returns. No, it was a deal with no cost at all. Quan Gu could no longer suppress his grin and hurriedly urged his assistant. Quick, pack up all the recently collected old herbs and book the earliest flight to Shanghai. Night once again enveloped Cloud Deer Garden. The 300-year-old wild ginseng, unanimously identified by several veteran pharmacists, was placed in a specialized constant temperature and humidity-controlled safe, escorted by 4 security personnel all the way to the entrance of He Ming's villa. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Quan Guest's team, including the 2 previous experts, had been joined by 2 top-tier ancient calligraphy and painting connoisseurs. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the 2 scrolls on the table. After painstakingly rigorous cross-referencing, data verification, and heated internal debates, Quan Guest's team's final opinion leaned toward Wu Daozi's Heavenly King Hunting Demon Scroll. Although Zhang Zu's wild cursive script was invaluable, Wu Daozi was known as the sage of painting, a great master of the Tang Dynasty. His authentic works had become almost legendary, and their market expectations were even more frenzied. Mr. He, we choose Wu Daozi. Quan Guest's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. He Ming showed no surprise and casually gifted one of the rosewood boxes to Quan Gu. Mr. He, you are too kind. Even as he spoke, Quan Gu had already taken the box into his hands, examining it closely. This was undoubtedly an antique in its own right, possibly even crafted specifically for storing scrolls back in the day. The two together enhanced each other's value. The transaction was complete, yet Quan Guest's team lingered reluctant to leave. Their gazes involuntarily drifted toward the other unopened wooden box. Quan Guest's curiosity had been piqued the moment he entered. He couldn't help but ask Mr. He, what is inside this wooden box? He Ming spoke calmly. Tang Ming's cold mountain temple calligraphy. Tang Ming. One of the calligraphy experts gasped in shock, nearly losing his balance. Tang Ming was a true titan of Tang dynasty calligraphy, with even fewer surviving works than Zhang Su, renowned as a single character worth 1,000 gold. The last time a fragment with only 3 characters appeared at the largest auction house in the capital, it sold for a staggering billion yuan. And He Ming possessed a complete copy. The entire team's hearts nearly leaped from their chests. Their breathing grew heavy, their eyes bloodshot. The immense temptation nearly robbed them of their reason. He Ming's tone remained utterly unruffled, as if he were merely handling a trading tool. He Ming handed Quan Gu a stack of meticulously photographed images of the cold mountain temple calligraphy from various angles. Confirm it. Find a live Lingji mushroom over 300 years old, and it will be yours. Quan Guest's team clutched the photos as if they were treasures, studying them repeatedly. The texture of the paper, the layers of ink, the turns of the brush strokes, the details of the seals. All information pointed to one maddening truth. This was highly likely the genuine article. Quan Guest's team, barely containing their excitement, left Cloud Deer Garden in a daze. He Ming sat on the sofa gazing at the old ginseng in the box with immense satisfaction. As long as he could find a Lingji mushroom over 300 years old that was still growing, he would be able to break through again in a short time. 1 week later, the international top-tier auction house Ruelong exploded with earth-shattering news. A previously unseen authentic work by Wu Daozi, after fierce bidding, was ultimately purchased by a mysterious collector for a staggering 600 million. Insiders knew that this collector was utterly obsessed with Wu Daozi, already owning 2 pieces, and this was the third. Those in the know immediately connected this auction with the Medicine King bounty that had been circulating wildly in the underground world. Quan Guest's team seized the opportunity to fan the flames, officially releasing clear information. The bounty amount was fully upgraded. 500 million yuan in cash, seeking a live Lingji mushroom over 300 years old. 200 million yuan in cash, seeking various types of rare wild-aged herbs over 200 years old, buying as many as available. Simultaneously, a blurry photo leaked from an unknown source. A disheveled, ragged young man, clutching a wooden box, stood nervously at the entrance of Quan Guest's company. The coincidences were perfectly linked together. Someone had indeed found the Medicine King and claimed the 200 million bounty. The entire herb-hunting craze was thoroughly ignited, plunging into unprecedented frenzy. Those who had been waiting on the sidelines could no longer sit still. This wasn't just a chance for overnight riches, it was a divine opportunity for generations of financial. An ancient city. Bogu Studio. The old neighbors knew full well what boss Zhao IV used to do. He had only laundered his image in recent years by opening an. He looked at the viral messages and photos on his phone, then at the antiques in his shop that hadn't sold in half a year. To hell with selling these fakes. He roared at his 2 sons beside him. Pack your things, we're heading into the mountains. Drawing on his early years of traveling far and wide and venturing into forest, Zhao IV with his 2 sons, whose eyes were burning with the desire for 500 million, headed straight for the deepest parts of Changbai Mountain. During the journey, the 3 endured exposure to the elements and were bitten by snakes and insects. After a month, they were emaciated but had found nothing. Just as they were about to give up, Zhao IV's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized a huge, withered, ancient tree growing on a cliff face. Did we check that tree? No. Let's take a look. Zhao IV's eldest son carefully climbed the cliff, pushed aside the thick moss, stuck his head into the tree hollow, and peered inside, with a flashlight clamped in his mouth. A dark purple, massive and lustrous mushroom cap caught his eye. It clung tightly to the dead wood, its cap layered and elegant, emitting a rich medicinal. Dad, what a huge Lingji. Come take a look. Zhao IV's heart surged with wild joy as he quickly took his son's place, sticking his head into the tree hollow for a closer inspection. Though he knew little about Lingji, he had seen many in the old street. The Lingji in the tree hollow was several times larger than any he had ever seen, but he couldn't accurately determine its age. Dad, how old is it? Zhao IV, of course, wouldn't admit his ignorance and estimated based on its size. Judging by the color and the number of layers, it should be over 300 years old. Dad, 300 years means 500 million. The eldest son went wild, jumping up and shouting. I want a penthouse in the city center with a swimming pool. The second son was also incoherent with excitement. I want to marry a movie star. After a moment's thought, he felt it was unrealistic and quickly changed his mind. I want to marry the most beautiful internet celebrity. Zhao IV gasped for breath and roared with laughter. After carefully preserving the Lingji intact, he didn't sell it immediately, but patiently waited for a month. Only when the initial buzz had subsided slightly did he return to the city like an ordinary tourist carrying the seemingly plain wooden box. When Zhao IV and his two sons appearing calm walked into Quan Guest Company and opened that wooden box, the entire appraisal team erupted once again. After appraisal, the Lingji brought by Zhao IV was over 300 years old, fully meeting He Ming's requirements. Confirmation was made and the transfer was completed. Staring at the seemingly endless string of numbers on the mobile banking notification, Zhao IV and his two sons hugged each other tightly. 500 million. The Zhao family had completely turned their lives around, becoming billionaires living in the sunlight. And all of this originated from He Ming's needs. Brother Quan stared intently at the living Ganoderma lucidum housed in the incubator, as if admiring a genuine masterpiece of Tang Ming's Han temple calligraphy, a peerless treasure worth at least over $1 billion. Brother Quan acted swiftly, packaging the recently collected medicinal herbs together and delivering them to Cloudy Deer Pavilion, where the transaction was completed. What followed was an overwhelming wave of publicity. Headlines like "Mysterious Collector Unveils Complete Authentic Masterpiece of Tang Dynasty Calligraphy, Master Tang Ming Han Temple Calligraphy," and "Rumored Rare Treasure Repatriated from Overseas, with Astonishing Preservation Poised to Set New Record for Chinese Painting and Calligraphy." Auctions dominated all art magazines and high-end financial media. Shanghai's premier auction house, Zhenyi Auction, mobilized top-tier security and promotional resources, casting this grand event into the global spotlight. On the day of the auction, the hall glittered with luminaries. Top collectors, art fund representatives, multinational corporate tycoons from around the world, and low-key, but immensely wealthy private buyers from the country filled nearly every seat. Whispers rose and fell, a tapestry of languages interweaving. All eyes were fixed on the empty display stand on stage, awaiting the lot destined to be etched into history. Next, we present the grand finale of today's auction, a masterpiece that has recently shaken the global collecting world. The auctioneer paused, swept his gaze across the room, and struck his gavel. The authentic Han Temple Calligraphy by Tang Dynasty Calligraphy, Master Tang Ming. Spotlights converged on the stand as a gloved attendant reverently unveiled the scroll steeped in a millennium of antiquity. Massive high-definition screens magnified every detail, the vigorous archaic brushstrokes, the ink that seemed to penetrate the paper, the seals of past collectors, and the unique luster of aged silk. A wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs of admiration rippled through the audience. Many veteran collectors rose excitedly, craning their necks as if to press their eyes against the piece. After repeated authentication by our expert panel and numerous authoritative scholars, both domestically and internationally, it is unanimously confirmed as a genuine Tang Ming work. The starting bid is 480 million. Bidding paddles shot up like bamboo shoots after spring rain. 500 million, 530 million, 580 million, 650 million. The price skyrocketed at a dizzying pace. The competition was mainly among the expressionless top collectors in the front rows and anonymous bidders via telephone. Each bid represented a flow of astronomical wealth. He Ming watched the numbers jump on the screen, his face utterly impassive, as if they were merely a game score unrelated to him. After the price broke through 800 million, the bidding pace slowed slightly. At 1.2 billion, only 3 remained in the race. At 1.3 billion, only 2 were left. Brother Quan's team sat backstage, staring at the electronic screen displaying the bidding price, already embracing in exhilaration. After deducting the staggering 500 million reward, the auction house's commission, and some promotional expenses, they would net at least 700 million. Finally, the auctioneer shouted with fervor, 1.32 billion first call. 1.32 billion second call. 1.32 billion third call. The gavel fell, and the hall erupted in thunderous applause. The final price was set at 1.32 billion. A new world record for Chinese painting and calligraphy auctions was born. This auction, like a grand advertisement, proclaimed to the world the authenticity and enormous profits of exchanging the Medicine King's treasures for sky-high end. Brother Quan's team reaped a bountiful harvest. At Cloudy Deer Pavilion, watching the live broadcast, a thought suddenly arose in He Ming's mind. An idea born from the primordial chaos novels he had read in his past life. If certain treasures could enhance one's fortune, could fortune then accelerate cultivation speed? He quickly entered his meditation chamber and retrieved the omniscient notebook from a secret compartment. Can fortune accelerate cultivation? Yes. He Ming's heart leaped, his eyes blazing with sudden brightness. Are there any treasures on Blue Star that can enhance fortune, and which is the most effective? The Imperial Seal. The words appeared instantly. He Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and his breath caught. The Imperial Seal. By the mandate of heaven, may it enjoy lasting prosperity and eternal peace. It had long transcended the value of the object itself. It was the supreme symbol of China's orthodox dynasties. It was the ultimate material evidence of the mandate of heaven. It ran through the rise and fall of imperial history, the deepest faith of the Chinese people in destiny and orthodoxy. He Ming took a deep breath and immediately pressed on. What is the exact location of the imperial seal? 300 meters underground in the Ileo Mountains. Specific coordinates. What level of life essence is required to safely enter the Ileo Mountains and retrieve the imperial seal? This time the notebook hesitated for a full second. Given my current condition, how many days will it take to reach 4300 points? 396. 754 days. He Ming murmured softly, his gaze turning profoundly deep as he pondered inwardly. The location of the imperial seal belonged to an absolute life-forbidden zone. To obtain the imperial seal, one must first temper oneself. Worldly wealth and treasures were but stepping stones to higher realms. With absolute power, anything could be easily obtained. At this thought, He Ming let out a soft chuckle. He sat cross-legged on a cushion, held his breath, and entered a state of cultivation. He Ming's chest rose and fell gently, as if drawn by an invisible current of air. The process lasted about an hour, and when he opened his eyes and ceased his practice, fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Rising, he poured the ink-like, thick medicinal broth from the pot into a bowl, tilted his head, and drank it in one gulp. The liquid entered his stomach, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones. He quickly stepped into the adjacent bathroom. In the enormous wooden tub floated the remnants of several rare medicinal herbs, steam swirling, and the scent of medicine filling the air. He Ming stepped into the tub, the hot water instantly rising past his chest. He closed his eyes once again, circulating his breathing technique, and with the scalding medicinal power, he exerted all his effort to catalyze it. If taken orally like an ordinary person, roughly 90% of the medicinal power would be lost. If the herbs were refined into pills, 30% of the power could be preserved. But the stellar guidance art, perfectly suited to He Ming, was among the most supreme, even in the vast cosmos, capable of locking in about 90% of the medicinal power. This meant that by taking a single dose, He Ming could achieve 9 times the effect of an ordinary person. Compared to cultivators on Blue Star, the effect was 3 times greater. This did not even account for the bonuses from his breathing technique and external martial arts. If He Ming's cultivation speed were compared to the top cultivators on Blue Star, it would be roughly 20 times faster. For an ordinary cultivator, the gap would be over 30 times. Time flowed by and 2 months slipped away like grains of sand. On this day, He Ming awoke from his medicinal bath. The moment his eyes snapped open, it was as if 2 bolts of cold lightning had flashed across the silent chamber. He slowly rose from the bathwater, and a continuous series of crisp, crackling sounds emanated from his bones, as if he had been reborn. His skin was lustrous and smooth, exuding a restrained inner radiance. His already well-proportioned physique had become even more perfect. His muscle density surpassed that of an ordinary person, containing an unimaginable explosive power. His 5 senses had become unprecedentedly acute. He turned his head to look at the green belt dozens of meters away outside the window. The veins of the leaves were clearly distinguishable. When he concentrated, the flow of time seemed to slow down, and he could even discern the frequency of a cicada's wing beats. Life Index 20000 achieved. A sense of control born from the transformation of life welled up from the depths of his heart. During this time, He Ming had contemplated directions for starting a business, and had also posed questions to his notebook. To steadily advance the development of Blue Star technology, the first need was to rapidly accumulate capital. Having sufficient cash flow was essential to prepare for scientific. Regarding this, He Ming chose to trust the market. On Blue Star, the most profitable commodity he could currently access was without a doubt water, low cost, high margin. If on top of that he added other effects such as invigoration, clearing accumulated toxins from the body to indirectly extend lifespan and compress the price within a range affordable to the entire populace, he felt it would surely be a blockbuster, because no one could resist the temptation of an extended lifespan. Even if the funding problem is solved, advancing technological development is still somewhat difficult. He Ming propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Although the notebook could provide direct answers, turning those answers into reality still posed a certain degree of. This was because given the current level of scientific research on Blue Star, the knowledge He Ming produced was hardly different from a celestial script. It was like presenting a calculus problem to an elementary school student. They simply couldn't understand it. Even if you told them the answer, it would be the same. Unable to comprehend, they naturally couldn't translate the knowledge into a technological achievement. So one must eat one's meal one bite at a time. Let's solve the talent problem first. He Ming fetched his notebook. Help me compile an S-level talent list capable of building a Fortune Global 500 pharmaceutical company from scratch in a short time. Prerequisite: strong ability, talents I can easily recruit given my current situation. Countless words emerged. He Ming quickly grabbed a pen and paper to transcribe the list of names and information. After transcribing, He Ming looked at the list in his hand. The first person was marked as S-level Jiang Zhonghua. He was about to make a call when the internet phone on his computer rang. Caller ID by Qian. A surge of joy filled He Ming's heart. It was just like a pillow arriving just when he felt drowsy. I apologize for the intrusion. By Qian's voice sounded even more respectful than before. He Ming activated the voice changer. Miss, by what information are you hoping to obtain this time? The complete design parameters and architectural blueprints for the latest generation neural processing chip Nemesis from the U.S. company Titan Technologies. Can you get your hands on them? He Ming was silent for a moment. He sensed something was amiss. Was a high-precision chip the fruit of hundreds of billions of U.S. dollars in R&D by the American tech giant Titan Technologies something a private enterprise boss like her could even touch? Even if she got the information, would by Qian's company dare to use it? One moment. He Ming opened his notebook and is it the information by Qian wants? The notebook quickly displayed text. No. He Ming already had a guess. The ghost line was definitely being watched but he wasn't worried about being exposed. His personal network was protected by a firewall that, given the current technological level of Blue Star, was absolutely unbreachable. Who specifically is it? Long Kingdom 7th Bureau Shanghai Branch Director Chen Tao. Upon learning the answer, He Ming's heart was greatly reassured. Compile for me a complete set of design parameters and architectural blueprints for the latest generation neural processing chip Nemesis from Titan Technologies. Text rapidly emerged on the notebook. Staring at the densely packed labyrinthine design drawings, He Ming fell into silence. There was no way he could transcribe something of this complexity by hand. To convert the content from the notebook into computer data, a program with scanning functionality was needed. This first required installing the Ghost firewall system on an absolutely secure terminal. On the other end of the line, cold sweat beaded on by Qian's forehead. In her office, leaders and technicians from special departments were seated in full force. As the only person who could connect with Ghost, by Qian felt immense pressure. She truly hoped Ghost would refuse this transaction. If Ghost successfully obtained the data and things went south, she believed she would definitely be pushed to the forefront to take the fall. Miss, by your appetite is a bit large. Hearing Ghost's reply, by Qian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and let out a dry chuckle. So can you do it? Yes, give me 3 months to prepare. When she heard this answer, by Qian's heart sank halfway. Chen Tao immediately stood up from the sofa, his gaze burning as he fixedly stared at by Qian. Feeling the intense gaze in the office, by Qian clenched her fists, her voice trembling slightly. All right, how much money do you need? This time it was He Ming's turn to fall into silence. This was clearly a special department of the Long Kingdom, wanting to make official contact. Asking for too much was definitely not an option. If he wanted to start a business, the massive flow of funds would inevitably be noticed by the authorities. Asking for too little would be no different from directly refusing the deal. After much deliberation, He Ming felt that 50 billion was just right. Charging only 50 billion for information worth hundreds of billions of US dollars was already Ghost's gesture of goodwill toward the government. At the same time, this sum was enough for the initial operations of a company. The electronically synthesized voice sounded again. A down payment of 20 billion and the remaining 30 billion will be settled upon completion. Miss, by once I see the money, I will commence work immediately. Bai Qian covered the microphone and cast a glance at Chen Tao. Chen Tao raised his hand in a delaying gesture, his brows tightly knit. He quickly walked to the window, turned his back to the others, and lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he rapidly weighed the options in his mind. 2 billion was no small sum, although he had the authority to make the final call if the Ghost chose to take the money and vanish into the digital ether without delivering. The 7th Bureau's current capabilities would find it exceedingly difficult to trace the source. They had attempted it many times before. Every time they approached the information source, all devices within a certain range would instantly fall into paralysis, leaving no avenue for investigation. Naturally, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders as the bureau chief. However, if he could truly obtain Nemesis, the credit would be enough to propel him further. He stubbed out the cigarette, walked to a corner, and dialed an encrypted number. After a brief exchange, his expression grew even graver. The response from his superiors was unequivocal. The situation was acknowledged. Chen Tao was to decide based on the circumstances on the ground. Chen Tao took a deep breath, discerning the underlying message. This matter was imperative. If he faltered now, the consequences would be unbearable. Realizing this, Chen Tao returned to Bai Qian, fetched a pen and paper, and wrote down 3 days. 2 billion is not a small amount. Give me 3 days. Agreed. The call ended. Bai Qian let out a long sigh. Ubei's technology had ultimately been dragged into a storm far beyond its capacity to handle. Chen Tao, President Bai, thank you for your cooperation. Watching the group leave the office with their advanced equipment, Bai Qian slumped helplessly into her chair, closing her eyes with an air of utter desolation. At Yinlu Garden, He Ming stared at the list of corporate executives in his hand, lost in thought. He was well aware of his own limitations. Managing an enterprise and steering it toward growth was inherently a formidable challenge. It was wiser to leave professional matters to the professionals. The list contained 11 names, all top-tier talents he had a chance of recruiting. Topping the list was Jiang Zhonghua, the only S-grade management talent. The first step toward the sea of stars begins with you. At Huanyu Tower, Jiang Zhonghua clutched a cardboard box, dragging his weary steps out of the office building where he had spent the last 20 years. At 14, he served as HR director at a Fortune 500 company. Yet these accolades proved hollow in the face of the company's restructuring and cost-cutting initiatives. He had sensed it coming, but the day arrived sooner than expected. The days that followed were a series of rejections. His stellar resume became the biggest obstacle to find. Director Jiang, our small establishment simply can't afford someone of your caliber. Old Jiang, the market is tough now. At your level and age, it's nearly impossible. Returning home, Jiang Zhonghua felt a pang of anguish at the worried look in his wife's eyes. The mortgage on his son's new apartment needed paying. His younger daughter's tuition required a substantial sum. His eldest daughter, now divorced, had moved in with her 2 children, adding immense financial strain. Sitting in his study, he gazed out at the scenery, overwhelmed by unprecedented confusion. Though he had received a sizable severance package, the cost of living in Shanghai was no joke, and it would eventually run out. Just then, an unfamiliar number called. Jiang Zhonghua picked up the phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. Puzzled, he answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Zhonghua?" A synthesized electronic voice came through the line. "Yes, speaking. Who is this?" "My surname is He. I'm planning to establish a biomedical company with an initial capital of 2 billion. Are you interested in becoming our CEO?" Jiang Zhonghua's first instinct was that it was a scam call. "Mr. He, that's quite a joke. Compensation will be on par with Fortune 500 standards." Jiang Zhonghua's heart skipped a beat. Combined with the peculiar phone number, a flicker of hope stirred within him. "I need to see something that verifies your identity." "Certainly." Seconds later, a new email notification chimed. Jiang Zhonghua opened it to find an encrypted copy of an asset certificate, the figures staggering enough to make one dizzy. Jiantong Bank with a balance exceeding 2 billion. If you agree, print the attached contract and sign it. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath. He was a shrewd man. The use of an electronic voice was clearly to conceal identity. He was already at rock bottom, with nothing left to lose. After all, there was no harm in trying as long as he guarded his sensitive information to avoid being scammed. "I accept." "Excellent. After signing, your task is to build the company's framework and get it running as quickly as possible. Don't worry about the technology side. By the way, feel free to ask for anything you need." The call ended. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Zhonghua sat in his imposing office, frowning at the personnel list marked with countless crosses. The good news was that the company account had indeed received 2 billion. The bad news was that no one was willing to join. Headhunters' feedback was blunt. The top talents Jiang Zhonghua targeted lost interest the moment they heard it was a startup. Mid-level management candidates were equally hesitant. A stream of entry-level newcomers arrived, but a glance at their resumes gave Jiang Zhonghua a headache. They were either fresh graduates or cast-offs from major corporations. He needed people who could immediately take on heavy responsibilities, not novices here to learn. After much sifting, he managed to piece together the lower-level structure. "Director Jiang, Mr. He is here to see you. He says he has an appointment." Jiang Zhonghua then recalled the mysterious morning call. The big boss had arranged for someone to join as head of the Information and Network Security Department. "Let him in." The door opened, and He Ming walked in. Jiang Zhonghua sized him up, around 25 or 26, casually dressed, in simple leisure wear, carrying a laptop bag. He Ming, reporting for duty at the Information Security Department. "Mr. He, I presume." Jiang Zhonghua rose to shake hands, forcing a faint smile. "Let me show you to your office." He led He Ming through the workspace and casually pointed to the smallest cubicle. "How about here?" "Fine." He Ming made no complaint, set down his bag, and began inspecting the network ports. Jiang Zhonghua stood at the door watching this young man, likely a connection hire, and sighed inwardly. "Would you like me to assign you an assistant?" Jiang Zhonghua asked courteously. "No need." He Ming powered on the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Jiang Zhonghua shook his head and turned away. Back in his own office, he gazed at the bustling Shanghai skyline outside the window and couldn't help but smile. Top talents were unattainable, mid-level pillars wouldn't come, and now the big boss had foisted a greenhorn upon him as the head of information security. Could this company even survive? He Ming connected to the corporate network. Lines of code scrolled rapidly across his laptop screen. The ghost protection system was installed. Almost done. As he pressed the final enter key, the entire network of Star Ocean Biotechnology became an impenetrable fortress. Having completed all the operations, He Ming leaned back comfortably in his office chair. He had been working tirelessly without proper rest to develop a super artificial intelligence program that could assist him with his work. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a good rest, the phone in his pocket vibrated incessantly at an inopportune moment. He took it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, He Ming." "You finally answered the phone." A coquettish and sobbing female voice came from the other end. He Ming felt goosebumps all over his body. Although the voice seemed unfamiliar, memories automatically surfaced in his mind. It was Lu Yanyan. I never replied to your messages before because something big happened at home. My mother. At this point Lu Yanyan seemed to be choked with grief. He Ming frowned deeply. He had to admit that Lu Yanyan's acting was quite convincing, her voice delicate and filled with a manipulative sweetness. My mother is seriously ill, and I need to go back to my hometown to take care of her. The signal there is bad too. I was completely panicked. I really didn't mean to ignore you. He Ming remained silent, quietly listening to Lu Yanyan's one-woman show. His fingers tapped the desk idly. Seeing that He Ming did not react, Lu Yanyan intensified her tearful tone and got to the point. He Ming, I know you're always the kindest to me. I'm really struggling right now. My mother's medical bills are a bottomless pit. I've poured all my money into them and am deeply in debt. I had no choice but to come to you. Lu Yanyan was interrupted by He Ming. Oh, is that so? It does sound quite sad. I do have a genuine suggestion here. He Ming's voice carried a hint of mockery. Why don't you get a job? I think a courier station would suit you perfectly. Lu Yanyan. She didn't react immediately, her brain taking a few seconds to process this completely unexpected answer. A job. A courier station. This was entirely different from the script she had envisioned. He Ming, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. Because every day you get to handle large packages and small packages. It's fulfilling. And some packages don't even have tracking numbers, so you'll need to put in extra effort. Lu Yanyan vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it, until He Ming leisurely added the second half. Oh, by the way, don't you think the character 8 really matches your current vibe? He Ming, are you insulting me? On the other end of the line, Lu Yanyan, wearing a sheer transparent nightgown, was squatting on the sofa with her brows tightly furrowed, a look of utter disbelief on her face. Insulting you? How can you take it so personally? You could sue me for defamation over that. So what does this 8 mean? Lu Yanyan was convinced He Ming was calling her a 3/8, a Chinese slang for a gossipy woman, and dropped her act of feigning pity. I'm just concerned about you. Count the strokes in the character 8 to distract yourself so you won't dwell on your sorrows. Almost instinctively, Lu Yanyan thought in her mind. 1 left falling stroke, 1 right falling stroke. 2 strokes. 2 strokes, 2 strokes. Lu Yanyan murmured aloud, then suddenly realized the truth. The homophone couldn't be. He Ming, you bastard, you're calling me a 2/8 Chinese slang for a stupid person? Lu Yanyan's roar completely tore away her disgust. He Ming snorted coldly, hung up the phone, and blocked her number. After being hung up on and blocked by He Ming, Lu Yanyan trembled with rage, her chest heaving. This is infuriating. He Ming, who do you think you are? Lu Yanyan screamed, grabbing a nearby throw pillow and hurling it viciously against the wall. After venting her anger, an endless wave of grievance and fury surged within her. She desperately needed someone to confide in, and even more someone to share her hatred and stand with her against the common enemy. She picked up her phone and opened the chat window labeled Best Girlfriend, her fingers flying across the keyboard, the emotional text nearly bursting from the screen. Lily, I'm so mad, I'm about to explode. That He Ming who used to hang around me like a dog actually dared to block me. I called him with a new number, and he mocked me, even called me a 2B. Lu Yanyan sent a barrage of voice messages in rapid succession. She also recounted how He Ming had suggested she work at a courier station and used the character 8 to insult her intelligence. After sending them, she eagerly expected her best friend Lily to immediately join her in cursing He Ming and sharing her animosity. Her phone vibrated shortly after. Lily's reply came. Yanyan, calm down. But seriously, your luck hasn't been great lately. Maybe you should listen to him and get a job. At least stabilize yourself first. Lu Yanyan stared at the screen, momentarily speechless, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Get a job. Lu Yanyan repeated in disbelief. Even you're saying that, Lily? Whose side are you on? Just as Lu Yanyan was about to type a rebuttal, another message from Lily followed. Oh, speaking of jobs, I just got hired at a new company. It seems pretty solid, called Star Ocean Biotech. Even though it's a new company, its registered capital alone is $2 billion. They're recruiting now. Want to check it out? Lily sent Lu Yanyan a job advertisement. The position is pharmaceutical sales, base salary $5,000 plus commission. If you do well, the income should be decent. $2 billion. Those 3 words were like magic, instantly capturing all of Lu Yanyan's attention. Her mind quickly began to race with wild and restless thoughts. How rich must the boss of a company with $2 billion in registered capital be? What kind of people could she meet while working there? If she could just... Lu Yanyan instantly pushed He Ming out of her mind, her fingers flying as her tone grew urgent. $2 billion, really? Lily, you're amazing getting into a company like that. I've only worked in real estate sales. Pharmaceutical sales sounds completely different. Oh, by the way, a big company like that must need a receptionist, right? The kind with a good appearance and temperament. I think that position suits me better. Any inside info? Help me ask. Running sales and having to read people's faces. No way. A receptionist is much better, glamorous, standing there as the face of the company. Most importantly, receptionists get the easiest access to the company's top brass, even the mysterious billionaire boss. However, Lily's reply quickly shattered Lu Yanyan's fantasy. Don't even think about the receptionist job, sis. Our company's salary and benefits are on par with Fortune 500 standards. The receptionist who started yesterday is stunning, totally out of our league. Right now, only sales, marketing, and a few tech positions are still open. If you want to come, I can forward you the HR WeChat. Want to try sales? Lu Yanyan, seeing the words already taken, pouted in disappointment. But the allure of 2 billion was simply too tempting. Sales, though, it sounded a bit tough. What if she could break into the core circle? Alright, sales it is. Send me the HR WeChat. Thank you, my dear Lily. When I get hired, you'll have to look out for me. Putting down her phone, Lu Yanyan's mood had shifted from overcast to partly sunny. She gazed out the window at the bustling city of Shanghai, as if seeing a bigger gold mine beckoning to her. As for He Ming, he was temporarily swept into the trash heap of her memory. He Ming closed his notebook, his gaze sweeping across the open plan office. The hall was bustling with people. The junior staff were mostly recruited, but the senior management offices remained largely empty. He clicked on the ghost icon and dialed Jiang Zhonghua's number. General Jiang, how is the company operating? Jiang Zhonghua's heart skipped a beat upon receiving the call, and he immediately responded with deference. Boss, there's a severe shortage of mid to senior management positions. Top talents are unwilling to take risks on a startup. Much of the work is bottlenecked here, and progress is slow. Understood. He'll handle the talent issue. From now on, tell me directly if there's a problem. He ended the call. He Ming composed an email and sent it to the address labeled Academician Chen Guiyuan. Having done this, he rested his chin on his hand and sank into contemplation. He knew nothing about corporate management, but understood Jiang Zhonghua's implication. Top talents valued the company's background and their own future development and achievements. Originally, he had planned to wait until the company was on solid ground before deploying his trump card, recruiting Chen Guiyuan, to show greater sincerity. Now it seemed he could not wait any longer. For Shanghai to set sail, he would have to leverage Academician Chen Guiyuan, a peerless national treasure, instead. After this, He Ming sent another email to Jiang Zhonghua instructing him to immediately register another company, Shanghai Materials Technology. In an upscale villa complex, Chen Guiyuan, wearing a pair of reading glasses, was flipping through the latest academic journal in his study, hoping to find some inspiration. Retired for 5 years, Chen Guiyuan had never truly left the scientific battlefield to which he had devoted his life. The villa's basement had been converted into his research on carbon nanotube. T4 lingered in his mind like an unfinished mission. If successful, it would trigger an explosive development in Longwo's tech, because any technological advancement relied on materials. In the living room, his newly graduated granddaughter Chen Wanwan was practicing her enunciation before a mirror. A top student in broadcasting and hosting, she dreamed of one day sitting in a studio delivering the latest technological breakthroughs and national achievements to millions of homes. Just then a notification sounded from the laptop on the desk. Chen Guiyuan glanced at it casually, but his eyes widened abruptly when he saw the email's subject line. Carbon nanotube, T4RD log progress 99. Chen Guiyuan frowned, deeply convinced it was a prank. Yet driven by curiosity, his hand clicked open the email. Dear Academician Chen Guiyuan, Shanghai Materials formally invites you to serve as Chief Scientist of the RD Department. Shanghai Materials formally invites Ms. Chen Wanwan to serve as CEO. Please don't refuse immediately. I'll read the attachment before making your decision. Chen Guiyuan's brow furrowed into a deep crease. He casually opened the attachment. It was an extremely detailed RD log with such precise data and ingenious thinking that Chen Guiyuan could not tear his eyes away after just one glance. His breathing grew heavy and his hand holding the mouse trembled slightly from sheer excitement. This record detailed the very project he had spent years on, only to be stuck at the final few critical hurdles. The email's content not only perfectly resolved those long-standing bottlenecks, but also advanced the entire RD process to an astonishing 99%. Just one final step. Chen Wanwan walked into the study with a glass of water. Seeing her grandfather's expression, she felt puzzled. She hadn't seen him so excited. Chen Guiyuan took a deep breath and turned the screen toward Chen Wanwan. Wanwan, take a look at this. She leaned in, feeling overwhelmed. She couldn't understand it. Chen Guiyuan closed the attachment and opened the email's initial interface. Chen Wanwan, seeing the message, couldn't help but lean closer. Shanghai Materials making me CEO? Grandpa, I just graduated. This must be a joke. Chen Guiyuan grabbed the laptop and jogged toward the basement research lab. I need to verify this immediately. Wanwan, don't let anyone disturb me. It was as if Chen Guiyuan had suddenly returned to the vigor of his youth, immersing himself entirely in verifying the email's data. A day and a night passed. Chen Wanwan came to the door several times with worry, but only quietly left meals that grew warm and then cold again. For 3 whole days, Chen Guiyuan forgot to eat and sleep, snatching brief naps in a chair by the lab bench when exhaustion overtook him. Countless calculations, deductions, and simulated experiments took place in that cramped space. The results left him stunned. The information in the email was entirely correct. Every data point, every derived formula was perfectly consistent and flawless. The email solved all his lingering problems from a perspective that completely overturned existing scientific thinking. As for the final difficulty, after repeated calculations, a clear solution had already taken shape in his mind. However, the email was incomplete, missing several crucial notes. Chen Guiyuan slowly sat down on the sofa, removed his reading glasses, and rubbed his tired eyes vigorously. He knew now. This was an invitation he could not refuse. The other party had precisely pinpointed all his weaknesses. Carbon nanotube T4, once successful, would enable manhwa to achieve leapfrog development in fields like controlled nuclear fusion, military industry, and heavy industry. This was Chen Guiyuan's lifelong pursuit, the dream he was willing to sacrifice everything for. To see the dawn of its realization in the twilight of his life. This temptation was enough to drive any scientist wild. Thinking of his granddaughter Chen Wanwan, a wave of infinite tenderness and a hint of bitterness surged in Chen Guiyuan's heart. 5 years ago, his son and daughter-in-law died in a plane crash. He was already in his declining years, and his greatest worry was this child. She had just stepped into society with a long future ahead. If she could have a good career, he could rest easy. Chen Guiyuan could foresee that with carbon nanotube T4, the rise of Shanghai materials would be unstoppable. $1 trillion market value was just the beginning. It could even become a 10 trillion level behemoth. His granddaughter would have an unshakable position and security for life, free from worry. He could also guess the other party's intention. They wanted to use his reputation and influence to gain credibility and attention for this obscure Shanghai materials, breaking the startup's predicament of being ignored. In return, he would gain posthumous fame, the nation's future, and his granddaughter's peaceful life. It was an open scheme of fair trade. Chen Guiyuan even felt he was getting the better deal. After a long silence, Chen Guiyuan let out a deep sigh. He picked up the internal phone and dialed the house extension. 11. Grandpa, how are you? I'm fine. Get ready. Get ready for what? Get ready to be CEO. At Star Ocean Biotechnology. Inside the information department office, He Ming wrote the same question in his notebook for the 9th time. Has Chen Guiyuan agreed to join Star Ocean? Yes. Upon seeing the answer, He Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Though he had felt a measure of confidence, uncertainty lingered until the final answer was confirmed. From the moment he moved into Cloud Du Court, he had conceived the idea of recruiting Chen. For Chen Guiyuan was not only the scientist who contributed the most to Dragon Nation, but his influence was also beyond imagination. Among the most influential active scientists globally, 4 were his protégés. With Chen Guiyuan's joining Star Ocean, a fledgling vessel just setting sail would rapidly rise, transforming into a warship capable of braving the winds and waves. He Ming glanced at the idle employees outside the office, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The salary standards of a Fortune 500 company aren't for you to take idly. Time to get busy. He swiftly operated the computer, composed an email, and sent it to Jiang Zhonghua. In the CEO's office, Jiang Zhonghua used a red carbon pen to cross out the last name on the list. A full 100 individuals, all mid to high-level management talents he had set his sights on. Yet only one had come, and he was a former apprentice personally mentored by Jiang himself. Just then a message popped up on the computer. An email from the mailbox labeled Big Boss arrived. Jiang Zhonghua slapped his cheeks twice, forced himself to rally, and opened the email. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I bring the Star Ocean Materials Technology registration documents, standard executive employment contracts, and equity transfer agreements to Villa 2 Area A in Nanhua. Chen Wanwan will serve as CEO of Star Ocean Materials, and Chen Guiyuan will serve as Chief Scientist of Star Ocean Materials RD Department. Academician Chen Guiyuan. Jiang Zhonghua raised an eyebrow. He dared not link the Chen Guiyuan in the email with the person he knew, deeming it too absurd. A senior academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A laureate of the national highest science and technology award. A titan in the fields of materials science and bioengineering. Former chief engineer of the National Key Project Operation Dawn. Until his retirement, he nurtured dozens of renowned scientists, both domestically and internationally, for Dragon Nation. How could such a scientific giant be connected to the big boss? Jiang Zhonghua felt a chill run down his spine, blood surged to his head like a tidal wave, and a brief ringing echoed in his ears. Chen Guiyuan, a figure who lived in textbooks and the evening news, the true stabilizing pillar of Dragon Nation's scientific research community, was about to join Star Ocean. After a fleeting moment of shock, Jiang Zhonghua quickly calmed down and began analyzing in his mind. He believed that once the news broke, it would surely trigger a magnitude 10 earthquake in the industry. To confirm his speculation, Jiang Zhonghua replied with an email. Soon He Ming compiled Chen Guiyuan's biography into a file and sent it to Jiang Zhonghua. Jiang Zhonghua stared at the email, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He knew that from this moment on, Star Ocean Materials would no longer be an obscure startup. Overnight, it would become a focal point of attention for the entire tech world, capital markets, and even the national level. Those top-tier talents and partners who had previously ignored him would likely clamor to join Star Ocean. The landscape had fundamentally shifted. The threshold of Star Ocean might even be trampled underfoot. The immense surprise swept away Jiang Zhonghua's accumulated exhaustion and anxiety, replaced by an adrenaline-fueled euphoria. He grabbed the phone on his desk and swiftly found a number. Lin Dong, a sales and operations prodigy he had greatly admired at his previous company. Jiang Zhonghua had tried to recruit him several times, even visiting in person, but Lin Dong had always declined, citing Star Ocean's uncertain prospects. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. President Jiang, sorry, I'm in a meeting right now. Can I call you back later? In the past, Jiang Zhonghua might have exchanged pleasantries and hung up in frustration. But today he sat ramrod straight. His voice was steady and forceful. His tone carried an unprecedented sense of confidence. Lin Dong, it'll give you 30 seconds. Find a quiet spot. I have an opportunity here that can change your life. Lin Dong was taken aback. He was clearly startled by Jiang Zhonghua's utterly resolute tone. This was nothing like the humble demeanor of recent times. Shortly after Lin Dong found a secluded spot, President Jiang, go ahead. Academician Chen Guiyuan will be joining Star Ocean. Who? Which Chen Guiyuan? Lin Dong's voice was filled with confusion. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath, barely suppressing a smile. Is there a second academician Chen Guiyuan in our Dragon Nation? After a few seconds, a sound came from the other end of the line. Are you serious? Academician Chen is joining your Star Ocean. Jiang Zhonghua chuckled lightly. Tomorrow at 9, don't be late. You have the address. With that, Jiang Zhonghua hung up the phone directly. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, sweeping away his earlier dejection. After securing Lin Dong, Jiang Zhonghua swiftly scrolled through his contacts, skipping past many names until he stopped at one labeled Old Gun. Zhang Kaiwen, nicknamed Old Gun, was Jiang Zhonghua's comrade in arms from his military days. A man of integrity and sharp mind. After leaving the service, he pursued further studies overseas and was now a senior executive at the headquarters of a Fortune 500 company overseeing global brand and strategic communications. He possessed an extensive network and considerable influence in overseas media and high-end circles. When Jiang Zhonghua first conceived Star Ocean, Zhang Kaiwen was his first thought. He had extended a sincere offer to lure him back to the country to join. The result was naturally a refusal. Now circumstances were different. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath, calculated the time difference. It should be early morning but he couldn't wait any longer. He pressed the video call button. The ringtone sounded for a long time. Just as Jiang Zhonghua thought Zhang Kaiwen wouldn't answer the screen, the background was an elegantly appointed study. Zhang Kaiwen in a bathrobe wore an expression of annoyance and confusion at being woken. You rascal, do you know what? If it's about that matter from before, I think I've made myself quite clear. Kaiwen. Zhang Kaiwen's words were interrupted. Don't rush to hang up. Hear me out first. Zhang Kaiwen saw Jiang Zhonghua's expression and grew puzzled. It didn't seem like a supplicant's attitude, rather it was. Chen Guiyuan will be joining Star Ocean soon. Zhang Kaiwen was visibly stunned, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, his drowsiness instantly vanishing. Which Chen Guiyuan? Jiang Zhonghua laughed a hearty laugh. Old Gun, do you think there's another Chen Guiyuan in Dragon Nation worth me making an international video call at this hour? That unmatched paragon, Elder Chen. Zhang Kaiwen's pitch involuntarily rose by a third. That's impossible. How could Elder Chen join a startup? Isn't that a bit too much of an exaggeration? An official announcement will come soon. Believe it or not. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity only knocks once. Are you on board or not? On the video feed, Zhang Kaiwen fell into a long silence. After several tens of seconds. What specific position? When do you need me to report? I need to see the detailed business plan and all documents regarding Elder Chen's joining immediately. The next morning, Jiang Zhonghua drove to Yunlu Garden. As he saw the armed guards blocking his path, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. My name is Jiang Zhonghua, CEO of Shanghai Biotechnology, and am here to see Academician Chen Guiyuan. The guard nodded slightly. Elder Chen has informed us. The guard led Jiang Zhonghua to the entrance of Villa No. 1. President Jiang, please go in yourself. Clutching his briefcase, Jiang Zhonghua pressed. Soon Chen Wanwan opened the door and guided Jiang Zhonghua to the study. Inside, Chen Guiyuan lifted his eyes to gaze at him, his expression calm and profound, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Did you bring the contract? Jiang Zhonghua paused, then hastily and respectfully handed over the documents. I have it here. Please take a look. Regarding the compensation and equity portion. Chen Guiyuan waved his hand, cutting off Jiang Zhonghua's introduction. He flipped directly to the critical sections on technical confidentiality clauses, RD target responsibilities, and his granddaughter's equity agreement. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he nodded slightly. It's acceptable. Chen Guiyuan picked up a pen and signed his name on the chief scientist employment contract. The entire process was astonishingly swift. In less than 20 minutes, all documents were signed. Jiang Zhonghua felt a sense of unreality as if he were merely an errand runner. Only after confirming that the formal press conference would be held the following week did Jiang Zhonghua in a day's bid farewell to Chun Guiyuan and drive back to the company. Gripping the steering wheel, he felt as light as air. Was it really done? Returning to the office building of Shanghai Biotechnology, as the elevator doors opened, Jiang Zhonghua saw a figure pacing restlessly in the reception area of his office. Jiang Zhonghua strode quickly into the office. Lin Dong, upon seeing him, immediately hurried over. Looking at Lin Dong's dark circles, Jiang Zhonghua felt a hint of amusement. It seemed he too had been up all night. President Jiang, how did it go? Did you meet Academician Chen? Lin Dong's gaze was locked onto the briefcase in Jiang Zhonghua's hand. Seeing Lin Dong's eager demeanor, a surge of indescribable accomplishment and control welled up in Jiang Zhonghua's heart. He did not answer immediately, but walked unhurriedly into the reception room and placed the briefcase on the coffee table. Under Lin Dong's almost burning gaze, Jiang Zhonghua slowly and deliberately opened the briefcase and took out the two newly signed contracts. Lin Dong snatched the contracts and flipped through them anxiously. When he saw the photocopy of Chun Guiyuan's ID card, the stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell. It really is Chun Guiyuan. Shanghai is going to soar to the skies. Just then the front desk receptionist led a middle-aged man, travel-worn and impeccably suited, to the door of the reception room. President Jiang, your appointment, Mr. Jiang is here. The visitor was none other than Zhang Kaiwen. The day before, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Kaiwen had not hesitated for a moment, catching the earliest flight to Modu. Zhang Kaiwen's steps came to an abrupt halt. The contract was already signed. He hurried over, took the contract, and examined it carefully. After quickly flipping through it, he finally felt at ease. The reason Zhang Kaiwen had chosen to return to China was his understanding of Jiang Zhonghua, knowing that this old comrade would not lie or deceive on major matters, especially not to a brother who knew him inside out. As for the mess in America, he simply dumped it on the lawyers he had worked with for years. 4 elite professionals like Zhang Kaiwen and Lin Dong, who had already reached the pinnacle of their careers, money was no longer of great importance. They were both intelligent men. When Jiang Zhonghua proposed that Chun Guiyuan was coming out of retirement to join Shanghai, they immediately connected it to the imminent launch of some major project that could attract such a giant in the scientific community. And what they valued was this very major project. Of course, the numerous advantages brought by Chun Guiyuan's involvement were also not to be overlooked. Starting from scratch, reaching the pinnacle. Leaving one's name in history has always been a desire etched into the bones of every Dragon Country citizen. And now such an opportunity was right before their eyes. The feast had begun. How could they miss the ticket? Where's my contract? Zhang Kaiwen asked urgently. Lin Dong snapped to attention. Hurry up and bring out the contract. Jiang Zhonghua quickly retrieved 2 prepared executive employment contracts from his desk, pushing them towards Lin Dong and Zhang Kaiwen. Since everything is confirmed, let's not waste any more time. Sign them, and from now on we are true comrades. Let's set this Shanghai battleship sailing together. Lin Dong practically snatched the pen, and without even glancing at the compensation or various restrictive clauses, he signed his name on the contract, as if afraid this windfall would fly away if he were a second slower. Zhang Kaiwen appeared much more composed, but he scanned the contract terms with remarkable speed. After confirming the key clauses were correct, he also signed his name. The moment he put down the pen, he felt as if he had completed a major turning point in his life. The long-dormant passion within him seemed to begin boiling again. All right, Jiang Zhonghua put the contracts away, looking revitalized. The top priority now is next Monday's press conference. Old Chang, this is your area of expertise. I'm entrusting the entire public opinion front to you. I want to see a preliminary plan before tomorrow morning. Lin Dong, you are responsible for assisting President Jiang. For this press conference, only success is permitted, not failure. Shanghai must make a splash with this. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Kaiwen's eyes as he immediately entered work mode. Understood. I will immediately sort out the channels for mainstream domestic tech media, financial media, influential portals, and think tanks. The significance of Elder Chen's joining is immense. The tone of the press release needs to be both dignified and explosive. I'll handle this personally. Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. I'll immediately coordinate with administration and finance. Whatever support you need, it will be available instantly. Just as the three were rolling up their sleeves ready to make a big push, the special email notification sound on Jiang Zhonghua's computer chimed again. The 3 men's movements halted simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the computer screen. It's an email from the boss. Jiang Zhonghua opened it immediately. The text was only 8 words. Startup project, implement as soon as possible. The email title was concise. Project codename Longevity Water. The previously heated atmosphere in the office instantly felt as if doused with ice water, becoming stagnant and eerie. Jiang Zhonghua, Zhang Kaiwen, and Lin Dong looked at each other, eyes wide, their faces all etched with the same emotion, disbelief, and deep suspicion. Longevity Water. Lin Dong grabbed the mouse and opened the attachment. The opening line read, Longevity water refreshes the mind and spirit. Long-term consumption can extend lifespan and has significant therapeutic effects on cardiovascular diseases and chronic neurological disorders. Refresh. Extend life. This sounds just like those 9-in-adenine free shipping health product ads on TV shopping channels. Zhang Kaiwen's brow furrowed tightly into a deep crease. Having held high positions for years, he was extremely sensitive to market concepts and product positioning. In his view, this longevity water seemed no different from the health supplements on the market. Old Zhang is our boss. A bit too unconstrained in his thinking, Zhang Kaiwen held back for a long time before finally uttering the sentence. He simply could not connect the longevity water project with a heavyweight like Chen Guiyuan. Lin Dong, somewhat worried, leaned on the desk for support. We've just signed the golden nameplate of academician Chen. If the first project is this, what if? Each of the three had their own concerns and calculations. What if this so-called longevity water was just a gimmick or even one of those flimsy, unconvincing tricks? Once released, the backlash would be catastrophic. All their previous efforts and the illustrious reputation academician Chen had built over a lifetime would be destroyed in an instant. The three of them would become eternal sinners of Dragon Country. Jiang Zhonghua's heart sank heavily, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He felt as if a large black pot had been placed squarely on his head. Longevity water. Just from its name and functional description, it was far too down-to-earth. This was not some high-end cutting-edge tech project. Rather, it resembled the typical spiel of street corner swindlers. With trembling hands, Jiang Zhonghua opened the compressed attachment. Inside there were dense experimental data, molecular formulas, process flows, and effect comparison charts. The level of expertise was extremely high, far beyond the comprehension of the three men present. The three gathered around the computer, staring at the jargon and graphs that looked like celestial script, falling into a long silence. Finally, Jiang Zhonghua, since the boss managed to invite Elder Chen, he wouldn't go out of his way to sabotage himself, would he? The words sounded like he was trying to convince the other two, but in reality Jiang Zhonghua was trying to convince himself. We can't understand this stuff. Let's wait for Elder Chen to arrive and let him take a look. Lin Dong's words struck a chord with the other two. Since this matter involved Elder Chen, a professional should evaluate it first. Jiang Zhonghua nodded in agreement. But regarding this longevity water project, not a single word is to be leaked until it receives Elder Chen's approval. The immediate priority is to steadily release the news of academician Chen's joining. Let's first set up the skeletal framework for the two subsidiary companies. Then comes the real tough battle. Zhang Kaiwen and Lin Dong exchanged a glance, seeing the same worry reflected in each other's eyes. But with things having come this far, they were already on board the Shanghai ship. Other than choosing to trust that mysterious boss behind the scenes, there seemed to be no better option. Zhang Kaiwen's office had long been prepared. The moment he sat down, he swiftly entered a state of work. He mobilized a top-tier network of connections accumulated over years of international dealings. The channels he contacted far exceeding the scope of ordinary business. Lin Dong was more familiar with domestic affairs, the one handling external matters, and the other internal. They quickly reached a cooperation. Zhang Kaiwen spoke rapidly. He'll handle the foreign media resources. Old Lin, for the domestic side, we must secure the front pages or primetime news highlights of leading state-run media, like Longhua News Agency, National Daily, the National Television News Channel, and Technology Pioneer. With Elder Chen's golden name, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Dong responded promptly. Zhang Kaiwen's gaze swept across the global time zone map. The news section editors of Nature Vientiane and Science Frontier. The Asia-Pacific Tech Line editorship of BCCGNC and the Global Wall Street Journal. A series of overseas calls were made within minutes with almost no small talk, cutting straight to the point. Heavily encrypted emails were sent out rapidly, precisely hinting that a blockbuster from the Eastern tech world was about to detonate. Jiang Zhonghua and Lin Dong watched as Zhang Kaiwen mobilized unfathomable media resources, securing top-tier channels. With just a few words, Xinghai's initial plan was very clear: to leverage the massive shockwave of Chen Guiyuan's joining, a nuclear bomb of news, to quickly build the framework of at the Longhua Academy. Zhou Tuzhen, with graying hair, was analyzing data when one of his prized students came running over. Teacher, take a look at the internal communication group. The man caught his breath and continued, news just came out that academician Chen Guiyuan is going to be the chief scientist at a company called Shanghai Materials. Zhou Tuzhen's hand trembled violently. He instinctively snatched the student's phone. A quick scan and his face changed drastically. Is this news accurate? Zhou Tuzhen's first reaction was that this couldn't be true. Why would Chen Guiyuan go to an unheard-of private enterprise to be some chief scientist? Shanghai Materials, is that a pseudonym for some national-level lab? No, it's a purely private startup. Its parent company is called Shanghai Biotechnology. Zhou Tuzhen was momentarily stunned. After a long while, he grabbed the red internal hotline phone on his desk and dialed a familiar number. Old Zhao, is that news about Old Chen in the group chat true? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Old Zhou, this news is probably true. Zhou Tuzhen pressed on urgently. What do you mean? This matter has blown up, but it's going crazy both domestically and internationally. The higher-ups are looking into the... A confidential secretary hurried in placing a brief marked top secret and urgent on the department director's desk. Director, this is an urgent informal briefing on academician Chen Guiyuan. The director picked up the brief, and just a glance at the title made him restless. Academician Chen Guiyuan intends to join private enterprise Shanghai Material Technology as chief scientist. Immediately invite advisor Wan to my office. Use all compliant channels to verify this immediately. I need a preliminary judgment within half an hour. Although Zhang Kaiwan's news had not yet been made public within the highest echelons of capital and industrial giants, vague and shocking whispers had already begun. On the Ruixin high-end entrepreneurs' internal forum, an anonymous post had been pinned. Massive scoop. Academician Chen Guiyuan suspected of being recruited by a mysterious startup. The replies below the post were a uniform string of question marks. A storm capable of shaking the entire world was rapidly brewing at the highest level. The name Shanghai, backed by the immensely weighty identity of academician Chen Guiyuan, triggered an unprecedented earthquake in an extremely abrupt and forced. Everyone was trying to figure out who exactly founded Shanghai. What gave it the right? At the Starlight Tower. Downstairs, a steady stream of visitors who had heard the news arrived. The luxury cars, rarely seen on ordinary days, nearly clogged the surrounding streets. The security guards were overwhelmed, not knowing what was happening, barely managing to maintain order, turning away all unbooked visits and most media requests. The Shanghai municipal government reacted swiftly, and only through the joint control of multiple departments were they able to barely suppress the surge of people trying to storm the Starlight Tower to investigate. The true climax was happening inside the 7 connected floors leased by Shanghai Technology. Especially the outer corridor leading to the president's office and interview rooms was already packed. On ordinary days, this corridor was spacious and bright, with occasional employees rushing by holding documents. But now it had become an exhibition hall of elites. On both sides of the corridor, people were either leaning against the walls, pacing quietly, or sitting on temporarily added simple chairs, all impeccably dressed individuals with extraordinary auras. Despite the crowd, it wasn't noisy, only occasional low-voiced conversations could be heard. The air was thick with a mixture of ambition and opportunity. The company's regular employees, whether heading to the break room or delivering documents, all held their breath and tiptoed past this corridor, their eyes filled with shock. Wow, I've seen that man on the cover of Global Science. He's a big shot in nanomaterials. Look over there, the one in the dark blue suit. He looks like the MD of Universal Capital's Asia-Pacific branch. A big shot of that caliber is queuing up for an interview at our little company. The newly hired administrative assistant felt her worldview was being shattered. This lineup is scarier than the National Civil Service exam interviews. Did the boss... Inside the office, Jiang Zhonghua and Lin Dong had been interviewing for 3 hours straight, not even having time for a sip of water. During a break, Lin Dong leaned close to Jiang Zhonghua and whispered, "President Jiang, that last candidate was originally the leader of the Lunker Academy's youth team, holding 3 core patents. Give him a platform and resources, and he can definitely stand on his own. I suggest we sign him immediately. The position of RD director is tailor-made for him." A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Zhonghua's eyes. He didn't hesitate. "We must sign this person, and at the top salary standard." Lin Dong rubbed his temples, an incongruous, excited smile on his weary face. The power of Elder Chen's name is just too immense. This isn't a door-knocking brick, it's a city-smashing ram. As his words faded, the next interviewee was invited in. She wore a women's business suit, looked to be around 40, with a capable and steady demeanor. "President Jiang, President Lin, hello. My name is Su Jin. I previously served as Vice President of RD for Greater China at Norui Biotech, overseeing the entire process from lab to commercialization for 3 projects, each worth over 10 billion USD. Su Jin handed over her resume and proof of achievements thick as a physical book. Jiang Zhonghua and Lin Dong quickly scanned Su Jin's credentials, growing more astonished with each line. This was simply a treasure fallen from the sky. Not only did she have a top-tier scientific research background, but she also possessed the invaluable experience of transforming cutting-edge technology into successful commercial products. Exactly the kind of top-tier composite talent Shanghai most urgently needed. Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiang Zhonghua cut straight to the chase. "If we invite you to be the Chief Operating Officer of Shanghai Biotechnology, fully responsible for the RD advancement and future industrial layout of the longevity water and related projects, would you be interested?" Su Jin smiled slightly. "Of course. I hope we can work together pleasantly in the future." Jiang Zhonghua stood up and shook hands with Su Jin. "President Lin, please take Ms. Su to the side room to discuss the contract details." "All right, President Jiang." After seeing Su Jin out, a gleam of sharpness flashed in Jiang Zhonghua's eyes. In just half a day, Shanghai had already signed several top industry experts who would normally be impossible to recruit. The company's core framework was becoming incredibly luxurious at a visible pace. In the corridor, the waiting line was still long. Each figure represented a tempting pool of talent and resources. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath and thought to himself, even if I have to skip sleep tonight, I'm going to screen out the most elite batch of talent. Jiang Zhonghua and Lin Dong operated like two tireless machines, precisely sifting through the sea of candidates, making judgments, and ultimately sealing. Zhang Kaiwen was tasked with liaising with the media and officials. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Within just 5 days, the framework of Star Sea Biotechnology and Star Sea Materials Technology had materialized from nothing, growing robust and formidable. The announcement that all key positions had been initially filled with gratitude extended to elites from all sectors was released through official channels. It immediately poured fuel on the already simmering public excitement. Those who had been hesitating or trying to seize an opportunity could only sigh in regret, lamenting their own sluggishness. Every employee in Star Sea's HR could finally clock out at a normal hour. At the coffee shop downstairs from Star Tower, Lily collapsed onto the sofa. Dark circles ringed her eyes, but her spirit was unusually vibrant. Across from her sat her best friend Lu Yanyan, who was venting with an incredulous expression. Lily, didn't you tell me Star Sea was just a fledgling startup with plenty of opportunities and low barriers? You said I should hurry and send in my resume. Lu Yanyan thrust her phone screen toward Lily, displaying Star Sea's notice suspending recruitment. I finally mustered the courage to come today, and I couldn't even get through the main gate. That ridiculously handsome security guard downstairs stopped me. He said no one without an appointment or an employee badge was allowed in. What kind of nonsense is that? Lu Yanyan leaned closer, her eyes brimming with gossip and curiosity. Do your company's security guards really have that much authority now? And the parking lot downstairs is packed with luxury cars. Everyone coming and going looks like a big shot. What on earth has been going on at your company lately? Upon hearing this, Lily stared at Lu Yanyan as if she were an idiot. Don't you watch the news? Lu Yanyan grew a bit anxious and pressed on. Come on, Lily, just tell me. Lily couldn't help but burst into laughter, her exhaustion vanishing. You have no idea. In just these few days, our company has been like a rocket. Do you know who came to our company? Academician Chen Guiyuan, a national treasure of a scientist. He's now our company's chief scientist. Chen Guiyuan. Never heard of him. Lily sighed and covered her forehead, feeling as if she were talking to a brick wall. Because of that news, you should have seen the recruitment fair. At least PhDs were lining up in the hallways. Our HR department was swamped for days. The phone never stopped ringing. I worked overtime for 5 straight days until the early hours every day. Just sorting resumes and scheduling interviews nearly killed me. Lily took a sip of coffee and continued. But it was totally worth it. You have no idea how generous the company is. Lu Yanyan's curiosity was piqued, and she urged her on. Stop being so mysterious. Because our department held up under the pressure and exceeded our targets, Boss Jiang directly announced bonuses for the entire HR team. Lily held up one finger. Lu Yanyan's eyes widened. 10,000. That much. Lily shook her head, barely able to suppress her grin. 100,000 paid out on the spot. I almost thought I was hallucinating from all the overtime. 100,000. Lu Yanyan exclaimed in shock, drawing glances from nearby tables. She quickly lowered her voice, her face a portrait of envy and jealousy. Is your company hiring janitors? Lily shook her head smugly. Not for now, but there will definitely be chances later. Let me tell you, our boss has terrifyingly vast resources. I caught the wave just in time. If ID waited a few more days, ID probably be, just like you, unable to even get through the company gate. At Manhwa Little Residence, Chen Guiyuan sat on a wicker chair in the courtyard, holding a cup of clear tea, savoring the leisure of the afternoon. This tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. The courtyard gate was pushed open, and 3 elderly men similar in age to Chen Guiyuan. Old Chen Guiyuan, you really are something, making such a big stir without a word. The leader was a lean, sharp-eyed old man. Zhou Qiming, Chen Guiyuan's longtime partner at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and another titan in materials science, plopped down onto the stone stool across from Chen. Old Chen, you have no idea how big a storm your decision has stirred up out there. Another slightly plump elderly Weihan, an authority in bioengineering, added. Word in the circle is that you've been co-opted by some private company called Star Sea Technology, and a startup at that. Is it true? Zhou Qiming leaned forward slightly, his tone laced with confusion and concern. Old Chen, have you run into some trouble? Chen Guiyuan shook his head gently. With your status and achievements, you'd be more than qualified to be a chief advisor at any national-level key lab. Why go to a private company? These old comrades saw through things clearly. Their questions were a way to probe his intentions. They knew Chen Guiyuan too well. This old friend had devoted his entire life to scientific research, indifferent to fame and fortune, yet deeply proud at his core. If there wasn't a project that could stir Chen Guiyuan's heart, even a mountain of gold couldn't open the door of Yunlu Garden, let alone persuade him to come out of retirement and join up. The group surrounded Chen Guiyuan, feigning advice, while actually fishing for information. Chen Guiyuan looked at his impatient old friends and gave a helpless smile. Just then Chun Wanwan emerged from the house, carrying a plate of washed fruit. Seeing the scene, she immediately understood. She set the fruit on the stone table and spoke to the elders with a smile. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Li, don't pressure my grandfather. We've already signed several confidentiality agreements. Chun Wanwan's words were like a feather gently tickling the hearts of these scientific giants, making them even more restless with curiosity. Old Chen, just give me a hint, just a tiny one. Has there been a breakthrough on Project T? Zhou Qiming mentioned the code name of a national project they had once fought for together, the unfulfilled dream of their generation. Chen Guyuan's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. In that instant, Zhou Qiming, Li Weihan, and the others exchanged glances as if seeing the answer in each other's eyes. After the press conference, you can come to the lab and have a look. With Chen Guyuan's words, the three esteemed academicians, highly respected in Longwo's scientific research community, finally had some assurance. They had truly feared that Chen Guyuan would shut himself away and work alone, leaving behind his old comrades in arms. The day before the press conference, a bombshell dropped from the heavens, throwing Shanghai biotechnology into chaos. The news first emerged from the finance department, quickly exploding within the company's internal employee chat groups. Holy crap, folks, something huge is happening. I just heard from finance that the company account suddenly received a transfer from the National High-Tech Industry Development Fund. Guess how much? A string of dazzling emojis followed. Spit it out, I hate it when people beat around the bush. 10 million or 100 million? Could it be a billion? 10 billion. The official daddy just wired the money. The group fell into a dead silence for about 3 seconds. How much? Messages flooded the screen like a nuclear explosion. Which daddy? This isn't April Fool's Day. Finance boss, say something. This joke isn't funny. My God, 10 billion. Is our company's valuation even that high now? Before the crowd could recover from this shocking news, another, even more explosive message arrived. The front desk receptionist, trembling, sent a voice message in the group, her voice soft and timid. A group of people just came downstairs. They say they're the leader of the Magic City High-Tech Enterprise Special Service Team, and they're here to provide us with comprehensive, honest-stop government service support. The group fell into another dead silence. If 100 billion in support funds was like a golden brick falling from the sky, it only left everyone dizzy and disoriented. For the city government to form a dedicated service team to proactively offer concierge-level support was unprecedented, utterly astonishing, and truly outlandish. It was the care reserved for a favored son. On the day of the press conference on the first floor of the Magic City Government Hall, a massive backdrop read, Shanghai Technology Appointment Press Conference. Below the stage, hundreds of seats were filled to capacity. Long lenses and short cameras stood ready, and reporters from major authoritative media outlets wore expressions of intense focus. Online major live streaming platforms had already pinned the entry points, with countless eyes from around the world fixed on this event. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, amidst a wave of thunderous applause, a group of people slowly walked onto the main stage. Leading them was none other than academician Chen Guyuan. He wore a Zhongshan suit, his hair white, but his spirit vigorous. Following closely were Chun Wanwan, Jiang Zhonghua Lin Dong, and the commanding Zhang Kaiwen. A man walking shoulder to shoulder with Chen Guyuan caught everyone's attention. At this moment, all speculation about Shanghai Technology's background was complete. The official provision of the venue was already an exception. Subsequently, the press conference was handed over to the Shanghai team. Jiang Zhonghua, suppressing his excitement, introduced Shanghai Technology's vision and the structure of the two companies. Chun Wanwan gracefully elaborated on the future direction of Shanghai Materials Technology. Zhang Kaiwen announced Xinghai's future brand and strategic direction. Yet all eyes remained fixed on Chen Guyuan. When it was his turn to speak, he stepped to the podium, his gaze sweeping across the audience. I thank the nation for its trust, and I thank everyone for your attention. The reason I chose to join Shanghai Technology is simple: it is truly worthwhile. Chen Guyuan paused, and the audience fell into utter silence. In Shanghai, I saw a highly forward-looking, crucial technology and a clear path for its realization. In the future, I will join hands with Shanghai to work towards the final implementation and application of this technology. Chen Guyuan's words were subtle, but the knowledgeable industry insiders and scholars in the audience showed unmistakable tacit shock and excitement in their eyes. The Dragon Kingdom's high regard was fully displayed at this moment. This was no longer simply about the success or failure of a single enterprise. It concerned the strategic layout of the Dragon Kingdom's future cutting-edge technological development. Overwhelming applause thundered once more, lasting for a long time. As the press conference drew to a close, the stage was radiant with stars, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause. In a shadowy corner, Lily noticed He Ming. She stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over the Shanghai employee badge pinned discreetly to his chest. He Ming. Lily's tone carried a hint of uncertainty and surprise. What are you doing here? He Ming turned his head at the sound, looking at the meticulously made-up woman before him. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't immediately place her. He frowned slightly, and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that He Ming didn't recognize her, Lily quickly spoke. "It's me, Lily, Yan-Yan's best friend." Lily deliberately mentioned Lu Yan-Yan, then swept her gaze over He Ming again. "You're at Shanghai too. Which department?" A flicker of understanding passed through He Ming's eyes, but his face remained expressionless. "Information department." "The information department." Lily raised an eyebrow, a look of envy spreading across her face. "I heard your department is really relaxed. They say a big-shot supervisor came in incredibly skilled, and now the employees there are more idle than the security guards." He Ming was silent for 2 seconds. "It's all right." Lily changed the subject. "Hey, I heard you," and Yan-Yan broke up. "It's probably for the best. I couldn't stand watching it any longer, to be honest." He Ming said nothing, just looked at Lily quietly. The atmosphere became awkward. Just then the host on stage announced the end of the press conference. "Well, the press conference is almost over. I need to get back to the front. Let's catch up sometime." He Ming watched Lily walk away, marveling at how small the world was. He could even run into an acquaintance in his own company. After the press conference, Chen Guiyuan's motorcade, led by police escort, sped unimpeded directly to the core RD base that the Magic City authorities had vacated and fully equipped for Shanghai Materials Technology. This RD base was located on the outskirts of Magic City, heavily guarded with a security level comparable to a national-level research institute. Jiang Zhonghua, Lin Dong, and Zhang Kaiwen, their hearts pounding with anxiety, followed the motorcade into this futuristic-looking RD center. Jiang Zhonghua clutched his briefcase, which contained a USB drive copy of the complete RD log for the longevity water. Guided by a staff member in a white lab coat, Jiang Zhonghua arrived at a brightly lit core laboratory. The lab housed no fewer than 30 people, all personally selected by Chen Guiyuan. Chen Guiyuan stood at the head, exchanging rapid whispers with several scientists who seemed to be the core team, his expression exceptionally grave. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath, steeled himself, stepped forward, and respectfully handed over the USB drive. "Academician Chen, this was sent by the boss. It's the draft RD log for the company's first key project, the longevity water. We're a bit uncertain and would like you and the experts to review it first." Chen Guiyuan was not displeased by the interruption. Instead, he grew curious. After all, the project crucial to the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, the RD log for carbon nanotube T4, had also been sent by the mysterious boss behind. He took the USB drive and signaled an assistant to immediately upload the data into the central computer. The lights dimmed, and a massive screen displayed dense, extremely complex data. Molecular structural formulas, reaction pathways, effect simulation curves. To outsiders, this data seemed like an incomprehensible tome, but to the scientists in the lab, it was as if a door to a new world had been flung open. Jiang Zhonghua, Lin Dong, and Old Gun held their breath, nervously observing the expressions of Chen Guiyuan and every other scientist. The atmosphere in the lab began to shift subtly. The murmurs ceased, and a terrifying silence fell, as if one could hear the beating of each other's hearts. Zhou Qiming adjusted his glasses, his body involuntarily leaning forward to see more clearly. This catalytic pathway completely contradicts existing models of material structure. Jiang Zhonghua's heart sank, sensing trouble. Zhou Qiming grew more incredulous the more he looked. The simulation curve for mitochondrial efficiency improvement is too stable. It's unscientific. Li Weihan's breathing became heavier as he nodded in agreement. If this data is accurate, it's no longer about simple anti-fatigue. This is a new continent capable of overturning the entire field of medicine. Chen Guiyuan's gaze was sharp as he rapidly scanned the dazzling rows of data and deductions. His expression shifted from initial solemnity to intense focus, then to barely concealed disdain. Finally, an expression of sudden enlightenment, tinged with awe, appeared on his face. What He Ming had provided was no baseless futuristic product, but a key that optimized and correctly guided existing scientific research on Blue Star. The advantage was clear, everyone could understand it, but no one could quickly untangle the logic, for the methods of data derivation were far too advanced. Chen Guiyuan suddenly raised his hand, pausing the scrolling screen. He pointed excitedly at one of the complex energy conversion formula nodes. "Look here. This line of thinking is so ingenious. It's a stroke of genius. Old Joe, look at this molecular self-assembly pattern. Isn't it like that mesopper structure we could never stabilize?" The lab was instantly swept up in a euphoric frenzy of discovery as scientists clustered in twos and threes, discussing animatedly. Soon they realized the value of this RD log far exceeded the product it described. The revolutionary new thinking it showcased was like a key to a new world, inadvertently unlocking the intractable problems that had plagued their respective fields. Jiang Zhonghua, Lin Dong, and Zhang Kaiwen stood in a corner of the lab, completely lost by the arcane terminology, but able to read the expressions. Even academician Chen Guiyuan couldn't help but marvel and praise, confirming that the longevity water was undoubtedly sound. The three men finally let the anxiety that had gripped them dissipate entirely. A month flew by. Under the rapid push of the Shanghai team, the implementation of the longevity water project progressed at a miraculous pace. In the high-tech zone of Modu, the modern factory site had been selected and underwent basic renovations. Assembly line equipment meeting the highest environmental standards was being installed, with debugging largely complete. Core staff had undergone rigorous screening and training, ready to operate upon arrival. Just as Jiang Zhonghua breathed a sigh of relief while reviewing the progress chart, the big boss, He Ming, sent another email with new instructions. Procure the high-precision robotic arms from the highest standard procurement list. All core production areas will use mechanical production. The underlying control programming for all robotic arms will be handled by He Ming of the IT department. Jiang Zhonghua obeyed the boss' request without hesitation, personally making the arrangements. In recent days, Jiang Zhonghua had completely revised his opinion of He Ming, whom he had once dismissed as a mere connection. After the news of Chen Guiyuan joining Shanghai went global, the company's servers had been under constant cyber attack from around the world. Initially, Jiang Zhonghua was deeply worried. He spared no expense to hire several top-tier domestic cybersecurity teams to stand guard. However, Jiang Zhonghua found that these experts he hired gradually transformed from being on high alert to stunned onlookers, and finally, to devout learners. Xinghai's seemingly ordinary network defense displayed an astonishing and terrifying power. Any attack before reaching its core was silently neutralized by an invisible barrier. More terrifyingly, every attack was precisely traced and met with a non-lethal, yet deeply humiliating counterstrike. The most sensational incident occurred when the International Hacker Alliance God's Hand launched a massive distributed attack on Shanghai, only to be completely routed within 3 seconds. The counterattack code, as if endowed with intelligence, turned their own methods against them. It dumped a vast trove of God's Hand's stolen, undisclosed confidential data onto global cybersecurity forums, sparking an international uproar and leading to the Alliance's complete collapse. From then on, Xinghai's IT department became the most leisurely position in the company. The daily work of those several million ancillary technicians was no different from that of an internet cafe attendant, just ensuring the servers didn't crash. Only then did Jiang Zhonghua belatedly realize that the person the boss had brought in was no mere connection, but the very pillar holding up Shanghai. Weeks later, at the Shanghai Longevity Water Production Base, the core production area was entirely different from the rest. Thick, specialized alloy doors were sealed shut, requiring top-level clearance to open. Inside, the space was spacious and spotless. High-precision robotic arms stood in neat rows while a complex web of delivery pipes ran with swift, orderly efficiency, yet not a single person was in sight. In the adjacent core control room, He Ming sat alone before a massive console, watching dozens of monitoring screens like a security guard. Jarvis. I'm here, sir. Assume control of all robotic arm permissions. Accelerate the production of the longevity water core concentrate. Yes, sir. Permissions confirmed. Production sequence loaded. Robotic arms calibrated. Commencing synthesis process for longevity water core concentrate. On the console's main screen, all robotic arms were instantly activated, beginning to work in unison with precision and efficiency surpassing human limits. Every movement was accurate to the micron, fluid and incredibly efficient. Jarvis was naturally the super artificial intelligence He Ming had transcribed from his notebook. The sophistication of its core algorithms far exceeded the comprehension of the current world, surpassing even the prototypes in science fiction films by at least a century. It was not a simple program, but an entity akin to digital life. He Ming dared to deploy it in reality precisely because he relied on the higher dimensional technology from the notebook to absolutely restrict and encapsulate Jarvis' core permissions and operational boundaries. To be safe, He Ming had queried the notebook in various ways before writing a single line of code. The final confirmation was that Jarvis would never make any mistake, even after 10,000 years. This was a super artificial intelligence loyal only to He Ming. As night fell, the prime time of the Dragon Kingdom arrived as scheduled. On the television screens of countless households, amidst the familiar program intermissions, a meticulously crafted advertisement quietly made its debut. Inside a laboratory brimming with a sense of technology, the camera slowly pushed forward, focusing on an elderly man dressed in a white research coat. His gaze calmly fixed on the lens as his steady, powerful voice resonated. Exploring the vitality of life, pursuing the essence of health, I am. After long-term rigorous research and repeated validation, I am honored to introduce you to the first product of Shanghai Biotechnology, longevity water. Chen Guiyuan picked up a small blue bottle from the experimental table. Its primary efficacy lies in efficiently replenishing cellular energy, significantly improving the Bodas state of fatigue, and infusing the body with lasting vitality. Science makes health more qualitative. I trust Shanghai, and I choose to endorse longevity water. At this moment, Chen Guiyuan's lavish personal introduction appeared on the left side of the screen. The advertisement was brief, but the 3 characters Chen Guiyuan alone served as the best endorsement for the product. Simultaneously, a massive wave of information dissemination began across the internet. Offline official support was also put into practice. In many large cities, bus stop advertising panels, subway tunnel light boxes, and even the bodies of new energy buses were adorned with simply designed longevity water posters. The background featured the laboratory scene and a half-length portrait of Chen Guiyuan. Longevity water, energize your body. Meanwhile, Shanghai internally entered a state of full combat readiness, with the entire starry sky building brightly lit. Employees of Shanghai Biotechnology's sister company, Shanghai Materials Technology, were temporarily requisitioned by Jiang Zhonghua. Among the many newly recruited customer service representatives, Lu Yanyan sat upright, wearing a headset, her expression somewhat tense. Her successful application was largely thanks to the recommendation quota from her old friend Lily. The prompt sound for new inquiries suddenly rang continuously. Hello, Shanghai Biotech Customer Service Agent 1077 is happy to serve you. How may I assist you? Please refer to our official announcement for the specific launch date of the product. Lu Yanyan felt immense pressure. The calls came one after another, leaving her not even a moment to drink water. But thinking of the 100,000 yuan in her best friend Lily's account, she felt a surge of strength. The customer service hall of Shanghai Biotechnology had become a battlefield, smokeless, yet even more intense. Perhaps getting into the groove, Lu Yanyan suddenly felt that being a customer service agent wasn't that difficult after all. Looking at her colleagues, the scene could only be described as chaotic. After a few days, a staggering statistic emerged. Lu Yanyan's voice, honed through years of practical experience, coquettish yet not cloying, soft with a hint of sweetness, became a nuclear-grade weapon among the customer service team. Are you messing with me? I've been camping for 3 days and haven't seen a damn thing. Oh brother, please don't rush. The anger on the other end of the line had already dissipated by the time Lu Yanyan spoke. Ahem. I'm not yelling at you either. Alright, if you get any news, you have to let me know in advance. Thank you, brother. As soon as she hung up, another call came in. Lu Yanyan instinctively moved the earpiece away from her ear. Is your crappy company doing some hunger marketing, messing with people? Lu Yanyan could clearly hear the roar from a distance. Bringing the phone closer, she instantly switched into character, her voice becoming as soft as a frightened I'm sorry. You must have been waiting for a long time, right? Hearing you so upset makes me feel so terrible. The person on the other end suddenly I'm not yelling at you. Don't cry, okay? If I can't get it today, they'll smash your website. A loud bang of a hand hitting the table came through the phone. Lu Yanyan sniffled. Does your hand hurt? If you got hurt because of our product, I really wouldn't know what to do. The other party immediately panicked. Hey, don't. I was just hitting it for fun. Don't take it to heart. This astonishing scene was witnessed by Lily, who had been temporarily drafted from HR to help out. She was utterly astounded. How the hell is this even possible? Watching Lu Yanyan effortlessly soothe each agitated customer, even getting them to comfort her in return, Lily suddenly realized her best friend was a true talent, as if fate itself was feeding her opportunities. This extraordinarily impressive customer satisfaction report, with its near-perfect positive feedback rate, was soon highlighted by the system and placed directly on the desk of Operations Director Lin Dong. Lin Dong was currently overwhelmed by public pressure caused by insufficient production capacity. When he saw this miraculous data achieved under hellish conditions, he felt as if he had discovered an ice spring in the desert. Lu Yanyan, a new customer service agent. Lin Dong rubbed his temples and personally retrieved several call recordings. Listening to the coquettish yet remarkably effective conversations, a bizarre expression crept onto his tense face. This is a real talent. To achieve such data under these circumstances, her psychological resilience and communication skills are top-notch. She must be promoted. The next day, a personnel appointment was issued to the customer service department. Due to her outstanding customer satisfaction ratings, Lu Yanyan was exceptionally promoted to team leader of a 10-person group. Her base salary was increased by 50, and she was included in the core employee incentive plan assessment. When the news was announced, Lu Yanyan was on a call. When she saw the promotion and salary increase notification pop up on the internal communication software, she was momentarily stunned. The next moment, the sweetness in her voice instantly shot up several levels, even carrying an excited tremor. Before the end of her shift, something happened that made Lily even more envious. Due to the extreme shortage of hands in the customer service department, all logistics and administrative staff were temporarily assigned to customer service groups to support the night shift. And Lily, as luck would have it, was assigned to the 10-person team, now led by Lu Yanyan. Staring at Lu Yanyan's ID, now bearing the title of team leader in the workgroup chat, she fell silent. She was Lu Yanyan's recommender, yet she had gone from being a senior employee to a subordinate. What kind of situation was this? In the company break room, Lu Yanyan threw an arm around Lily's shoulder, pointing proudly at the team leader on her own badge. Listen up, the standard opening line is "Hello there, I'm Xiao Lu from Shanghai Customer Service. Give it a try." Lily took a deep breath and spoke stiffly. Hello there, I'm from Shanghai. Before she could finish, Lily felt goosebumps all over. This is too embarrassing. Lu Yinyin stamped her foot in frustration. You need to be sweet, you need to be coquettish. How can you be like this? Lily buried her face in a cushion. I feel like I'm going to die of social embarrassment. This is even more awkward than confessing my feelings in public. Hangzhou. At dusk, Zhang Xiujuan stood wearily before a bus stop. While waiting, her gaze drifted across the advertisement board, and a minimalist poster instantly seized her attention. Set against a laboratory backdrop, a striking slogan accompanied a kindly, elderly man. Longevity water, rejuvenate your body. Endorsed by Chen Guiyuan. Beneath Chen Guiyuan, a series of prestigious credentials followed. Zhang Xiujuan's heart stirred, immediately thinking of her son, who was in the final sprint for the college entrance exams. With such a renowned scientist endorsing it, it can't be a scam, can it? The last bus arrived, but she chose not to board. As if possessed, she walked toward the pharmacy behind the stop, now adorned with the longevity water promotional poster. When she asked the price, it was 30 yuan for a set of just 2 tiny vials. 2 such small bottles of water for 30 bucks. The clerk gave a routine reply. Auntie, you should buy it now. Miss today and it'll be gone for sure. Zhang Xiujuan muttered to herself, but for her son's sake, she still forked over the money. Back home after dinner, Xiaojia habitually headed to his study to grind through practice problems. Zhang Xiujuan called her son over, took out the longevity water, opened 1 vial, and carefully mixed it into warm water. Xiaojia, drink this quickly. It's supposed to boost your energy. Xiaojia took the cup, his brow deeply furrowed. Mom, have you forgotten I had a 38-degree fever? Zhang Xiujuan quickly handed him the packaging. This time it's different. It's endorsed by academician Chen Guiyuan, the one who used to be on TV all the time. Chen Guiyuan. Xiaojia naturally knew of Chen Guiyuan, a top-tier scientist enshrined in textbooks. Questions about him frequently appeared in past college entrance exam papers. He hesitated no longer, tipped his head back and down the water. In the study, 20 minutes later, while solving problems, Xiaojia suddenly felt something unusual. His mind became remarkably clear, and the fatigue that had plagued him all day began to fade. When he re-examined the test paper, he found his problem-solving approach had become exceptionally lucid. Mom, Dad, come in here quick. Zhang Xiujuan and her husband, Old Wang, rushed into the room. After hearing their son's account, they were both astounded. The effect is incredible, and it's only 30 bucks. It's practically a giveaway. Products endorsed by a great scientist are way more reliable than those flashy celebrity ads. Mom, is there any more of this stuff? The college entrance exam is just weeks away. If I can keep this state up, I'm sure to get into a top university. Xiaojia's words jolted the couple awake. Without delay, they hopped on their electric scooter and scoured several nearby pharmacies. After much searching, they managed to scrounge up 2 more sets. The next morning, when Zhang Xiujuan thought about stocking up more, she found every pharmacy had hung up sold-out signs. Even the pre-orders on the official online flagship store were backlogged until the end of the month. It was then that Zhang Xiujuan realized just how precious the longevity water was. She frantically called relatives for help, only to be told it was unobtainable. Just as the family was mired in despair, her husband, Old Wang, suddenly slapped his thigh. I remember now. The longevity water is produced in the Magic City. I have an old army buddy who settled there after his discharge. Though they hadn't spoken in nearly 5 years, Old Wang decided to give it a shot and dialed the number. The call connected. After a few pleasantries, Old Wang explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the old comrade didn't hesitate and gave his word. Old Wang, your son's college exam is a big deal. We'll find a way to get you a few more sets. The Magic City Huashan Hospital. 8 p.m. The light in the ENT specialist clinic was still on. In the consultation room, Professor Lu Jianming saw off his last patient, wearily removed his glasses and vigorously rubbed his bloodshot eyes. A grueling stretch of outpatient duty had taken its toll on the nearly 60-year-old. From his white coat pocket, he pulled out a small box with the Shanghai logo and extracted a tiny blue vial. This was a small quota the hospital had obtained through special channels reserved for key specialist physicians. Lu Jianming had been taking it for a few days, and the effects were indeed astonishing. He snapped open the vial, poured the blue liquid into his thermos cup, swirled it, and took 2 big gulps. Soon a wave of relaxation washed over his mind. He leaned back in his chair, taking advantage of the lull between patients to rest his eyes. Just then Lu Jianming sensed something amiss. He opened his eyes, tilted his head, and furrowed his brows. It was too quiet. That was unscientific. As a 30-year veteran ENT specialist, Lu Jianming suffered from severe tinnitus. At some point, a noise akin to cicadas chirping had taken up permanent residence in both his ears, relentless day and night. Especially when fatigued, or in the dead of night, it drove him to distraction, wreaking havoc on his sleep. He knew this condition all too well. Tinnitus, often called the incurable cancer. Its root wasn't in the ear itself, but in the brain's auditory center or neural pathways misfiring, creating phantom sounds. It could also be called brain noise. For the vast majority of patients, it was a life sentence. Modern medicine could only offer temporary symptom relief and help patients adapt psychologically. Countless sufferers had been driven to bankruptcy, traveling far and wide for treatment, only to learn in despair to endure that never-ending background hum. Lu Jiaming was a prime example. There was no choice but to get used to it, to adapt. But now the piercing cicada-like drone that had plagued him for over 3 decades, become a part of his very being, had actually diminished. The change was subtle, but to one accustomed to the same frequency for so long, it was unmistakable. Lu Jiaming froze in his chair, concentrating to feel again. Minutes passed, and the noise level in his ears remained at its reduced state, perhaps even lower than before. The longevity water. As a doctor, he reached the conclusion immediately. Could the longevity water also affect the nervous system, repairing the abnormal neural dish? This discovery was nothing short of a nuclear explosion for a leading ENT specialist. He quickly sat up straight and frantically called up the files of several patients suffering from severe tinnitus. These patients had tried nearly every conventional treatment, with little success. Lu Jiaming, barely containing his excitement, dialed their numbers one by one. Mrs. Li. Lu Jiaming, head of the ENT department at Huashan Hospital. Please come to the hospital tomorrow without fail. Mr. Wang, can you come in tomorrow morning? The next day, 10 patients arrived at Huashan Hospital with trepidation. Lu Jiaming briefly explained the situation and obtained their consent. He distributed his own supply of longevity water to the 10 individuals and conducted a rigorous controlled observation. The results were astounding. All patients with tinnitus who had taken the longevity water experienced varying degrees of relief in their tinnitus loudness within 2 hours. Some with milder symptoms even reported a tranquility they hadn't known in years. The noise was still there, but it had become negligible. The news spread like wildfire through the hospital, igniting first in related departments like neurology and psychiatry. Old Lu, are you saying longevity water works for... Director Lu, we need the detailed data. My God, if this is true, it's a milestone in tinnitus treatment. Soon the buzz reached the hospital's leadership. The hospital director personally sought out Lu Jiaming. After learning the details, he made an on-the-spot decision to visit Shanghai Biotechnology himself, determined to secure a supply channel for clinical cooperation trials for Huashan Hospital. In the city of Modu, at Zhongshan Hospital's neurology department, Li Bin had just bid farewell to a follow-up patient when he habitually picked up his phone and scrolled through the group chat. Breaking news: longevity water is said to cure neurological tinnitus. The group instantly erupted with a flood of question mark emojis. Isn't that just a functional health supplement? Is this rumor reliable? Absolutely reliable. Old Lu from Huashan has had tinnitus for 30 years, and he tried it with real results. Li Bin stopped scrolling, his heart beginning to race. He immediately thought of Zhao Cheng, an elderly engineer in his department who had long suffered from tinnitus recently, so severe he couldn't hear others' conversations, leaving his family deeply worried. Li Bin was a man of action, instantly realizing this was a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. His first thought was his brother-in-law Lin Dong, a high-ranking executive at Shanghai Biotechnology. He quickly locked his office door, paused the patient queue, and dialed Lin Dong's private number. The call was answered promptly. Dongzi, what's up, brother-in-law? Urgent situation. Give me a truckload of longevity water right away. I need it badly. Lin Dong was taken aback. Didn't I just send a truckload to your hospital not long ago? No time for that. Just make sure it's here by tomorrow. Lin Dong rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He could arrange it, but he needed a valid reason. You've got to give me a solid reason, or I can't make this work on my end. Li Bin directly screenshotted the gossip from the group chat and sent it to Lin Dong. Fine, but you have to keep this confidential. After seeing the screenshot, Lin Dong realized the gravity of the situation. Alright, I'll have someone deliver it to your hospital this afternoon. After hanging up, Li Bin quickly dialed another number, the director of Zhongshan Hospital in Modu. Once he briefed him on the situation, his tone turned profoundly serious. Uncle Shanghai will send a batch of longevity water this afternoon. Please arrange it so that other departments can't intercept it. Got it, I understand. After the call ended, Li Bin dialed his father's number. Dad, did you know about the miraculous effect of longevity water on neurological tinnitus? I know. What's up? You must use your connections in East China to transfer all severe cases that can't be cured to my department. I've already secured the resources from Dongzi. All I need are the patients. Alright, I'm on it. After making these 3 calls, Li Bin let out a deep breath, feeling an exhilarating rush. He knew that once this news spread, it would attract patients with neurological tinnitus from across the country and even the world. This was a tough battle, so he had to prepare thoroughly before the event escalated, collecting enough data. Zhongshan Hospital acted swiftly, clearing an entire floor of the inpatient building to accommodate severe tinnitus patients. That afternoon, a truck loaded with longevity water arrived at the hospital's storage area. The neurology nurses and doctors stood ready, carefully moving each precious case into their department's storage room. This move immediately drew attention from multiple departments, but the neurology team kept their lips sealed, refusing to reveal a single detail. After all, longevity water was a hot commodity now, as scalpers had driven the price of a set to 300 yuan, yet it remained in short supply. The next day, patients were gradually admitted to the inpatient ward. One of the most severe cases caught Li Bin's attention. Chen Wei in his early 40s. At the age of 30, a high fever had triggered neurological tinnitus. The symptoms had worsened rapidly in the past 2 years, leading to severe depression and multiple suicide attempts. If not for his family's constant watch, he would have long sought an end. During the consultation, Chen Wei described a ceaseless cacophony of cicadas in his head, sharp and loud, drowning out voices and robbing him of sleep. He had endured much in pursuit of a cure. He had visited every major hospital in the province, tried countless folk remedies, and spent money like water, yet the cicadas' drone never faded. Each hope was met with fresh disappointment. Coming to Zhongshan Hospital this time was at his family's insistence. That afternoon, Chen Wei, his face expressionless, drank the cup of longevity water and then lay down to wait. He held no hope. Even the most renowned specialists had given him a death sentence, saying the only option was to learn to adapt. But unexpectedly, after about an hour, the noise in his ears seemed to diminish slightly. Chen Wei sat up with a start, slapping his ears, afraid he was mishearing. Having grown accustomed to high-frequency noise for so long, even the slightest change became acutely noticeable. He held his breath and concentrated. The cicada's chirp was still there, but no longer as unbearable as before. The noise has lessened. Chen Wei turned, grabbing his wife's hand, his excitement rendering him almost speechless. Did you hear that? Has it lessened? His wife was stunned for a few seconds before it sank in. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Yes, I heard it. It's lessened. The couple embraced, laughing and crying. Chen Wei wiped his tears, reflecting on the past 2 years of suffering. Wasting money on useless treatments, trying everything only to be met with repeated disappointment. And now at last a glimmer of hope had appeared. Li Bin stood by, silently recording the data displayed on the instruments. Just as he finished recording and was about to check on other wards, a phone in his pocket buzzed. Taking it out, he saw a message from the department's internal group. Can't keep it under wraps anymore. People from all departments are here with hydraulic cutters, definitely, after the longevity water. Suddenly the atmosphere in the neurology clinic shifted dramatically. Dr. Zhang, who was attending to a patient, glanced at his phone upon hearing the alert, and his expression changed. Apologizing to the patient, he made a quick excuse, rolled up his sleeves, and dashed toward the neurology storage room. Dr. Wang, who was prescribing medication at the computer, noticed the group message and rushed out of his office. Patients in the waiting area watched in disbelief as the doctors, who had been so focused moments ago, now charged out of their rooms like soldiers responding to a bugle call. Is the hospital having a fire drill? At the entrance to the neurology storage room, a full-blown scuffle had broken out. The head nurse, along with several nurses, linked arms to form a human wall, fiercely guarding the storeroom door. Outside, a crowd of doctors from various departments clamored, trying to force their way in. Head nurse Zhang, just one case. Our ICU is on the verge of collapse. We were here first. Line up properly. We need to help each other out. Our orthopedics department will do free checkups for your entire team next week. In the chaos, someone's stethoscope was knocked off, and the scene descended into utter pandemonium. The usually refined experts and directors were now scrambling for boxes of longevity water, like bargain-hunting shoppers fighting over discounted eggs at the supermarket. Just then Li Bin arrived, panting heavily from the rush. Seeing this spectacle, he almost laughed in exasperation, pulling out his phone to quietly capture this priceless footage. The director is here. Those 4 words worked like magic. The crowd dispersed as quickly as an ebbing tide. Some doctors pretended to tie their shoes, others looked up to study the ceiling tiles, and a few suddenly developed a keen interest in the wall posters. Li Bin surveyed the scene and spoke slowly. Everyone, shall I create a group chat and invite the director in so we can discuss the distribution plan for longevity water face to face? The corridor, once filled with clamor, now fell silent, leaving only a few neurology doctors. Li Bin held a unique position at Zhongshan Hospital, backed by formidable connections. The hospital had secured such a large supply of longevity water solely through his influence, making him someone no one dared to cross. Station 2 people to guard this. It's vital for our neurology department's performance. Got it, director. A patient eating a melon in the waiting area captured the entire chaotic fight among the doctors on his phone. He found the scene utterly explosive and casually posted it on a short video platform. A bizarre sight at Zhongshan Hospital today. Department heads nearly came to blows over snatching longevity water. Can anyone explain what treasure this is? The video initially gained modest traction in the local community until a highly liked comment appeared, igniting a firestorm of attention. An insider at the hospital said longevity water is a life-saving elixir for doctors on night shifts. 1 vial can keep you going through an entire all-nighter. The neurology department had stockpiled it, and other departments, green with envy, grouped together to borrow some. That explains why our department head was acting so sneaky today. So even doctors rely on cheats, huh? Neurology, they're all mine, all mine. What truly propelled the incident into trending territory on the hot search list was another seemingly inconspicuous reply. A user named Rebirth of Serenity said their father drank longevity water yesterday at the neurology department, and today, he claims the cicada buzzing in his head has diminished. It's truly miraculous. This comment was quickly upvoted by people suffering from neurotinnitus. It's true. My wife's tinnitus has also eased significantly. I've been drinking it for 3 days, and the effect is absolutely genuine. So it's not just my father, we thought it was a placebo effect. Can longevity water cure neurotinnitus? This topic was like a depth charge, instantly transforming the entire nature of the event. Countless patients and their families plagued by tinnitus began frantically searching for information. The phone lines at Zhongshan Hospital's official website and neurology department were nearly overwhelmed. Li Bin, watching the trending notifications on his phone and hearing the incessant ringing of phones in the department, massaged his temples. What was bound to come had finally arrived. The real hard battle had begun. Fortunately, a substantial amount of data had been collected over this period. In the following days, Zhongshan Hospital experienced an unprecedented siege, since before dawn the hospital gates were already teeming with a sea of people. Besides genuine patients suffering from neurotinnitus and their families, there was a huge crowd of curious onlookers and internet influencers wielding devices eager to capitalize on the trend. The outpatient hall was packed to capacity, the neurology department's waiting area had spiraled out of control, and the corridors became impassable. The pressure on Li Bin and the entire neurology department reached its peak. The hospital director, a capable man, had anticipated this situation and prepared contingency plans in advance. Dozens of large military tents were erected in the parking lot with isolation tape set up, transforming it into a makeshift field hospital. Drawing on the clinical data accumulated over the past week, Li Bin compiled a preliminary treatment protocol for different types and severities of tinnitus. This protocol was quickly distributed to relevant departments, greatly improving diagnostic and treatment efficiency. Thanks to Lin Dong's connections, Zhongshan Hospital swiftly replenished its supplies, gradually bringing the chaotic situation under control. As the incident continued to escalate, more and more people began flocking to the Magic City from all over the country. Within just a few days, the situation took a drastic. The outpatient halls of Zhongshan and Huashan hospitals in the Magic City resembled train stations during the spring festival travel rush. The entire medical system was teetering on the brink of collapse. The Magic City authorities conducted an emergency coordination with nearby hospitals, dispatching medical teams to support the 2 major hospitals. Ostensibly to provide support, but in reality, it was also an opportunity to learn and replicate the longevity water treatment protocol to alleviate their own medical burdens. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The patient base for neurotinnitus was far larger than imagined. As the incident gained momentum, neurotinnitus sufferers worldwide reacted and flew to the Magic City at the first opportunity. Hotels and inns in the Magic City were booked solid days in advance, with prices skyrocketing. Internet cafes and bathhouses were packed with people waiting for consultations. In the park's vacant lots around the hospitals, and even the underground parking lots of large shopping malls, colorful tents sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. The massive influx of people plunged this international metropolis into unprecedented activity, with various industries reaping an unexpected first wave of. Yet this also caused traffic in the Magic City to grind to a halt, with material supplies on the verge of collapse. To prevent the city from overloading, the Magic City authorities were forced to temporarily seal the city, allowing only departures, not entries. The core issue quickly shifted from insufficient treatment capacity to resource scarcity. The supply capacity of longevity water became the biggest problem. Despite Shanghai Bio operating at full capacity with its 2 production bases running around the clock, it still struggled to keep up with the tsunami-like demand. On the black market, the price of a set of longevity water had been driven up to 1,000 yuan, yet it remained unavailable despite the demand. Public grievances began to accumulate and boil over. On social media, voices of complaint and doubt gradually drowned out the initial surprise. Major internet platforms were flooded with negative sentiment. The comments section under the official Shanghai account's videos was in complete disarray. People complained about queuing for 3 days only to be told there was no medicine left, questioning if there was any justice. They accused the company of standing idly by and demanded the recipe be made public. Some called for state-owned enterprises to take over production, arguing that capitalists shouldn't hold the lives of ordinary people hostage. Others countered that this was nothing but moral coercion. The replies to this comment exceeded 50,000, and the thread was completely overrun. Moral coercion. My family member is being driven mad by tinnitus, and you're talking to me about morality. They begged Shanghai Bio to be humane and ramp up production. They insisted that human lives are at stake, and this matter couldn't be left to Shanghai. The formula must be opened. At the Xingshan building on the 23rd floor, He Ming looked through his office window at the dense tents and congested crowds below, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. Hiring internet trolls and paid actors. This routine is all too familiar. Sir, do you need to manage the comments? Jarvis's voice echoed in He Ming's ears. He Ming took out his notebook and quickly wrote. List the main sources spreading negative public opinion against Shanghai. Chen Huiming Wang Yongchang Zhangchenza. The list contained 23 names in total. Provide detailed information on these 23 individuals. As the text vanished, the answers emerged. Among these people, 3 were senior executives at Guangming Pharmaceutical, while the remaining 20 were ordinary troll leaders hired for money. Jarvis compiled the information on these individuals, including their transfer records and social media chat logs involving illegal transactions, and send the package to the local police department in the Magic City. Understood, sir. The area around the Xingchen building was surrounded by agitated crowds and media who had caught wind of the story. A large number of influencers seeking attention joined the spectacle with their equipment. Shanghai had to urgently bolster security. All employees were barred from entering or leaving freely and were forced to eat and sleep in the company. The entire Xingchen building felt like an isolated island besieged by zombies. Even more critical were the 2 main production plants located in the suburbs. To prevent any incidents that could disrupt production, the Magic City government had to mobilize a large number of police and security personnel to set up isolation zones around the plants and conduct 24-hour patrols. Vehicles transporting raw materials and finished products required special permits and were escorted by security forces to enter and exit. The pressure like a tangible leaden cloud weighed heavily on Shanghai Bio. He Ming twirled his pen, pondered for a moment, and quickly wrote on a blank page of his notebook. Is there an organizer behind the people around the Xingchen building? In an instant, over a dozen names appeared on the notebook. So this big show is all to get their hands on the longevity water formula. Give me the ultimate source list in detail. Head of the Magic City Guangming Pharmaceutical Plant, Chen Haidong. Guangming Pharmaceutical Plant again. He Ming was well aware of this company. A large private enterprise dozens of times the size of Shanghai. Despite its name suggesting a local Dragon Kingdom pharmaceutical factory, it was actually a company controlled by foreign capital. It had branch plants all over the country and owned several best-selling drugs. There were many such foreign capital brands disguised as Dragon Kingdom brands, and it was hard to trace their origins without deliberate effort. Want to swallow up longevity water? You're not qualified for that. In the top-floor meeting room of Starfall Tower, Jiang Zhonghua rubbed his bloodshot eyes and cleared his throat. Everyone's here. Today we discuss only one matter: how to resolve the public pressure. Lin Dong slammed the table, his gaze sharp. Damn it, those hidden cowards are deliberately spreading rumors to force us to reveal the formula of longevity water. Once the formula is made public, major international pharmaceutical companies will replicate it in no time and Starfall will be finished. Su Jin massaged her temples and spoke. The online sentiment has completely shifted. Labels like cold-blooded profiteering from national crises and ruthless capitalist have been pinned on Starfall. Our top priority now is survival and regaining public trust. Zhang Kaiwen was decisive. I suggest applying for a compulsory patent license from the state, designating a few absolutely reliable state-owned enterprises for production. We collect royalties and oversee the manufacturing process. Lin Dong chimed in. Cooperation is acceptable, but the formula's safety must be guaranteed. The head of customer service couldn't help interjecting, his voice laced with exhaustion. President Jiang, our customer service hotline has been overwhelmed. Operators are being cursed at until they cry. Many are accusing us of turning a blind eye to suffering. The pressure is immense. Jiang Zhonghua said, hold on a little longer. Once this storm passes, every employee in customer service will receive a full year's bonus based on their rank. With Jiang Zhonghua's assurance, the customer service head finally breathed a sigh of relief. Most of Starfall's employees have been trapped in the office for 3 days. If this continues, something serious will happen. Jiang Zhonghua sighed, deeply understanding this point. We must hold firm at this critical moment. Once this passes, all headquarters staff will receive a half-year bonus according to their rank. Just then Jiang Zhonghua's assistant hurried in with an urgent document. After reading it, Jiang Zhonghua's face darkened further, and he pushed the document to the center. It's a letter of intent from Bright Pharmaceutical. They're offering $200 billion to acquire the global exclusive distribution rights for longevity water. The meeting room fell silent. $200 billion was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Lin Dong slammed the table again. Bright Pharmaceutical is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everyone here knows how many private pharmaceutical companies they've swallowed using this tactic, don't they, eh? The meeting dragged on for over an hour. Several plans were discussed, but no one made the final call. Jiang Zhonghua dared not decide rashly. This matter ultimately had to be approved by the big boss. In his office, He Ming briefly reviewed the plans sent by Jiang Zhonghua, including Bright Pharmaceutical's $200 billion cooperation proposal. He didn't understand operations, but at least he knew that the core secret of a product was key to a company's survival. Ultimately, He Ming chose the third plan Jiang Zhonghua had proposed, partnering with state-owned pharmaceutical factories, charging a royalty of 3 yuan per set of longevity water, with Starfall retaining pricing authority. However, it didn't involve handing over the formula. Instead, it adopted a black box operation model for Starfall's two major production bases. Simply put, the core production areas would be fully automated with the smart programs provided by Starfall. Only this way could Jarvis perform remote control. Thus, the partner factories became Starfall's contract manufacturers, allowing everyone to profit. Increased production capacity naturally resolved the social conflicts. After receiving the email, Jiang Zhonghua immediately assigned the tasks. The customer service department of Starfall had become a pressure cooker of negativity. Cold-blooded, you capitalists only care about money. My family is being driven mad by tinnitus, and you turn a blind eye. Are you even human? Evil corporation, may you rot in hell. Similar shouts, curses, and lamentations bombarded every customer service representative's, nerves overflowing with negative emotions. The air was thick with a strange odor, and the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Everyone's face was sallow with heavy bags under their eyes, and their hair was greasy and plastered to their scalps. Even the psychologically resilient Lu Yinyin was nearing her breaking point. Just minutes ago, she had answered a call, and the person on the other end had subjected her to the vilest abuse for nearly 5 minutes. After hanging up, Lu Yinyin finally broke down, sobbing silently at her desk. Lily's condition was worse. She felt like a punching bag absorbing tons of negative energy daily. Coupled with being trapped in the office, eating poorly, and sleeping badly, she felt completely drained. Watching the growing crowd outside the window, she even began to feel a sense of guilt, wondering if she was actually doing something wrong. Just as Lily felt her patience and moral compass wearing thin, and Lu Yinyin stared blankly at her black computer screen. Throughout Starfall headquarters, in different corners, the crisp sound of text message alerts rang out one after another. The sound was particularly striking in the lifeless office area. A young male customer service agent who had just hung up a call dejectedly picked up his phone and glanced at it. The next second, he shot up from his chair as if electrocuted, his eyes wide open. Holy crap! Who transferred 100,000 yuan to me? His hoarse exclamation jolted the entire customer service department. What 100,000? Let me check mine. I got a message too. Oh my god, mine is 150,000. It's the bonus. At that moment, the entire customer service department, and indeed every office floor in Starfall Tower, was flooded with explosive joy. Lily fumbled for her phone. The transfer information on the screen was crystal clear. Starfall Biotechnology has transferred to your account, ending in the sum of 100,000,000 Longwei yuan. She counted the zeros repeatedly, her breathing quickened and her face flushed with excitement. The exhaustion and negativity accumulated over the past few days were instantly washed away. Screw being cold-blooded or a capitalist. With this 100,000 yuan, she was willing to fight 300 more rounds. Lu Yinyin also saw the extra 150,000 in her account. She was momentarily stunned, then a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. She held up her phone triumphantly and waved it in front of Lily. Lily, see that? 150,000. I feel like I can hold out for another month, a nearby colleague shouted excitedly, waving his phone. As long as the money's good and willing to live in the office, someone immediately chimed in. Long live the boss. Starfall rules. Money became the most effective. The once lifeless office building instantly came alive. Every face was brimming with excitement and joy as they compared bonus amounts and discussed how to spend this hard-earned money. The thunderous cheers from within the Xingqian Tower nearly lifted the roof, instantly silencing the crowd gathered below. Everyone was stunned, instinctively looking up at the building that had been silent for so many days. What's happening inside? Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? Is there trouble? The reporters lurking outside the building like sharks catching the scent of blood immediately grew excited. Something's happening, quick. Cameras aimed at the building's windows. Through the high-definition lenses, the photographers captured the figures of Shanghai employees inside, cheering and waving their arms. Among the crowd, internet influencers, energized like they'd been injected with adrenaline, began impromptu performances for their cameras. Folks, did you hear that? The Shanghai building is in an uproar. This is definitely a huge scoop. Brothers, things have changed. Looks like our persistence is paying off. They can't sit still anymore. Probably handing out money, or why would they be so happy? On the periphery of the Xingqian Tower, the team from Zhigu Kinshijia had also claimed a corner. Host Zhigu was speaking into the camera, his tone weary, yet still rational. Folks, we can see that a massive cheer suddenly erupted from inside the Xingqian Tower. This is highly unusual. Based on my judgment, this feels like a sudden release of pressure, a collective emotional catharsis. Before he could finish, the comment section was flooded with insults. Here we go again, Xinghai's bootlicker. How much did they pay you? Shameless, they're probably celebrating profiteering from the crisis. Zhigu looked at these comments, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Lately, because he insisted on analyzing Xinghai's potential difficulties and decision-making challenges from a business logic and long-term perspective, he had been unfairly labeled a Shanghai fanboy and bootlicker, putting his entire team under considerable pressure. But as an absolutely rational and objective tech blogger, Zhigu held his ground, refusing to blindly pander to public opinion and change his views. Just then his assistant suddenly excitedly tugged at his sleeve and shoved a phone screen in front of him. Zhige looked quick. Xinghai's official announcement is out. Zhige leaned in and quickly scanned it. In response to public concerns, and to ensure supply, Shanghai has decided under the guidance of relevant national departments to cooperate with several top domestic state-owned pharmaceutical enterprises, sharing production technical standards to rapidly expand capacity. During the collaboration, Shanghai will strictly control quality and ensure product pricing is reasonable and transparent. Zhige's eyes lit up. He immediately adjusted his posture, speaking to the camera with a voice that rose an octave, carrying a relieved sense of confirmation. Xinghai's decision was exactly as he had predicted days earlier. Folks, breaking news. Xinghai's official announcement is out. I told you my judgment was right. Zhige aimed the camera at the tablet in his assistant's hand, where Xinghai's official certified accounts had uniformly released the text announcement. The comments section instantly flooded with praise for Zhige. His loyal fans, who had felt somewhat stifled these past days, finally released their pent-up emotions, overwhelming the negativity. Shanghai chose to cooperate with the national team. This is the most responsible and strategically sound move. They neither succumbed to pressure by blindly disclosing the formula, risking technological leakage, nor accepted acquisitions by certain ulterior-motivated capital. Instead, they leveraged state power to expand capacity and stabilize the market. For this decision, I must give Shanghai a huge thumbs up. Zhige, you're amazing. This was clearly your decision, as Xinghai's top brass must be secretly following you. You're incredible, bro. Zhige, you should just go work at Shanghai. There's definitely a spot for you in management. In reality, He Ming, who made this arrangement, was indeed somewhat influenced by Zhige. Lately, while idly scrolling through short videos in his office, he had stumbled upon, unlike those influencers who pandered to public opinion and attacked Shanghai, Zhige's arguments and predictions stood out as a refreshing stream of reason. He stuck to his analysis of pros and cons, refusing to change his views even under online harassment. He Ming found Zhige's strategy very reasonable, and after seeing Xinghai's top management's decision, he naturally gave the final approval. Zhige was emotionally analyzing the positive significance of this decision when his assistant leaned in to whisper something, clearly having received inside information. A look of understanding crossed Zhige's face. All right, now I can explain why the building erupted in cheers. I've just received inside info. Xinghai's boss is absolutely ruthless. To reward the employees who endured immense pressure during the siege these past days, the company just handed out a special perseverance bonus. For regular employees, the minimum is this much. Zhige held up 5 fingers. 50,000 starting point, and for executives, it's in the millions. They're giving out year-end bonuses early, folks. Holy crap, I'm a Shanghai employee. Is it too late to go back and sleep on the floor? So jealous. This is what a real company looks like. Is Shanghai hiring janitors? They'll bring my own mop. Don't compete, ID, even be a stone lion at the entrance for 30 grand. I take back my earlier criticism. This boss is solid. He actually pays. Honestly, trapped for days and still getting this much money. ID cheer too. This is like rewarding the troops. I've switched from hater to fan, and this move is so positive. Got a time to study biology and then report to Shanghai after graduation. So the end of the universe is a government job. No, it's Shanghai. Just as the comment section erupted, the live stream suddenly transformed, as if being pulled into a deep cosmic space. The background was an endless darkness, but within it countless tiny blue lights converged into a dazzling sea of stars. Then a futuristic spaceship silently sailed from the depths of the star. Anonymous user gifted Shanghai Voyage X1 with a message. Below the spaceship, a line of text condensed from starlight appeared. Brother interested in joining Shanghai. The external publicity department needs a deputy director. You can bring your whole team. The entire live stream fell into Zhige's team was instantly petrified. After a brief pause, the comments exploded like a geyser. Shanghai Voyage. 100,000 yuan tip. This is definitely Xinghai's official move. Directly offering a deputy director position and bringing the whole team. This special effect, Shanghai is showing off right. Zhige just got hit in the face with money by Shanghai. An on-site recruitment, first in live streaming history. This prestige, this momentum. Shanghai is awesome. Tears in my eyes. Zhige, you finally made it. I'm dumbfounded. This is more surreal than a TV drama. Zhige stared at the slowly disappearing spaceship on the screen and the utterly frenzied comments, feeling his heart pound like a drum. Shanghai Voyage. This was an invitation to join Xinghai's cosmic battleship. The assistant bent over and came behind brother, pinching his arm hard, urging him in a hushed, frantic tone. Bro, say yes quickly. The cameraman, abandoning the camera, leaned halfway out from behind the equipment, nodding vigorously at brother, mouthing the words silently. The planner, standing farther back, was hopping with anxiety, hands clasped in a pleading gesture, wishing he could make the decision for brother Zhe. The sharp pain on his arm jolted brother Zhe out of his daze. He took a deep breath, striving to present the most composed and professional demeanor before the camera. But, Thank you Shanghai for the recognition and this extraordinary invitation. On behalf of our entire team, I formally accept this invitation. We are deeply honored to have the opportunity to join an outstanding enterprise like Shanghai, and we look forward to striving together with our Shanghai colleagues for our shared ideals. As these words were spoken, the team members behind him erupted in restrained cheers. They exchanged high fives and embraces, their faces alight with the ecstasy of finally having secured a foothold. Meanwhile, the livestream barrage descended into a frenzy of celebration. A historic moment. Brother Zhu is awesome. Shanghai is awesome. Congratulations to Brother Zhu for joining Shanghai. This live stream was worth it. I witnessed an unprecedented recruitment event. The whole team rides the coattails, so true. Xinghai's recruitment campaign, here was a masterstroke. Time slipped away quietly, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The collaboration between Shanghai and 5 state-owned enterprises was now on track. The black box production model operated with high efficiency, perfectly safeguarding core secrets, while exponentially increasing the output of longevity water, continuously meeting market demand. On Xinghai's books, funds poured in like floodwaters from a burst dam, painting a picture of great prosperity. As for the state-owned enterprises partnering with Shanghai, their stock prices rose correspondingly, with an average increase of nearly double, reaping immense profits and basking in boundless glory. At Xinghai's procurement department, Director He Ming was leisurely sipping tea while reviewing the quarterly report. Suddenly, manager Su Lei burst in without knocking, his face pale and voice trembling. Director Lu, something huge has happened. Su Lei gasped for breath. Wyland just sent an official notice. B7 Catalase next quarter's quote is 10 times higher. How much? Lu Ming shot up from his seat, as if stung by fire. 10 times. Isn't this robbery? Lu Ming snatched the tablet from Wang Lei's hand, staring at the harsh, uncompromising email. His blood pressure skyrocketed, and his face flushed crimson. B7 Catalase was one of the core raw materials for longevity water, used in vast quantities. A tenfold price increase meant costs would skyrocket exponentially. Damn it. Veins bulged on Lu Ming's forehead. This isn't business competition, it's a targeted strike against us, Shanghai. He grabbed the tablet and rushed straight to Jiang Zhonghua's president's office. 10 minutes later, a high-level internal meeting was convened at Shanghai. Jiang Zhonghua's face was ashen as he stared at the email from Wyland Biotechnology projected on the screen. Lin Dong clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled. Su Jin rapidly calculated cost data, her expression growing increasingly grim. Zhang Kaiwan, with furrowed brows, was already drafting a crisis public relations plan. The meeting room door opened, and the newly appointed Deputy Director of External Communications, Brother Zhu, walked in. Dressed in a well-fitted dark suit, he was a stark contrast to the street streamer image from 3 months ago. This was his first time attending such a high-stakes crisis meeting. Everyone knows the situation. Wyland's move is aimed at strangling us. If we don't raise prices along with them, we'll lose at least 5 yuan on every bottle of longevity water sold. If we do raise prices now, we'll face immense public pressure. Lin Dong's gaze was dark. This is an open conspiracy. Wyland and Guangming Pharmaceuticals share the same backer. This is retaliation for us refusing to cooperate. Brother Zhu looked at the news of Wyland's stock price soaring 50 on the tablet alongside the grim, plunging curves of the state-owned enterprises partnering with Shanghai. His expression turned exceptionally grave. Brother Zhu had once been an off-field analyst, but now he was an insider. For the first time, he truly felt the heart-pounding thrill of commercial warfare. This blow had struck Xinghai's lifeline. Raise prices or not? We must decide quickly. Jiang Zhonghua's voice broke the tense silence, the pressure weighing heavily on everyone's shoulders. Lin Dong spoke first, his tone agitated. We must raise prices and do it loudly. Let the world know that it's shameless monopolists like Wyland stabbing us in the back. Brother Zhu took a deep breath and cautiously spoke. President Lin, I believe raising prices now plays right into Wyland's hands. They're not just after more money. They want to force us to lose public. If we don't raise prices, are we waiting to die? Brother Zhu fell silent. This was indeed a deadlock. Either way, Shanghai would face a massive crisis. Perhaps we could try to find alternative raw materials, Lu Ming said, frowning. If B7 Catalase were so easy to replace, would Wyland dare to be this arrogant? Su Jin then spoke. If we keep the price unchanged, our inventory can only last another week at most. Even with reduced production, we can only hold out for 2 months. The situation is similar for the other state-owned enterprises. The meeting room fell into dead silence again. Not raising prices meant slow suicide. The company would soon be drained. Raising prices, however, was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Shanghai would become the target of public outrage. All eyes ultimately turned to Jiang Zhonghua, waiting for him to make the decision that would determine Xinghai's survival. Jiang Zhonghua's brows were knitted into a tight knot. This was nearly an unsolvable problem. Su Jin sighed. Wyland's shot isn't aimed solely at us, Shanghai. The state-owned enterprises tied to us will see their stocks plummet to the ground. Weiland and their backers can then scoop them up at bargain prices. Even if the national team steps in to stabilize the market, they'll be in a very passive position. This is no simple chokehold. This is a meticulously orchestrated financial war. Su Jin's words were like a bucket of ice water, waking everyone still fixated on costs and public opinion. At that moment, Zhang Kaiwan adjusted his glasses. President Su is right. I believe that even if we are forced to raise prices now, it won't solve the fundamental problem. Once we open the door to price increases, we show weakness to Weiland and acknowledge their absolute control over the upstream. Today they raise it tenfold, tomorrow they could raise it 20-fold. Until longevity water transforms from an affordable medication into a luxury item only the elite can afford. Zhang Kaiwan's words completely sealed off the path of raising prices for survival. The meeting room was plunged into a profound silence. Not raising prices meant waiting to die, while raising prices was akin to slow suicide that would also drag allies down. The state-owned factories that had partnered with Shanghai were also in a state of utter disarray. Yet being large pharmaceutical enterprises that had weathered many storms, they swiftly organized a joint delegation and journeyed to North America, hoping to resolve the issue peacefully through negotiation. However, Xinghai's shadowy mastermind proposed the most direct strategy. Since the enemy had already fired the first shot, let's see who falls first. With a clear direction set, Shanghai once again demonstrated astonishing execution and efficiency. The two major production bases reduced capacity, relying on inventory to sustain operations for 2 months. The state-owned factories cooperating with Shanghai, seeing Shanghai choose to cut production, could only grit their teeth and follow suit. A week later, everyone in the country realized that longevity water had seemingly vanished from the market entirely. Only the medical system continued to receive normal supply. This time, Xinghai's official announcement was not in text form. Brother Zhe and his team produced an exceptionally professional educational video. Friends, I know everyone has been very concerned about the shortage of longevity water recently. Today, Brother Zhe will take you through this issue clearly. A week ago, the raw material supplier for longevity water, Weiland Biotechnology, suddenly announced a price increase for the key ingredient, a tenfold hike at once. Many people don't understand why Shanghai didn't raise prices when the raw materials went up. Why would they rather cut production than increase prices? Today, Brother Zhe will explain the deadly game behind this in the simplest terms. Raising prices would be suicide. Brother Zhe pointed at the projection screen behind him where a simple scale appeared. One side labeled burden on the people, the other Xinghai's reputation. If Shanghai followed suit and raised prices even just a little, what would happen? First, all the blame would fall on Shanghai. The accusations of profiteering from the nation's misfortune would be immediately confirmed, and the trust Shanghai worked so hard to build would collapse in no time. More importantly, this would be like surrendering to Weiland, and they would only become more aggressive because choking us by the throat really works, and they'll surely do it again. Today they can raise prices tenfold, tomorrow it will be 50-fold until longevity water becomes a luxury only a handful can afford. That would go against Xinghai's original intention of benefiting as many people as possible. If we don't raise prices, it's even harder. The screen behind Brother Zhe changed to a cash flow statement with a red line plummeting sharply. With raw material costs increased tenfold, every set of longevity water sold is a loss. No matter how wealthy Shanghai is, it can't sustain this endless drain. The result would be a broken cash flow chain and a complete halt in production. By then, no one would be able to buy even a single bottle of longevity water. The screen changed again, showing the logos of Shanghai and several state-owned enterprises tightly bound together by a thick line. Why would the national team also suffer? This touches on a deeper issue. Shanghai and these powerful state-owned enterprises are deeply bonded partners. When one prospers, all prosper. When one falls, all fall. Weiland's move looks like it's targeting Shanghai, but it's actually a strike from afar. The screen displayed the stock prices of several state-owned enterprises plummeting. As soon as the news broke, the stock prices of these state-owned enterprises dropped sharply. The market feared the partnership would collapse and that they would be implicated. If the stock prices keep falling until they hit rock bottom, the international capital pulling the strings behind the scenes can buy up these core national pharmaceutical companies at bargain prices like picking cabbages. Even if the government steps in to save the market, it will be in an extremely passive position. So for Shanghai to survive, it must make a sacrificial move to buy time to develop a substitute for the core raw material. The screen displayed the decision to reduce output and maintain prices. Shanghai will never bow to evil forces. At the same time, we strongly condemn Weiland Biotechnology's unilateral breach of agreement. Friends, this is a war without visible smoke. What we need is understanding and time, giving Shanghai and our partners the opportunity to find a way to break the shackles. Brother Zhe's video presented the complex commercial and financial logic to the public in the most intuitive way, instantly sparking immense resonance and understanding. Public pressure overwhelmingly turned against Weiland and the capital forces behind it. In the comments section, a rapidly upvoted comment voiced the thoughts of many. Tech Old Wolf sigh. This scene is all too familiar. Back when many of our industries were just starting out, we were often choked like this. We built the stuff ourselves, but the lifeline was in someone else's hands. It's so frustrating. Beneath this comment, a flood of replies quickly gathered. Sweet tofu pudding is best. The big brother is right. It makes me furious just thinking about it. Before we could make advanced composite materials, they jacked up the prices sky high. Later, when we finally broke through the tech blockade, they immediately dumped prices to crush us. Your sister's cousin's daughter-in-law's uncle Shanghai is facing a biotech composite material this time. The technical barrier isn't so easy to break through. It's really tough. Health guru Grandpa Wong, I don't understand much else, but I know this longevity water really works for my wife's chronic tinnitus. Now I hear the supply might be cut off. What do we do? Bystander Xiao Liam on Xinghai's side this time. Small tolerance leads to big gains. It's like when we developed our own navigation system. After the pain comes true independence. The atmosphere in the comments gradually shifted from sheer anger to a supportive sentiment tinged with helplessness and understanding. A true war of public opinion often begins with undercurrents beneath the surface. Shortly after Brothers' video was released, certain corners of the internet began quietly circulating inside information and deep exposés. On a professional financial forum, a highly credible analysis account published a post titled "A Detailed Look at the Capital Maze of Guangming Pharmaceutical." The post used detailed equity penetration charts and cross-border capital flow data to calmly dissect the intricate, yet deliberately hidden connections between Guangming Pharmaceutical and Wayland. The article ended with a meaningful remark. On major social media platforms, several industry whistleblower accounts with large followings simultaneously began sharing cases of raw material monopolies in the biomedical field, hinting that an international giant was systematically suppressing emerging companies daring to challenge its dominance. The comments section quickly saw spontaneous connections. This is about Wayland and Shanghai, right? So what about Guangming Pharmaceutical, which tried to acquire Xinghai's channels before? On several well-known QA platforms, popular questions also emerged. How would you evaluate Guangming Pharmaceutical? The top-voted answer below provided a professional and objective analysis of its foreign capital background, core technology dependency, and past business tactics. These pieces of information were like carefully sown seeds, quickly germinating and spreading wildly under the care of those who paid attention. The narrative framework of Guangming Pharmaceutical being Wayland's proxy, failing in an acquisition and then resorting to malicious retaliation, had been quietly constructed in the public consciousness. Zhang Kaiwen sat in his office observing the direction of public opinion with a cold smirk. This was his domain. Since the boss had declared war, he could only unleash his full arsenal. A hardcore science popularizer, Hammer Says Tech, released a short video. At the start, the blogger looked serious with various chemical formulas in the background. Folks, today we're not talking about chips, but something closer to life. He picked up a box of vitamin B complex. See this? One of the coenzymes in it is Wayland's patent. Why can they sell the same thing at such a high price just because they hold the patent? Hammer suddenly tossed the box into a trash can labeled Tech Shackles. Today Hammer will take the lead in not using it anymore. We should all support domestic companies like Shanghai that want to break the monopoly. This time I stand with Shanghai. Lifestyle blogger Meow Meow's frugal living. In the video, the blogger was organizing a family medicine cabinet. These calcium tablets are from Guangming Pharmaceutical. She frowned at the camera, making an adorable expression of disgust. No, just seeing that name makes me feel uncomfortable now. How could it help a foreign company bully our own conscientious enterprise? Shanghai was forced to cut production rather than raise prices. How tough that must be. Meow Meow decisively threw the calcium tablets into the trash. From now on, when we buy things, we need to be more discerning and always check the manufacturer. A wave of condemnation against Wayland surged across the internet in the Dragon Kingdom. While it affected Wayland's stock price to some extent, the impact was very limited. However, Guangming Pharmaceutical, based in the country, faced a comprehensive boycott and suffered heavy losses. At Cloudfoot Garden, He Ming sat on the sofa scrolling through the trending topics online about Wayland's stranglehold. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lip. Jarvis. Yes, sir. How much has Wayland Biotechnology's stock price risen in the past 24 hours? As of this moment, it has increased by 54.3%. Based on market sentiment models and captured institutional movements, it is projected to peak within the next 3 months with a range of approximately 185 to 200%. How much capital can we currently mobilize? Your total liquid assets dispersed across global offshore markets and crypto accounts amount to 50 billion. This capital was quick money He Ming had earned through Jarvis' precise operations in overseas investment markets. He Ming fell silent for a moment. 50 billion was clearly insufficient to leverage Wayland, which was being fervently pursued by the market. Though it could inflict heavy damage, it was not enough for not enough ammunition. Contact by Chanchian for me. Jarvis, connection established. By Chanchian answered the phone, a hint of confusion in her voice. What do you want? How much overseas liquid capital can you mobilize right now? What are you planning? Bai Qianqian raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Short Wayland Biotechnology. Bai Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. This was a massive pharmaceutical giant with a market cap of 2 trillion backed by formidable capital, its stock soaring due to its recent chokehold on Shanghai. Shorting it would be like throwing money away. You must be insane. Wayland's stock has surged over 50% recently. You are going against the tide, pouring endless funds into a bottomless pit. What do you think would happen if I stole all the core experimental data on their catalytic enzyme, B7? Bai Qianqian's breath caught for an instant. An exceptionally shrewd woman, she instantly grasped the ghost's short-selling plan. Stealing Wayland's core secrets would be akin to severing their moat at its source. If successful, Wayland's so-called technological monopoly would become a joke. The stock price would plummet, cascading into an abyss. He Ming's synthesized voice continued. If that's not enough, I could also release all of Wayland's core secrets onto the internet. Enormous risk was accompanied by breathtaking profits. Bai Qianqian's heart pounded wildly, blood rushing to her head. How certain are you of obtaining the technology? That's not your concern. Just answer me, how much overseas capital can you mobilize? Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, forcing down her surging emotions. She quickly pressed her assistant's external line. Have the CFO bring all available overseas fund reports immediately. Minutes later, Bai Qianqian's voice came through again. I can mobilize $80 billion. Come back to me when you've gathered 100 billion. Bai Qianqian's breath hitched. This was sheer madness. If the plan succeeded, the returns would double or even multiply several times over. At that thought, Bai Qianqian could barely resist the urge to mortgage the entire Bai corporation for US dollars. How do we split the profits? 60-40 split, you get 40%. If you're not interested, I'll find another partner. Wait. Bai Qianqian cried out involuntarily. She had no doubt that the ghost could directly contact financial titans. If that happened, she might not even get a sip of the soup. 40% was still an astronomical figure. Give me 3 days. Bai Qianqian said through gritted teeth. I can't wait that long, you have at most 1 day. Bai Qianqian felt her throat go dry. Deal. A day later at Cloudfoot Garden, He Ming gave a simple command to Jarvis. Begin. In the depths of the global internet, a silent war quietly erupted. Jarvis simultaneously controlled tens of thousands of encrypted accounts scattered worldwide, each like a loyal ghost soldier receiving the same command at the same moment. Massive funds were fragmented, flowing through these tens of thousands of nodes via various financial instruments, silently constructing a colossal short trap aimed at Wayland Biotechnology. The entire operation was like an invisible digital army completing its strategic encirclement and ambush without the enemy's slightest awareness. Yet this large-scale maneuver barely created a ripple in the financial markets, dismissed by most as normal fluctuation. The capital behind Wayland sensed something, but to them it was merely a futile attempt, a foolish act of throwing money away. They held technological hegemony, brimming with confidence. At Cloudfoot Garden, sir, all deployment nodes are in place. Jarvis' voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Execute. At that moment, the internet itself became a public execution square. A miracle in the digital realm suddenly descended. Nearly simultaneously on all globally renowned public information platforms, even core dark web forums, the focal points of every page were overlaid by a forcibly pop-it-up, unclosable window. The window offered only one option: a compressed data package of the core data for bioactive catalytic enzyme B7. In the bottom right corner, a cloaked ghost icon flickered silently. After a brief dead silence, the world erupted in uproar. The academic community exploded first. Top global biologists, after initial shock and skepticism, frantically downloaded the data. Then came the verification of its authenticity. As verification deepened, exclamations of astonishment echoed through leading laboratories. Wayland's long-guarded technological barriers crumbled in an instant. The financial world experienced an 11-magnitude earthquake overnight. Wayland's stock price avalanched, and after hours, trading its cliff-like decline, a harrowing sight. Panic spread like a plague. Institutions and retail investors holding Wayland shares scrambled to sell, but it was too late. Sell orders piled up like mountains with few buyers in sight. The major pharmaceutical companies that had been suffocated by Wayland's B7 enzyme after an initial shock were plunged into ecstasy. This was a godsend. The ghost's move was akin to handing each of them the sharpest weapon, pointing at Wayland and saying, "Go destroy him." No coordination was needed. A commercial siege against Wayland naturally took shape. These competitors acted with unprecedented efficiency, analyzing data, adjusting R&D directions, and preparing to release preemptive product announcements. Last time, the ghost legend was mainly confined to Dragon Country. This time, he made the world remember that symbol, as everyone felt the ultimate fear of being dominated by digital shadows. In the top-floor office of Bai Corporation's headquarters in Magic City, Bai Qianqian jolted awake from the sofa. She rubbed her dark-circled eyes, straightened her attire, and sat back down at her computer. Could the ghost have vanished with the money? Though the ghosts demonstrated abilities and past cooperation made this highly unlikely, the sheer scale of the funds involved. She picked up her cold coffee, her fingers trembling slightly, her heart unable to calm. Just then a news alert popped up on her homepage. Bai Qianqian clicked it open, frozen in place. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. Painful, yet pounding twice as fast. Is this the core data package for B7? She instantly understood the ghost's plan. It was to fundamentally destroy Weyland's technological hegemony, leveraging global forces to crush this behemoth entirely. Bai Qianqian turned to another screen. Weyland's stock price curved like a kite, with a broken string plunged almost vertically into the abyss. The gray area representing after-hours trading was filled with massive bearish candles, the drop exceeding 80% instantly and still expanding wildly. It actually worked. Bai Qianqian felt her blood boil, a surge of exhilaration rushing to her head, leaving her dizzy. As Bai Qianqian scrolled through major headline news and the forcibly pinned pages across various online platforms, her awe for the ghost escalated tenfold. Wasn't this a dimensionality reduction strike? Had the ghost grown powerful enough to rewrite digital rules? Meanwhile, the internet within Dragon Country had erupted into a carnival of celebration. Soon news spread like wildfire across all major platforms. Celebrity gossip trending topics were pushed to the bottom of the charts. The top 10 trending searches were completely dominated by the ghost. Ghost's global public execution of Weyland B7 catalytic enzyme core technology leaked Weyland's stock price avalanche. Is Shanghai Group saved? Thank you, Ghost Boss. At that moment, beneath every video comment section, discussions about the ghost flooded everything. People seemed to seek an outlet to share this exhilarating, spine-tingling surge of emotion with others. So damn satisfying. You tried to choke us, didn't expect this, huh? Haha, your home got stolen. What kind of sci-fi plot is this? The ghost is taking on a trillion-dollar multinational giant and winning so brilliantly. Though the methods are a bit questionable, on the ghost side this time. To deal with a thug, you need even thuggish methods. Haha, look at those analysts overseas, their faces are green. This wave is a dimensionality reduction strike. Ghost is awesome. The internet was filled with a buoyant atmosphere, a blend of national pride and admiration for a digital vigilante. Last time the ghost's actions within the country were tinged with mystery and controversy. But this time his move directly struck the pain point of all Dragon Country citizens, being strangled, bringing unprecedented catharsis and earning nearly unanimous support and acclaim. In the city of Magic Capital at the 7th Bureau, Chen Tao stood before a massive electronic whiteboard, its surface covered with photographs and clues, intricate lines connecting them in a perfect web. The sequence Ghost receives 2 billion intelligence deposit led to Star C Group registered capital of 2 billion, then to Weyland's technological suppression, followed by Qianqian's call records, and finally Weyland's core data publicly executed worldwide. The office was thick with cigarette smoke, the ashtray nearly overflowing with butts. Chen Tao's brow furrowed into a tight knot. He casually pulled a bottle of longevity water from a drawer, poured it into his thermos, gave it a gentle shake, and took 2 large gulps. 2 billion. Is that just a coincidence? He muttered. Are they deliberately sending us a message? Ghost, what exactly are you trying to do? Chen Tao was almost certain that the Star C Group was inextricably linked to Ghost, perhaps even serving as one of Ghost's crucial pawns in the open arena. So when this pawn faced a survival crisis under Weyland's technological suppression, what would the hand behind the curtain do? The answer had already been presented to the world in the most shocking manner. Short selling. He pondered. It can't be that simple, it was just a byproduct. Chen Tao rested his chin on his hand, his mind beginning to race at full speed. He felt that Ghost's rescue of Star C was merely a facade. The deeper intent was a declaration from Ghost aimed at all those who sought to use technological hegemony for unfair competition. I have the power to strip away your core advantages at any moment. The rules are mine to set. A chill ran down Chen Tao's spine. This Ghost was not just a hacker with godlike technical prowess. He was an order-restructuring entity with immense strategic vision and a desire for control. He was using his own methods to forcibly intervene in and even reshape the rules of certain domains. Weyland might just have been an unlucky target that stuck its head out at the wrong time. Chen Tao stubbed out his cigarette, his expression turning profoundly grave. He realized that Ghost's emergence was no longer a simple cybersecurity incident, but an unknown variable that could impact the international business landscape and even affect deeper strategic balances. The official stance towards Ghost must be handled with far greater caution. This is beyond my purview now. He picked up the internal encrypted phone and issued orders in a low, solemn voice. Prepare a top-level encrypted analysis report and submit it to higher authorities. Understood, Director. In North America, within a secret hall, the light was soft and gentle. A few seemingly simple sofas were made of wood from long-extinct rare species. A handful of people sat scattered among them, their simple clothes carrying an intangible weight that made the air itself feel stagnant. They needed no words, they were the embodiment of power. In the shadows at the back stood a row of strategists and assistants. One of them, a person who could command the wind and rain in the outside world, was the heir to a financial conglomerate. Yet before these individuals, he kept his gaze humbly lowered, not daring to meet any eyes in front. A silver-haired elder among them tapped the armrest of his chair with a fingertip. What happened with the Wayland incident? The head of security stepped forward. Gentlemen, after repeated verification, there is no trace of external intrusion on Wayland's. The chief strategist bowed as he replied. There is over a 90% probability that Ghost is a massive hacker organization with a base of over 10,000 people. The only explanation for such a clean job is that Wayland's upper management has been infiltrated. This conclusion slightly eased the expressions of the powerful. They preferred to believe in a formidable opponent rather than a miracle. If, as online rumors suggested, Ghost had long possessed the ability to sweep through financial markets, this attack would not have been limited solely to Wayland. What was the motive? Another elder holding a cane spoke with half-closed eyes. Over 95% probability it is highly correlated with Wayland's actions against Starseed Group. Over 99% probability that Ghost has a close connection or an employment relationship with Starseed. Purge the internal ranks. Use all resources to find someone to calm the panic. Beside the elder, seated in the very center, a young girl of about 15 or 16 dressed in a qipao with a predominantly Asian appearance stood up. She walked to the chief strategist holding a document. This is a copy of the Project Dawn. The chief strategist's heart stirred. So they were finally playing this trump card. The meeting adjourned, and the powerful left inside. Wayland's crisis management was textbook perfect. Within 48 hours of the data leak that shook the globe, a highly anticipated press conference was urgently under the spotlight. Wayland's newly appointed vice president announced with a somber expression. Following an urgent internal investigation, it has been determined that this core technology leak was caused by former Vice President Charles, who used his high-level privileges to steal and sell the data for personal gain. He has been terminated and handed over to judicial authorities. The company will fully cooperate with the investigation to pursue his legal liability. The spokesperson deftly redefined the Ghost incident as an internal corruption issue. Then came the press conference's main event. Wayland took this opportunity to officially announce a research and development project named Dawn. The large screen displayed detailed data charts and partially blurred clinical imaging materials. The spokesperson claimed this was a major breakthrough by Wayland in tackling Alzheimer's disease. Phase 2 clinical trial data showed the new drug could significantly slow the rate of cognitive decline in early to mid-stage patients, far surpassing any existing therapies. No sooner had the press conference ended than the internet flooded with analytical posts and educational videos. The entity previously hailed as a god Ghost was now being portrayed as a large-scale, meticulously planned hacker organization that had bribed an insider to create a mystifying facade. It was speculated that Starseed was Ghost's financial backer. The posts severely condemned these actions as using illegitimate means to strike competitors, create social panic, and disrupt business order. Furthermore, there was vigorous promotion and deification of Wayland and the Dawn Project. Major global information platforms were filled with emotional headlines like a blessing for humanity, the dawn of conquering a century-old problem, and fighting for the hope of all mankind. The articles detailed the immense funds and countless failures humanity had poured into conquering Alzheimer's. They vehemently exaggerated and praised the epic-making significance of this breakthrough. This successfully molded Wayland into a heroic enterprise burdened with humanity's hopes and suffering a malicious attack. This combination of tactics had an immediate effect. The capital market's reaction was the most genuine. Wayland's stock price not only stopped its freefall, but spurred by Dawn soared, quickly recovering all losses and surging to 3 times its historical peak value. A large amount of international capital that had been on the sidelines rushed in, extremely optimistic about the monopolistic profits this star drug would generate in the future. Even the domestic public opinion arena completely flipped in an instant. In the Dragon Kingdom, it was the live stream of the well-known financial blogger Truth Seeker. Before the camera, the blogger, known for his outspokenness, had a grim expression. A striking title was displayed on the background board: Ghost or Demon? The conspiracy and truth behind the Wayland data theft. Family, good evening. Today let's talk about a matter of great significance, even concerning the future of all mankind. The blogger, surnamed Wong, cut straight to the chase, elevating the event to a matter of universal importance. Recently, the name Ghost has been very hot. Many people have hailed it as a digital Ronin, applauding its actions. But today I'm going to take a risk and pour some cold water on you to tear off this hypocritical mask. He switched the background PPT, displaying detailed information from Wayland's press conference about Dawn. Look everyone, this is a major breakthrough in Alzheimer's treatment. He paused, glanced at the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, and then continued his introduction. This is the dawn of true hope for tens of millions of families worldwide affected by senile dementia. To conquer this century-old problem, humanity has invested no less than trillions of dollars and endured countless failures. Today, Wayland has finally achieved a critical breakthrough. This is a monumental achievement worthy of being recorded in history. Then the background changed. The symbol of Ghost was linked together with the logo of Star Sea Group. Ghost is no digital Ronin. It used the most despicable methods to steal Weyland's core technology and spread panic across the globe. So why did Ghost do it? Everyone speculates it's connected to Star Sea. Yes, that's what I think too. Weyland restricted Star Sea Group's technology misuse, and in return it received this treatment, its stock price nearly plummeting to oblivion. It's like a thug who can't win a fight, instead of trying harder steals the opponent's life-saving formula and publishes it for the world to see. This is utterly shameless and despicable. Which is more important, treating tinnitus or conquering Alzheimer's? I don't think I need to elaborate. Weyland works for the health of all mankind, while Star Sea and Ghost stab it in the back, destroying business order. Should we support and tolerate such despicable enterprises profiting from the hard-earned money of our common people? The live stream's comment section exploded instantly. Under the bloggers' highly inflammatory rhetoric, the mindset of many viewers who were initially just watching began to shift subtly. Comments flooded in. Wow, hearing Teacher Wong say it really makes sense. My grandma has wandered off so many times because of Alzheimer's. It's torturous. If Weyland can really cure it, they'd be our family savior. Support Weyland, boycott Star Sea, oppose hacker behavior. I almost got led astray by a bunch of idiots. Turns out Ghost is so detestable. Star Sea, get out of the Dragon Kingdom. They'll never buy longevity water again. So infuriating. Many viewers with family members suffering from Alzheimer's felt a deep resonance immediately seeing Weyland as their only hope. And thus they loathed Star Sea and Ghost for destroying that hope. At the same time, a flood of similar articles began appearing on mainstream information platforms in the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, Star Sea transformed from a sympathetic, choked-up, conscientious enterprise into a universally condemned industry wrecker. The internet was filled with abuse. Some even called for a boycott of all Star Sea products and demanded relevant authorities investigate. Star Sea's official website and social media accounts were instantly submerged by a tidal wave of furious comments. If Star Sea had been publicly listed, its stock price would have crashed to rock bottom. At Star Sea Tower, He Ming sat in his office chair, his focus on Weyland's continuously climbing stock price. Regarding the online public opinion, Jarvis had implemented the highest level of comment control. Among the voices were paid trolls, influencers seeking to ride the wave for traffic, and bystanders eager to stir up trouble. He Ming's solution was direct. For the paid trolls, he found their information, packaged all their past illegal records, and sent the data to the relevant local authorities. As for the influencers who jumped on the bandwagon for traffic, He Ming ordered Jarvis to directly clear the follower counts on all their personal media information platforms. And for the bystanders who decided to join in the fray, their accounts were banned. For a time, the internet was filled with a chorus of wails, especially from the big influencers who had their followers wiped out, feeling like they wanted to hang themselves on the spot. Millions, or even tens of millions of accounts became blank slates overnight, and any short videos they subsequently posted were forcibly throttled by Jarvis. At Star Sea Tower, He Ming leaned by the window, continuing to scroll through short videos. The negative public opinion targeting Star Sea had noticeably decreased. At least the influencers with large followings dared not rashly get involved anymore. Although a few insignificant troublemakers remained, they could no longer stir up any trouble. Instead, they were being harassed into a state of utter misery by tens of millions of accounts simultaneously controlled by Jarvis. At the top floor of the Baishur Technology headquarters in the Magic City, 4 high-definition screens lined the spacious desk. 3 of them displayed the same alarming curve across different time frames. The stock price of Weyland Biotechnology. 48 hours ago, that curve plunged like a dying serpent into the abyss, plummeting by over 80. Back then, Bai Qian saw a future of multiplied returns beckoning her. But now the curve shot up like a rocket, not only reclaiming all lost ground, but breaking through historical highs, its market capitalization swelling to 3 times. The 4th screen was filled with dense financial news headlines, nearly every one of them positive news regarding Weyland Biotechnology. It's over. Bai Qian slumped back into her chair as if her soul had been drained. $100 billion. That was her Allen bet, draining every available overseas liquidity from Baishur Technology and borrowing massive short-term bridge loans from international financial institutions secured by the company's core assets. The Ghost likely employed leverage several times, or even tenfold. Shorting was a gamble on a falling stock price. Now, with Weyland's stock skyrocketing at such a terrifying rate, the margin call threshold had long been breached. The massive funds she had invested were utterly annihilated under forced liquidation by exchanges and counterparties. Worse still, due to the leverage, the debt she owed was an astronomical figure she dared not even imagine. She understood that Baishur Technology was completely finished and her own future was gone. Bai Qian's legs gave way, and she slid from the expensive leather office chair, collapsing onto the carpet. Struggling, she crawled on all fours to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the most dazzling nightscape of the Magic City. The world remained bustling, busy, full of life and desire. Just days ago she stood here overlooking this domain brimming with ambition as she planned how this sure-win gamble would elevate Baisher technology to new heights. But now none of this had anything to do with her anymore. The enormous glass pane reflected her disheartened shadow, her face as pale as paper, her eyes hollow and devoid of any spark. The traffic below looked as tiny as ants. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over her. If I jump, there won't be so many troubles. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's mind was consumed by this thought. With just one leap, all the pressure and debt would end. She reached out her fingertips, touching the cold glass. Tears streamed uncontrollably. She didn't want to die so miserably, but what other choice did she have? A crisp email notification sound pierced Bai Qianqian's heart like a fine needle. It was the alert she had set specifically for emails from the ghost. That sound was like a death knell. Bai Qianqian knew it must be the ghost informing her of total loss. Yet driven by unwillingness, she reached out a trembling hand and grabbed the mouse. Even the simple act of opening the email took her 15 painstaking minutes. The email contained only a single line of text and a screenshot. Didn't expect Wieland had a backup plan. Earned a bit less, but still a small gain. Below the text was a striking screenshot. The balance of an overseas account was displayed 586,000. Bai Qianqian's breath stopped completely, and her pupils dilated to their maximum, and it felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen. Then it surged through her veins at an unprecedented speed. What was happening? This number with so many zeros she had to count repeatedly struck like a heavy hammer into the depths of her consciousness. Bai Qianqian felt dizzy and weak, her vision darkened, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. It took a long while before she steadied herself. When she realized she hadn't lost everything, her breathing became rapid and her chest heaved violently. Impossible. Did he close the position early? Bai Qianqian's throat tightened and her voice was unusually hoarse. She rubbed her eyes vigorously with the back of her hand and stared at the screen again. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of billions, trillions, 586 billion US dollars. This outcome was achieved because He Ming used the notebook to monitor Wieland and the capital behind it at regular intervals. When he learned that the backers were attempting a turnaround with Dawn, he decisively ordered Jarvis to close the position at the fastest speed and buy up a large number of Wieland shares that even the market was reluctant to take. In reality, the market value of Wieland shares He Ming now held had approached nearly 700 billion US dollars. But this money had little to do with Bai Qianqian. The original agreement only covered the short-selling portion. The bullish turn was an unforeseen factor. This was the advantage of foresight brought by information. Although the profit was several times less than the theoretical maximum, if the stock had hit rock bottom, the result was already the best possible for Bai Qianqian. A 40% share means 234 billion. Bai Qianqian could no longer contain her excitement. She sat down on the floor and wept loudly, releasing the fear that had been building up in her heart. Then she couldn't help but want to burst into laughter, her expression completely out of control. At that moment, recalling how she had considered jumping to her death, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. It felt like riding a roller coaster. A moment ago, she was calculating the angle of her fall, hoping to land feet first. The next, she was hurled to the peak of Mount Everest, overlooking the world. This extreme contrast made Bai Qianqian experience the boundary between life and death. She struggled to her feet and rushed back to the computer screen, repeatedly counting the astronomical number in the email screenshot. Ghost, you had it all calculated from the start. Bai Qianqian murmured, her voice trembling with the relief of surviving a catastrophe and deep awe for the ghost. Buzz. Buzz. Bai Qianqian's private encrypted phone screen lit up abruptly, the caller ID showing a flickering ghost icon. It was the ghost. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her still racing heart, and answered the call with as steady a voice as possible. Hello. On the other, in the same emotionless electronic voice spoke. The funds have been settled. Your current share is 234 billion US dollars. Wieland's Dawn is a problem, but not impossible to break through. If everything goes smoothly, the gains could at least double. You can choose to continue or stop here. Bai Qianqian's breath caught again. That would be a truly unimaginable astronomical figure, enough to elevate her and Baisher technology to the pinnacle of the world. The electronic voice continued coldly. If you choose to exit now, the money will be transferred to your overseas accounts within 10 minutes. As the voice trailed off, a brief silence fell between the two ends of the line. Turbulent waves surged in Bai Qianqian's heart. Exit. Walking away safely with over 200 billion was an unimaginable victory. It was the safest and most rational choice. The media barrier and technological halo Wieland built with Dawn were simply too strong. Attacking again was like storming a freshly fortified war fortress. If it failed, she never wanted to experience that near-death despair again. Follow through. That meant multiplied returns. This temptation whispered in Bai Qianqian's ear like a demon's murmur. She noticed that when the ghost proposed this plan, his tone betrayed no hesitation. Though the synthesized voice was emotionless, it exuded an absolute confidence of one in control. Bai Qianqian's heart was in turmoil, her mind engaged in an intense inner. If she backed out now, would she be excluded from the ghost's inner circle? Future greater opportunities would be lost to her. The flame of greed flickered in her eyes. An aura of ambition emanated from Bai Qianqian's being. Risk and reward went hand in hand. But the ghost had never failed. Fortune favors the bold. No transfer needed. Tell me what to do next. I'm with you all the way. Good. They'll call you when needed. At Starry Sky Tower, He Ming hung up, took out the notebook from the drawer, grabbed a black carbon pen, compile a complete RD log for a targeted drug that completely cures Alzheimer's disease. Prerequisite: the core formula must be producible with Blue Star's technology. Prerequisite: raw materials must be easily obtainable on Blue Star. Prerequisite: production cycle minimized. In the next moment, the blank pages of the notebook were filled with dense, intricate data. He Ming expressionlessly raised his wrist, aligning his watch with the page. All the information on the page was rapidly captured by the watch's camera, recorded and organized by Jarvis into complete data. Let's begin. He Ming closed the notebook and spoke calmly. The instant the command was issued, a precise hunt orchestrated by a digital specter quietly commenced in the depths of the global financial market. Jarvis simultaneously controlled tens of thousands of real-name accounts distributed globally, methodically selling off the Wayland shares held by He Ming. These sell orders were broken down into extremely small pieces, like dispersing a cup of water into mist and sprinkling it into the ocean. The pace of the sell-off was strictly controlled. Whenever the stock price showed a significant downward trend, Jarvis would slightly slow the selling pace, even using a small amount of capital to support the price, keeping it fluctuating at a high level. Due to the continuous stream of positive news about Wayland, there were countless buyers, and He Ming's shares were quickly cashed out at the high. To ordinary investors, this operation appeared to be nothing more than normal profit-taking at the peak. But the true killing move was hidden beneath this fog. Simultaneously with this orderly sell-off, another completely independent system was activated. Using the funds recovered from the sell-off, Jarvis began to simultaneously build a massive short position through futures and options with tenfold leverage. The subtlety here lies in Jarvis using the selling pressure it created to stabilize the stock price. The purpose of this was to ensure the short positions would not trigger a margin call due to short-term price increases, thus safely navigating the most dangerous position. It was like removing bricks from a roof, while temporarily propping up the beams with supports until all the explosives were in place. He Ming was not familiar with Earth's financial rules. But on Blue Star, short selling was not simply betting on a decline. It was an expensive gamble. The operator needed to pay a huge margin as a performance guarantee and daily pay high stock borrowing interest to the broker, like paying rent for borrowed weapons. Every transaction, whether profitable or not, incurred certain fees to the exchange and broker. In this zero-sum game, the broker was the eternal winner. They were like the owners of an arena. Regardless of which gladiator lived or died, the ticket sales and weapon rentals brought them immense profits. The core mechanism of making money through short selling is selling high and buying low. However, it also carries great risk. Short selling is a bet on a decline. If the stock price rises sharply in a short period, the position must be supplemented. The money lost in this process is essentially the ammunition held in reserve. Once the ammunition is depleted and the margin call level is triggered, it means the invested money is lost completely, and one may even incur massive debts. Because covering the position takes time, during which the stock's rise translates directly into losses. Assuming Wayland's stock price collapses, Jarvis would only need to buy back an equivalent number of shares with a few hundred billion, or even less, and return them to the broker. The huge difference minus interest and fees would be pure profit. So who is losing money? The answer is clear. All the investors who took over the shares Jarvis sold at the peak of Wayland's stock price. The retail investors and funds that frantically bought in, optimistic about the dawn. And the big money behind Wayland propping up the stock. Their wealth would be devoured by the shorts when the avalanche came. Jarvis was an artificial intelligence beyond its time. It could wield this complex set of financial rules with masterful skill, turning the emotions and fluctuations of the market itself into part of its chess game. A dimensionality reduction attack, nothing less. At 3 in the morning, an anonymous post released by Jarvis quietly appeared on the world's largest financial forum. The title was "A Technician's Concern: Is There a Statistical Bias in the Clinical Data of Wayland's Aurora Project?" The content lacked emotional attacks, instead citing several professional data points from public reports, raising a few seemingly technical questions in a rigorous tone, seeking discussion. This seed of doubt, disguised with academic pretense, was physically boosted by Jarvis, using thousands of puppet accounts within minutes. It was pushed to the trending section by the system's highly valuable tag, quickly entering the view of numerous idle investors. Once the seed sprouted, public opinion began to spread uncontrollably. Across major global social media platforms, more revelations followed in succession, forming a tiered public opinion attack. An account named former project team member who wishes to remain anonymous vaguely mentioned management pressure on the original data results. A tweet from a suddenly appearing blogger independent analyst with tens of millions of zombie followers began to question whether Wayland's recent cash flow could support the continued RD investment in Aurora. Some posts began comparing the early characteristics of other famous tech scams in history, subtly including Wayland in the comparison. This information was a mix of truth and falsehood with seemingly scattered sources, but all pointed to the same direction. The perfect image of Wayland might have cracks. A virus called panic was injected into the market's bloodstream by Jarvis in precisely calculated doses. The market opened that day. Wayland's stock price opened higher on habitual optimistic sentiment, but buyers soon discovered an invisible heavy pressure above. Jarvis began actively using its stock holdings to place modest sell orders at key price levels, precisely suppressing every attempt at a rebound. The high-level volatile curve on the chart created a marked appearance of weakening upward momentum. A theoretical limit for Wayland Biotech's stock price was perfectly disguised by Jarvis' precise operations. It was within this cloud of doubt and weak market atmosphere, all crafted by Jarvis' own hands, that the true killing move was launched. Tens of thousands of real-name accounts began to act in line with market sentiment. They left comments under the popular negative posts. Hope he is a wise man in getting out first. Then a small short sale transaction would appear, as if a real flesh-and-blood person was operating. Some accounts posted on social platforms. Wayland is too risky shorting to hedge. The corresponding account then established a put option. Their actions appeared extremely fragmented. Some accounts closed their positions after making a small profit. Others continued to increase their stakes. Jarvis' God-level operations perfectly simulated the behavior patterns of speculative retail investors and small hot money in the market. To everyone, these sudden short orders were just a reasonable market reaction to negative information. No one would imagine that the person spreading the news, the invisible hand suppressing the stock price, and the army of retail short sellers were all the product of a single Wall Street district, a private equity fund office. Zhou Xian, look at this trend. Zhou Xian leaned over to look at Wayland Biotech's stock price chart. After hitting a peak market cap of $5 trillion, the stock price entered a high-frequency fluctuation range. Whenever the decline was slightly larger, it would be quickly pulled back up. See that? Shin Lin pointed at the screen with his pen, a hint of a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He leaned back arrogantly in his chair, pontificating as if commanding the world. This high-level fluctuation is probably a setup by the real financial titans on Wall Street. They are clearing out some weak-handed bulls. They're luring in those clueless retail investors who only know how to follow the trend, getting them to go short. Once those fools have accumulated enough short positions, it'll be a perfect short squeeze, swallowing them up entirely. Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. Brother Lin's analysis is spot on. The real hunters have already set the trap, just waiting for those idiots to fall in. Shin Lin took 2 big gulps of coffee. His whole demeanor was exuding immense confidence. I've already bet my entire fortune on this, and I even took out a huge loan using my RV as collateral. Only by following the right trend can you truly leap across social classes. His words were filled with disdain for his counterparts back home. When I graduated from Jiaotong University, the offers from those domestic institutions were an insult. It's only here that you can understand what true capital operation means and personally participate in this feast of global harvesting. Volatility is the process of wealth redistribution. I'm sure Wayland's stock price will soon break through to new highs, climbing another step. Those cowards who got scared off and those short sellers who think they're so smart will all become stepping stones for me, Shin Lin. Zhou Xian chimed in. Yeah, it's only here that you can breathe the air of freedom. At the headquarters of Shanghai Group, the once vibrant office area now felt somewhat stifling. Though the online backlash had been completely suppressed, those who had been indiscriminately targeted by Jarvis redirected their frustration toward Xinghai's customer service hotline. In response, Lindong's approach was to simply shut down the channel, turning a blind eye. Employees from the idle human resources and customer service departments gathered in small groups in the break area, their faces etched with confusion and anxiety. Sigh, when will this ever end? Lily sat on the sofa by the window, staring at the gray sky outside, her mood profoundly heavy. She was among the first batch of veteran employees to join Shanghai, having witnessed its rise from nothing to the peak. Yet now Shanghai was mired in a quagmire, seemingly without any way out. Every time I open my phone now, all I see online are people cursing our Shanghai. My parents called me yesterday telling me to quit immediately just because my neighbors are pointing fingers at them for me working at Shanghai. Lu Yinyan gently stirred her coffee with a small spoon, appearing much calmer than Lily. Her makeup remained immaculate, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Lily. Don't take it to heart. Those people online are just sheep following the crowd. Our company's benefits are so good, maybe if we get through this, the boss will even give us a bonus. Lily turned her head and let out a sigh. Yin Yin, you're really carefree. Our company's reputation is already ruined. Even if production resumes later, will anyone still buy our products? Can't make it. Lu Yinyin let out a soft laugh. Lily, think carefully about our company's mysterious behind-the-scenes boss. He can even invite academician Chen Guiyuan and develop longevity water, a product that rakes in money like picking up cash with a sack. I for one don't believe Shanghai has no backup plan. I have no family or friends in Shanghai anyway. Let them gossip behind my back all they want to, I can't hear them. As long as the company pays my salary on time, I'll stay put. I'm not giving up such a great platform. Lily opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. In the president's office, Jiang Zhonghua massaged his brow, his lips pale and dark circles heavy under his eyes. Zhang Kaiwen sat on the sofa to one side, still struggling to counter the onslaught of online public opinion. Old Jiang, any news from academician Chen? Any progress on the T4 project? Jiang Zhonghua let out a long sigh. I asked Gaitiel be at least another half a year. Just then Su Jin knocked on the president's office door, holding a stack of documents. The RD department has fully mastered the B7 catalytic enzyme and can begin production at any time. Jiang Zhonghua took the documents and glanced over them briefly, forcing a faint smile. This was good news, meaning Shanghai no longer had to worry about being strangled. However, due to the public backlash, sales of Shanghai longevity water, excluding the medical system, had already dropped by nearly 20%. Su Jin asked tentatively, any word from the boss? No. Before he could finish, a special notification sound rang out from Jiang Zhonghua's computer. It's an email from the boss. Zhang Kaiwen and Su Jin's eyes lit up simultaneously as they hurried over to the desk. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath and opened the long-awaited email. The body of the email contained just one line. You decide the product name. You have 2 hours to hold an immediate press conference with academician Chen Guiyuan and his entire team attending. Below it was an encrypted compressed file labeled Complete RD Log for Alzheimer's application drug. The office fell into a deathly silence. That single line struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of the three. Alzheimer's application drug. Su Jin frowned, deeply wondering if she had misread. If not, then she must still be dreaming. Alzheimer's disease. A medical cliff that global top-tier pharmaceutical companies had poured trillions into over decades without fully conquering. Zhang Kaiwen's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, his eyes fixed on the screen in sheer shock. Jiang Zhonghua's breathing grew heavy, his mind racing to process this utterly unimaginable. He didn't rashly touch the compressed file that signified a solution to a world-renowned medical challenge. After all, he was just a businessman and couldn't understand it anyway. The boss has given us a weapon capable of shattering everything. Jiang Zhonghua immediately stood up, his back straight as a rod. Su, go prepare a new production base immediately. Old Zhang, use every media resource at your disposal. In 2 hours, I want the lenses of all major global media outlets focused on our Shanghai press conference. The three immediately split up and took action, rushing out of the president's office almost simultaneously. At the Shanghai Materials RD Center. In the core experimental area, Jiang Zhonghua ignored formalities and charged straight toward academician Chen Guiyuan, who was deep in thought over a set of data. He placed a USB drive containing the downloaded compressed data on Chen's desk. Academician Chen, urgent. This is top secret material just sent by the boss. Your team needs to assess its feasibility immediately. Chen Guiyuan raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What project had that mysterious behind-the-scenes boss sent this time, causing a company president such visible tension? When the file named Complete RD Log for Alzheimer's application drug appeared on the dedicated computer screen, every researcher in the room froze. Murmurs of doubt erupted about the file. Only Chen Guiyuan believed in it without question. Hadn't carbon nanotube, T4, and longevity water both been products ahead of their time? The moment the compressed file was extracted and projected onto the screen, the entire experimental area fell into absolute silence. A professor specializing in molecular biology hurried forward, nearly pressing his face against the display. How can this conformation remain stable? But if we use the coenzyme mentioned below as support, theoretically, it makes sense. And this delivery mechanism. Zhou Qiming took a deep breath, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, the whole design looks like it was copied from the future. Whispers turned into heated discussions among the scientists. Their faces were a complex mix of emotions, confusion, shock, and a sense of awe in the face of wisdom far beyond their own understanding. Verify. Immediately verify the in vitro activity data from Chapter 3. Chen Guiyuan's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. The lab's most advanced simulation systems were fully mobilized. The final conclusion confirmed that the data in the file was entirely correct. Is this real? Jiang Zhonghua couldn't make sense of the mind-boggling data. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, constantly checking his watch. Finally, catching a break in the discussion, he practically shouted to interject. Academician Chen, everyone, the boss has instructions. Once most people turned their attention to him, Jiang Zhonghua continued in a rushed tone. A global press conference in 2 hours. The boss needs you and the entire team to attend and announce this achievement to the world. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly snapping the scientists out of their academic awe. They then remembered the dire life-or-death predicament Shanghai was. Reputation completely shattered, market-facing boycotts. Chen Guiyuan nodded slightly. Immediately optimize the file. We only need to reveal a portion. Zhang Zhonghua's suspended heart finally settled, followed by a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, turning his face crimson. The car is already downstairs. Let's go win this comeback battle together. North America. The press conference hall of Wayland Biotech headquarters. The venue was brightly lit and packed with people, the long lenses and cameras of major global media outlets aimed at the podium. Anderson, the new vice president of Wayland, stood behind the podium, his face beaming with confident smiles, exuding an air of triumph and boundless glory. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for gracing Wayland's press conference on this momentous day. The purpose of this conference is crystal clear: to provide a definitive response to the baseless, malicious rumors circulating on the internet recently. Behind Anderson, a massive screen displayed a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation. Today we will unveil more core data from Phase 2 clinical trials of Project Dawn, including a more detailed analysis of cognitive function improvement scales. These data have been verified by multiple independent third-party institutions and are absolutely authentic. Each of his words drew thunderous applause and a frenzy of flashing cameras from the audience. This press conference was meant to send the strongest signal to the market. Wayland is indestructible, and all speculators will be mercilessly squeezed out. The hundreds of billions of dollars in short bets on the market would become a feast for Wayland and its long investors. Please direct your attention to the screen. Anderson turned sideways, preparing to present the first set of blockbuster data. This set of data clearly shows. But then at that moment, an unusual commotion arose from the media seats below. At first it was just isolated whispers, but it quickly escalated into widespread murmuring. Many reporters stared at their phones, their faces etched with extreme shock and disbelief. Some even let out involuntary exclamations. "Oh my God! What?" Anderson's speech was interrupted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. This was entirely different from the scene of undivided attention he had envisioned. What was wrong with these reporters? What could be more important than the Dawn Project data Wayland was about to release? Just as he tried to regain control, with a louder voice, an assistant, pale-faced, rushed onto the stage, leaned in close to Anderson's ear, and whispered urgently. The confident smile on Anderson's face instantly froze. A mixture of confusion and deep anger surfaced on his features. In his eyes, Shanghai was merely a fledgling startup, no more significant than an ant before Wayland. Yet Shanghai had chosen to hold its press conference simultaneously, and the content of their conference was utter nonsense. Claiming to completely cure Alzheimer's disease was nothing but a blatant lie. But he couldn't afford to ignore Xinghai's conference, for they had enlisted Chen Guiyuan himself to personally endorse the event. Anderson no longer cared about the press conference or the short squeeze plan. He roughly shoved aside the assistant, not even pausing to apologize to the audience, and fled like a man escaping the plague, stumbling hurriedly into the back. Shanghai. The observation deck on the top floor of Xingshan Tower. It had been temporarily transformed into a press conference venue. On the podium, Chen Guiyuan sat at the center, flanked by several top-tier scientists renowned in the field of neuroscience. Their very presence was the most substantial endorsement of the conference. The event was hosted by Chen Wanwan. Dressed in a sharp professional suit, she carried herself with elegance and composure. She embodied both the academic heritage of her family and the sharpness of a young manager. Behind Chen Wanwan, the large screen displayed the futuristic product. The name signified tracing clear memories, cleansing cognitive fog. It was Chen Wanwan who had come up with the name, as time had been extremely tight. Midway through the conference, led by Chen Guiyuan, team members took turns stepping onto the stage. Several heavyweight scientists, using exceptionally rigorous academic language, detailed the core mechanism of Yisuking and the astonishing data from preclinical. Below the stage, the media reporters, who had initially harbored some skepticism, had their expressions shift from scrutiny to shock. The flashes, sporadic at first, soon merged into a continuous blaze of white light, frantically capturing every moment of the scientists' speeches, documenting an event worthy of being etched into medical history. As the press conference drew to a close, Chen Wanwan returned to the front with a relieved smile. Based on our fully matured synthesis process, Yisuking will achieve mass production within 3 months. The first batch of the drug will be prioritized for domestic clinical needs. Before she could finish, the audience erupted in excitement. Mass production in 3 months. This meant it was no mere PowerPoint slide, but a tangible reality. Thank you all for coming. This concludes the press conference. Chen Wanwan bowed with a smile, and then made a graceful exit. Yet the crowd below did not disperse. Reporters surged toward the podium like a tidal wave, hoping to glean more details. The moment the press conference ended, on the stock chart of Wayland, a silent massacre had already begun. Those with the keenest instincts, the deep-sea leviathans of the market, were always the first to sense the tremors. As early as half an hour before Xinghai's press conference, certain top-tier family offices had already learned through covert channels the weight of what Chen Guiyuan's team was about to present. Thus, before Xinghai's press conference, a spectacular great escape was underway. Massive sell orders began to rain down like hailstones onto Weyland's buy. Next came the hedge funds and quantitative institutions that had been closely monitoring the live streams of both press conferences. When Shun Wanwan uttered the name Yisuking, and when academician Shun Guiyuan displayed the irrefutable core data, their risk control systems instantly triggered the highest level alarms. Traders didn't even need to wait for orders from their bosses. Their fingers were already flying across keyboards, executing preset stop losses, or even initiating massive short-selling programs. More sell orders joined the fray, and Weyland's stock price plunged from a gradual decline to a precipitous cliff. One chilling red candlestick after another appeared on the chart. Yet the tragedy and absurdity of the market lay in the invisible chasm created by information asymmetry. While top-tier capital was frantically fleeing and professional institutions were decisively cutting losses, on ordinary retail trading platforms, a completely different feverish scene was unfolding. A crash is the perfect opportunity to buy the dip, brothers. Believe in dawn. Financial freedom is within sight. Weyland's stock price, torn between the cold flight of the savvy and the fervent buying of the naive, accelerated its plunge into the abyss. Wall Street. Inside a luxurious office, Shun Lin sat frozen in his leather chair like a statue robbed of its soul. His pupils were unfocused, reflecting the cascading climb of Weyland Biotech stock. His fingers hovered unconsciously over the sell button, yet he couldn't bring himself to press it. It's useless. Whether I sell or not, what difference does it make? Shun Lin had used 5 times leverage, betting his entire fortune along with a massive mortgage loan on Weyland's Dawn project. Now the stock's decline had long since breached his liquidation threshold. This meant Shun Lin's substantial margin deposit had vanished into thin air. Worse still, due to the leverage, he likely now owed his brokerage a debt so enormous he could never repay it in a lifetime. Nearby, Zhou Xian's face was equally drained of color, but he gritted his teeth and frantically typed on his keyboard, desperately selling off the remaining Weyland shares in their account at any possible price. Every trade meant taking a loss, but at least it salvaged a few insignificant crumbs. Lin, don't just stand there. Save whatever you can. Shun Lin was deaf to Zhou Xian's shouts. He slowly rose to his feet, his movements stiff as a marionette. He even had the leisure to walk to the coffee machine and pour himself a cup of scalding black coffee. Then, cup in hand, he walked silently out of the office like a walking corpse. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The wind on the rooftop was strong, tousling Shun Lin's meticulously slicked back hair. He walked step by step to the edge below him, the dizzying, bustling vista of Wall Street. Towering skyscrapers, streams of traffic. This was the kingdom he had once dreamed of conquering. Finally, Shun Lin took a bitter sip of his coffee. It was exceedingly bitter. In the top-floor office of Base Technology in the Magic City, Bai Qianqian's face was flushed as she stared intently at the screen. The continuous decline of Verland's stock price was in her eyes a gold mine erupting endlessly for her. Her breathing grew heavier, her chest heaving violently. The ghost succeeded. Bai Qianqian sprang from her chair, bracing herself on the desk, her body trembling with excitement. Looking back, she felt immense relief at her decision. This money was rightfully hers. $100 billion entrusted to a hacker hidden deep within the internet. Would anyone else have the audacity to make such a decision? A smile played on Bai Qianqian's lips as the moment of that decision replayed in her mind. A hacker who could effortlessly infiltrate the nation's top communications company and orchestrate a digital miracle across the country. One who dared to steal core secrets from a titan like Titan Technology. His methods and audacity were enough to sweep through the entire financial market. The money she held was merely seed capital in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold, succeed or perish. Bai Qianqian trusted her instincts, and she had gambled correctly. Just then her computer screen and private phone chimed 5 times in succession. Her heart leaped. Picking up her phone, she saw a transfer with countless zeros. At that moment, she seemed to forget how to breathe. She quickly grabbed a calculator and excitedly began adding. Total amount $593,000. $593.2 billion. An overwhelming, almost debilitating surge of emotion washed over Bai Qianqian. As if drained of all strength, she slowly sank back into her chair, her gaze unfocused on that astronomical figure. $100 billion in principal, $593.2 billion in return. Nearly a 6-fold gain. After a long while, as the intense excitement receded like a tide, another emotion, greed, crept into her heart. Bai Qianqian stared at the still falling climb, frowning slightly. Verland's stock price was far from its bottom. Why close the position now? Soon the entire market will be in panic. Verland's stock price will surely crash, and then we could have made so much more. The thought of missing out on a gold mine made her restless. But soon a more rational thought quelled that unwarranted greed. No, The ghost's decisive closing at this point must have its reasons, just like before when he liquidated at seemingly inopportune moments. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on by Qianqian's back. If she had been in charge of the trading, she would probably have lost everything by now. In the living room of the Yunlu Garden Villa, He Ming leaned back on the sofa, his eyes closed. Jarvis, report the results. Jarvis' voice echoed in his ear. Sir, the operation against Verland has concluded. Total profit $1,102.8 billion US. Current market cap and market reaction for Verland. Displaying real-time data now. A massive screen on one side of the living room lit up silently. On the left was Verland's real-time stock climb chart. On the right, like a waterfall of information, the latest reports and discussions from global media platforms and academic forums scrolled rapidly. Jarvis' voice narrated simultaneously. Verland Biotechnology's market cap has fallen from its peak to $3,258.1 billion US. We are detecting massive dispersed support funds continuously flowing in. The decline is slowing with a slight rebound trend. The information stream on the right was quickly filtered and magnified, highlighting several key items. A rapid review from the Nature website. The necessary caution regarding Shanghai Isu Qing's groundbreaking statement. A pinned discussion thread on the world's largest medical forum. A rational discussion: how likely is a single target cure for Alzheimer's disease? A CNBC live interview with an expert. A Nobel laureate scientist was facing the camera. I must emphasize that any overly optimistic judgment warrants our collective caution. Jarvis, sir, based on your future plans, I must remind you. He Ming paused, then spoke slowly. Go on. Verland Biotechnology's current market cap still exceeds $3 trillion US. It is linked to a vast number of financial institutions, pension funds, and index funds. If the stock price is completely crushed, triggering a disorderly collapse, there is a 98.65% probability of a chain reaction, ultimately causing a global financial crisis. A financial crisis. He Ming's ultimate goal was the stars and the sea, to lead civilization to a higher dimension, using Earth as a home base to gather enough resources for gradual evolution. Relying on himself alone was clearly unrealistic, and resources have always been the spark for war. From the notebook, he learned that about 4 light-years from Earth there was a life-bearing planet, High Star, whose technology far surpassed Earth's current level. An advanced exploration fleet was already sailing toward Earth's location. Though it was only a single fleet, given Earth's current technological level, even a single frigate from that fleet could destroy all of Earth's defenses. He Ming was certain they weren't coming to Earth for sightseeing. The notebook gave him the precise answer. 100 years ago, High Star had already discovered Earth and made extensive preparations. No later than 5 years from now, the High Star fleet would arrive at Earth. By then, Earth would become a colony of High Star. Interstellar war was imminent. A global financial crisis would cause economic regression, which was absolutely unacceptable. With this thought, He Ming gave a soft snort. Fine, but if you want to survive, you'll have to shed another layer of skin. Jarvis, speed up the progress. Sir, it is being executed according to your plan. At Shanghai Biotechnology, in the CEO's office, Jiang Zhonghua's computer emitted a special alert. An email from the boss. He opened it, and his eyes widened in shock. Zhang Kaiwen and Lin Dong, standing nearby, immediately gathered around the desk. Old Jiang, any new instructions from the boss? Zhang Kaiwen asked. Jiang Zhonghua pointed at the screenshot attached to the email. The boss sent me an overseas account with $200 billion US. Lin Dong glanced at it, somewhat indifferent. He didn't care much about the overseas account. He thought it was perfectly normal for the boss behind Shanghai to have that kind of money. What caught his attention was the latter part of the content. The boss wants to give every employee who stayed a house. After 10 years at Shanghai, the deed is transferred to... Zhang Kaiwen raised his eyebrows, momentarily stunned. Had the boss lost his mind? Even with money, this was no way to spend it. A house in downtown Magic City started at 10 million. Shanghai now had nearly 10,000 employees. How much would this cost? 200 billion. 300 billion. Zhang Kaiwen felt a pang of sympathy for the boss. Lin Dong, however, didn't care about that. He was in charge of administration and logistics. He believed that once this news was released, Xinghai's internal unity would become as solid as iron. Jiang Zhonghua's reaction mirrored Zhang Kaiwen's. He felt a bit pained by the expense. Is the boss trying to raise an army of loyalists? Lin Dong clapped Jiang Zhonghua on the shoulder and laughed. With a boss like that at the helm, what's wrong with being a loyalist? Leave this to me, I'll handle it immediately. With that, Lin Dong dropped the documents in his hand and dashed out of the CEO's office. Soon Lin Dong summoned the heads of each department to his office and delegated the task. Half an hour later, He Jibao, the general manager of the customer service department, walked out of the elevator in a daze. Instead of returning to his department, he turned and stepped into the empty fire escape. He almost collapsed onto the steps, covering his face with both hands, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. An apartment 150 square meters near Star. He Jibao began calculating in his mind, just as he had done countless nights before, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling. Star Tower is definitely the future core business district. Land there is worth its weight in gold. Based on a conservative estimate of current surrounding property prices, 200,000 per square meter, 150 square meters, would be 30 million. 30 million. He Jibao earned an annual salary of 1 million. In the eyes of relatives and friends back home, he was a true success story, the pride of his parents, the model son everyone else admired. But only he knew that in this metropolis, a million yuan salary only meant living slightly better than the average person. He still had monthly car payments for his BMW 5 Series, which he used to keep up appearances. His family rented a 120 square meter apartment in the inner ring, with rent rising every year. His wife had her eye on luxury handbags she couldn't bear to buy. His son's future, exorbitant tuition fees. What troubled He Jibao most was his son's schooling. The city's enrollment policies were tightly tied to property ownership. Without a house, getting his child into a good school was nearly impossible. With his son approaching school age, the couple had been fretting endlessly. The only backup plan was to send the child back to their hometown, with his wife taking care of him there. But that would mean separation from his wife. To be honest, He Jibao was far from at ease. It wasn't that he didn't trust her. It was that his wife was stunning once the bell of her department. Sending her back to their hometown with the child while he struggled alone in the city. The scenario felt all too familiar, like the opening of some movie. This unspoken worry haunted him more than financial pressure, keeping him awake at night. But now everything had changed. That mysterious boss of Star Ocean had handed him a sword to cut through all his anxieties. An apartment worth 30 million yuan. It would be his after 10 years of service. This meant not only that He Jibao's family could finally put down roots in the city, his son would have access to top-tier educational resources, and he no longer had to worry about some neighbor coveting his beautiful wife. An indescribable surge of emotion overwhelmed him. Bitterness, ecstasy, grievance, gratitude, all intertwined, finally breaking through his psychological. After a long while, He Jibao calmed his turbulent feelings. He stood up, straightened his slightly wrinkled suit, and pushed open the fire door leading back to the customers. In the hall, the atmosphere remained heavy and lax. Some noticed He Jibao's reddened eyes, but only glanced briefly, not paying much attention. Star Ocean had been under immense public pressure lately, and the customer service team, as the front line facing external criticism, which colleague hadn't sneaked off to relieve stress. It was perfectly normal. He Jibao steadied himself and clapped. Customer service staff and a few from HR over there, come over. Let's have a quick meeting. Employees quickly gathered, curiosity and unease on their faces. A few HR staff who had dropped by exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Was this a sign that Star Ocean couldn't hold on and was about to lay people off? Was the company going under? Many thought so, and the atmosphere grew tense. Lily and Lu Yanyan, the inseparable friends, hurried over and stood at the front of the crowd. He Jibao looked around and cleared his throat. I've just received word from above, direct instructions from the boss, to recognize all employees who chose to stay during Star Ocean Technology's toughest time. As these words fell, the gathered employees erupted in joy. Since the company's founding, there had been only 2 extra bonuses, and the HR and customer service teams had reaped the biggest rewards. The boss wasn't laying anyone off, and was about to shower them with generosity again. The boss has decided to grant each remaining employee a residential property of no less than 150 square meters near Star Tower in the city center. As his words faded, the entire customer service hall fell into an eerie silence. Based on past experience, most employees had expected a cash bonus. But what had manager he just said? An apartment in the city center, 150 square meters. Everyone's expressions froze. From initial tension, they shifted to utter bewilderment and disbelief. For several seconds, no one spoke. Only the faint hum of the central air conditioning broke the silence. Manager He, are you serious? Someone finally asked, sparking a chain reaction. Voices filled the hall with questions. It was no wonder the employees were shocked. The offer sounded like a fairy tale. Giving away apartments. That was a legendary perk reserved for the top executives, not something that would fall on ordinary staff. He Jibao chuckled, pleased with their reactions. You heard right. The funds for Star Ocean homes have been allocated, and everyone is included. The atmosphere exploded like a pressure cooker. Some raised their fists in cheers. Others jumped around like mad, shouting, I finally have a house. The cheers nearly lifted the ceiling. From today on, I'm Star Ocean's for life. If anyone dares badmouth Star Ocean in front of me, I'll fight them. Amid the jubilation, Lily finally came to her senses. She covered her mouth, tears streaming like a burst dam. Recalling the pain of enduring public criticism and the immense pressure from her family, she felt it was all worth it. She was incredibly grateful she had held on and not quit. The source of her strength was her seemingly carefree best friend Lu Yanyan. Yanyan, this is amazing. Beside her, Lu Yanyan's vacant eyes finally refocused. She could hardly believe her ears. An apartment in the city. It was like skipping several lifetimes of hard work. The immense joy nearly took her breath away. Once the employees had calmed down a bit, He Jibao clapped loudly. It took a while for the hall to quiet down. The property deed can be put directly in your name. This isn't some empty promise from the company. Just stay with Star Ocean for 10 years, and it will be fully transferred to you, something you can truly hold on to. As he finished, the hall grew even more spirited. At the same time, the entire Star Tower building erupted with the same cheers, drawing curious glances from passers-by outside. Meanwhile, Brothers' team, fueled by excitement and adrenaline, was already rushing to produce a short video. Star Ocean's first counterstrike against public opinion would begin with giving away apartments. While the internet was fiercely entangled in a chaotic clash between Wieland's Alzheimer's drug and Xinghai's memory trace, Zhigu, the deputy director of Xinghai's foreign publicity department, posted a short video on his personal account. In the video, Zhigu's face was flushed crimson as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. Folks, just moments ago, our Shanghai group made an unprecedented decision to express our gratitude to every employee who chose to trust Shanghai during our darkest and most trying times. Our boss has decided to shower us with generosity, rewarding every employee with an apartment. In the heart of the metropolis, where land is precious, within the core business district, no less than 150 square meters, with an estimated value exceeding 30 million. And this doesn't even account for future appreciation. Zhigu's tone grew increasingly impassioned. Once an employee's tenure reaches 10 years, the apartment will be directly transferred into their name. This is not an empty promise. Upon moving in, your name will be registered on the property deed. This is the warmth of home that Shanghai bestows upon its employees. This video contained no technical discussions, merely a pure outpouring of Zhigu's personal emotions. As soon as this video appeared, Jarvis, who was operating in the shadows, invested a staggering sum in traffic promotion. The impact of this nuclear bomb was the comment section of the video exploded, hurtling to the top of the trending list at a visible pace. Feishuan Huyu Business Hall, oh my god, what kind of divine company is this? If I quit now and sweep floors there, can I still get an apartment? This comment received over 500,000 likes. Ranked second in the hot comments was, missed a small goal. Shanghai employees have it tough too. Being cursed at by the entire internet, enduring the pressure without fleeing. They deserve this reward. Envy and hate. Doghead. Cry for you to see this boss is one to keep. He actually gives out apartments. Those former Shanghai employees who resigned at the peak of public pressure were collectively breaking down. Former Shanghai customer service, Xiao Wanga. I just went through the resignation procedures last week. I really want to slap myself. Beneath this comment gathered hundreds of replies from kindred spirits, forming a league of the regretful. Anonymous user, I used to work at Shanghai. I felt the pressure was too much and left. Now seeing the notifications former colleagues are posting on my feed, I feel like I missed out on a small fortune. A former technician, say no more. My family pressured me daily to quit, saying not to work for a shady company. Now the house is quiet and my heart has died along with it. Hello everyone, I'm a former Shanghai employee and now I'm full of regret, regretting it to my very core. Is there any way to turn back time? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Just as the comment section was drowning in waves of envy and regret, a comment bearing an official verification emblem suddenly descended and was rapidly propelled to the forefront. Shanghai Municipal Release to support outstanding enterprises taking root and developing in our city, and to ensure employees' well-being, our city has initiated a special procedure to fully guarantee the land use planning for the Shanghai Homeland Project. Relevant processes have opened a green channel. Thumbs up for Shanghai. This concise and powerful official comment from the municipal government was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil, instantly triggering an even more intense reaction. The number of replies beneath this official comment rapidly surged past 10,000. The authorities have personally stepped in, there's no doubt about it. Official confirmation. I'm losing my mind. Why on earth did we resign in the first place? This is the right way to retain talent. Certain companies that only shout slogans should take notes. Not long after, Zhigu's team posted another announcement-style short video under Xinghai's official account. Folks, two major announcements. First, the supply of our Shanghai longevity water will be fully restored starting today. All previously out-of-stock regions will be replenished within 3 days. Second, the company has decided to increase the price of each set of longevity water by 20 yuan. As you can see, our boss isn't short on money. The reason for this 20 yuan increase is simple: to help our most steadfast allies, the state-owned giants that suffered heavy losses and stock price crashes in this financial war, recoup some of their losses. The comments section erupted once again. Officially certified state-owned assets, Xiao Xian Shanghai, is generous. This brotherhood was worth it. This comment was quickly pinned to the top of the trending list with countless replies. Consider the 20 yuan as crowdfunding for the national team. I meekly asked, do you really think the price hike for longevity water is solely to help the allies recover? I feel like the Shanghai boss is throwing a little tantrum. Doghead for safety. The number of replies under this comment exceeded 100,000. Ha ha sis, you're not alone. Oh, I think so too. Exactly right. Look, he gives employees apartments with one hand and raises prices with the other. It's a slap in the face to those blind followers and troublemakers. With effects this miraculous, the original price of 30 yuan was an absolute steal. Being freeloaded off for so long while enduring the worst insults. I'd be furious too. Being too good to you before, right? Not anymore. The boss feels wronged, but won't say it. A 20 yuan increase is just a gesture. Drop the I feel. In the living room of the villa at Yunlu, He Ming lounged on the leather sofa scrolling through Zhaguest's newly posted video on his phone. When he saw the comments teasing the Shanghai boss for throwing a tantrum, he smiled knowingly. His thoughts had indeed been guessed by this generation of incredibly perceptive netizens. Having endured so much baseless slander, using this method to offer a small subtle rebuttal truly lifted his spirits. But the primary reason was certainly not to vent anger. The fleet from the high planet would arrive at Earth in no less than 5 years. He Ming's act of generosity was in fact an attempt to unite Shanghai internally, forging them into a single cohesive force to prepare for battle. As for the price increase of longevity water, it was naturally to accumulate funds. The research and development project for carbon nanotube T4 at the materials department was an exorbitant money pit, an endless abyss. Jarvis. Sir, I'm here. Notify Jiang Zhonghua to register Shanghai Energy Technology immediately. Set up the framework in the shortest possible. Select the core team from Shanghai Bio. Understood. In the president's office of Shanghai Biotechnology, Jiang Zhonghua's spirits lifted as he saw the email from the big boss. Su Jin, Lin Dong, and Zhang Kaiwen were seated around the conference table in the CEO's office, deliberating on the fastest strategy to resume full-scale production of longevity water. It's an email from the boss. The three quickly gathered around the desk. Jiang Zhonghua swiftly scanned the message, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he looked up at Su Jin. The boss orders us to immediately register and establish Shanghai Energy Technology. Moreover, the boss personally appointed Yu Su as the CEO of the new company. Unconcealed envy flickered across the faces of Zhang Kaiwen and Lin Dong. This meant Su Jin had entered the boss line of sight. Yet they genuinely respected the boss' decision. Having worked together for so long, Su Jin's capabilities were beyond question, more than sufficient for the role of CEO of the new venture. Su Jin was stunned for half a second, then her gaze sharpened. Understood. Jiang Zhonghua made the final call. No time to lose. Well, split up. They'll handle the registration procedures. Lin, you're responsible for screening and mobilizing key internal personnel. Su and Kaiwen, the two of you need to draft the preliminary RD direction for Shanghai Energy Technology as soon as possible. Just as the four were about to spring into action, a special notification tone chimed from Jiang Zhonghua's computer again. The big boss had sent another email. The four gathered once more at the desk without a word. Jiang Zhonghua immediately opened the email. Flint nuclear battery RD log, nuclear energy. Lin Dong blurted out. It must just be a gimmick, right? Su Jin shook her head, taking over the conversation with a resolute tone. This is an RD project put forward by the boss. It should be exactly the nuclear energy we understand. The four exchanged glances, suddenly feeling the temperature in the room rise by 10 degrees. Is the boss about to flip the table? The special notification sounded again. Jiang Zhonghua opened the email with a puzzled expression. Space-based orbital high-energy laser system RD log. The body contained only a brief sentence. Hand over along with T4 to the state in exchange for the sales rights to civilian T4 and Flint. The office fell into a deathly silence. For people, 8 eyes were fixed on the two short lines on the screen. Their expressions had transcended shock, settling into a state of utter bewilderment, as if their worldview had been shattered. Lin Dong's lips trembled. He tried to speak, but his throat felt as if it were blocked, unable to utter a single word. Moreover, he felt his legs go weak. Zhang Kaiwen's face had turned deathly pale. Su Jin felt a wave of dizziness. She had fully grasped the literal meaning of Flint. Was this to prepare strategic countermeasures for Dragon Nation in case foreign powers decided to flip the table? Space-based orbital high-energy laser system, a space-based weapon. Literally speaking, this was nothing short of a railgun. What was it for? To take down other nations' satellites, or to eliminate those rogue elements flying in the sky? Jiang Zhonghua was the first to barely regain a thread of coherent thought. Is the boss asking us to negotiate with the authorities using this trio of technologies? Lin Dong swallowed hard. Did the boss rob an alien civilization of its technology? Su Jin took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. To operate a space-based weapon, only nuclear energy could provide the necessary power. The boss must have prepared this step long ago. Zhang Kaiwen quickly caught on. Su, are you saying the boss had us go all out on RD for carbon nanotube T4 precisely for this space-based weapon? That seems to be the case. Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Then what do you think the boss' ultimate goal is? Jiang Zhonghua pressed down on his trembling right hand and replied. What's the name of our company? Shanghai. The Sea of Stars. Oh my god. In the office one could hear a pin drop. Their breathing grew heavy. Pandora's box had been opened, and the monster unleashed was of an apocalyptic scale. If such a space-based weapon were ever built, it would be the sword of Damocles hanging over every nation on Earth. Even if someone were reckless enough to flip the table, they would first have to consider who would be annihilated. Su Jin took a philosophical view, or at least she discerned the boss' underlying intention. The boss isn't aiming to start a war, but to prevent one. As long as our nation masters space-based weaponry, we at Shanghai can proceed with the civilian versions of Flint and carbon nanotube T4 for business. This conclusion plunged the four back into silence. They had come to realize that He Ming's strategy had long transcended the realms of business and technology. He was playing a grand game concerning the nation's fate, even the trajectory of human civilization. The atmosphere in the office remained oppressive. Jiang Zhonghua took a deep breath, aware that the few lightweight electronic files in his hands carried a weight capable of crushing an era, even capable of ushering in a brand new epoch. Throughout human history, how many had the fortune to stand at such a crossroads? And how many were qualified to personally push the gears of civilization forward by one notch? Jiang Zhonghua, our next moves may well be recorded in the annals of history. Su Jin nodded emphatically, feeling every cell in her body burning with fervor. Perhaps the very meaning of our existence is for this moment. Zhang Kaiwen, the best PR I'll ever do in my life is the one I'm about to undertake. Lindong, let's do it. This life is worth it. At the municipal government of Modu inside the reception room, Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin sat upright, the tea before them already cold. Though they strove to remain composed, their postures were visibly rigid. The young secretary in charge of reception keenly noticed that these two Shanghai executives who commanded respect in the business world had a fine sheen of sweat on their. Frowning, she muttered to herself, could the air conditioning be broken? She quietly walked over to the vent to check. It was fine. President Zhang, President Su, would you like me to lower the air conditioning temperature? The sudden inquiry snapped Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin back to reality. Almost simultaneously, they raised their hands to wipe their foreheads, finding them indeed slick with sweat. Jiang Zhonghua forced a stiff smile. No need, the temperature is just right. Su Jin added, maybe we were walking a bit too fast. Just then the reception room door opened. Sorry to keep you waiting. The secretary is ready to see you now for a detailed discussion. When Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin took their seats across from the secretary, they dispensed with pleasantries. Jiang Zhonghua cut straight to the heart of the matter, his tone grave and hello, sir. We come on behalf of Shanghai with a matter of utmost importance to report. He set down his teacup, his expression turning stern. I need a reason weighty enough to convey this request to my superiors. Su Jin steadied her breath, striving to appear calm, yet sweat still beaded uncontrollably on her brow. Sir, it's not that we intend to be secretive, but the nature and level of this matter are truly exceptional. Knowledge of the specifics alone could invite unwarranted attention and risk. Su Jin's words were veiled, but to those versed in the system, they carried immense gravity. The secretary of the Magic City studied the expressions of Su Jin and Jiang Zhonghua. He had seen such emotions too many times before. Utmost fear. It was a normal physiological response befitting a matter tied to one's own fate. Yet within this fear, the secretary detected a glimmer of excitement. He had already guessed a possibility, or rather he was almost certain. I understand. I will report to my superiors immediately. Please wait. Shanghai. This enterprise has been performing remarkably well lately. Longevity water benefits the people and memory trace is a joyous achievement that brings glory to the nation. I hear that Shanghai has invested all its profits into that T4 material. Such enterprises taking from the people and giving to the nation are rare and commendable. For Shanghai with such accomplishments to be so solemn, even afraid to reveal a single detail in the Magic City, clearly indicated it was not about T4, but a project of an even higher echelon. From leaving the city government to arriving at the military airport and then boarding an unmarked plane, Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin were escorted by an invisible force the entire way. The plane climbed steadily, piercing through the clouds. An unusual silence filled the cabin, broken only by the low hum of the engines. Su Jin leaned by the window, trying to calm her still racing heart. Just then a roar distinct from the passenger jet's engines grew closer. She instinctively turned her head to look out the window. Not far behind, and to the side of the plane within the clouds, two sleek fighter jets with gray camouflage paint maintained a precise formation. With their sharp arrowhead shapes and unique canard layout, even Su Jin, no military enthusiast, recognized them. At once they were the fifth-generation fighters of the Dragon Nation. Su Jin withdrew her gaze and exchanged a look with Jiang Zhonghua, who sat opposite her. Fighter escort. Chen Tao, in charge of the escort mission, caught their glance and let out a soft chuckle. No need to be nervous, bosses. The plane landed smoothly at a heavily guarded military airport on the outskirts of the capital. Dusk was falling. As Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin stepped off the plane, Chen Tao and another staff member tacitly guided them toward a low-key black business vehicle. The soundproofing inside was excellent, blocking almost all external noise. The journey was smooth with no stops. The traffic routes had been preemptively regulated. The business van eventually entered a serene tree-lined compound with strict security. After several security checks, "Please follow me," Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin were led into a spacious reception room. The room was simply and elegantly furnished. Two people were already waiting inside. One of them smiled warmly with a gentle and refined demeanor, his eyes holding a clarity that seemed to see through all things. Jiang Zhonghua and Su Jin felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them, making them even more uneasy. Jiang Zhonghua hurried forward, bowing his head. Jiang Zhonghua forced himself to stay composed, but his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He pulled a pure black USB drive from the inner pocket of his suit, placed it on the table, then respectfully stepped back. An assistant in a suit put on a pair of gloves, took the USB drive, and inserted it into a special terminal. When the assistant saw the 3 files on the drive, he found them almost blinding. Flint nuclear battery, RD log, carbon nanotube, T4 RD log, space-based orbital high-energy laser system. Even with ample preparation, he was still profoundly shaken. Nuclear energy. Space-based. Open the first file. The assistant quickly operated, opening the file package for the Flint nuclear battery RD log. Technical positioning based on a completely new physical architecture, bypassing the controllable nuclear fusion path to achieve stable, safe, and miniaturized ultra-high energy output. Bypass controllable nuclear fusion. They naturally wouldn't assume this was merely an ordinary high-energy battery, otherwise Shanghai wouldn't have requested a meeting with such caution. The truth was self-evident. It meant exactly what it said. Bypassing controllable nuclear fusion, a truly overtaking nuclear energy technology. Though they lacked technical expertise, they understood that once controllable nuclear fusion was realized, the civilization of Blue Star would undergo a leap. This was no simple industrial revolution, it was a monumental breakthrough. The shackles of civilization shattered at that moment. At Lonka University, silver-haired academician Chen Mingjun was lecturing on advanced mechanics of material. The auditorium was packed with students intently taking notes. So as long as the materials meet the standards, you could even install an elevator into space. Academician Chen's words were interrupted by the door opening. 6 men in dark suits strode quickly into the classroom. Before Professor Chen Mingjun could speak, 2 of them flanked him and escorted him out of the room. It wasn't until Chen Mingjun was escorted away by the men in black that the students finally snapped out of their daze. What's going on? Has Professor Chen gotten him? Are they shooting a movie here? The students poured out of the classroom, eager to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Many whipped out their phones, snapping endless photos of the professor's retreating figure. In the very back row of the tiered lecture hall, a student with hair so long it nearly covered his eyes hadn't even lifted his head once. His fingers flew across his phone screen in a blur of rapid taps and swipes. His slightly chubby best friend, however, had watched the entire scene unfold. Holy mother, Fei Gu, old man, Chen got snatched up by the men in black. The jostling from Wang Shua caused Zhang Zifai's operation to falter, nearly getting his face blasted by an enemy ion cannon. He irritably shook off Wang Shua's pudgy hand. I saw it. Don't distract your daddy from the team fight. If I lose my #1 spot in the month-end rankings, are you going to compensate me for the 10th Saniyuan bonus? Wang Shua immediately retracted his hand, a slight grin spreading across his face as the gossip bug inside him began to burn fiercely. Fei Gu, do you think Professor Chen got called away for some top-secret mission? None of my damn business. Zhang Zifai's 6 fingers moved in unison. The mecha on his screen executed an incredibly tricky zaped zigzag, dodging an attack, while landing a precise shot that blew up the last mech of the opposing team. Victory. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Right now I only care about my rank points and the prize money. Zhang Zifei exited the battle interface. Above his in-game ID 0, a golden title shimmered. No. 1. This was the 5th consecutive month he had dominated the top spot in this game called Deep Space Iron Cavalry. Fei Gu, you're a beast. Hey Fei Gu, I want to sleep in tomorrow morning. How about breakfast? Same rules. 5 yuan delivery fee. Scan code or cash. Zhang Zifei swept his bangs aside, fixing the fat guy with a smile like a doting father. Relying on his superb gaming skills, Zhang Zifei earned enough from game prize money and boosting services to live comfortably through his university days. Moreover, every so often he would take pity on and financially support his 3 dorm mates who were as helpless as infants. In the evening, the pure black vehicle carrying Professor Chen Mingjun drove into an air raid shelter. After passing through several heavily armed security checkpoints, the vehicle finally stopped in front of an elevator shaft. Academician Chen, please. Chen Mingjun was ushered into the elevator. The numbers on the electronic display flashed downwards rapidly, finally stopping at floor 30. The elevator doors slid open silently, revealing a breathtaking sight. This was a highly futuristic underground hall brightly lit with a soaring dome. The hall was packed with people, a rough count put the number at over 100. Chun Mingjun swept his gaze across the room and recognized several familiar faces among the crowd. These were all top-tier experts in physics, materials, science, and engineering from across the nation. Many were national treasure-level scientists, usually as elusive as dragons glimpsed, but never seen. At this moment, these researchers who usually dominated their respective fields were queuing up in an orderly fashion at a temporary registration point signing documents. Perplexed Chun Mingjun was scanning the room blankly when he spotted a familiar figure. Old Zhou. Chun Mingjun hurried over. Old Zhou, what the hell is going on? Zhou Qiming and Chun Mingjun had known each other for years and had jointly completed research on several key national projects. I was urgently summoned too. My task is to guide the development of carbon nanotube T4. Your Shanghai company has already developed T4. Zhou Qiming stood even straighter. Yeah, we threw money at it until it was done. After everyone had signed the non-disclosure agreements, a side door opened. The second-in-command, surrounded by his entourage, walked slowly into the hall and stepped up to the podium. The previously noisy hall fell instantly silent. All eyes were fixed on the leader, whose face was gentle, yet carried an inherent authority. The second-in-command himself was present. Comrades. He scanned the faces before him, familiar and unfamiliar, the backbone of Dragon Country's scientific research. The strategic significance of the endeavor we are about to embark upon, its profound impact on the nation, on the future of our people. The second-in-command's voice suddenly rose, filled with an unyielding power. The research and development of this project is in no way inferior to the Sky Dome project we undertook while tightening our belts back in the day. These words exploded within the hall like a clap of thunder. Every scientist present, regardless of age or seniority, their expressions all changed. The Sky Dome project was a historical monument etched into the very bones and blood of the Dragon Country people. It was the cornerstone that broke nuclear blackmail and established the nation's status as a great power, the supreme spiritual symbol for all scientific researchers. Everyone's hearts surged with emotion at that moment, but a deep sense of confusion also arose. What kind of project could possibly be assigned such an extremely high priority? Back then, facing blockades and threats, our predecessors used abacuses and draft paper to make it explode. Comrades, do you have the confidence to win this battle? Yes. The second-in-command's speech concluded, met with a thunderous, earth-shaking response. Hundreds of top-tier scientists at this moment had flames burning fiercely in their eyes. It was a fighting spirit ignited by a noble mission, a supreme honor of being about to participate in and create history. The ancestors had paved the way for the Dragon Country with blood and tears. Now it was this generation's turn to persist and carry out the party's mission, to serve the people. Chun Mingjun clenched his fists tightly. Beside him, Professor Zhou Qiming was so excited his entire body trembled. Just then, the massive circular screen at the front of the hall suddenly lit up. Flint Nuclear Battery Phase 1 RD Log. When this title appeared, many in the hall felt a flicker of doubt. The word battery seemed somewhat incongruous with such a momentous mobilization. However, when the document scrolled down, revealing the core overview, the entire hall plunged into a suffocating silence. Technical principle based on a novel physical architecture achieves ultra-high energy power output through efficient direct capture and conversion of energy from stable isotopes. Standard module, civilian grade, approximately 1,000 times the efficiency of lithium-ion batteries. Maximum module, approximately 2.1 times the designed energy density of the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Operational lifespan, theoretical operational life of 50 years and no recharging required during that period. Safety features, radiation levels below environmental background, no risk of chain reaction. Below were even more detailed parameters and a step-by-step development roadmap. This data. Down in the hall. A nuclear energy expert adjusted his glasses. His eyes were wide and his lips trembled involuntarily. The energy density of the maximum module is actually more than. He was already fumbling in his pocket for his emergency heart medication, too excited to speak. Chun Mingjun. Even the smallest unit module achieves 1,000 times the efficiency of lithium batteries. This completely overturns the existing energy system. While these scientists who held pivotal positions within the Dragon Country were still immersed in the shock of the Flint parameters, the electronic screen in the center of the hall went black, quickly switching to the next file. The significance of Flint, I believe, is clearer to everyone here than it is to me. It is not merely a technology, but a key capable of unlocking an entirely new era. Yet history has taught us that a precious key often requires a sword and shield to guard it. As we use this key to open the gateway to the future, we must ensure that no force can wrest it from our grasp. Space-based orbital high-energy laser system. The moment this title appeared on the screen in the hall, some among the researchers could no longer remain seated. A space-based weapon system. An expert in aerospace engineering murmured in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. The technical overview began to scroll across. Strike range covers the entire globe with a lock-on to precision strike time of no more than 1.8 seconds. Effectively intercepts targets in near space and within the atmosphere, including the mid-course and terminal phases of ballistic missiles, as well as hypersonic vehicles. Is this an anti-missile system? An elderly academician with graying hair spoke, his voice trembling slightly. 1.8 seconds. A strike range covering the entire globe. This will utterly redefine the rules of modern warfare. The second chief took in the reactions of everyone in the hall, let out a soft chuckle, and began to speak again slowly. The key, the sword, and the shield. These three are indispensable. This is the most glorious and the most arduous historical mission we are about to shoulder together. As the second chief departed, the tense atmosphere in the hall eased slightly, but a new emotion, a blend of awe and fervor, began to spread silently. Zhang Haotai, a titan in the aerospace field, breathed rapidly, his aged face nearly scrunched up in bewilderment. For the project team he led was on the verge of completing the development of a space-based laser weapon system called Baosher, already entering the final assembly and testing phase. Yet compared to the parameters of the space-based orbital high-energy laser system on the screen, Baosher seemed like a child's toy, utterly incomparable. His worldview was shattered. How could such a weapon exist in this era? This laser system defies science. How could it possibly be built? Zhang Haodai finally managed to utter these words. Beside him, a luminary in materials science stared at the data on the screen and retorted, "Old Zhang, think about it. In the past we were limited by materials. But now with Shanghai having developed T4, what's impossible? Exactly, coupled with Flint, it is absolutely feasible to build it." Someone immediately chimed in. Zhang Haodai realized it now that Dragon Country had mastered T4, as long as Flint was developed, it was theoretically viable. He took deep breaths, striving to calm himself. Who on earth developed this black technology? It must be a researcher secretly nurtured by our Dragon Country. A physicist and academician with graying temples let out a bitter laugh. I've spent my entire life on fusion, and Flint has so easily turned the lives work of our generation into relics in history textbooks. For a moment, the hall buzzed with discussion. Everyone speculated about who had developed these three great inventions capable of propelling civilization forward. Naturally, they could not guess that all these black technologies were truths He Ming had gleaned from his notebook. As for him, he was not idle at this moment. In the study of Yinlu Yuan, He Ming put down his pen and aimed the camera on his wristwatch at the densely packed program code in the notebook. Jarvis scanned the data. 10 minutes later, the last page of data was scanned and recorded by Jarvis. Jarvis' voice sounded in He Ming's ear. "So the data has been organized. Shall I proceed to create the program immediately?" "Proceed." Virtual Network Battle Platform Construction Program executing. Program generation complete. Integrate all data from the Haixing fleet, create corresponding models, and set the moon as the primary battlefield. Data loading. Complete. Based on the data I've given you, extrapolate Blue Star's technological progress 5 years from now, set a limit value, and create corresponding models. Data loading. Complete. He Ming tapped on his desk, lost in thought. Before Dragon Country unveiled the space-based orbital high-energy laser system, Flint and carbon nanotube T4 could not be widely applied across the world. The mere advent of Flint alone was enough to trigger a third world war. The answers from the notebook were highly consistent with Jarvis' simulations. Thus, during this vacuum period, He Ming decided to create a virtual combat game allowing Blue Star's inhabitants to adapt early to fighting the Haixing fleet and accumulate practical experience. Of course, the primary goal was to screen for reserve pilots capable of piloting mechs on a global scale. This was the only answer the notebook provided. Only by developing flexible single-unit combat forces could there be hope of defeating the Haixing fleet. After organizing his thoughts, He Ming hesitated no longer. "Jarvis, send the design for the virtual helmet to Jiang Zhonghua. Tell him to drop everything immediately and utilize all available connections from Shanghai. Within a month, I want the first batch of 100,000 virtual helmets to appear on the market." Stellar Night Dawning. This was the name He Ming gave to this simulation battle platform. Except for mitigating the impact of extreme negative states like death on the user's psyche in all other aspects, especially physical rules, battlefield environments, weapon effectiveness, and enemy behavior patterns. It was essentially a completely realistic virtual world. In the vast cosmos, such virtual platforms for military training, technological validation, and even inter-civilization communication were quite common. How advanced civilizations could even use them to achieve seamless connections across different star systems. The bad news was that Haixing also possessed such a virtual network platform, meaning their combat capabilities would become terrifyingly formidable. The good news was that the virtual platform He Ming obtained from the notebook was a full tier higher in technological level than Haixing's virtual platform. Environment simulation, physical rules. It was superior in every aspect. Jiang Zhonghua was presiding over a high-level internal meeting when he received an email from Jarvis. A special notification tone interrupted the rhythm. He waved his hand to halt the meeting, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and pulled out his phone to check. Only a few core members of Shanghai were familiar with this sound. Lin Dong, Su Jin, and Zhang Kaiwen exchanged glances, rose from their seats, and gathered around Jiang Zhonghua, eager to see what it was. Because every time the boss sent an email, it meant Shanghai was about to undergo a major upheaval. Chen Wanwan was curious. These four were the absolute core of Shanghai. For them to be so tense, it could only be. The executives present at the meeting were no fools. Most had already guessed that the message must be from Xinghai's mysterious behind-the-scenes boss. When Jiang Zhonghua saw the contents of the email, his expression turned extremely serious. It wasn't because of the fully immersive virtual combat platform. Though that technology was equally ahead of its time, it paled in comparison to the boss mystery. What concerned him was that this was the first time the boss had shown such a resolute attitude. Previously, when he was told to take the data to Kyoto for negotiations, the boss' demeanor had been casual and indifferent. Zhang Kaiwen leaned in and also turned pale. "Drop everything else," Lin Dong said. "It seems this matter is extremely important." Su Jin saw the email content, and though she didn't understand it, realized that this step was crucial for the boss. The meeting agenda was changed on the spot. After over an hour of efficient research and task delegation, the massive business machine that was Shanghai began to operate with unprecedented efficiency. Soon the official media accounts across all platforms of Xinghai's three sister companies simultaneously released a bidding announcement with urgent wording and clear requirements. The announcement involved a series of cutting-edge components, including high-performance chips of specific specifications, low-latency neural sensing units, and high-resolution microdisplay modules. Shanghai would provide the blueprints, and qualified potential partners would handle production. This announcement was like a bombshell dropped into the business world, instantly triggering a chain reaction of seismic proportions. Leading companies in various related fields sprang into action. Xinghai's procurement department phones were instantly flooded with calls, and their inboxes were crammed with letters of intent. In the business world, everyone knew that Shanghai was currently riding a wave of success, the favored son of the Dragon Kingdom. Eye-watering infusions of national project support funds, exceptional tax rate adjustments, and full support from municipal departments were all flowing in. Recently, even a North American pharmaceutical giant had fallen before Shanghai, now barely clinging to life as its stock price teetered on the brink of collapse. Just to be associated with Shanghai was to receive divine certification of technical prowess, leading to a cascade of subsequent orders, soaring stock prices, and elevated industry status. At the same time, Shanghai released its bidding announcement at Base Technology in the president's office. Bai Qianqian was reviewing an overseas merger and acquisition document when her chief assistant hurriedly pushed open the door and handed her an electronic brief. She had specifically instructed that any movement from Shanghai must be reported to her immediately. President Bai Shanghai just released an urgent bidding announcement. Bai Qianqian's eyes narrowed as she took the tablet and quickly scanned it. Her gaze swept over the stringent technical parameters and the urgent timeline, and her pupils involuntarily contracted. It wasn't because the technical requirements were too difficult. With Base Technology's current technical reserves and financial strength, as long as they were provided with blueprints, there were no components they couldn't produce. Recently, Bai Qianqian had spent lavishly, essentially replacing the equipment in several major factories with the world's top-tier machines and tools. What concerned her was the resolute wording of Xinghai's statement, which conveyed a determination to spare no expense. Bai Qianqian had long suspected that Ghost was the boss behind Shanghai. After all, Xinghai's registered capital was $2 billion, which matched the amount from that deadly transaction. Coupled with Ghost's recent actions on behalf of Shanghai, it was essentially confirmed. And now Ghost was making another move targeting an entirely new field. And for the first time, he was showing such resolve. Bai Qianqian refused to believe that such a figure would go to such lengths for mere entertainment. There had to be a deeper scheme behind this. Having figured it all out, Bai Qianqian grabbed her coat and headed for the door. Her tone was decisive. "Prepare the car immediately. We're going to Shanghai headquarters. Notify the technical director and the chief chip architect. Have them bring their core teams and assemble downstairs in 5 minutes." The assistant was startled by Bai Qianqian's decisive action, but immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, President Bai." After all, Base Technology had become Bai Qianqian's sole domain. Sitting in the back of the luxury car, Bai Qianqian lowered her head and thought, her gaze sharp and resolute. "I must seize this opportunity. This is Base Technology's ticket to the future." She was acutely aware that Base Technology's current glory was entirely due to a stroke of luck in hitching a ride, with Ghost picking up a windfall of fortune. But such opportunities wouldn't last forever. To truly integrate into Ghost's inner circle, she had to demonstrate her own value and unwavering stance. Even if this cooperation was ostensibly a loss-making venture, or even affected the profitability of other projects, it was worth it. Losing money to gain reputation. As long as she could cling to Ghost's coattails, what was a little cost? At Starchin Building 1 Manhwa, the front desk supervisor stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing base technology team, whose lineup could only be described as luxurious. The aura of the leader in particular was overwhelmingly powerful, like a moon surrounded by stars. She suppressed her shock, reminding herself that she represented Xinghai's image and couldn't afford to show weakness. Ruan Mingyue maintained a professional smile, but inwardly felt a pang of inadequacy. She was very confident in her own looks, considering herself one in a million. But in front of Bai Qianqian, she couldn't muster the slightest desire to compete. President Bai, hello. Do you have an appointment? No appointment. Bai Qianqian's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Please inform President Jiang or President Su immediately. Base technology is here for Xinghai's latest bidding project. Ruan Mingyue didn't dare to delay and immediately dialed the internal line to the president's office. President Jiang, President Bai of Base Technology, has personally led a team here. She says it's for the bidding project and is now in the lobby. In the president's office, Jiang Zhonghua had just hung up a call from a company seeking cooperation. Hearing the front desk's report, he was momentarily stunned. Bai Qianqian. She came personally. He glanced at his watch and a flicker of doubt arose. It's been less than 20 minutes since the announcement was released. This President Bai has been quite audacious in her recent dealings, Lin Dong chimed in with a tone of mock admiration. I heard Base Technology paid in full last week for a commercial building in Kyoto that hasn't even topped out yet. 12 billion, as if it were nothing. Su Jin was also extremely interested in Bai Qianqian. I have a friend working at Base Technology. I heard they've recently expanded into new energy, real estate, biotech, and commercial aerospace, setting up over 30 branches across the country. Zhang Kaiwan, who was more knowledgeable about foreign news, joined the discussion. And He raised something even more impressive. They've recently replaced all the equipment on their main production lines with the latest imported models. Lin Dong, has she struck oil recently or something? Jiang Zhonghua, please invite President Bai to wait in conference room 1. In meeting room 1, Bai Qianqian's core technical team sat quietly on one side, while she herself sat opposite Su Jin. Jiang Zhonghua represented Shanghai, but the negotiations were primarily led by Su Jin, who was responsible for the project's execution. President Bai, your efficiency is truly astonishing. Su Jin slid a list of technical requirements across the table to Bai Qianqian. These are our basic parameter requirements for the core chips and components. Bai Qianqian took the list from her assistant, glanced at it briefly, and confidently placed it back on the table. President Su, the parameters are not a problem. As long as Shanghai provides the blueprints, Base Technology can produce them. She smiled and continued, for this project, Base Technology is willing to undertake the production of all core components specified by Shanghai at cost. In the future, if Shanghai has capacity needs, Base Technology will fully cooperate. Even Su Jin, who had mentally prepared herself, was deeply shaken by these terms. This was far more than a simple concession. Su Jin probed cautiously, President Bai, to be honest, these terms are very generous. Under these conditions, you will inevitably incur losses on this project. Profit is not Base Technology's primary concern, Bai Qianqian replied decisively, exuding an air of immense financial strength. What I value is Xinghai's future prospects. Feel free to raise any specifics. As long as Base Technology can deliver, we will not refuse. Bai Qianqian spoke these words with grandiloquence, placing strategic positioning and long-term vision on the table, perfectly concealing her true motives behind them. That motive was to cling to the ghost's powerful coattails at any cost. Su Jin and Jiang Zhonghua exchanged a glance. With Base Technology's solid technical prowess and their accommodating attitude, there was simply no reason to refuse. President Bai's boldness is admirable. Since your side shows such sincerity, we hope to initiate the specific business terms as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Shanghai Technology and Base Technology formally signed a strategic cooperation agreement and completed the transfer of design blueprints for core chips and components. The entire process was extraordinarily efficient, as if both parties had long been in tacit agreement, awaiting only this final step. Xinghai's official channels quickly released an announcement. Shanghai Technology and Base Technology have reached a comprehensive strategic partnership to jointly advance the R&D and manufacturing of next-generation intelligent interactive devices. The news sent shockwaves through the industry. How long had it been? From the initial rumors to the official announcement. Was it even 3 hours? Though surprising, it made sense upon reflection. Base Technology's recent series of bold, cost-defying investments and layouts, along with the consistently audacious style of its leader, Bai Qianqian, point to the capital market, this seemingly reckless, rapid deal-making could only mean one thing: Base Technology wanted to hitch itself to Xinghai's rising star to make a name for itself. Within just 2 hours of the announcement, Base Technology's stock price soared, rising by 2 percentage points. Online discussions were ablaze. Xinghai's official mention of only next-generation intelligent interactive devices sparked wild speculation among countless tech enthusiasts. A blogger with millions of followers, Teardown Maniac, published an analysis post based on the list of cooperative components revealed by Shanghai. Folks, take a look at these key components: neural signal simulation interface, multi-channel bioelectric sensing, real-time data stream processing. This is absolutely not the high-end configuration needed for an ordinary VR or AR headset. In his post, Teardown Maniac meticulously compared existing technologies, parsed the potential applications behind each parameter, and ultimately reached a conclusion that left everyone breathless. Taking everything into account, what Shanghai in collaboration with Baze is likely creating is a true neural interface, virtual reality, gaming helmet. The era of controlling games with your mind is probably upon us. This is science fiction becoming reality. The post was boosted to the trending section by some mysterious force exploding across the entire internet within an hour. Neural interface. Is that what I think it means? Shanghai is finally targeting the gaming industry, and their opening move is a nuclear bomb. Look, that's Shanghai style. Either do nothing or slap all competitors down in one go, doghead for safety. Major game studios are feeling the pressure. Is this the prototype of true full dive technology? Gamers were swept up in collective euphoria. Fatty quick, they're flanking from the right. Zhang Zhifei leaned back against his dorm bed, phone in hand, 6 fingers frantically tapping the screen. On the screen, his crimson mech executed a nimble sidestep, its shoulder cannons firing in quick succession, turning an enemy scout mech attempting a sneak attack into sparks. I'm holding them off, I'm holding. Heal me now. Fatty yelled from across the room, his face red from exertion. Just as they were about to break through the enemy's defense, Zhang Zhifei noticed Fatty's heavy mech had stopped moving, standing like a lump of iron in the middle of the battlefield. Battlefield chat, Fatty never diet. Shanghai is awesome. Zhang Zhifei nearly spit blood onto his screen. Damn it, Fatty, are you throwing the game? Just as Zhang Zhifei was about to pounce on Fatty's bed to settle the score, something even stranger happened. 2 enemy mechs, which had been exceptionally aggressive, also abandoned their controls, just like Fatty. All chat, Shanghai is awesome. Zhang Zhifei was baffled. What was going on? Before he could react, Fatty had already jumped down from the top bunk, not even bothering with slippers, and rushed over, shoving his phone screen into Zhang Zhifei's face. Fake, go forget that crappy game, check out the news. Check your mom. Shanghai is going to make a virtual gaming helmet. Neural connection. You play with your brain. Zhang Zhifei squinted, leaning back to barely make out the screen. He couldn't help but drop his own phone and take Fatty's to read more carefully. After finishing the entire explanatory video, Zhang Zhifei felt an indescribable rush of heat surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Holy crap, is this for real? Fatty exclaimed excitedly. It has to be real. When has Shanghai ever not crushed its competitors? At almost the same time, similar scenes were unfolding in the public channels, world channels, and even raid instances of all major popular games. Divine Demon Continent World Channel. Forming a party for the Phoenix, need a tank and healer. Shanghai is awesome. Is Shanghai is awesome the party password? Pro, take me, I'm an amazing healer. Not gonna lie, is Shanghai is awesome a new meme. Never heard of it. Maybe it's a trigger keyword for a new activation code. Shanghai is awesome. It's not working. Peak Canyon. Mid, stop feeding, ill carry you. Shanghai is awesome. Support, what the hell? AFK typing and feeding. Shanghai is awesome. MMP might as well all quit. Just then the enemy ADC suddenly stopped moving and was taken down easily. He noticed in the all chat that the enemy summoner was also spamming Shanghai is awesome. Phantom Ranger main city. Selling 12 legendary Bao PM with offer. Shanghai is awesome. Buying upgrade stones, need large quantity, PM me. Shanghai is awesome. Can I ask what you're all spamming? What does it mean? A professional gold farmer couldn't help but type. Dude, you really don't watch the news? Don't even scroll through short videos. I'm busy grinding for gold all day, when do I have time for short videos? Go check it out. Soon we'll be playing games with our brains. You don't have a brain, eh? As time passed, the chat systems of countless popular games were pushed to the brink of collapse with activity spam, making it impossible to tell what anyone was saying. Players who were in the dark stared at the spam messages, some blindly followed along, others typed to ask what was happening, and still others, thinking they had discovered a game Easter egg or a code for freebies, joined the chorus of repeaters out of curiosity. It wasn't until the players who had first gotten the news posted links and screenshots of the analysis across forums, discussion boards, and chat groups that the truth gradually came. At Shanghai's publicity department, Brothers' team was urgently producing a promotional video designed to detonate the entire gaming community, along with a QA channel for obtaining the activation code for the next day at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning. The official Star Ocean account released a short video produced by Zhigo. The fully virtual reality battle platform Star Ocean World, independently developed by Star Ocean, employs the latest brain neural interface technology to truly achieve an immersive gaming experience at the level of consciousness, with system latency not exceeding 0.0001 milliseconds. Stellar Night Dawn. This is the first fully virtual game of Star Ocean World. Centered on mecha combat, it is divided into two major factions. Now please enjoy a CG animation. The scene cut to a promotional video produced by Jarvis. The perspective began on a desolate lunar base with the azure halo of blue star glowing in the distance. Suddenly blinding sunlight streamed from the edge of the lunar horizon, and the perspective rapidly ascended. A grand epic background music slowly began to play like an ancient horn being sounded. The music gradually intensified as the camera swept across the lunar surface, revealing a vast fleet suspended in the pitch-black cosmos. The hulls bore the emblem of the Blue Star Alliance. Two colossal motherships as majestic as mountains served as the core, surrounded by 10 escort ships in a fan formation, with 2 battleships bristling with cannons on the flanks. The steel behemoths gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Just as the music was about to reach its crescendo, the camera abruptly turned toward the deep space opposite the fleet. The climax arrived. At the edge of sight, dense silhouettes of ships appeared. He Ming faction, a suffocatingly massive fleet, no less than 100 ships. Even more spine-tingling was the sight of countless small aircraft swarming out from the shadows of this colossal fleet, like a swarm of bees forming a wave of death, hurtling toward the lunar base. Then the camera shifted, and the surface of the lunar base suddenly opened up countless massive launch silos. One after another, heavy mecha propelled by blazing flames from their thrusters shot into the sky, charging headlong into the deadly swarm. The screen abruptly went black. The logo of Stellar Night Dawn appeared imposingly at the center of the screen. The scene cut back to Jagu, who began explaining how to obtain activation codes. Activation codes will be distributed through official Star Ocean channels. Starting tomorrow, they will be released at exactly 1:00 p.m. noon each day, continuing for 30 days. For the first 29 days, 330 slots will be opened daily, and on the last day, 430 slots will be opened. This closed beta uses real name authentication, and activation codes cannot be transferred or traded. Additionally, answering fun questions related to the game's background and technological concepts will significantly increase your chances of winning. For the first closed beta of Stellar Night Dawn, we will provide 100 virtual helmets for free. Lucky players who receive an activation code must fill in their detailed mailing address accurately. Our errors will result in loss of testing eligibility. At the end of the video, a detailed reward mechanism chart appeared. A global leaderboard would be active during the closed beta. The top 100 players would receive the following cash rewards and in-game points. Game points could be used to customize your basic mecha. Points could be earned by defeating He Ming faction units, climbing the leaderboard, and completing system missions. First place, 100 yuan, 100 points. Second place, 800 yuan, 800 points. Third place, 600 yuan, 600 points. 4th, 10th place, 500 yuan, 500 points. 11th, 50th place, 300 yuan, 300 points. 51 SD 100th place, 100 yuan, 100 points. The leaderboard refreshes daily, and the prize pool is settled that day. The video ended there. The comment section erupted. I declare this the best short film of the year. Who agrees, who opposes? This comment was quickly pushed to the top. The number of replies under the post was countless. Is this a game trailer? The lighting on Blue Star and the moon, plus the reflections from the He Ming fleet's metal, are absurdly realistic. Star Ocean official, how many black technologies are you hiding? My boss asked me why I was kneeling in front of my computer. I showed him the video, and now he's kneeling beside me. It's insane. Just the detail of dust flying on the moon's surface. My top-tier PC would probably smoke trying to render a single frame. Star Ocean is really loaded. I can feel the budget burning. Is there a chance this isn't rendered, but actually filmed by Star Ocean? Doghead for safety. The second most popular post had over 100,000 likes. Brother Star Ocean is doing charity. This time, the number of replies below had already surpassed the... Look at the reward mechanism. The leaderboard refreshes daily, and the prize money is settled that same day. If you can break into the top 50, your account might gain an extra 300 yuan tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, the time to grind hard has come. Free helmets, free shipping, and giving away money every day. If you don't play this, you're not human. This mechanism is so clever. The online rate will explode, and rich players can't just buy performance with money. Everyone competes purely on skill. How satisfying. I don't care about the money. I mainly want to contribute to humanity's expansion into the cosmos. Also, please, Star Ocean Daddy, give me an activation code. The popularity of the video announcement released by Star Ocean surged across national borders like a tsunami, spreading worldwide. On the largest foreign video portal and gaming forums, the promotional video for Stellar Night Dawn reposted through special channels spread like a virus. Almost every minute, dozens of new videos with subtitles in different languages edited and produced by various bloggers appeared on the forum pages. Among them, the most popular was a video by the renowned foreign gaming blogger X-Gamer, who had tens of millions of followers. Its view count was terrifying, surpassing 200 million in just a few hours. In the video, the professional reviewer known for his sharp tongue went from initial skepticism to mid-video shock and finally to near frenzy, wildly praising the game into the camera. Oh my god, is this really real-time rendering? I can't tell, I absolutely can't tell anymore. The blogger held his head, his expression extremely exaggerated. This lighting, this physics-driven effect, so detailed. Friends, if the actual game graphics are even half as good as this CG trailer, then all the games we've played in the past, listen carefully, all of them, are nothing but garbage compared to Stellar Night Dawn. Brain neural connection, almost zero latency. If Star Ocean can achieve even 1/10 of what they claim, it will be the greatest revolution in gaming history. The comment section was equally lively, with netizens from all over the world joining the discussion about this revolution in the gaming industry. What's the use of good graphics? Gameplay is king. Our country has a deep gaming industry heritage. Any online game we have is far superior in quality and balance to those cheap games from Dragon Country. This flashy stuff won't last long. This game looks good, but I must say it was actually developed by our country's programmers guiding Star Ocean. The number of replies below this comment exceeded several hundred. Oh right, the whole universe belongs to you guys. Another daily dose of reality. How satisfying. Besides those few old IPs, do you have any new titles worth mentioning? What's so great about this? If our country's game companies got enough investment, they could make the same game. Because we have the world's top IT talent, bro. Have you been drinking too much of that river water and gotten dizzy? How about paying off the arrears for our military industry first? We've been waiting for 10 years. It's urgent. 157. I don't know about the rest, but investing in you guys would probably leave you with nothing but your underwear before you go home. FK, why did a Dragon Country game company make this first while our game companies are still figuring out how to sell virtual real estate in the metaverse? SHD. For your information, Star Ocean is not a professional game company. It's a pharmaceutical company that started with longevity water. This reply from a Dragon Country netizen was nearly flooded in no time, completely overwhelming gaming enthusiasts and company operators from around the world. You idiots are still arguing while I'm already on a plane to Modu, hoping they'll accept our Lighthouse Country passport for real name authentication. Below this reply, a massive number of responses gathered with netizens who had caught on leaving frantic comments. Count me in. I'm booking a flight right now, hoping to make it for tomorrow's draw. The next day at exactly 1100 a.m. There was only 1 hour left until the activation code draw for Star Night Dawn would open. Hundreds of millions of netizens flooded the official Star activation code page, including a vast number of foreign gamers who had circumvented the firewalls. At the center of the page was a counter displaying the current number of online users waiting. Current online users waiting 338754219. Current online users waiting 339102585. This number continued to skyrocket by millions every minute. At the bottom of the page was a chat room feature. Millions of individual chat rooms had been set up, each housing 100 people. Fe Xiao Long has entered the chat room. Feiyu Xiao Nuami has entered the chat room. Here we go, brothers, bless me with the luck of the draw. Whoa, isn't that Feiyu Xiao Nuami? My roommate's dying wish was to play Star Night. Please, Star Daddy, be merciful and give us a code. This number of waiting users is terrifying. Over 300 million people fighting for just over 3,000 activation codes. That's like a 1 in 100,000 chance. Is Star's server alien technology? How can it handle over 300 million people online without lag? Ask and you shall know. Star is awesome. The page's fluidity is insane. JRVIS was essentially a digital life form. Whenever it wished, it could freely commandeer top-tier server resources from any country in the world. The 300 million users before it were not its limit. It could easily handle 10 times that number. As all the gamers flocked to Star's official website, the player counts of other major traditional games plummeted. The global public chat channels of major popular games, both domestic and international, were eerily quiet. The matchmaking times for group dungeons stretched indefinitely. Gold farming studios, which relied on grinding in games for a living, stared at the empty servers and the nearly stagnant transaction flow in the auction houses, sinking into deep self-doubt. Xuanyu Games was an absolute titan in the Dragon Kingdom's gaming industry. It held the agency rights for the most popular PC and mobile games on the market, with daily revenues in the hundreds of millions. At that moment, the company's employees fell silent, staring at the meager top-up figures. Though they had anticipated a potential dimensional blow, the reality of it hitting was an entirely different matter. Holy crap, Xiaowang, you're trying for a code too. Keep your voice down. If the manager hears, he'll be skinned alive. In the top-floor meeting room of the Xuanyu building. Can anyone tell me why a pharmaceutical company like Star suddenly decided to barge into the gaming circle? President Wang, that's useless now. Based on the technical specs they've released, once the VR helmets actually hit the market and spread, I'm afraid all game companies worldwide can start preparing to shut down. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. Though harsh, no one could deny it, as the game was simply on a different dimensional plane. Complaining won't solve anything. Our only chance of survival now is to seek cooperation. Let's hope Star isn't too greedy. President Ma is right. If we can integrate our games into the Star world, we might at least get a share of the scraps. At Lonka University, in the boys' dormitory. When the clock struck 1159, Zhang Zhifei and Fatty simultaneously unscrewed the caps of their longevity water bottles, poured them into their mineral water, gave them a gentle swirl, and downed most of it. Feeling sharp, Bro Fei, we absolutely have to get a code. At exactly 12 o'clock, the page refreshed, and the Start Quiz button turned from gray to brown. Both of them clicked their mice almost simultaneously. Briefly describe the core technical challenges for a bipedal mech to maintain balance on complex terrain in a vacuum environment. What is the most efficient propulsion method for a mech? There were 10 questions in total, and they weren't difficult. Zhang Zhifei was a hardcore mecha enthusiast, and Fatty was beside him searching for information. 2 minutes later, all 10 questions were answered. Quiz submitted. Thank you for participating. The draw results will be announced in 1 hour. Fatty opened the page, symbolically completed the quiz, and clicked confirm. The wait felt infinitely prolonged. Every few minutes, Zhang Zhifei couldn't resist refreshing the page to check the results, knowing full well the time wasn't up, yet always hoping for a miracle. Bro Fei, do you think we'll win? Shut up, don't jinx it. An hour later, Zhang Zhifei's hand on the mouse hesitated. What if we didn't get it? Fatty, is it time? It is. Zhang Zhifei grabbed a gaming magazine from the desk and held it up in front of the computer screen. Then he closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently like a death row inmate heading to the execution ground. Fatty, take a look for me. I can't. Though Fatty looked simple, he was quite shrewd. No way. If they didn't win, wouldn't the blame fall on him? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Zhifei squinted and slowly moved the magazine aside with his hand, his heart racing and his face flushed red. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the first closed beta qualification for Star Night Dawn. Please click the link below to fill in your details. We got it. We got it. Fatty shook Zhang Zhifei's shoulder excitedly. We got it. Zhang Zhifei's eyes snapped open. When he saw those words, it felt like the very blood in his veins was beginning to boil. Blessed by the RNG gods. Nearly 1 in 100,000 people get an activation code, and I won it. Zhang Zhifei muttered, feeling light as air, as if in a dream. This scene before him felt so unreal. Being blessed by the RNG gods was naturally impossible. The reason was that J.R.V.I.S. immense computational power had already sifted through the hundreds of millions of participants, ranking those with the potential to pilot mechs and form combat strength at the top. Zhang Zhifei's sequence ranked in the top 100 in J.R.V.I.S. database. Winning was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. In the capital city, at the Shishan Garden Villa, a pair of siblings dressed in black and white training uniforms sat before a computer, quietly waiting for the results, one on each side. The elder brother Jiang Lin was barely over 20 years old, yet already an internal energy master. According to the universal capability hierarchy, his life index had reached 5,000. The younger sister Jiang Yue was 2 years younger, with lively eyes and a sweet temperament. Her life index was 4,800. Brother, do you think we'll win? Jiang Yu asked softly. I don't know. Probably not. The odds are too low. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and decisively refreshed the page. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the first closed beta qualification for Star Night Dawn. Jiang Yu froze, then turned to look at her brother's computer screen. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the first closed beta qualification for Star Night Dawn. Both won. Jiang Lin's brows furrowed into a deep frown. It might be plausible for one to win by sheer luck, but for both to win simultaneously was too absurd. Neither sibling believed this was a coincidence. Brother, do you think it's possible that it wasn't us choosing the game, but the game choosing us? Several days later, the several production lines that Bay's technology had urgently constructed at a sky-high cost were finally put into 3-shift high-speed operation. The first batch, a total of 3,300 virtual helmets, successfully rolled off the production line under strict quality control. These helmets were delivered via encrypted logistics to the first batch of players who had drawn activation codes. That day, major social platforms and gaming forums were flooded with the same type of content. People were showing off their helmets and live streaming unboxings. On the Feiyu live streaming platform, the live stream room of by Xiphias Gaming Daily. As usual, there were only a little over 100 people in the room. The streamer didn't speak, completely focused on playing. There were hardly any comments scrolling by, with only 1 or 2 appearing occasionally, when Bai Xiaofei pulled off a brilliant move. Bai Xiaofei was a technical streamer in the gaming section. He had a wide range of interests, easily handling everything from FPS games to complex RTS games, and often left even professional players stunned with his incredible plays in high-level matches. Several clubs had once extended olive branches to him, but he had turned them all down. In his own words, playing games as a hobby, it would be tiring to make it a job. I just want to live a laid-back life. His live streaming style was extremely simple. He would start streaming promptly at 7 in the evening, just play his own game, with zero interaction with the audience, and log off as soon as he earned the daily base task of 200 yuan in gifts. As a result, old fans had given Bai Xiaofei the nickname Clockenbro. Although his gaming skills were top-notch, he didn't know how to create hype, so his livestream room's popularity never exceeded 1,000. Today, Bai Xiaofei was streaming one of the hottest shooting games. With Bai Xiaofei's godlike moves, his character moved with grace and agility, and his aim was incredibly precise. Enemies died the moment they showed themselves. His reaction time was almost supernatural. In the final clutch situation, only Bai Xiaofei remained, and he managed to pull off an unbelievable comeback by taking on 5 opponents single-handedly with sheer force. This wasn't just pub-stomping. The opponents Bai Xiaofei was matched against were either top-tier solo queue stars or professional-level players. Bro Fei awesome. That reaction is insane. Bai Xiaofei ignored the comments, silently staring at the results screen. Even after achieving a pentakill, his face remained calm and his breathing steady, without any emotional fluctuation, as if he were a merciless killing machine. My Bro Fei really is a man of few words. It was time to clock out. Just as old fans expected Bai Xiaofei to log off quickly, as usual, he suddenly bent down and pulled out a silver cardboard box with the Star C logo from under his computer desk. The moment the cardboard box appeared in the camera frame, the livestream room, which had only a little over 100 viewers, saw its popularity skyrocket like a rocket. This was because Feiyu Platform's intelligent recommendation system had picked up 3 hot topics. The combination of keywords, Star C cardboard box unboxing livestream, and Feiyu Platform's first virtual helmet, formed a massive traffic black hole. In less than a minute, the number of online viewers in the livestream room jumped from 100 to 10,000, and it was still growing at an even more astonishing rate. The comments paused for a second, then erupted like a tsunami. Holy crap. Oh my god, a Star C box. Clockin' bro, you got the activation code without telling us, and the helmet's already arrived. Bro Fei's finally on the rise. The popularity's almost 30,000, over 300 times more. Oh, it's a Star C virtual helmet. Is he going to unbox it live? Feiyu Platform's first streamer to unbox live has appeared. All kinds of gifts started flooding the screen, from small fish treats to planes and rockets, almost drowning the entire display. Bai Xiaofei was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He stared at the wildly scrolling comments and the constantly popping gift notifications, unable to comprehend what was happening. He opened his mouth habitually, about to say that's enough for today, time to log off. But before he could get the words out, they were drowned out by even more comments. At that moment, a super rocket special effect taking up most of the screen soared up. The wealthy gift giver sent a conspicuous comment: streamer, don't just stand there, start the unboxing, and then tell us what the helmet's really like. This comment was immediately echoed by countless others. Yeah, unbox it. Bro Fei, please let us see. Clockin' bro, you've got to make an exception today. It's over, stop spamming. Bro Fei's earned his 200 and is going to log off. Bai Xiaofei looked at the enthusiastic audience, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Alright, let's unbox it and take a look. He carefully opened the packaging and took out the streamlined, futuristic-looking silver-gray helmet. Bai Xiaofei showed the audience the helmet from various angles. The cold metallic texture and elegant curves were fully revealed on camera, sparking another wave of envy and jealousy in the comments. Let me try connecting it. Following the instructions, Bai Xiaofei connected the helmet to the power source and the dedicated signal receiver, then put it on under the gaze of tens of thousands of viewers. The comments in the livestream room were still active, with people excitedly discussing what was happening. How is it? Did you get in? Say something. What's it like inside? You're killing me. Why doesn't this stupid helmet have a live streaming feature? A few minutes later, Bai Xiaofei took off the helmet. His face still showed no expression and his breathing was steady. But if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were brighter than usual and the tips of his ears were flushed an abnormal red. He stared at the camera without saying a word, as if still savoring what he had just seen, which drove the waiting audience crazy. Yeah, I got in. It's in a very dark space. You can see blue star and a lot of stars, and it doesn't feel like watching a screen. Bai Xiaofei reached out to gesture, his movements a bit stiff. The game logo for Star C Night Dawning is right in front, huge and spinning, and it even prompted me that I can pre-create a character. Finally, he added one more sentence. It feels pretty real, not fake. The livestream room completely exploded. That's it, pretty real? What does that mean? No, Bro Fei, your description is way too bland. How real is it? You need to explain. What the hell does not fake mean? At this point, the old fans who knew Bai Xiaofei well became the crucial translators. You guys don't get it. When Bro Fei says pretty real in his world, that means holy crap, it's freaking amazing. Focus on the details. Bro Fei's ears are red, which means he's already heated up inside. He's really excited, but his face is just frozen like usual. And his eyes, they're clearly shining. I've been following him for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen him like this. Exactly, usually, when he's crushing pro players on stream, he doesn't react like this. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. Not fake is probably the highest praise my Bro Fei can give. Bai Xiaofei was already extremely nervous, and it was the first time he had faced such a big scene with over 100,000 online viewers. That's all for today's stream. They'll log off and go study it some more. After saying this, Bai Xiaofei skillfully logged off in his usual speedy manner. The comments and discussions in the live stream room didn't stop. Instead, they grew even more heated. Bro Fei messed up. With so many people, he could have become rich just by dancing. Just as Bai Xiaofei logged off, the phone on his computer desk vibrated. The screen lit up, showing an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. He frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, no one had actively called him in almost 3 years. With curiosity, Bai Xiaofei took off his headphones, hung them around his neck, and pressed the answer button. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Bai Xiaofei? An extremely enthusiastic male voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, this is he. What can I do? Hello, Mr. Bai. Sorry to bother you. I'm the operations manager for the gaming section of the Feiyu live streaming platform. My surname is Chun. Feiyu official. Bai Xiaofei was stunned. For a low-level streamer like him, the most he usually interacted with were the occasional junior moderators who dropped by his channel. A section manager was nothing short of a celestial being to him. Yet the other party's tone was surprisingly polite. Hello, Mr. Chun. First, I must congratulate Mr. Bai on obtaining the beta test qualification for Star Night Dawn. Chun Ming's voice carried a smile, sounding incredibly pleasant. Our platform just detected a surge in popularity on your stream, especially during the segment where you unboxed and experienced the virtual helmet for the first time. The audience response was exceptionally enthusiastic. This fully demonstrates that both you, Mr. Bai, and the virtual helmet IP have tremendous potential. Bai Xiaofei understood the platform was eyeing the traffic his virtual helmet had generated. For a low-level streamer like him, who wasn't good at creating hype, just making a modest living was already fortunate. Just lucky. It's not entirely luck. Chun Ming's tone shifted, becoming solemn. Mr. Bai, after a comprehensive evaluation, our platform is very optimistic about your future development. I formally invite you on behalf of the Feiyu platform to sign an exclusive streaming contract. An exclusive contract. Yes, this is our platform's highest tier-level contract. The platform will dedicate top-tier resources to promote you. The base annual salary is 5 million and the gift revenue share will be raised to the platform's best rate of 70%. As soon as you agree to sign, you'll receive an immediate signing bonus of 1 million. Bai Xiaofei remained silent for a long time, at a loss for words. Mr. Bai, are you listening? A 1 million signing bonus. A top-tier level contract. A 5 million annual salary. These were things Bai Xiaofei wouldn't even dare to dream of. He simply loved playing games, but didn't want to go pro or leech off his parents. So streaming just enough to get by each day was already satisfying for him. His parents had worked hard their entire lives and might never save 1 million. Bai Xiaofei's gaze fell upon the virtual helmet in his hands. Was it all because of this helmet? I'm willing to sign. Of course Bai Xiaofei was willing. This much money would allow his parents to hold their heads high in front of relatives and neighbors. In the past, Bai Xiaofei was always the cautionary tale. When you grow up, don't be like Bai Xiaofei, wasting all your time playing games with no future. He was sick of hearing that. With this money, he could let his parents retire early and enjoy life, no longer worrying about daily necessities. From today on, I, Bai Xiaofei, am going to be the kid everyone else's parents tell their children to emulate. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the official beta test for Star Night Dawn. There was only 1 minute left until the servers opened. In the bridge of the Blue Star, main mothership codenamed Stellar, deep within the distant starry expanse, He Ming, clad in a combat suit, appeared quietly, his gaze fixed on the distance through the observation window. The Haixing fleet lay like a pack of lurking beasts. Though they remained perfectly still like the NPCs on the bridge, they exuded a suffocating pressure that shook one. A dense sea of ships filled the cosmic space within sight, outnumbering the Blue Star forces tenfold. The colossal main mothership moved like a shifting mountain range, 10 times the size of Blue Star's mothership. Even an ordinary frigate was larger than Blue Star's 2 motherships. Countless small attack ships clustered together, forming a dense formation that was hair-raising. They hovered silently in the darkness, the overwhelming pressure enough to suffocate and drive any faint-hearted soldier to despair, crushing all thoughts of. Yet He Ming's starry eyes held a hint of disdain, a condescending gaze. Mere stepping stones. Though Blue Star's current combat power was far inferior to Haixing's, unworthy even to be a nuisance. But that was because He Ming hadn't yet set Blue Star truly in motion. He held in his hands the absolute truth of the greater cosmos, even beyond this universe. The formation is quite intimidating. Jarvis, what is the probability of Blue Star's victory? Sir, based on Blue Star's current overall strength, the probability of victory is 0. He Ming let out a soft laugh. Perfect. Training under these conditions will be more meaningful. Sir, all 100,000 Blue Star players have been connected to the lunar base and are currently in training simulators adapting to basic mecha operations. According to real-time feedback data analysis, it is estimated that in 5 hours, individuals capable of forming effective combat power will account for approximately 1/2 of the total. This number was pitifully low, but within He Ming's expectations. After all, turning a group of ordinary people into mecha pilots was a fantasy in itself. Give them another 10 minutes. I don't need cannon fodder. Help me screen out those with true potential, the core pilots worth my resources to train. Very well, sir. Meanwhile, in the various simulation training grounds of the lunar base, chaos reigned. World Channel. Holy crap, this is too real, and the impact feels amazing. Help, I can't even walk without tripping over my own feet. I feel like a baby just learning to crawl. This mecha is way too hard to control. It's too realistic. It took me 5 minutes to move just 5 steps. So piloting a mecha requires paying attention to so many details. My brain is about to overheat. Is there a pro who can give some tips? I can't hit the moving targets at all. Amid the chaos and groans, a few had already begun to show their edge. In a certain advanced simulation area, an assault-type mecha was performing dizzying maneuvers. It would surge upward, then dive and brake abruptly, executing erratic zaped turns in the air to swiftly evade the interfering laser beams fired from distant simulated turrets. Amidst such high-difficulty maneuvers, the mecha's high-energy laser rifle remained perfectly steady, each muzzle flash accompanied by the explosion of a distant high-speed moving target. Inside the cockpit by Xiaofei was completely focused, veins faintly bulging on his forehead. He was fully immersed in the subtle sensation of man-machine unity, as if the outside world had faded. His rigid poker-faced expression involuntarily broke into an ecstatic grin, looking uglier than a grimace. Training complete. Total score S reward points 1000. The reward mechanism for training mode ranged from low to high. A100, A200, A300S, 600, S, 100 by Xiaofei was slightly surprised by the points reward prompt having earned. In the training ground focused on close quarters combat, siblings Zhang Lin and Zhang Yu unanimously abandoned ranged weapons entirely. Their assault-type mechas wielded high-particle beam swords, perfectly integrating their ancient martial arts techniques into the mecha controls. Driven by a spiritual power far beyond ordinary humans, the two mechas flitted like phantoms through the simulated enemy attacks. Their twin swords danced, forming two impenetrable rings of light, deflecting all approaching simulated attacks with a dazzling curtain of blades. Training complete. Zhang Lin's final rating S. Zhang Yu's final rating S. Both received corresponding points rewards. Compared to these monster-level players, Zhang Zifei's performance was much more ordinary. After 5 minutes of adaptation, he could barely manage basic walking, running, and jumping in the mecha, but his movements remained stiff. In shooting training, his stationary target hit rate reached 60, but his high-speed moving target hit rate was a pathetic 5. Missed again. It's too hard, but damn, it's thrilling. This is the kind of game real men should play. Just then a countdown of 3 minutes appeared as a light curtain in the sky. A system broadcast echoed in the training pods. The Haixing fleet is about to launch a full-scale assault. Please exit the training pods, immediately return to the hangar, and prepare for combat deployment. Zhang Zifei followed the instructions and exited the training pod. When he saw the steel giant standing over 10 meters tall in his personal hangar, his eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Influenced by his father, he had been obsessed with mecha since childhood, amassing a vast collection of models at home. He knew every mecha model and the purpose of each weapon by heart, truly loving them to the core. When it came to novels, films, and TV dramas, he only watched mecha and space battles, and the same applied to games. The question his friends asked most often was, "Don't you ever get tired of it?" Zhang Zifei's answer was always the same: "How could I ever get tired? Mecha are my entire life." He jogged forward, and as soon as he stood still, the lift platform carried him steadily upward to the cockpit entrance. Is my dream finally about to come true? Piloting a mecha and roaming the Star Sea had been Zhang Zifei's dream ever since he could remember. Though it hadn't come true in reality, for now it was half fulfilled. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Identity confirmed. Pilot Zhang Zifei. With the hiss of airtight seals, the heavy cockpit hatch lifted upward. The interior was compact, yet brimming with a futuristic aesthetic. Zhang Zifei ducked inside and sat in the pilot's seat, following the training procedures. As his back pressed against the seat, the safety harnesses on both sides automatically deployed, securing him firmly. Multiple screens before him lit up in sequence, displaying the mecha's status, weapon systems, radar scans, and other information. Cockpit closing. The hatch descended, accompanied by a synthesized female electronic voice. Neural link synchronization, rate 87. Weapon systems normal. Power core normal. Cabin pressure normal. A cascade of prompts sharpened Zhang Zifei's focus. He gripped the control sticks with both hands and placed his feet on the pedal sensor area, his expression brimming with excitement and his heart surging with emotion. C-93 entering launch sequence. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Under the ritualistic prompts, Zhang Zifei felt a tremendous thrust from beneath his feet. The cockpit shuddered slightly, and he immediately sensed a rush of blood pressure. It was a bit uncomfortable, but the realism only fueled his excitement. Through the visual simulation window, he achieved a true 360-degree unobstructed wide-field view of the interior. The speed increased rapidly, and in the next moment the view opened up. The C-93 burst out of the lunar base and entered the pitch-black void of space. The sight before him left Zhang Zhifei breathless, his eyes filled with awe. From countless launch silos on the lunar surface, tens of thousands of mecha rose like a reverse meteor shower of fire. You have a new mission. Proceed to the following area for assembly. A mission notification appeared in the upper left corner along with a guiding route map. Zhang Zhifei dared not be careless. He maneuvered the mecha toward the distant point as directed by the system prompts. Meanwhile, the global public channel had already erupted in chaos. Players were frantically venting their exhilaration and shock in the chat. At that moment, by Xiphias, a Sol-type mecha shot out of the launch silo. Just as he adjusted his posture preparing to fly toward the designated assembly airspace, a unique system prompt appeared before his eyes. Due to your outstanding performance in the novice trial, you have obtained live streaming permission. Would you like to start a live broadcast from your first-person perspective? Bai Xiaofei raised an eyebrow slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but recalling his recently signed steer contract and the platform's strong support, he decided to activate. Please select a live streaming platform. Detected that you have an associated live account on Feiyu platform. Would you like to use that account for streaming? Live stream started. Wish you a pleasant battle. At the Feiyu platform backend, a sudden gasp erupted from the technical department. Director Chun Bai Xiaofei has started streaming. It's a live broadcast of Star Knights. What? Chun Ming rushed to the desk of the employee who had raised their hand, leaning over to examine the computer screen. When he saw the live feed, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Quick, everyone, check all platforms, domestic and international, for any similar streams. The entire department sprang into action upon receiving the directive. Within less than a minute, Director Chin, no similar streams on any domestic platform. None on major overseas streaming platforms either. All data streams globally are normal. This is the world's exclusive live broadcast. Chun Ming clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. Why was this happening? Chun Ming quickly thought of a possibility. He had also kept an eye on Bai Xiaofei when he first joined Feiyu Live. Purely in terms of gaming skill, he was undoubtedly a top-tier player among solo queue kings. He speculated that Bai Xiaofei had likely triggered some key mechanism through his gameplay, thus earning the streaming permission. Quick top recommendation slot. Push all promotional channels to Bai Xiaofei's stream. Front page banner, site-wide pop-ups now. The platform's resources were mobilized rapidly. Bai Xiaofei's stream went from 0 to tens of thousands of viewers within a single minute, and it was still surging at a nearly insane rate. Could this really be a live stream of Star Knights? The barrage went completely wild, with gift effects nearly drowning out the entire stream. Are you sure this isn't a sci-fi blockbuster? Do you think a sci-fi blockbuster could have this effect? 100,000 mecha marching into battle, this is insane. First-person view piloting a mecha in an interstellar war. I'm on my knees. Bai Shun is a legend. Chun Ming stared intently at the back-end data, then suddenly, he noticed that the platform account only received 80% of all gift revenue. The other 20% was diverted to an unfamiliar channel. Where did that 20% go? Chun Ming muttered to himself, chin in hand, before quickly realizing the truth. It must be start taking a cut. Reasonable, perfect. In the cosmic starfield, Bai Xiaofei piloted his assault-type mecha, swiftly arriving at the predetermined assembly coordinates. At that moment, his heart was filled with novelty and excitement. His expression wooden, but his ears red. Before him, 4 mecha had already been waiting. 3 of them were identical to his, save for the paint job. 2 stood out conspicuously, 1 black, 1 white, hovering in silence. Another mecha was painted a deep blue. The most eye-catching was the dark-colored mecha hovering at the forefront. Its silhouette was more elongated and exuded a sense of heft, with outer armor and mounted weapon systems that appeared far more advanced. On its back, 8 massive wing-like thrusters emitted a faint green special particle stream shimmering against the starlight. That's a seraphim. Bai Xiaofei had a habit before playing a game. He would preview the game's lore and background story. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he instantly recognized that majestic, awe-inspiring, and enviably cool mecha. In the Feiyu livestream, when the first-person view focused on the seraphim, the barrage scrolled and flooded the screen at a speed that made individual text impossible. Holy crap, what model is that? Why is it different from the regular mecha? Is that an NPC piloting it? Those wing effects are absolutely stunning. At that moment, a mission directive was pushed to the squad channel. Special mission release operation decapitation mission objective: follow the designated route to infiltrate the enemy fleet's headquarters and destroy the enemy mothership. Tactical route planned. Follow the lead mecha, Seraphim. A real-time 3D simulation map of the entire battlefield appeared in the upper right observation window of each mecha's cockpit. Jarvis was in overall command, with each of the 100,000 mecha assigned their own tasks. On the decapitation squad's map, a highlighted safe route material. Warning. Detected strong energy reaction from the enemy mothership. Evade according to the designated route. Stay close to me. The particle streams from the Seraphim's 8-wing thrusters erupted violently as it led the squad in a rapid upward advance. Bai Xiaofei, Zhang Zhifei, and the Zhang siblings dared not hesitate. They immediately pushed their thruster power to maximum, clinging tightly to the trail of the dark-colored streak. 10 seconds. Just as the decapitation squad deviated from the original route and veered into a small asteroid belt, a thick, redand white beam of light shot forth from the main cannon of the He Ming mothership like a divine punishment. Wherever it passed, space seemed to warp. Thousands of mecha in its path that couldn't evade in time were instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace. Mecha grazed by the beam's edge silently exploded. Those slightly closer suffered internal system failures, drifting aimlessly in space. The densest area once filled with mecha was cleared in an instant, leaving only a powerful energy fluctuation that made one's very soul tremble. This was the He Ming mothership's most formidable attack, the positron cannon. If aimed accurately, even the moon couldn't withstand more than a few shots. The entire squad channel fell into an eerie silence. Even He Ming, seated inside the Seraphim, was somewhat stunned. This attack was simply unreasonable. Jarvis' voice echoed in the cockpit. Sir, this is a reasonable strike simulated based on the data you provided. He Ming was left speechless. If this was reasonable, then how was Earth supposed to survive? Bai Xiaofei was so shaken by the scene that his lips trembled and his palms were drenched in cold sweat. In the Feiyu livestream, at the moment the positron cannon annihilated the mecha swarm, an extremely bizarre phenomenon occurred. The barrage completely vanished. For a full 3 seconds, there was utter silence. As the audience witnessed the positron cannon annihilating thousands of mechs in a single devastating strike, the entire screen was flooded with countless question marks in the barrage comments. Then a torrent of comments erupted like a breached dam. Holy shit! What was that massive beam of light? I just saw the screen flash, and then so many of Blue Star's mechs vanished. Holy mother of... I studied the background of High Star. That's their strongest ship cannon, called the positron cannon. Thousands of mechs reduced to nothing in seconds. That impact is unmatched. Damn, that blast nearly fried my graphics card. 17855. My console is already smoking. I need to adjust the threshold immediately, it can't take much more. I've got goosebumps all over. If the High Star fleet is this strong, how can we even fight? Is this game really this hardcore? This is the essence of interstellar warfare. When power is imbalanced, it's this brutal. While ordinary viewers were still spamming holy shit in the livestream, quick-witted viewers had already uploaded the recorded footage to short video platforms, hoping to ride the wave of viral traffic. Within minutes, major short video platforms were flooded with clips bearing various titles: Star Knight, Epic Scene, Positron Cannon, warning the cruelty of interstellar. One particular clip was pushed to the trending top, instantly accessible upon opening the app, its popularity skyrocketing. Brace for impact. This isn't a movie, it's gameplay footage from Star Knight. The video was short, showing only a positron cannon beam over 100 meters in diameter, piercing the starry sky, instantly vaporizing thousands of mechs. The uploader, a tech-savvy enthusiast with a knack for dramatic effect, edited the footage into 3 segments. The first segment was slowed down to 10 times the norm as the positron cannon struck the distorted spatial ripples at its edge, and the process of mechs being consumed by energy, from solid form to particles to complete annihilation, were vividly visible, each frame exuding a brutal aesthetic. The second segment was slowed to 5 times speed, conveying an overwhelming sense of crushing pressure. The final segment played at original speed. In an instant, a flash of light was all that was seen, and the mechs in that area were blasted into powder, leaving nothing behind. Like a virus, this video spread rapidly across the entire internet, even reaching major overseas video platforms. The comment section went absolutely wild. Holy crap, I've watched it 10 times. Is this really in-game graphics? In that 10 times slow motion version, I can just imagine how utterly hopeless those unlucky players must have felt. Star Knight, I play for realism. Does this game have no newbie protection, throwing us into such a massive scene right away? I declare this the best gaming moment of the year, bar none. So the question is, how do you dodge this kind of map-wide attack in this game? See that 8-winged Seraphim? Stick close to it, and you'll be fine. As these short videos spread like wildfire, more and more people caught on and flocked to Feiyu's livestream platform. Bai Xiaofei's livestream room saw its viewer count skyrocket exponentially. At the Feiyu backend, Chun Ming stared at the surging traffic data, and Bai Xiaofei's room's record-breaking concurrent viewers, his breathing heavy with excitement, his face flushed red, and his hands trembling incessantly. This wave of traffic was enormous. Whether the platform could absorb it all in one go was the key. Quick activate all backup servers. Ensure the live stream runs smoothly. Notify the operations team immediately. Borrow servers from other sections. After composing himself, He Ming issued the command within the squad to continue their mission. He himself leaned back in the pilot's seat, his hands flipping through the virtual information data appearing before him. The Seraphim's operation required no effort from him. Jarvis handled the controls personally. Neural synchronicity, mech control, tactical awareness, combat, instinct growth, potential extreme pressure tolerance. This was the hexagonal chart data for the mech. Zhang Zhifei overall rating B. His hexagon area was quite ordinary, with only growth potential breaking the chart's limits by a small margin. By Xiaofei overall potential rating SS, the hexagon icon was maxed out with no weaknesses. Zhang Lin overall potential rating S, his neural synchronicity, combat instinct, and extreme pressure tolerance were maxed, while the other three stats were slightly weaker. Jiang Yu overall potential rating S, neural synchronicity was maxed, extreme pressure tolerance was slightly weak, and the remaining stats were near max. After reviewing the data, a flicker of surprise crossed He Ming's eyes. Although Zhang Zhifei was the weakest of the four, only his ability exceeded the hexagonal chart's limits, and specifically in growth potential. No wonder you included Zhang Zhifei in the team. He's a dark horse. Warning: dense swarm of small, unmanned drones detected. Count 3,900. As the warning appeared, countless blood-red lights emerged from the pitch-black void ahead, and thousands of small drones surged madly toward the squad. The Seraphim took the lead, its 8 mechanical wings instantly unfurling, releasing 80 floating turret units. Countless slender energy beams poured from the turret muzzles, weaving an impenetrable web of fire across the void. The leading drone swarm crashed into an invisible wall of despair. Occasionally, a few special models broke through the fire net, only to be stopped by a pale blue diamond-shaped energy shield mere meters from the Seraphim's hull. The Seraphim acted like a dutiful NPC, but it only handled the frontal assault, ignoring the drones that continuously flanked to the left, right, and rear. It was clear for all to see this was a problem the players had to overcome themselves. Holy crap, there are so many. Zhang Zhifei's voice trembled, his scalp tingled. During training, the high-speed moving targets he shot at appeared at most 2 at a time, and his accuracy was abysmal. How was he supposed to defend against this dense, countless? Soon Bai Xiaofei provided the perfect answer. He'll take the right flank. The armor on the outer arms of Bai Xiaofei's pale blue mech slid open, revealing 2 flat, high-frequency particle rapid-fire pistols. Several laser beams fired alternately, at an astonishing frequency, precisely exploding one drone after another, attempting to strike from the right. Bai Xiaofei's firing rhythm was incredibly steady. Each burst was accompanied by the explosion of a high-star drone. With 2 guns in hand, he single-handedly forged a perfect right flank defense amidst the dense drone swarm. On the left, siblings Jiang Lin and Zhang Yu exchanged glances. Let's go. Okay. Almost simultaneously, the black and white mechs drew 2 laser beam weapons from their waists. With a flash of white light, they formed 2 high-frequency, vibrating particle blades. The next moment, both mechs' engines roared to full power, charging like arrows into the left flank drone swarm. The twin swords in the siblings' hands became a waltz of death. Jiang Lin's sword style was bold and sweeping, each strike carrying the force to cleave stars, often cutting several drones in half, with a single swing triggering chain explosions. Jiang Yu's swordsmanship was more agile, like a butterfly flitting through the gaps in the swarm. Her elegant slashes traced deadly arcs of light, shredding every drone that dared approach the white mech. The siblings used offense as defense, stabilizing the line with the most ferocious means. In contrast, Zhang Zhifei, responsible for the rear area, was already drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. Simply evading the long-range fire of the drone swarm had left him perspiring profusely. The light repeating rifle held by the deep blue mecha had a pitifully low hit rate, leaving the defense line precarious. Had Bai Xiaofei not taken time to help finish off enemies, the squad's formation would have long been shattered. In Bai Xiaofei's live stream, the online viewer count was approaching the 20 million mark. The barrage comments were utterly captivated by his flawless maneuvers, declaring that this guy was truly a beast. Bai Shen's dual guns are insanely cool. Is this marksmanship even humanly possible? That black and white duo over there is also ferocious, charging in and hacking through like chopping vegetables. That bro in the back is having a rough time, haha. Upstairs, don't laugh. If you were in his place, you'd probably do even worse. Tears from old fans. Daka bro finally made it. 20 million concurrent viewers. Hasn't this broken the all-time live stream record? What? Now it should be dual-wielding Bai Shen. Inside the Seraphim cockpit, He Ming sat upright in the pilot's seat, carefully observing the battle. His attention was fixed on Zhang Zhifei. Though he was the weakest in the squad, he was also the one improving the fastest. A low starting point means enormous room. Jarvis spiced things up for them. Send in 2 Type II mechas. Understood, sir. In the distant void, space twisted and 2 streams of data emerged out of nowhere, gradually solidifying into 2 Hai-Xing assault Type II mecha. Jiang Lin noticed 2 red dots rapidly approaching on the global map. Switching to a visual feed, he saw 2 enemy mechas with sharp, aggressive silhouettes. Cecil, handle those 2. Hold the line first. Alright, be careful, bro. The Seraphim focused on clearing the drone swarm ahead, perfectly playing the role of a high-level NPC on the Blue Star faction, leaving the two mechas flanking in for the player's squad to handle themselves. Xiphias dual guns were nearly smoking from overuse, and their energy depleted just in time, prompting him to quickly retract them into his arm mounts. Jiang Lin's black mecha's engine blazed with intense light as he wielded dual swords, charging proactively toward the two Haixing Type II mecha. On Jiang Yu's side, without Jiang Lin's support, she had to face the left drone swarm alone, and the pressure surged. She was forced to perform more evasive maneuvers, attempting to lure the drone swarm farther away. Even so, she could barely hold the line. If Jiang Lin failed to eliminate the sudden Haixing mechas quickly, the squad's formation would inevitably collapse entirely. Bai Xiaofei hadn't used a beam saber in the test before, but now there was no retreat. The armor on the outer sides of his arms popped open, extending two silver-white laser beam grips. The blue-painted mecha's dual sword blades extended, and it charged fiercely into the remaining drone swarm on the right flank. Unlike the Jiang siblings, Bai Xiphias' dual sword style prioritized speed, precision, and ruthlessness with no flashy techniques. Every move aimed solely at downing drones faster. With the dual swords transforming into two arcs of death in his hands after a bout of slashing and dodging, Bai Xiaofei was surprised to find it wasn't as hard as he had. He only needed to maintain distance from the Haixing drones and carefully calculate the weapon's range and attack frequency to keep the mecha in a perfectly safe position for sustained output. While raising his gun to fire, Zhang Zhifei also crammed in some last-minute learning. Earlier he had observed the Jiang siblings' attack styles and knew he couldn't replicate them. Clearly they were trained martial artists with structured techniques. When he saw Bai Xiphias' combat style, Zhang Zhifei suddenly had an epiphany. So he abandoned his mid-range weapon, drew a beam saber, and began fighting in imitation of Bai Xiphias' methods. At first, one or two suicide drones crashed into him, causing localized damage, but as Zhang Zhifei grasped the knack, he suddenly realized it wasn't that difficult after all. A fiery explosion drew everyone's attention. He Ming turned his head just in time to see Jiang Lin pulling back, while the Haixing mecha opposite him had been cleaved in two at the waist. He Ming rested his chin on his hand, a sudden idea surfacing in his mind. What if I packaged the first part of the Star Guidance art, the segment that upgrades to one individual life index, as a monster drop? Sir, I must remind you that distributing the Star Guidance art through kill rewards carries immense derivative risks. There is a 97.42% probability that Jiang Lin will attempt to practice it in reality. This cultivation method's training speed is 8.37 times faster than Blue Star's top-tier techniques. There is a 100% chance that his family will obtain the complete Star Guidance art from him. Once the technique becomes widespread, there is a 99.97% probability of triggering a tracking operation targeting you. He Ming shrugged. Forget whether they can find me, at worst they'll target Shanghai. What do you think I gave the technology package to the nation for? As the saying goes, a big tree provides good shade. Until I've grown strong, the state apparatus is my perfect umbrella. Guess whether the ancient martial forces on Blue Star dare to clash head-on with the state apparatus. Jarvis paused for a second, seemingly calculating probability. He Ming continued before Jarvis could answer. These ancient martial families hidden behind secular society are the best cannon backbone against the Haixing fleet. Just look at the Jiang siblings' performance. Mortals stand no chance against them. Only a beast like Bai Xiaofei is an exception. Sir, I must warn you that a significant boost in the power of the practitioner community has a 91.35% probability of triggering a collapse in the Dragon Kingdom's political environment, leading to a power transition lasting no less than 3 years. This will create major obstacles for your future plans. Trouble. He Ming let out a light laugh, the corner of his mouth lifting with an air of absolute control. Jarvis, you excel at calculations, but you still don't fully understand human greed, especially the survival logic of these ancient families. When they obtain a top-tier cultivation method far surpassing modern standards, their first instinct won't be to share it or report it to the state. They will choose the path that best serves their interests, hoarding it. I'd even wager that within the Jiang family itself, the Star Guidance art will only circulate secretly among the direct lineage. If everyone becomes powerful together, then this top-tier technique loses its rarity. Only when I have it and you don't will the value of the Star Guidance art be magnified infinitely. Jarvis fell silent for 3 seconds, attempting to process the logic of He Ming's words. Sir, I understand. You are leveraging humanity's inherent information barriers and possessiveness to achieve precise deployment and controlled diffusion. He Ming nodded slowly. Execute the plan and make sure it looks authentic. Just as Jiang Lin obliterated one enemy aircraft, another Hexing Type II swooped in from the flank, its pulse cannon gathering a deadly radiance. This time there was no room to evade. In the critical moment, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. The black mecha's engines roared to full power, executing a magnificent spin just before colliding with the hexing mecha. Its twin swords reversed behind its back, crossing into a lethal cruciform trajectory. An unreserved strike of heaven and earth perished together. The violent explosion engulfed both mechas. As the flames dispersed, the back armor of Jiang Lin's mecha was seen largely melted, with exposed cables sparking incessantly. Warning: mecha damage rate 67. Jiang Lin breathed a long sigh of relief. Turning around, he spotted a golden orb quietly emerging amidst the embers of the explosion. A loot drop. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and hastily maneuvered his battered mecha forward. The moment the mechanical hand touched the orb, a stream of data flowed into the mecha. Acquired stellar guidance art fragment. Curious, Jiang Lin opened the inventory to examine it. An ancient scroll projection shimmered with star-like patterns. Though clearly marked as a fragment, the opening summary and initial cultivation method were complete. With his mastery of cultivation, a mere glance at a few lines left Jiang Lin utterly astounded. The refinement of this technique and its exposition on energy guidance efficiency far surpassed the Jiang family's secret arts. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, forcing himself to calm down. He stowed the inventory and turned back to join the battle. Although Jiang Lin's mecha was severely damaged, its weapon system remained functional. He drew a light rapid-fire laser rifle and provided covering fire from. Soon all the drones were cleared by the squad. "Bro, what good stuff did you get?" Zhang Yu asked on the squad chat channel. "Nothing much, just a skill book." Zhang Zhifei due to golden legendary. "You're blessed by the RNG gods." Bai Xiaofei said little about it, but the live stream chat exploded. Then in the distance toward the moon, a blinding explosion flared brighter than a star. The silent blast's brilliance overwhelmed the view as the vast lunar base shattered piece by piece, gradually disintegrating. System noticed: lunar base destroyed. Human faction defeated. The next second, all surviving mechas were forcibly converted into data streams and teleported back to their respective personal hangars. "Bro, let's team up for ranked matches." I just noticed that Star Knight has a team ranked mode. Solo battles, 10-player battles, and even large-scale team fights with over 10,000 players. Jiang Lin had no interest in ranked matches at the moment. "Sis, you play on your own for a while." I suddenly remembered something I need to do. "Oh, alright then." Returning to reality, Jiang Lin removed his VR helmet and hurried to his desk. Grabbing paper and pen, he relied on his photographic memory to transcribe the stellar guidance art fragment information from his mind without a single error. This technique's level is too high, far beyond the Jiang family's legacy. Once I cultivate it, the path ahead, fortune or disaster, is unpredictable. A trace of instinctive fear crept into Jiang Lin's heart, a natural wariness and caution toward power beyond comprehension. But then his gaze sharpened. A cultivator must forge ahead with unwavering resolve, never retreating. If I dare not seize an opportunity when it's before me, I might as well abandon cultivation and live an ordinary, peaceful life. With that thought, Jiang Lin's hesitation vanished. He took the transcribed technique and ascended to the open rooftop of his villa. The night was quiet, with only moonlight for company. Following the technique's instructions, Jiang Lin assumed the starting posture and began experimental cultivation, synchronizing with the breathing method of stellar guidance art. He did not act recklessly, but proceeded slowly, intending to minimize damage in case of unforeseen accidents. As cultivation deepened, Jiang Lin's mind relaxed. Everything proceeded normally, even more smoothly than when he practiced the Jiang family's secret arts. The sensation was extraordinary. Fully appreciating the marvels of stellar guidance art, the Jiang family's secret art, once considered the pinnacle of Blue Star's cultivation techniques, instantly became worthless in his eyes. After completing the first layer of the technique, Jiang Lin felt the world had never been so clear. It works. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt goosebumps rise all over his body, even his hairs standing on end. He decisively attempted a second round, this time holding nothing back, flowing even more smoothly through stellar guidance art. As cultivation progressed, Jiang Lin suddenly felt the surrounding air grow viscous, each movement requiring tremendous effort to complete. Energy within him was being drained frantically. Jiang Lin steadied his breath and halted cultivation. Even so, the overwhelming emptiness in his body made his vision darken, nearly causing him to collapse. He wasn't overly alarmed, knowing as a cultivator that this was merely a symptom of depleted vitality. This technique is too domineering. Its cultivation speed is about 8 times faster than the Jiang family's secret art. He'll need to take chi-replenishing pills before cultivating next time. Jiang Lin quickly returned to his room, retrieved a foundation-nourishing pill issued by his family to replenish vitality, and swallowed it. The pill dissolved upon entry, its gentle medicinal power spreading through his body, nourishing his parched meridians. After a long while, the terrifying weakness slowly receded, replaced by an indescribable lightness. It felt as if a heavy shackle carried for over 20 years had been lifted, granting full release to both body and mind, sharpening his perception of the surroundings. Suddenly, a flicker of fear crossed Jiang Lin's eyes. Though the technique was genuine, its origin was deeply unsettling upon reflection. Blinded by greed moments ago, he hadn't considered this aspect. Star Night is just a game. Why would it drop a top-tier cultivation technique like stellar guidance? Jiang Lin pondered, chin in hand, when a sudden absurd idea flashed through his mind. Something from a game could be applied in reality, reminding him of an online novel he had once read. The protagonist was a Blue Star native who transmigrated to another world and obtained a Lord system. This system's unique ability was to mass-produce puppets channeling Blue Star people's consciousness into that other world. These channeled Blue Star individuals believed they were playing an incredibly realistic full-immersion virtual game called Lord Conquest. These mass-channeled players toiled in the protagonist's territory, clearing land, farming, building cities, training armies, and conquering realms, ultimately unifying the entire continent. They sweated and bled, yet remained delighted, for the experience and sense of achievement from Lord Conquest were unparalleled. Though the players unknowingly worked for free for the protagonist, it was mutually beneficial. Blue Star civilization, having obtained otherworldly black technology, also advanced rapidly. At this thought, Jiang Lin's body trembled violently. Can there really be such a thing as a system in reality? Jiang Lin paced on the rooftop, chin in hand, pondering the clues surrounding this matter. His thoughts first turned to the lottery event for activation codes on the Shanghai official website. With a 10% chance of winning, he and his sister had both drawn one. The probability of that was merely 1 in 100,000. Drawing one winning code was already absurd enough, but drawing two was undoubtedly suspicious. Shanghai is definitely problematic. The miraculous longevity, water, Alzheimer's disease, almost impossible to conquer in the medical field, and a fully virtual game completely out of sync with it. All these black technologies originated from Shanghai, this suddenly emerging company. Jiang Lin shook his head, sensing the complexity of the situation. Better leave this to the elders to decide. Late at night, the light in Jiang Zhenhai's study was still on. He was handling family affairs. Just then, urgent knocking came from outside the door. "Dad, it's me. Tisk." Jiang Zhenhai, disturbed abruptly, appeared somewhat displeased. "Come in." Jiang Lin entered the study holding several sheets of A4 paper, his expression grave. Approaching his father, he placed the papers on the desk. "So late, what couldn't wait until tomorrow?" "Dad, take a look at this first." Jiang Zhenhai adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling on the A4 paper. The bold title at the top, Stellar Guidance Technique Fragment, caught his attention. Is this a cultivation technique? He quickly scanned the opening lines about energy guidance, and a deep frown immediately creased his brow. The technique's energy circulation routes and external martial movements were fundamentally different from all orthodox techniques on Blue Star, representing an entirely new cultivation system. "Where did you get this?" Jiang Zhenhai looked up, his expression turning extremely stern. "This technique looks like an unorthodox path with a hint of sinister nature. Brad, I warn you, the worst thing in cultivation is overreaching and seeking shortcuts. Such unorthodox techniques of unknown origin are often concocted by those with ill intentions. Dad, this is no unorthodox technique. Our Jiang family's secret technique is nothing but garbage before this stellar guidance technique." Jiang Lin briefly recounted his experience in the game. "Brad, are you asking for a beating?" Jiang Zhenhai was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. "Our Jiang family's secret primordial yang technique was forged through countless generations of sages, tempered through endless trials and errors, and is the top technique on Blue Star. Yet you dare compare this sacred scripture to..." Seeing Jiang Zhenhai rise to find a suitable weapon, Jiang Lin quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Dad, hold on. Let me demonstrate it first. You'll understand." Jiang Zhenhai kicked Jiang Lin in the lower back, sending him sprawling to the ground. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, his brows furrowed, in anger, a surge of frustration and disappointment washing over him. "Brad'll beat you to death today." Infuriating. The more Jiang Zhenhai thought about it, the angrier he became. He smashed a sandalwood chair with a single slap, grabbed a chair leg, and swung it at Jiang Lin. "Gaming. You never practiced properly, and now you play games. I'll play all you want. It's rotted your brain, hasn't it? It'll whip you senseless." Jiang Lin yelped in pain as he was beaten, his arm swelling up. "Dad, what are you doing?" Just then Jiang Yu rushed in from outside the door, quickly stepping between father and son to shield her brother. Jiang Lin's eyes were red, not from anger, but from grievance. He had risked his life to personally verify this stellar guidance technique, and upon confirming its effects, he had not kept it secret, but had immediately brought it to his father, hoping for praise. Instead, he received a brutal beating. "Jiang Yu, step aside. They'll kill this unfilial son today." "Dad, what did brother do to make you so angry?" "Your brother actually believes in a technique dropped from a game and dares to compare it to our Jiang family's primordial yang technique." Jiang Zhenhai couldn't finish the thought alone, enraged him. Jiang Lin was stubborn by nature and couldn't swallow his pride. "Dad, open your eyes and watch closely." Leaving this harsh remark, he endured the pain and began demonstrating the stellar guidance technique. Jiang Zhenhai wanted to stop him, but it was too late. For a cultivator, abruptly interrupting someone channeling energy was no trivial matter. It could easily lead to chi deviation. Unaware of the truth, Jiang Yu watched from the side in confusion. Jiang Lin slightly extended his arms, as if embracing the star's head, tilted up center of gravity down, then raised his left hand upward, while placing his right palm over his dantian. His chest rose and fell gently as he activated the breathing method of the stellar guidance technique. 5 minutes passed. As a Grandmaster-level powerhouse with a life index of 1500 points, Jiang Zhenhai possessed an extremely keen perception of energy. Though invisible to the naked eye, he could clearly sense waves of immense energy being continuously drawn into Jiang Lin's body. Jiang Zhenhai's expression grew solemn. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend the key to this phenomenon. Blue Star was in an age of declining spiritual energy. How could there be such pure qi? As he observed further, he noticed that while performing this mysterious technique, his son's mind was calm and balanced, faintly radiating a profound Tao resonance, pointing directly to the essence of energy. How could this be a sinister technique? It was clearly a celestial scripture. As Jiang Lin slowly concluded his practice and exhaled a breath of turbid air, he looked at his father in silence. Jiang Zhenhai remained speechless for a long time, realizing he had indeed misunderstood his son. He strode quickly to the desk and began examining the A4 papers closely. After a long while, Jiang Zhenhai took a deep breath and attempted to practice the initial section. When he finished, the shock within him was beyond words. As his son had said, though the words were harsh, the truth was evident. The Jiang family's primordial yang technique was indeed, before this stellar guidance technique, incomparable. Come, let's go see your grandfather. Jiang Zhenhai realized this matter concerned the future rise of the Jiang family and dared not be careless. He grabbed the A4 papers and dashed toward a larger Chinese-style villa next door. The siblings hurriedly followed. Father, there's incredible news. Jiang Zhenhai suppressed his voice, pounding on the door excitedly. Just as Jiang Lin, the door was opened by a young pretty housekeeper. Jiang Lin excitedly rushed to the study on the second floor, flung open the door, and held up the A4 paper. Jiang Zhenhai, what are you yelling about in the dead of night? Inside the study, a robust elder with graying hair and beard, his complexion unusually ruddy, sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding a glossy back scratcher. Jiang Zhenhai beamed with a smile, respectfully handing over the A4 papers. Father, take a look at this. The opportunity for our Jiang family's rise has come. Jiang Long's eyes narrowed slightly as he skeptically took the A4 paper. Scanning the title, Stellar Guidance Technique Fragment, he casually glanced through the first few lines. His expression gradually grew serious and his eyes gleamed brighter. Interesting. The energy circulation route is novel. Where did you get it? Jiang Long lifted his eyelids, slightly looking at his son. Father, you'll never guess. Liner got it from defeating monsters in a game. A genuine technique dropped from a game. Isn't that incredible? Before Jiang Zhenhai could finish, the elder's face visibly darkened. He slowly stood up, gripping the back scratcher tightly. A fine game indeed. Dropped from monsters. Jiang Zhenhai's heart sank, sensing great trouble. The elder was truly enraged. In all his years he had seen countless absurdities, but never anything this outrageous. He had assumed his son had obtained the technique from some rare ancient site, only to be told it came from a game. I'll show you. Incredible. The back scratcher landed solidly on Jiang Zhenhai's shoulder, causing him to leap 2 meters high in pain. Midair, he adjusted his posture, ready to flee. I haven't beaten you in decades, and now that you're the family head, you think you're above it all. Jiang Zhenhai's body was locked by a powerful aura, plummeting rapidly. With a loud crash, he landed on his knees, splintering the wooden floor into a grating, teeth-chattering sound. The young one acts foolish, and now the old one loses his mind. This scene happened to be witnessed by the two siblings as they arrived. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth lifted. Finally, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Comfortable as it was, Jiang Lin dared not let his father remain kneeling for long. If he continued to watch the show from the sidelines, he might not live to see the sun tomorrow. Grandfather, this cultivation art is real. My father and I have already verified it. Jiang Long snorted coldly upon hearing this, releasing the oppressive aura that had locked onto his son. Jiang Zhenhai let out a long sigh, scrambling awkwardly to his feet. Father, your cultivation is profound. Please examine it for us. With that, the father and son positioned themselves 10 meters apart in the study and began to circulate the stellar guidance art. As the art activated, strands of pure stellar energy were drawn toward them. Jiang Long narrowed his eyes. Upon careful inspection, he confirmed that the energy filling the study was far from ordinary spiritual energy. It was a purer form of power. Stop! The old man waved his hand, signaling for the pair to cease their practice. Jiang Zhenhai and Jiang Lin heeded the command, reining in their energy. Only after absorbing the last traces of power did they slowly withdraw, exhaling a long stream of turbid breath. Jiang Long explained this matter clearly. Jiang Lin recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, even adding his own speculations. Both Zhang Long and Zhang Zhenhai let out a disdainful snort. Zhang Lin's expression stiffened. He believed his deductions were nearly flawless, yet his father and grandfather seemed to dismiss them with. Zhang Zhenhai lowered his head in thought for a moment, organizing his ideas before speaking slowly. Father, I've thought of one possibility. Zhang Long squinted. Starsea's first product was the longevity water. We've all tried it. It not only refreshes the mind, but also purges impurities from the body with effects comparable to a marrow-cleansing pill. Such a treasure priced at only 50 yuan is practically a giveaway. So I suspect Starsea's real aim is to elevate the overall scientific research level of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Long, interesting. Starsea's second product, a cure for Alzheimer's, was clearly a countermeasure against Veland, a desperate bid for survival. This means Starsea can unveil far more advanced technology at any moment. Zhang Yue, could it be that Starsea had developed it long ago and simply used it now to counter Veland? Zhang Lin shook his head. Unlikely. Such a beneficial product would propel Starsea forward, winning the support of hundreds of millions in no time. It's like holding a golden ticket to immunity. Any faction thinking of moving against Starsea would have to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of hundreds of millions. Zhang Yu recalled the recent online frenzy and understood. Veland had only released partial research on Alzheimer's, yet the public opinion was already crushing Starsea. If it were the complete drug, the effect would be even more explosive. Zhang Zhenhai, Veland had just unveiled partial results on conquering Alzheimer's, and soon after Starsea developed the full cure. The timing is too coincidental. So it's highly likely that Starsea developed it in an incredibly short time, through some means. Zhang Zhenhai's reasoning grew clearer. Starsea has invested most of its profits into foundational fields like energy and materials. I never understood why before, but after seeing this stellar guidance art, I think I get it. Zhang Lin was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Zhenhai's gaze deepened as he lowered his voice. Father, could Starsea's true goal be to advance Earth's technology, to fight against the Haixing civilization from the game? Zhang Long looked down, lost in thought. Materials, energy, interstellar games. It does add up. Zhang Lin, then why did they send this cultivation art? How do you find the game you're playing? Very engaging, incredibly realistic. That's not what I'm asking. Zhang Zhenhai shot his son a glare. How do you perform in the game compared to others? Zhang Lin answered without hesitation. For us cultivators, the controls are simple, but ordinary people struggle with the complex mech operations. At that, Zhang Lin seemed to realize something. That are you saying? Starsea wants to use the stellar guidance art to attract cultivators into their game. Zhang Yu also caught on. The storyline in Starsea Night Dawn is about Earthlings resisting the Haixing fleet's invasion. Could they be planning to have us fight that fleet? Zhang Long let out a long sigh. That seems to be the only explanation. Zhang Zhenhai, from the moment Starsea released the Alzheimer's cure, it was clear they possessed technology far beyond the current era. Zhang Yue, then where did all this black tech come from? Zhang Zhenhai, I don't know. Even if we knew the truth, we have no other choice. If the Haixing civilization truly exists, we must enter the game and prepare early, extracting as many benefits as possible from that mysterious boss lurking in the shadows. Even if the Haixing civilization doesn't exist, we should still enter the game. This is a unique opportunity for the Jiang family. Other families might discover it eventually, but we must seize the advantage first. Zhang Long nodded approvingly at his son's judgment. Notify the core members of the Jiang family. Have them secure access to the game as soon as possible. At Yinlu Garden, He Ming leaned back in his chair, opened his notebook, and quickly wrote, provide all the details of Zhang Lin's actions after leaving the game. The next moment, dense text appeared on the notebook. After reading everything, his heart trembled. It seems I have underestimated the wisdom of these hidden families. He Ming continued to stare at the text on the notebook. Except for the existence of the notebook, the Jiang family had almost completely seen through his plans. He'll need to be even more cautious from now on. This feeling of being thoroughly seen through on an intellectual level made He Ming deeply uncomfortable. He had thought his plan was flawless. Nevertheless, it helped him shed some of the arrogance that had swelled within him after grasping the truth. Good. He Ming closed the notebook, a sharp glint flashing in his eye. A clever ally is always more useful than a foolish pawn. Since your Jiang family has seen the crisis and the rewards, then fight with all your might for the future of your family and Earth civilization. He Ming stood and paced the study, contemplating. One Jiang family was far from enough. To resist the Haixing fleet, he needed to cultivate even more powerful. So how could he control all the hidden families on Earth? A long pause. Now is not the time. The Jiang family must grow strong first, then use them to command the other ancient martial clans. After pondering further, two names suddenly flashed through He Ming's mind by Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei. One was the current strongest, the other a potential future power. He Ming had already placed these two on his list of key candidates for cultivation, and he was contemplating how to help them understand and accept the world of cultivators. Jarvis, report the number of online players. Star Night Dawn current online players 95433. He Ming top 3 in the ranked individual battles. First place, by Xiaofei record 32 wins 0 losses. Second place, Jin Xiaolong record 30 wins 1 loss. Third place, He Ming record 24 wins 2 losses. He Ming opened his notebook and quickly wrote down list by Xiaofei's major life experiences. The notebook displayed detailed text. He Ming patiently read through the notebook. Bai Xiaofei had excellent academic performance, but it was not outstanding. From elementary school through university, his grades consistently remained at an above-average level. He loved playing games any type and rarely experienced defeat. Once he reached the highest level of a game, he would immediately quit and never touch it again. He Ming raised an eyebrow as if catching on to something crucial. Interesting. Is this about challenging himself, or is he seeking a worthy opponent? Jarvis, what type of mech suits Bai Xiaofei? Bai Xiaofei has no weaknesses in any aspect. He is best suited for an all-round support mech. He Ming nodded slightly, his fingertips continuing to tap lightly on the desk. All-round, no weaknesses, truly invincible. But that was only within the realm of ordinary humans. Since you lack opponents and have no goals, he'll set one for you and let you personally experience the realm of cultivators. By then I believe you won't refuse the opportunity to grow stronger. Jarvis, is Bai Xiaofei still in a match? Sir, Bai Xiaofei is currently in a ranked match against Jin Xiaolong. He Ming returned to his bedroom, put on the virtual helmet, and laid down on the bed. His consciousness connected and the system's underlying permissions were activated. Access the match. Understood, sir. He Ming entered the intense virtual battlefield from a god's eye perspective. The current map was a ruined abandoned city on a destroyed blue. On the battlefield, 2 mechs were engaging in fierce combat while moving at high speed. Jin Xiaolong's mech style was wild and domineering, wielding a massive ship-cutting blade, each charge exuding a force that could tear through everything. He Ming only needed a brief look to confirm that Jin Xiaolong, like Zhang Lin, hailed from an ancient martial arts family. In contrast, Bai Xiaofei pushed his mech's performance to its limits, like a calm hunter constantly using the rubble as cover, defusing Jin Xiaolong's reckless charges with precise shots and predictions. By the time Jin Xiaolong's mech charged directly in front of Bai Xiaofei, its damage had reached 49. Against a fully intact, preliminarily modified mech, the outcome was already sealed. Even so, Bai Xiaofei barely scraped by with a narrow victory. In the final clash, Jin Xiaolong sacrificed one mechanical arm, and his ship-cutting blade nearly pierced Bai Xiaofei's cockpit. But Bai Xiaofei managed a counterkill at point-blank range using his arm-mounted shotgun. When the system declared his victory, his mech's damage had reached 79. Bai Xiaofei's livestream chat exploded. Bai Shun is too strong. Is this his second time defeating Xiaolong? So thrilling. My heart nearly stopped during that last wave. That Xiaolong is no pushover either. He got utterly crushed the first time, but this time he almost turned the tables. Bai Shun has 32 consecutive wins now, right? Begging for a loss, anyone? Jarvis, arrange a unknown match between me and Bai Xiaofei. Use a basic mech random map. Understood, sir. Jin Xiaolong, defeated twice by Bai Xiaofei, heaved heavily, his chest tight with frustration. He chose to quit the game. He ripped off his helmet violently, raising it to smash it on the floor, but after a second thought he forcibly restrained the impulse. He tossed the virtual helmet carelessly onto the sofa, then stomped hard on the marble floor tiles. The hard marble cracked under his foot, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. The servants standing by bowed their heads in fear, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. None wanted to become the unlucky one at that moment. Jin Xiaolong clenched his fists, growing angrier the more he thought. He was the most outstanding heir of the Jin family in this generation, yet he had been defeated twice in a row by a mortal. This was an utter disgrace. A strong sense of defeat weighed on his chest. With a dark expression, Jin Xiaolong returned to his room, turned on his computer, and searched for Bai Xiaofei's livestream. Since Bai Xiaofei was the only streamer allowed to broadcast Star Night Dawn, his livestream's popularity had exploded, with bullet comments scrolling in a frenzy. The number of online viewers exceeded 100 million. Logically, Feiyu platform servers could not handle such a massive influx of traffic. Even their backend found it inexplicable. The strangeness did not end there. The livestream's video quality was unnaturally clear, far surpassing Feiyu platform's current technical capabilities. Only Jarvis, behind the scenes manipulation, could achieve such a feat. With 33 consecutive wins, Bai Xiaofei felt no emotional stir, as if it were all just routine. He clicked to continue matching, somewhat numbly searching for his next opponent. For the past 2 years, no matter what game he played, Bai Xiaofei had never tasted defeat again. Even top-tier solo players and professional esports athletes seemed inadequate before him. At some point, Bai Xiaofei had lost the thrill and anticipation of gaming. During matches, his adrenaline had not surged even once. The original passion he once held was gradually being eroded. Congratulations. Match found. Enemy ID Ming, mech type, basic battle map, no man's land. Wishing you a pleasant battle. Bai Xiaofei was momentarily stunned when he checked Ming's record. No battle history. This was his first ranked match. The livestream chat began scrolling rapidly. Blank record a complete newbie. Another boring stomp match, so uninteresting. Basic mech definitely a noob, who earned 0 points in the Moon Battlefield instance. The matchmaking system is seriously broken, matching by Shun with a blank player. The chat was filled with mockery, everyone believed this was a one-sided stomp, and Bai Xiaofei himself thought the same. This is just bullying, isn't it? Bai Shin go easy on the newbie, give them some fun, or they'll quit with trauma. I bet Bai Shin finishes this in 3 minutes. They'll put $5 on it, ending in 1 minute. Jin Xiaolong, watching from his computer, was momentarily stunned when he saw Bai Xiaofei's opponent, then a sneer of undisguised contempt spread across his face. So this is how he keeps his winning streak, matched against such trash. On the battlefield, Bai Xiaofei's fingers loosened slightly on the control stick as he rested his head on his right hand, maneuvering the mech forward with a single hand. The no man's land was a plain map devoid of any cover, ensuring a melee clash once the two sides closed in. Mechs specializing in long-range sniping had few opportunities to strike, and hitting targets at extreme distances was incredibly difficult. Bai Xiaofei had tried before, but failed. That was why he felt so at ease charging straight toward the basic mech with the ID Ming. After 33 consecutive battles, only 2 had forced Bai Xiaofei to exert his full strength. The rest of his opponents were as fragile as those he had faced in previous games. Bai Xiaofei piloted his customized mech, the Night Owl, a name he had given it. Its thrusters, balance, mid-range firepower, and melee weapons had all been even. He had even shifted most of his attention away from the screen, contemplating how to use the ranked match reward points to further modify the Night Owl once he returned to his personal hangar after this match. In that moment, when everyone let their guard down, a blinding particle beam tore through the air, without warning, traveling in an almost straight line from an immense distance. With a shattering sound, a signal receiver on the right side of the Night Owl's head was blown apart. Bai Xiaofei snapped upright, both hands returning to the controls as he stared at the blurry tactical map before him, utterly dumbfounded. Over 10,000 meters away, and it still hit. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Coincidence? How could it be that coincidental? Bai Xiaofei's heart began to race for the first time in a long while. If that shot had been slightly more to the left, the battle would have already ended. This guy is a master. Jin Xiaolong, who had been watching the match with a mocking attitude from his computer, saw the deadly particle beam precisely take out the signal receiver. His sneer twisted into disbelief. How is this possible? Jin Xiaolong had attempted long-range sniping during training and on the lunar battlefield. It was difficult, extremely difficult. Even a professional sniper piloting a mech could never hit a target over 10,000 meters away with such precision. Maybe with practice, but not now. Star Sea Night's dawn had only been out for less than a day. Jin Xiaolong instinctively leaned forward, staring intently at the screen. This guy is absolutely a master. The viewers in the live stream were all bewildered. Most had only seen a particle beam flash across the screen followed by an explosion, and then the view went blurry. Warning, signal receiver damaged. What the hell just happened? The signal receiver was taken out on the first shot from extreme range. Am I seeing things? Can a newbie pull off a shot like that? Something's off. This Ming is very off. After witnessing the precision of his opponent's long-range sniping, Bai Xiaofei decisively switched to an erratic approach pattern. He weaved in serpentine movements and executed complex zape jitters, employing every evasion technique he had learned from real-life games. The 6 enhanced thrusters on the Night Owl's back erupted with fierce blue flames, propelling it like an arrow toward the basic mech piloted by Ming. Over 9,743 meters away, He Ming knelt on one knee, holding a long-range particle beam sniper rifle. Watching the serpentine movements of the Night Owl through his scope, the corners of his mouth curled. He Ming's life index had reached 270 points, and Star Sea Night's dawn, a fully immersive virtual game, could perfectly replicate a player's mental wavelength levels through scanning. In other words, even within the game, He Ming's mental fluctuations could reach nearly the same level as in reality. To his perception, the Night Owl's movements were like slow-motion replays. Just as the Night Owl completed a turn, its center of gravity slightly shifting to the left, He Ming pulled the trigger, firing a second particle beam. This beam was a preemptive shot aimed one body length ahead of the Night Owl's left evasive path. Timing, angle, and prediction were all perfectly calculated, leaving the Night Owl unable to dodge effectively. Damn, can't avoid it. Bai Xiaofei sensed trouble the moment the beam flashed. He instinctively tried to twist, but the immense inertia from the high-speed charge made it nearly impossible to change direction. The signal receiver on the left side of the Night Owl's head shattered with a blast. Warning, signal receiver damaged. Battlefield data link disconnected. In Bai Xiaofei's cockpit, the main screen's global map turned to static before going completely dark. With radar targeting disabled and long-range communications cut off, Bai Xiaofei could only rely on his naked eye through the observation window and auxiliary cameras for limited information. Jin Xiaolong shot up from his chair, eyes wide and brows raised high with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. If the first hit on the signal receiver was mere chance, this one was definitely deliberate. Impossible. With a life index of 4700 points, Jin Xiaolong fully understood the terrifying implications behind that shot. In his view, Bai Xiaofei's erratic approach was flawless, standard advanced evasion techniques. The problem was that despite such unpredictable movements, Ming had not only spotted a flaw, but also precisely hit the slender signal receiver on the target unit. A historical illusion involuntarily surfaced in his mind, shooting the halberd at the camp gate. No, this guy's marksmanship far surpasses that. Jin Xiaolong's brows furrowed into a deep crease. He couldn't understand why Ming, possessing such terrifying accuracy and clearly able to target the cockpit engine or other vital parts, would instead aim for the trivial, yet insulting signal receiver again. Jin Xiaolong felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Bai Xiaofei, who had defeated him twice, was being toyed with like a helpless child in Miss Ming's hands. The shock felt by the one directly involved was far more intense than anyone else's. Bai Xiaofei stared at the static map devoid of all real-time information, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He understood now. The first shot was no coincidence. It was a blatant warning and a test of his abilities. The second shot was a provocative insult. Haha. Faced with such humiliation, Bai Xiaofei was not angered, but instead displayed an unprecedented fighting spirit. The muscles on his face twitched rapidly in small motions, a normal physiological response to adrenaline secretion. Even the most inexperienced viewers in the live stream had fully grasped the situation Bai Xiaofei was being toyed with by a master. With over 100 million viewers online, the barrage of comments scrolled in a spectacular torrent, completely flooding the screen. At that moment, viewers with lower-end computers were already cursing in frustration. 2 signal receivers taken out from 10,000 meters away with just 2 shots. That's cheating. Bai Shin's serpentine movement just now. Even professional players would struggle to track that. In front of this Ming, Bai Shin looks like a rookie fresh out of the newbie village. The pressure is overwhelming. Bai Shin, the top-ranked player with 33 consecutive wins, is being humiliated. Guys, have you ever thought that Ming might be a professional sniper in real life? Even a pro couldn't pull that off. This is piloting a mecha, a completely different ball. As the livestream audience was collectively stunned, the 2 top-tier esports commentators hired by Feiyu platform at great expense finally arrived. System notification: renowned commentators Xiaomi and Ye have entered the livestream. Feiyu really delivered, bringing in Xiaomi and Ye as commentators. Now that's the prestige of a global exclusive broadcast. Xiaomi began with fervor, having just been invited to commentate on a famous ball game the day before, seemingly still caught up in the excitement. Good evening, dear viewers. I'm Xiaomi. Hello everyone, I'm Ye. Let's continue focusing on this epic battle. The platform has granted us access and well-used slow-motion replays to provide an in-depth analysis of this fight. As he spoke, the live screen split into 2 sections. The main screen showed the real-time battle, while the bottom right corner displayed a slow-motion replay of the second shot hitting Night Owl. Alright, we're now watching the slow-motion footage of that second particle beam. In the footage, Night Owl was executing an emergency evasive maneuver at high speed, its frame tilting slightly left due to inertia. Notice this. Bai Xiaofei's operation is flawless. This is a highly advanced inertial drift maneuver. Then Ye spoke up. How strange. This shot looks like Bai Xiaofei deliberately ran into it. The 2 commentators worked in perfect sync. It's not that Bai Xiaofei ran into it deliberately, he simply couldn't stop in time. Ming used the mecha's inertia to execute a brilliant lead shot. Pulling that off is incredibly difficult. The window of opportunity is fleeting. But Ming not only seized the chance, but also precisely took out the signal receiver. It's mind-boggling. Ye continued seamlessly. Indeed, once could be coincidence, but twice is definitely skill. After the 2 professional commentators' thorough analysis, the audience finally grasped the terrifying mastery behind Ming's move. Ye resumed her commentary. The operation of Star Night Dawn is actually extremely difficult. I have a friend who was a pro player in Battlefield with top-tier marksmanship and awareness. Yet even this FPS legend nearly lost faith after starting the game. It took him nearly an hour to barely raise his 100-meter target accuracy to 87%, and he was shooting at stationary targets. For Ming to precisely hit 2 signal receivers on a mecha's head from beyond 10,000 meters, it can only be described as godlike play. Xiaomi perked up at this. Are you talking about dive? He got an activation code. Xiaomi nodded in acknowledgement. Pro Diver told me that piloting a mecha is completely different from playing a game. Because every subtle action generates natural inertia in the mecha, causing the crosshair in the scope to constantly sway. To stabilize the aim and fire, you must coordinate all joints to achieve absolute balance. It's like drawing a circle with your foot, a square with your hand, and reciting a text in your head all at once. Just as Ye was about to continue praising Ming's incredible move, Xiaomi suddenly interrupted her. Wait, look at that. Ming has deliberately exposed his position. About 500 meters directly ahead of Night Owl, He Ming's black basic-type mecha slowly emerged from behind a low slope, then its thrusters ignited fully skimming the ground as it charged straight toward Night Owl. He Ming's move left everyone stunned. He could have exploited the huge advantage of Night Owl losing its signal detection. Instead, he chose to reveal himself and challenge Night Owl, which completely outclassed his mecha in performance. Xiaomi's tone grew excited. Ming has an absolute advantage, but opts for a face-to-face duel. Is he seeking a fair fight? In the footage, the black basic mecha about 100 meters from Night Owl reached behind its back and drew a standard-issue long blade. With a flick, the blade emitted a humming vibration, a high-frequency sonic wave from the intense oscillation. Ming has drawn his blade. He's choosing close combat. Yaya continued. Bai Xiaofei has drawn his blade too. As far as I know, Bai Xiaofei's mecha is fully upgraded and holds an overwhelming advantage in melee. Livestream comments. A real man never hides. He wants a raw face-to-face brawl. Lord Ming is too domineering, giving up his advantage to go head-to-head with Bai Shan. Bai Xiaofei struck first. Night Owl's rear thrusters ignited fully, its composite long blade arcing fiercely toward the black mecha's cockpit in a single decisive slash. This strike epitomized speed, precision, and ruthlessness. From the spectator's perspective, it was impossible to dodge. Yet He Ming remained utterly calm. Facing the attack, he simply tilted the mecha slightly, and Night Owl's slash sliced past, grazing the armor. Sparks flew in an instant. Swish. Seizing the opening from Night Owl's attack, He Ming executed a looking back at the moon slash, targeting the joint of Night Owl's sword-wielding arm. At the critical moment, Night Owl blocked with its side arm, using reinforced armor to deflect the blow. The immense impact threw Night Owl off balance. Although Bai Xiaofei adjusted the thrusters in time to stabilize, He Ming saw this as a fatal flaw. He Ming's mecha moved again as if man and machine were one, infiltrating Night Owl's inner guard with astonishing agility. The high-frequency blade swept upward from below, striking the same spot. Bai Xiaofei sensed trouble and raised his blade to parry. Though he succeeded, his mecha's balance was completely disrupted once more. On the livestream, Night Owl, with its superior performance, looked like a clumsy giant against the basic mecha, futilely swinging its weapon and missing repeatedly. Xiaomi shouted excitedly. Ming's mecha is completely outclassed in performance, yet he compensates with skill, forcing Bai Xiaofei into a grueling struggle. Inside the cockpit, He Ming observed Bai Xiaofei's movements and casually inquired, Jarvis, if Bai Xiaofei were to reach my level, would he be stronger than me? Sir, if Bai Xiaofei's life level were to match yours, his combat power would roughly be 5 to 9 times greater than yours. He Ming was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a significant difference. Entities with high life indices are unsuited for piloting mecha. It is recommended to adopt nanotype exoskeleton armor to maximize their inherent advantage. He Ming nodded faintly. He had posed this question to the notebook before and learned that once the life index exceeded 700, even the most formidable external forces could only serve as auxiliary aids. The issue lay in the limited resources of Blue Star, which could not simultaneously sustain multiple high life index entities. Currently, to address the crisis posed by the High Star fleet, the optimal solution was to have cultivators with a life index of 300 to 400 pilot mecha, thereby enhancing combat power tenfold or even dozens of times. This was akin to the battle between He Ming and Bai Xiaofei. Bai Xiaofei's realm represented the pinnacle of humanity, barely able to contend with an opponent possessing a life index of 4500. When faced with He Ming, he had no room for resistance. The gap in their levels was too vast. Once Bai Xiaofei's life index increased, his combat power would surge exponentially. And this was the first grand gift He Ming had prepared for the High Star fleet. As for what followed, it would no longer be High Star's aggression against Blue Star, but rather Blue Star's technological counterattack, officially initiating an interstellar war against High Star. I've honed him enough, any more torment, and he'll crush his confidence. After a full-powered slash from the Night Owl was deftly dodged, the massive inertia caused the mecha to involuntarily stumble forward a step. Balance was shattered, and the cost was fatal. The black mecha activated its thrusters at full power, its high-frequency long blade severing the Night Owl's entire mechanical right arm that held the sword. Bai Xiaofei's heart pounded with terror, his facial muscles twitching more violently. He suddenly realized that his opponent had been holding back all along. The black mecha's movements had completely transformed, more fluid and swift than before, maximizing its performance to the fullest. A beam saber hilt ejected from the Night Owl's waist, but as its mechanical arm reached for it, a subsequent blade strike mercilessly severed it. How does he anticipate my every move? This was something Bai Xiaofei could never comprehend. From the moment they clashed, he sensed that the black mecha seemed to read his thoughts, always intercepting or evading. He Ming, of course, lacked the ability to read minds. The truth was that in his vision, the Night Owl's every action was akin to slow motion, allowing him to predict. With both arms lost, the outcome was beyond doubt. Bai Xiaofei released the control sticks, watching as the massive high-frequency blade thrust toward the cockpit. Combat ended. Winner Ming. The live broadcast was forcibly interrupted after Bai Xiaofei logged off, but the audience lingered, reliving the battle back in reality. Bai Xiaofei removed his virtual helmet, having been thoroughly humiliated by He Ming. Yet far from being disheartened, his stoic face broke into a terrifying grin that would give nightmares to children. His eyes grew increasingly bright, his hands trembling incessantly, as if he had been completely drained. It had been far too long since he last experienced such. I'm exhausted, time to rest. Before resting, Bai Xiaofei raised a cup containing longevity water and drank it in one gulp. At Yunlu Garden, He Ming removed his virtual helmet and Jarvis' voice reached his ears. Sir, the delegation from Wayland Biotechnology has arrived at the Shanghai headquarters office. A faint smile curled at the corners of He Ming's mouth. This was entirely within his expectations. Xinghai's memory recall was still in clinical trials, and Wayland could only cling to life by leveraging public opinion. The emergence of the full virtual game was like a sharp blade bolstering external confidence in memory recall. After all, a company capable of creating a groundbreaking full virtual online game had its tangible strength on display. Compared to Wayland, people naturally preferred to trust Shanghai. Finally caved, have they? Cooperation is possible, but they must pay a sufficient price. He Ming took out the notebook and quickly wrote, "Tell me Wayland's negotiation plan and the lowest terms they can accept." The next moment, the answer materialized on the notebook. The lowest terms Wayland could accept were a 10 equity transfer in exchange for the North American agency rights to Xinghai's memory recall. They come prepared, but this bottom line won't do. Regarding this proposal, He Ming could only say that Wayland was courting death. Without Xinghai's help, the intrinsic value of Wayland's equity was negligible. The initiative is in my hands. You'd best accept the bloodletting obediently. He Ming aimed his wristwatch at the notebook. Jarvis compiled the text into data and sent it to Jiang Zhonghua. Cooperation is possible. 35 equity plus 300 billion US dollars. Not a cent less. Anything extra can be treated as employee benefits. Very well, sir. The message has been sent to Jiang Zhonghua's encrypted email. He Ming stretched lazily, about to head to the meditation chamber when Jarvis' voice sounded again. Sir, just now Bai Qianqian sold a grade A intelligent commercial building in Puhua New District, Shanghai, to Shanghai for 500 million. He Ming raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. 500 million. Puhua New District was a prime location in Shanghai. Though he didn't know the exact value, common sense told him it was far from cheap. Selling such a high-quality asset for only 500 million was virtually giving it away. Bai's technology had already greatly assisted with the virtual helmet production line, and now they were gifting an entire commercial building. A truly clever woman. He Ming's next plan indeed required a partner, and Bai Qianqian seemed like a promising candidate. After all, they had already collaborated on deals worth hundreds of billions of US dollars, ensuring at least a baseline of trust. At the top-floor meeting room of Bai's technology, Bai Qianqian was presiding over a high-level meeting when her private phone screen lit up on the table. Glancing sideways, her heart swelled with joy. Caller ID Phantom. Mr. Wang, you'll take over from here. Bai Qianqian rose and left the meeting room without explanation. Hello, wait a moment. All right, Miss Bai. Once back in her office, she lowered her voice and spoke. Is there anything you need my help with, eh? Bai Qianqian's tone was filled with deference. I have a new project. I wonder if you'd be interested. What project? Bai Qianqian immediately sat up straight. Developing the Western frontier with an initial estimated investment of. He Ming paused before the cold electronic voice continued. 1 trillion US dollars. Even with Bai Qianqian's formidable composure, hearing that figure and location left her mind blank. Developing the Western frontier. 1 trillion US dollars. This wasn't just throwing money away. What is this for? She probed cautiously. I plan to build humanity's first space elevator in the Western frontier. The starport is a supporting initial project. In the future, with the space elevator as the core, large-scale infrastructure will be constructed within a 100-kilometer radius. This time, do you want to take another gamble with me, Miss Bai? A space elevator. A spaceport. Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. These were terms she had only encountered in science fiction films. Had anyone else uttered such words, Bai Qianqian would have dismissed them without a second thought as a complete madman. But the one speaking was Ghost, the deity who commanded the digital realm and had led her to rake in 500 billion US dollars on the foreign exchange market. And he was highly likely the secret owner of Shanghai. What a colossal entity Shanghai was. It had produced era-defining products like longevity water and memory trace clear, which printed money by the bagful. Recently, it had sparked a craze for online gaming, creating the phenomenal fully immersive game Star Sea Night Dawn. If Ghost said he would build a space elevator, then it was undoubtedly achievable. Bai Qianqian had developed absolute trust in him. Without much hesitation, she responded decisively. All right, I'm in. How much are you planning to invest? Bai Qianqian held her phone with one hand while swiftly scanning the encrypted documents data with the other. 300 billion US dollars. That's all the overseas liquid funds I can mobilize right now. Domestically I'll need board approval, but it shouldn't be a problem. I can at least pull together 200 billion. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. All right, I'll count that as 20%. Bai Qianqian didn't haggle and agreed outright. Good. Remember, until the space elevator project is officially announced, the spaceport will appear to the outside world as a bottomless pit with no returns. You'll need to withstand external pressure. I understand. They'll give you 5 overseas accounts containing a total of 1 trillion US dollars. More funds will follow. You can start preparations now. They'll send the detailed design blueprints to your email. With that, the call ended. Bai Qianqian clutched her phone frozen in her seat for a full 5 minutes. This formidable businesswoman who commanded respect in the commercial world was trying to digest the overwhelming information from that phone call. It must be said Bai Qianqian was an exceptionally shrewd businesswoman. She quickly calculated the economic benefits this project. Once Ghost announced the space elevator, the land and related industries around the spaceport as the core hub would skyrocket in value. 10 times. Bai Qianqian shook her head. Too little. A smile she could barely suppress crept across her face. This wasn't an investment, it was forging a digital goldmine for a new era. He Ming left the study and stepped onto the balcony alone, his gaze fixed on the horizon. To reach for deep space, the space elevator is just the first move. If it succeeds, it will reduce transportation costs and allow us to build defensive forces in space against the high-class fleet. As for the spaceport on the surface, it would be a commercial harbor. Underground, however, lay a massive assembly factory crucial to the future of humanity on Blue Star. Bai Qianqian had already set things in motion, securing a meeting with the mayor of Modu through a phone call. As Bai's technology was among the top enterprises in Modu, the municipal government naturally granted certain privileges. An hour later, Bai Qianqian's car pulled into the Modu city government building. In the mayor's office, Bai Qianqian dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Bai's technology plans to invest in the western frontier with an initial investment of no less than 1.3 trillion US dollars. These words startled the high-ranking official, who shot up from his seat, his expression turning extremely serious. Yet he didn't doubt Bai Qianqian was joking. Among Modu's top leadership, the connection between Bai Qianqian Xinghai and Ghost was an open secret. Bai Qianqian was seen as the spokesperson for Xinghai's mysterious owner. Regaining his composure, the official smiled lightly and sat back down. His mind was already racing with the immense benefits this project would bring to Modu and even to Dragon Nation's future strategic layout. As one of Modu's leaders, he knew that Dragon Nation's high command had long planned to develop the western frontier, but had been constrained by massive funding needs and international pressure. 1.3 trillion US dollars was far more than just an astronomical investment. If this influx of capital flowed into the country, Dragon Nation would gain the confidence to face the escalating financial and trade wars from across the ocean, and even have the leeway to support its staunchest allies. The massive infrastructure project in the western frontier would be a tremendous boon for the region and bring huge benefits elsewhere. Materials, talent, and jobs would revitalize Dragon Nation's sluggish business environment. President Bai, when do you plan to launch the project? Today. I hope you can help coordinate the project's progress in the western frontier. Of course, that's no problem. Developing the western frontier was also a great opportunity for Modu. If they could facilitate this, their names would surely be etched in the annals. Bai Qianqian acted with lightning efficiency, shuttling between the western frontier, Jingqing, and Modu for days. 10 days later, Bai's technology held an unprecedented press conference. Half of Modu's leadership attended, and even a special team from Jingqing arrived. Facing a forest of cameras and microphones from domestic and international media, Bai Qianqian remained composed, holding the microphone as she announced steadily. Bai's technology will officially launch the Western Frontier Development Plan today. The initial investment will be no less than 5 trillion Dragon Nation yuan, allocated for infrastructure, energy, transportation, ecological environment, and high-tech industrial parks in the region. The press conference concluded, and media outlets worldwide quickly crafted and published their reports. Within half a day, even Granny Wang, basking in the sun in her rural courtyard, heard the news from her grandson. The reaction abroad was even more intense. The Pentagon recalled officials on leave overnight, and the surrounding streets were gridlocked. Foreign corporate giants, sensing a business opportunity, dispatched teams to Modu, eager to claim a slice of the feast. Online, the buzz overshadowed the recently popular fully immersive game, Star Sea Night Dawn. Everyone was fervently discussing the news, but inside Bai's technology, panic reigned. In their eyes, investing in the western frontier was like pouring money down a bottomless pit that could never be filled. At Bai's technology, the door to the chairman's office on the top floor was shoved open. Qianqian, I think you've lost your mind. Bai Qianqian's father Bai Yanjun stormed in nearly shouting, followed by a crowd of relatives. 5 trillion yuan invested in the western frontier. Our family's legacy isn't yours to squander. Yes, Qianqian, even if you don't care about us, think about the Bai family. Throwing so much money in will surely end in ruin. Listening to the relatives' clamorous accusations, Bai Qianqian slammed her phone onto the mahogany desk, shattering the screen. On the other end of the line, the head of Bai's real estate nearly dropped his phone in fright. The office fell silent instantly. Bai Qianqian scanned the room, her face darkening. This isn't a marketplace. Bai Yanjun's chest heaved as he gasped for air, pointing at his daughter and shouting. Do you know what people are saying about our family now, eh? They all say we've gone mad, throwing 5 trillion yuan down the drain just to hear a splash. As he spoke, Bai Yanjun pulled out his phone, pointing at the 99 missed calls, and roared, Look, these are all from the board. How am I supposed to answer them? Seeing her father about to continue, Bai Qianqian raised a hand to stop him. Dad, I'm the head of the Bai family now. You all listen to me. I've made my decision, and I don't need your approval. Bai's technology is under my sole command. If the board isn't satisfied, I'll let them cash out right now. Bai Yanjun stepped forward, turning his back to the relatives. His pointing hand still trembled, but his face was calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. Bai Qianqian instantly grasped the intent. Her father was going to play along with her in this act to establish authority. She waved her hand, and her assistant brought a briefcase to the tea table, opening it in front of everyone to reveal a stack of pre-prepared equity transfer agreements. Out of curiosity, a crowd of relatives gathered around to take a closer look. Uncles and aunts, I know what concerns you. Bai Qianqian stepped up to the tea table and spoke calmly. This is the equity transfer agreement I've prepared for you. If you're willing, I will buy back your shares at a price higher than the historical peak of Bai's technology. Furthermore, I will personally offer an additional 30% as a bonus to thank you for your years of support for Bai's technology. I'll sign. The speaker was Bai Qianqian's uncle, Bai Qing, a man known for his impatience and aversion to losing out. After watching the press conference from Bai's technology, he was nearly frantic. In his view, the company's shares would soon become worthless paper, unwanted by anyone. The assistant deftly pulled out a contract and handed it over. Bai Qing took the document and passed it to the gold medal lawyer he had specially brought along. Check this contract for any issues. With someone taking the lead, naturally, more people stepped forward to request their own agreements. Except for a few executives holding key positions in Bai's technology, most others chose to cash out immediately, as if afraid the golden opportunity would slip away. Bai Qianqian's sharp gaze swept over the few who still hesitated. Anyone else want to exit? Sign now if you're going to. This is your last chance. Seeing no one else speak up, Bai Qianqian picked up her bag from the desk and headed out. Dad'll leave the board matters to you. I'm busy and don't have the energy for their games. Bai Yanjun sighed softly and nodded slightly. Very well. Bai Yanjun turned, looking at the beaming relatives before him, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. As Bai Qianqian's father, he knew well about her connections with Ghost, and the Western Frontier Development Project seemed like a bottomless pit, but anything tied to Shanghai became plausible, no matter how absurd. So it was easy to understand his precious daughter wanted to use this to clean house and consolidate power. Yet Bai Yanjun still found it hard to heartlessly kick out those who had built the company with them. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to try persuading them once more. I know everyone's anxious, but the more we need to stay calm. Stay calm. Brother, your daughter is pushing the Bai family into a fire pit. Exactly 5 trillion, just for the sake of making a splash. Bai Yanjun's expression grew serious. I've watched Qianqian grow up, but she never takes risks without being sure. This decision may seem very risky, but there might be inside information we don't know. So I suggest we wait and see, not rush into any decisions. Wait and see. Who will we complain to when the money goes down the drain? Brother, we know you love your daughter, but you can't shield her like this. At this rate, she'll squander the Bai family fortune. Bai Yanjun felt aggrieved. His good intentions were met with cold shoulders. Seeing the agitated relatives, he knew further words were futile and fell silent. The few who chose not to sign the equity transfer agreement stood aside, watching coldly. In their high positions, they knew Bai Qianqian's tactics better than outsiders. Since this decisive new helmsman took over Bai's technology, the company had rocketed to heights it should never have reached. What they saw was the chain reaction, by Qianqian buying back the relatives' shares. Soon many on the board would likely cash out and leave. And that was probably Bai Qianqian's goal. Of course they wouldn't speak of this. Offending Bai Qianqian would be like cutting off their own life. After leaving the company, Bai Qianqian sat in her car, casually scrolling through a few short videos. When she came across a video titled, The Hidden Wealth Code Behind the Western Frontier Mega Infrastructure, she stopped and watched it intently. Today let's talk about a hot topic: Bai's technology's big move, the Western Frontier Mega Infrastructure. Many might think this is just capitalists burning money. What's it got to do with my 3,000 yuan salary? Friends, this is a huge deal. First, such a large-scale infrastructure project will create countless jobs. With a 5 trillion investment landing, what gets a boost first? building materials, sand and gravel, hardware, engineering, machinery. Business owners in these sectors will be swamped with orders, while factories work overtime to ramp up production. With new production lines, they need to hire more workers. The scene shifted to CG animations of factories working overtime and recruitment events. Bai Qianqian raised an eyebrow. This CG was exceptionally well crafted. Would someone invest so much just for a short video? Curious, she clicked on the video creator's profile ID, international renowned financial commentator Mr. Jia, followers over 50 million. Bai Qianqian followed both domestic and international financial bloggers, but she had never seen this Mr. Jia before. Verified account too, but Mr. Jia does talk quite professionally. Bai Qianqian returned to the video playback and continued watching. These new hires plus the existing workers. With more work, will their wages go up? When these groups' incomes increase, what will they do next? The scene shifted to shopping malls and restaurants. If I suddenly got a raise, I'd take my wife and kids out for a meal, for dishes and a soup at least. On weekends, would hit the amusement park and I'd buy the latest clothes. Not long ago, a friend of mine opened a barbecue joint in the Western Frontier right next to two of Bayes Technology's new construction sites. Business has tripled or quadrupled. He's hauling cash in sacks. He's now desperately hiring waitstaff, doubling wages, and offering room and board. On a more practical note, will these small-time bosses who made money from the project buy new cars? Will car salespeople earn more commissions? With restaurants booming, if waitstaff can't keep up, won't the boss raise their pay? Who benefits in the end? Of course, the Western Frontier is the biggest winner. Local young people can easily find high-paying jobs. You might not work on the construction site directly benefiting from the core industry. But if you're a barber, you'll suddenly notice more customers coming in for haircuts. Delivery drivers will get more orders. Sales clerks will see their commissions rise. The frame froze on a map of the Western Frontier with golden economic veins spreading like ripples across the country. So folks, this 5 trillion isn't just a phantom number. It's a huge cake from which everyone will benefit. We should fully support such a great thing. The video ended there. Bai Qianqian clicked on the comments section to gauge public reaction. Several curated comments were pinned to the top. Western Frontier culture and tourism welcome friends from all over the country to our beautiful Western Frontier. We have the most stunning scenery, the sweetest fruits, and the warmest people. That comment had the most replies, over 50,000. Bai Qianqian felt something was off, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Only a vague sense of déjà vu. The Tianshan Shepherd, I've noticed more people coming here for photos and tourism lately. We've even sold over a dozen extra lambs. A true beneficiary has emerged. Mr. Jia is awesome. He's really boosting the economy. Old Wang from the BB, you won't believe it, but I've run a guest house in the ancient city of Western Xinjiang for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen such a situation. Next week's rooms are nearly booked solid. I just hired a few local young men yesterday. Boss Wang, are you still hiring? I don't need pay, just room and board. Western Xinjiang is my homeland and am overjoyed. Next month my whole family plans to return. The chosen worker, I've already submitted my resignation. I've decided to start a new life in Western Xinjiang. I even have a name for my stall, Rebirth, selling grilled sausages at the Western Xinjiang construction site. Brothers, wait for my good news. In the top floor meeting room of Star Tower, the rectangular conference table was flanked by the negotiation teams of Wayland Biotechnology on one side and the core members of Xinghai on the other. For Xinghai, Su Jin took the lead, fully responsible for the negotiations. 10 days ago, Wayland's team arrived in Modu. Including today's session, this marked the 4th formal negotiation between the two parties. In the first 3 meetings, Wayland's side had suffered greatly. Xinghai's negotiation team seemed to have anticipated every proposal they prepared, making each of their moves feel like smashing their own heads with a brick, utterly frustrating. The two sides remained deadlocked over the equity transfer ratio and the payment for the North American distribution rights of Yisikeng. Although Wayland had softened its stance, its offer was 30 equity plus $200 billion. This was still far from He Ming's bottom line. Xinghai naturally disagreed, maintaining a very firm stance. After all, the initiative was in their hands. They held the power of life and death. As long as they delayed until Yisikeng officially launched, Wayland Biotechnology would be completely crushed. Su Jin picked up her tea, took a light sip, her demeanor composed. The negotiations left no room for bargaining. Wayland had no choice but to follow Xinghai's terms. If they refused, they could only await their doom. Compared to Wayland's anxiety, Xinghai's executives all sat with straight backs, faint smiles playing on their lips. Earlier, facing Wayland's public opinion suppression, every employee at Xinghai had harbored a pent-up frustration. Now, with Wayland personally coming to sue for peace, a wave of exhilaration washed over them. If hitting someone weren't illegal, all members of Wayland's team would likely have been sent to the ICU by now. Just as Su Jin was about to continue speaking, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open, and her female assistant hurried over, leaning in to whisper a few words. Su Jin's expression shifted slightly. After giving a few instructions, she quickly stood up and strode out of the meeting room. Although Wayland's side was dissatisfied with her abrupt departure being in a subordinate position, they had no choice but to swallow their resentment. When Su Jin arrived at Jiang Zhonghua's office, the core members of Xinghai had already gathered. Lin Dong, Zhang Kaiwen, and Chen Wanwan were all present. Jiang Zhonghua turned his computer screen toward the group. The boss just sent an email. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately crowded around. Jiang Zhonghua continued, the boss wants us to register Xinghai Aerospace immediately and appoint Zhang Kaiwen as its CEO. Zhang Kaiwen was taken aback, his heart beginning to race. Su Jin had become CEO of Xinghai Energy and Lin Dong had become CEO of Xinghai Entertainment during this time. He would be lying if he said he wasn't anxious. He believed his abilities were no less than anyone else's, but the boss appointment had never come. Lin Dong, congratulations, President Zhang. Su Jin's expression was grave. She thought more deeply than Lin Dong. If it were just this matter, there would have been no need to call her away from the top-floor meeting room, especially since the negotiations with Wayland were a major affair. President Jiang, is there something else? Jiang Zhonghua nodded. Xinghai Aerospace will be the only company in the Xinghai system that we plan to take public. At these words, aside from Jiang Zhonghua, the other three simultaneously looked at Zhang Kaiwen. It wasn't that they disagreed with the behind-the-scenes boss decision. Among those present, Zhang Kaiwen's abilities were undoubtedly top-notch. Moreover, he commanded extensive media resources and had already made a name for himself abroad before joining Xinghai, making him truly qualified for this position. Zhang Kaiwen was also startled, but quickly grasped the implication. They had already guessed the boss' intentions. Xinghai, this great ship, was destined to sail toward the stars and the vast cosmos. They just hadn't expected this day to come so soon. Lin Dong, is it finally beginning? Chen Wanwan, did the boss give any other instructions? Jiang Zhonghua nodded. The boss also wants us to immediately hold a press conference to announce the joint development of the Western Xinjiang Infrastructure Project with base technology. Jiang Zhonghua clicked on the email, enlarging a concept image. In the picture, the background was a Gobi Desert with snow-capped mountains in the distance. At the center stood a futuristic ring-shaped city. The title reads Starport. The ring-shaped city was well-connected, linked to a massive circular base at its core. This is Su Jin. Could this be the base of a space elevator? Jiang Zhonghua, very likely. Prepare for the press conference. We may also need to assist base technology with some real estate cooperation matters. Su Jin understood Jiang Zhonghua's meaning. As soon as Xinghai released this news, the land parcel of over 30,000 square kilometers approved for base technology would become prime hot property. Zhang Kaiwen gasped. So the boss had this move planned all along. I thought President Bai of base technology had lost her mind. That afternoon, Chen Wanwan, as Xinghai's public face, held a press conference. The moment she announced that Xinghai would join forces with base technology to jointly develop the Western Xinjiang Mega-Infrastructure Project, the room erupted in a frenzy of flash. What? Xinghai is joining base technology's Western Xinjiang project. President Chen, is this true? Reporters fired off questions one after another as the news was simply too explosive. Base technology had planned to invest 5 trillion yuan in Western Xinjiang, and the outside world unanimously believed that its leader, Bai Qianqian, must have lost her mind. Although this was a great thing for the Dragon Kingdom, industry insiders still criticized Bai Qianqian's move as a terrible blunder. But with Xinghai joining, the nature of the matter completely changed. Because Xinghai's reputation was rock solid, every project they launched was a groundbreaking product of the era, capable of slapping all competitors into the ground from which they could never rise again. Before the press conference began, media outlets following Xinghai noticed a new subsidiary listed on its official website, Xinghai Aerospace. Thus, the vast majority of journalists present believed that the focus of this press conference was undoubtedly about Xinghai Aerospace. To that end, many reporters had even prepared their drafts in advance. Little did they expect Xinghai to drop such a bombshell from the start. Chen Wanwan turned aside, and the large screen behind her lit up with a conceptual image of a ring-shaped city named Future City. A brief silence fell over the room, followed by a buzz of discussion. What is this? Could it be that this press conference isn't about Xinghai Aerospace? This place looks somewhat familiar. Isn't this the Western frontier? Chen Wanwan, poised and graceful, delivered a brief opening address before cutting straight to the point. This city is called. These words were like igniting a powder keg. The hall erupted into an uproar. President Chen, does this ring-shaped design have any special significance? What is that vast circular area in the city center used for? Is it the foundation for some large-scale facility? Does Xinghai Technology's sudden partnership with Bai's technology project indicate a shift in the company's strategic focus? The journalists' questions came like a rapid-fire barrage. However, faced with all manner of probing questions, Chen Wanwan merely maintained an elegant smile. As for the central area, it is currently part of long-term planning, and specific details cannot be disclosed. Xinghai's strategy has never changed from the very beginning to explore more possibilities for humanity's future. The collaboration between Xinghai and Bai's technology is based on a shared vision. A reporter clutched their draft asking impatiently, is the newly registered Shanghai Aerospace related to this press conference? No comment. The moment the press conference ended, the news spread like wildfire across the entire internet. In Xinghai's top-floor meeting room, after a mid-session break, the negotiation teams from both sides resumed another round of heated debate. At that moment, a series of phone vibrations rang out from the Weyland team. The chief negotiator in the main seat glanced at his phone. It was an urgent communication from headquarters. His face turned ashen the moment he saw the content. With Shanghai having played their trump card, what was there left to negotiate? The meeting room door swung open, and Su Jin walked in at the perfect moment. Before she could even sit down, Weyland's lead negotiator stood up. President Su, we agree. 35 equity plus $300 billion. Su Jin smiled faintly. Now they knew what urgency meant. Seeing Su Jin's silent, mocking expression, the Weyland chief felt a chill in his heart. We are willing to add another $100 billion, totaling $400 billion. We hope Shanghai will allow Weyland to participate in the future city project. Su Jin broke into a smile, stood up, and said, all right. Shanghai can allocate a designated plot of land for Weyland to undertake construction. No problem. Shall we sign the contract now? Shanghai Eastern Suburbs by Family Manor. The courtyard was packed with people who one might have thought they were attending a wedding. A minority were by family relatives who had signed equity transfer agreements, while the majority were shareholders who had cashed out at the board meeting. At this moment, they were like ants on a hot pan, restless and uneasy, having long lost the joy and relief they felt when they cashed out and left. If there were a regret pill in this world, they would gladly pay a fortune for it. Big brother, you are the pillar of the Bai family. You must help us this time no matter what. Bai Qing, who had been the loudest earlier, was now clinging to Bai Yanjun's arm with a mournful expression. In his heart, he was filled with regret. He had thought Bai Qianqian was being foolish and he had stumbled upon a great bargain, but instead he had picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. And it was a watermelon made of pure gold. We were blinded by greed back, then manipulated by petty people into selling our shares. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Yes, we're all family. We can talk things over calmly. Big brother, when we started our business together, what hardships, didn't we? How can you kick us out over such a trivial matter? I'm willing to pay double the price to buy back my share. President, give us a chance for the sake of our 15-year friendship. Bai Yanjun's heart was incredibly conflicted as he watched this group chatter and plead relentlessly. He remembered exactly how harsh their words had been back then. Bai Qianqian is going to bankrupt the Bai family. If you keep persuading me, you'll fall out with you. Look at the fine daughter you've raised. What kind of mess has she made? She's a real jinx. How did you end up with such a stupid... Bai Yanjun picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Alas, I advised you all back then to stay calm and be patient, but who listened to me? You all spoke so harshly, and now you know what urgency feels like. Those who had cursed the loudest were flushed with embarrassment at Bai Yanjun's words, but now they dared not refute, only apologizing profusely. Big brother is right. We were foolish. We were short-sighted. Qianqian usually listens to you the most. Please do us a favor and help us out. Bai Yanjun pondered for a moment, then, as if making a great decision, pulled out his phone. Well, I am your big brother after all. But let me be clear up front. You know Qianqian's temper. If she disagrees, there's nothing I can do. At that moment, everyone in the courtyard held their breath. Bai Yanjun in front of them all dialed a number and pressed the speakerphone button. Each ring of the phone was like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Soon the call connected. Dad, I'm in a meeting. Qianqian, it's like this. Uncle Qing, Uncle Ben, and the others are all here with me. Everyone knows they were wrong and shouldn't have been so impulsive back then. After all, we are family. The bonds of blood can never truly be severed. Bai Yanjun's words were sincere and heartfelt, leaving no room for fault. Dad, this is non-negotiable. Don't trouble yourself with this. Just enjoy your retirement. Qianqian, let me explain. The call was disconnected. A dead silence fell over the courtyard. Everyone could tell from Bai Qianqian's resolute tone that there was no room for turning back. Bai Yanjun slowly put down his phone and shook his head helplessly. Alas, you all heard that. Qianqian has always been like this. I really can't control her. Bai Yanjun felt a pang of sorrow seeing that no one was willing to leave. Most of those present were veterans who had followed him through the rise of base technology. Let me try again. You all go back and wait for news. At these words, everyone understood that the matter was likely hopeless. The one in charge of base technology now was no longer Bai Yanjun. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. With things said so plainly, the group could only sigh and head home in disappointment. Although Shanghai had not revealed many details at the press conference, the netizens of this generation were remarkably resourceful. Numerous tech and finance bloggers eager to ride the wave of traffic hastily produced multiple videos speculating wildly about the ring-shaped city. The most popular among them was a short video by Mr. Jia. The background image was precisely the concept art of the ring-shaped city from the press conference. Friends, today let's carefully analyze this company, Shanghai. Shanghai Biotechnology is the first company under the Shanghai umbrella. I'm sure everyone has tried the longevity water. Its effects are truly beyond words. Shanghai amassed its first pot of gold thanks to the longevity water. When the Alzheimer's cure Yisuking hits the market, it will undoubtedly become another lucrative cash cow. With the initial capital accumulated, Shanghai subsequently established Shanghai Materials and Shanghai Energy. Although they made little noise, high-end foundational research like this is a money pit. Next, Shanghai Entertainment launched humanity's first fully immersive virtual online game, Shanghai Night Dawn. The screen cut to the game's trailer, a vast starry sky, swarms of mecha and battleships facing off. I didn't get an activation code for this game, but I watched the live streams. The graphics and physics engine are so realistic they blur the line between virtual and this game is set in an interstellar war theme. Think carefully, why interstellar war? Not long ago, Shanghai quietly registered a new company. The video switched to a screenshot of Shanghai Aerospace's official website, highlighted with a red circle. Shanghai Aerospace. When it comes to aerospace, you can't avoid materials and energy. These are the greatest constraints on humanity's journey into the stars. Could the game Shanghai Night Dawn subtly cultivate an entire generation's longing and familiarity with the cosmos? In the video, a red line tightly connected the icons of biology, materials, energy, gaming, and aerospace, forming a closed loop. Finally, let's ponder the name of this company, Shanghai. Shanghai, the starry sea, the vast cosmos. From the very beginning, Shanghai has set its sights on the grandest. Lastly, let's take another careful look at this future city jointly built by Shanghai and Base Technology. The video returned to the concept art of the ring-shaped city with the central base marked. Based on all the clues above, it'll make a bold guess this circular base is prepared for a space elevator, and this ring-shaped city is more like a port. This is humanity's first and most crucial step into the interstellar age. But to build this unprecedented great project, massive funding is required. Given the scale of Shanghai and Base Technology, it's clearly insufficient. So where will the money come from? The video cut again with a bird's-eye view sweeping rapidly over the ring-shaped city. Humbly, it'll make another bold prediction: this Star Harbor is an entry ticket to the global capital market. Want to join the greatest expedition in human history? The rules couldn't be clearer. You invest the money, and Shanghai builds it. I trust no one doubts Shanghai's reputation anymore, right? The stage is set. Now it's up to the bosses out there. Do you have the courage to put real money on the line and buy this ticket to the future? Within 10 minutes of its release, the video was pushed across all platforms by some mysterious force, with traffic growing exponentially. The comment section was always more exciting than the video itself. Holy crap, how did I not think of that? Teacher Jia's connection just made it all click. Shanghai wants to build an elevator. They're aiming for the sky. Teacher Jia's last line really woke me up. This ring-shaped city is essentially an IPO for the interstellar age. You invest, Shanghai builds. Damn, that's bold. Only Shanghai could pull off that level of cool. Shanghai's move is brilliant. Use a future city to attract global capital. Basically freeloading, right? Now this is the real trend. In the top-floor meeting room of the Shanghai municipal government, the special envoy from the capital sat at the head with the top leader of Shanghai on one side. Flanking them were regional governors from across the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing everyone assembled, the envoy adjusted the microphone and began to speak slowly. I want to reiterate the strategic significance of the Shanghai project. The capital's stance is clear: we must ensure the smooth progress of this project. After the opening remarks, a projection screen displayed the ring-shaped city with about a quarter of the area marked in red. The top leader of Shanghai took over. This area is the land Shanghai has promised to reserve for the government, roughly a quarter, totaling 7,500 square kilometers. The value of this land can no longer be measured in money. After multiple rounds of negotiations with Shanghai, they have pledged to give back to the Dragon Kingdom at half the market valuation. As he spoke, he straightened his back even more. As a local enterprise of Shanghai, Shanghai was already the envy of other regions, and now this massive boon, with all the credit falling to Shanghai, only stirred more jealousy. If looks could kill, the spirited top leader of Shanghai would have had weeds 3 meters tall growing on his grave. Despite being mentally prepared, the area and conditions of this land still moved the assembled regional governors deeply. Although Shanghai and Base Technology had gotten a huge bargain acquiring the land at a rock-bottom price, no one found fault with this issue. Because the key point wasn't the land itself, but the fact that Shanghai's planned space elevator would drive the value of the ring-shaped city to skyrocket. This was no ordinary commercial concession, it was a gift on the level of national strategy. In the western frontier, a seemingly unremarkable new energy commercial vehicle cruised steadily along the Gobi Highway. He Ming clutched a notebook, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. In the distance stretched vast wilderness and a chain of snow-capped mountains. On both sides of the highway, grasslands with uneven turf spread out, occasionally dotted with scattered sheep. This closeness to nature filled He Ming with immense ease. Since acquiring the notebook, he had been cooped up at home cultivating, and to say he felt no suffocation would be a lie. The root cause was his own weakness. Now his life index had reached 32500 points. On Blue Star he was among the elite at the pyramid's apex, and naturally his confidence had hardened. He laid the notebook open on the seat before him, twirled his pen, and wrote on the page. How much capital would foreign investors pour into the starport? 1.7 trillion US dollars. He Ming was somewhat surprised by the answer. They were prepared to sink such a colossal sum. These old foxes may be cunning, but their eye for profit is truly sharp. He Ming naturally wouldn't quarrel with money. To build the space elevator, he couldn't rely solely on himself. Global capital had to be gathered. How much would the government invest in the starport? 6.8 trillion Longhui yuan. How much would domestic capital invest? 13 trillion Longhui yuan. He Ming nearly laughed out loud at the answers. These hidden families beneath the surface were indeed wealthy, even more lavish than the government. Are they pouring in wealth accumulated over generations? Jarvis, when will Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei arrive? Jarvis' voice echoed in He Ming's ear. Sir, by 5 p.m. tomorrow at the latest. The vehicle suddenly veered off the main road, traversed a small path, and turned into a courtyard of a guest house named Starry Sky Inn. As the car came to a halt, the door automatically slid open. He Ming stepped out and looked at the staff lined up neatly at the entrance, all wearing the uniform of Shanghai employees. They stood upright with handsome features and nearly identical heights. Upon closer inspection, their eyes lacked vitality, and their expressions were slightly stiff as if cast from the same mold. The guest house featured typical local architecture, its earthy yellow walls blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Yet the interior was lavishly decorated, exuding a futuristic vibe. Not far from the guest house, the vast construction site of the starport was taking shape, with towering cranes and roaring machinery, creating a bustling scene. Along the main road near the site, a lively snack street had formed with stalls stretching as far as the eye could see. Most vendors were locals from the western frontier, while out-of-town entrepreneurs mostly operated from RVs selling snacks from all over the country. He Ming chuckled softly. At least I won't go hungry here. Are the utilities connected for the snack street? No, sir. Without hesitation, He Ming continued, tell Zhang Zhonghua to arrange water and electricity for the nearby snack street. Understood, sir. Jarvis accessed the official intranet and expedite the deployment of the celestial track high-energy laser system. After a moment's thought, He Ming added used. As He Ming's words faded, a revolution destined to change humanity's fate quietly began. Longhua, a top-secret underground research base. Commander Qin sat at the command post, his gaze sharp as an eagle's fixed on the central screen. The large display showed the progress of various departments of the space-based orbital high-energy laser system, along with a list of missing materials. A faint, unusual sound like a tape stuttering broke the silence. Commander Qin's eyes widened, and he sprang from his chair. What's happening? On the main screen, a ghost icon appeared, cloaked, wielding a scythe, emerging from the lower right corner and drifting slowly to the center like a... Impossible. Commander Qin's mind reeled with shock. He couldn't comprehend it. This was Longwo's most secret underground research base, physically and electronically isolated, an intranet absolutely impervious to intrusion. Yet what was this before his eyes? Highest alert. Commander Qin quickly raised a hand to quell the commotion. Someone of his rank naturally knew insider information about the ghost. The 7th Bureau speculated that the ghost was highly likely the hidden boss of Shanghai, or at least had an extremely close connection. Greetings, Commander Qin. Qin Zianjin's heart leaped, and his expression grew even more solemn. Scientists in white lab coats gathered around, some worried, others curious. The ghost had acted twice before. The first time caused little stir, but the second had reached a level of household recognition. Beyond overt actions, the ghost had also covertly helped Longwo obtain core data from the American Titan technology project Nemesis. Commander Qin's eyes blazed. Are you the ghost? An ethereal electronic voice responded. Yes, I apologize for meeting you in this manner. I am here on behalf of my creator to assist in the development of the space-based orbital high-energy laser system. Creator Shanghai. Beyond authorization, I cannot disclose. Commander Qin fell silent, his mind swiftly weighing options. If the ghost bore hostile intent, the base would already... What do you need? Robotic arms materials. Commander Qin paused. Though not a scientist, he gathered that the ghost intended to get directly involved. Agreed. The moment Commander Qin consented, the charts and data on the screen were instantly erased, replaced by a detailed list of required materials. Some quick-witted scientists attempted to step forward and pose questions, but on topics outside the project, the ghost remained utterly silent. Commander Qin picked up the internal communicator and issued a decisive order. This is Qin Xianjun. All units in the base immediately dismantle every high-precision robotic arm you are using regardless of model and transport them to assembly workshop now. One within half an hour. Repeat. Military orders were like mountains. The entire base mobilized swiftly and efficiently. 20 minutes later. Inside workshop now. One of dozens of robotic arms of various types under Jarvis' unified control seemed to be imbued with souls, forming a seamlessly coordinated automated production line. The robotic arms, which scientists had once considered somewhat clumsy, now appeared to come alive, executing dazzlingly rapid operations. Several high-definition cameras were set up around the workshop, along with internal surveillance cameras covering the robotic arm's workflow with virtually no blind spot. Half an hour later, the Flint nuclear energy battery module was successfully fabricated. The scientists crouching behind the cameras were nearly dumbfounded. How long had it been, and a finished product was already out? The testing team immediately rushed over for a simple performance evaluation. Report, Commander. The module is operating stably. Maximum output power reaches 1.7 times that of deuterium-tritium fusion reactions. An eerie silence fell over the workshop. The heavy shackles that had bound the development of human civilization had been casually cast off. After a brief moment of silence, the scientists swarmed forward, eagerly examining the test data. Is this data real? An elderly academician with silver hair, his eyes turning red, took the tablet from the tester's hand and trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the figures on it. The data is correct. We've truly succeeded. Nearby, someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, while another stood with their mouth agape wide enough. More people gathered around the Flint nuclear battery module, too overwhelmed to speak coherently. Commander Chin maintained a calm exterior, but his back was already soaked with sweat. His breathing grew heavy, his face flushed, and his eyes blazed with exhilaration. Suddenly, he realized if Ghost could build the Flint nuclear battery, what about the heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser system? Disperse now, data analysis can wait. Commander Chin turned to the main screen and asked in a robust voice, Ghost, can you produce a complete space-based system? Jarvis, a super AI loyal only to He Ming, had received orders to assist Dragon Country in developing the heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser system, so naturally, it would not refuse. Yes. Name what you need, and it's yours. Commander Chin's heart leaped with joy. Based on the current material inventory at the base, 20 complete heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser systems can be produced. 20 sets. Commander Chin was stunned. That morning, the project lead had informed him that with the available materials, they could at most push the development progress of the heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser system. The gap was immense. In that moment, the battle-hardened veteran finally grasped the true weight of that saying, knowledge is power. Excellent. Commander Chin grabbed his adjutant's shoulder and roared with elation. Quick, inform the higher-ups to immediately activate the National Strategic Resource Reserves. Follow the list, spare no expense, and get the materials here as fast as possible. Yes, Commander Chin. As the long wait dragged on, time ticked away second by second. 3 hours later, inside the workshop, the robotic arms slowed their movements. With the final cover plate sealed, the first prototype of the heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser system was complete. It's finished. Quick, prepare for testing. Just as the tester stepped forward to begin, a blood-red highest-level warning blared through the workshop. It is advised not to conduct a basic power test within the base. Why? Commander Chin was puzzled. The instantaneous focused energy of this system is sufficient to vaporize and cut through granite rock formations over 120 meters thick within 0.3 seconds. Conducting a test in an enclosed space could generate energy waves that may damage the base's precision equipment or even risk structural collapse. As the words faded, the entire room fell into dead silence once more. A ground-to-air test is recommended. Fine. Well, do it your way. Commander Chin made a prompt decision and issued a series of orders. Quick, deploy an additional reinforced company to transport this system to the Northwest Comprehensive Test Range. Commander Chin, exuding the excitement of a landowner, spoke to the main screen. Ghost, keep producing. Don't stop. Soon a fully armed convoy escorted by low-flying helicopter formations headed toward the Northwest Comprehensive Test Range. Above the clouds, an entire fighter squadron roared past. When the news reached the capital, the highest echelons were stirred, and a special envoy of unique status flew by private jet to the Northwest Comprehensive Test Range. The next morning at dawn, the special envoy arrived on site and stood shoulder to shoulder with Commander Chin inside the command vehicle. Both wore grave expressions as they gazed through the observation window at the streamlined device mounted on a dedicated support frame in the distance. Technicians were making final calibrations. In the observation area of the test range, a group of generals, the backbone of Dragon Country, stood with equally solemn faces. This experiment had escalated to a matter of national destiny. Target is in position. A technician's report came through the communication channel. Peregrine 1 hypersonic vehicle has launched and is accelerating. On the large screen in the observation area, the light that representing Peregrine 1 moved at astonishing speed along the simulated flight path, climbing wildly. Mach 27. That was the limit of Peregrine 1. The special envoy glanced at Commander Chin, a smile on his face. Let's begin. Commander Chen's gaze sharpened as he leaned into the microphone. Activate the system lock onto the target. System activated. Target locking. A low hum emanated from within the heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser system device as energy gathered. The radar screen instantly captured. At that moment, a prompt box appeared on the system interface accompanied by a clear electronic voice. Warning: high-speed moving target detected, identified as a friendly unit. Proceed with interception command. Execute. The next second after the command, the technician clicked the confirmation. The emission port atop the device adjusted its angle, and a highly concentrated redand white beam shot into the sky at the pure speed of light. Where the beam passed, water vapor instantly evaporated. The clouds high above seemed sliced by a divine sword, cleaved into a perfectly neat vacuum channel stretching several kilometers. Peregrine 1, traveling through the clouds at Mach 27, stood no chance against the speed of light. It was cut in half midair and then exploded. From the laser emission to the target's destruction, it seemed to happen in an instant. Inside the command vehicle, the special envoy's composed expression froze and fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had imagined the system might be powerful, but never so overwhelming. The senior generals in the observation area were all stunned, frozen in place with their heads raised, staring silently at the sky split into two halves. Though they had countless words on their minds, they could find no adequate term to describe the awe-inspiring scene before them. Just then a slightly trembling voice broke the reporting to the commander and the special envoy. That shot just now was only the lowest power output. Above the power adjustment options, there are 10 more levels. What? Lowest power? How is this possible? Commander Chen rushed out of the command vehicle, jogged over to the heavenly mechanism orbital high-energy laser system, and stared at the control panel in disbelief. The deeply composed special envoy followed closely. When he saw the parameters displayed on the control panel, he could no longer maintain his composure, revealing an unprecedented look of shock. If the lowest power could instantly intercept a Mach 20 target, then at the highest power, several dozen kilometers from the test range on a national highway, Old Yang, a truck driver loaded with cargo, had been driving through the night to save time. Now his eyelids were fiercely battling his brain. Suddenly, a redand white flash streaked before his eyes. The light was so fast that by the time he reacted, it had vanished. Though the light was gone, the sky, cleaved into two halves, was unmistakable. In that instant, his mind snapped awake, his eyes bulging wide. He quickly pulled the truck over to the roadside. When a person's mental state nears collapse, it impairs normal thinking. And Old Yang had been in that very state. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Old Yang's heart began to race and his back was drenched in cold sweat. As he recalled the journey, a wave of belated fear struck him. How had he even driven here? He had no memory at all. Though he didn't understand why the clouds were split in two, Old Yang knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, thanking heaven for its mercy in saving his life. He'll never drive through the night again. In the western frontier, within the courtyard of the Starry Sky Post House, He Ming reclined on a bamboo rocking chair, his expression serene as he closed his eyes in cultivation. The energy within him flowed like a vast galaxy, each breath drawing in and expelling the purest stellar energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, Jarvis' voice echoed in his ear. Sir, the experiment on the orbital high-energy laser system has succeeded. He Ming opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent. This sword of Damocles is finally about to ascend. He Ming's push for the orbital system was not meant to counter the high-star fleet. Such a low-level threat wouldn't even warrant its full potential. He had asked the notebook if the Dragon Nation mastered infinite energy before it could even be utilized, it would directly trigger World War III. In the midst of the hot war, the table would be overturned and everyone would meet their end. The orbital high-energy laser system existed to deter all major nations except the Dragon Nation. Want to overturn the table? Before this, sword of Damocles, the moment you reach under the table, your hand will be severed in the next second. No more hiding. Let's accelerate for real now. Jarvis, activate Baizé. All right, sir. Baizé is now active. He Ming raised his hand to look at his wristband. A new function appeared at the top of the vital signs data. Life index 32557 Baizé. I am here, master. The smart wristband flashed, and a virtual figure of a mature woman with antlers on her head, delicate features, a fiery figure, and scantily clad attire appeared before He Ming. This was the second super artificial intelligence He Ming copied from the notebook. Though of a higher tier than Jarvis, its function was singular. It only provided martial combat assistance. In essence, it was a super AI offering He Ming concierge-level service and cultivation. Beyond that, it housed the most elite combat techniques and martial scriptures from hundreds of universes. Without exaggeration, Baizé was the most comprehensive encyclopedia of combat in the entire cosmos. To truly unleash my full potential, I need one final piece. He Ming's gaze turned toward Mount Ileo, where a treasure capable of enhancing fortune lay hidden, the Imperial Seal. To enter Mount Ileo unscathed and retrieve the Imperial Seal, at least 450 life index points were required. He Ming had asked the notebook about the Imperial Seal. It was a profoundly mystical treasure granting a base threefold boost, but as faith grew so too would the cultivation speed, with virtually no upper limit. Still about 10,000 points to go? Almost there. He Ming lightly touched his wristband, and Bai Ze's virtual projection vanished. Jarvis, where are Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei? Sir, they are already in the western frontier and will arrive at the Starry Sky Post House within 30 minutes. On the Gobi Desert Highway, a black business car. Inside the car. Bro, are you also a player who got invited? Zhang Zhifei couldn't hold it in anymore if the atmosphere inside was too stifling. The driver was mute and the man sitting across from him had a poker face answering everything with just one or two words, barely better than a mute. Bai Xiaofei sat quietly, phone in hand, scrolling through parameter information about mechas on the Star Sea official website. This info might be useless to others, but to him it was a comprehensive guide for modifying mechas. Zhang Zhifei leaned in for a look and immediately felt a headache. What's the point of this stuff? Bai Xiaofei glanced at Zhang Zhifei with some surprise. Don't you read these guides? No, gives me a headache. I've had enough studying at school. I don't want to waste brain cells on games. Bai Xiaofei shook his head slightly and said no more. After a while, Zhang Zhifei's mouth started itching again. Bro, why do you think Star Sea invited us to the western frontier? What kind of event requires all this secrecy? No idea. Sai, if I pass the test, I'm definitely asking the organizers for a Seraphim mech. That thing is way too cool. Mentioning mechas piqued Bai Xiaofei's interest a bit. Seraphim. Yeah. The Seraphim has 80 floating cannon units, 15 thrusters, and 9 different types of weapons. Bai Xiaofei paused, glanced at Zhang Zhifei's face, and asked doubtfully, are you sure you can handle all that? Zhang Zhifei was at a loss for words. Who could handle that? Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei. These two were the most suitable high-end combat candidates He Ming had selected through the notebook. At equal power levels, Bai Xiaofei's neural reaction speed, body control, combat instincts, and psychological fortitude reached the limits of human capability on Blue Star. Zhang Zhifei's talent wasn't top tier, but he possessed terrifying learning ability and growth under adversity. The greater the pressure, the more astonishing his potential. Of course, there was a bonus factor: he valued loyalty and never betrayed friends. Otherwise, many others more suitable than Zhang Zhifei existed, and he wouldn't have been though he had immense potential. Time was not on his side. The business car stopped at the entrance of the Starry Sky Post House. Zhang Zhifei jumped out first, curiously surveying the surroundings. Whoa, it's still near a construction site. Could this be the Starry Skyport that Star Sea and Base Tech are building? Bai Xiaofei got out as well, gazing into the distance with curiosity. You two please come inside. At the door, a man with a blank expression wearing a Star Sea uniform gestured for them to enter the hall. Zhang Zhifei found it odd as something about the man seemed off. Driven by curiosity, he leaned in and waved his hand before the man's eyes. No reaction. He boldly reached for the man's eyeball. The cold touch confirmed it. It was a robot. Hey, it's an AI robot. Guided by the robot, they entered the gate, revealing a futuristic lobby that clashed with the exterior style, looking as if it had just been renovated. He Ming faced them, tea in hand, a smile on his face. Hey bro, are you here for the test too? Zhang Zhifei's eyes lit up, and he scurried over, sitting familiarly. He Ming nodded. Yeah. Looks like we're all lucky guys. He Ming, indeed too lucky. By the way bro, what's your in-game ID? Maybe we've matched up before. I'm a top 500 ladder player. I can carry you sometime. Bai Xiaofei sat expressionlessly across from He Ming, quietly listening to their conversation. Ming. Zhang Zhifei repeated the name, subconsciously feeling it sounded familiar. Upon hearing it, Bai Xiaofei shot up, his muscles twitching uncontrollably in a near-ferocious manner. If Bai Xiaofei's hardcore fans saw that expression, they would understand. It was the face he made when utterly shocked. Zhang Zhifei raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing Bai Xiaofei's terrified expression, he immediately understood. Damn, you're actually the Ming god. I watched the replay of that match. It was absolutely legendary. He Ming let out a soft chuckle. Just lucky. Lucky. Ming god, you're too modest. White god was on a 33-win streak at his peak, and you ground him into the dust. How can that be luck? Zhang Zhifei was about to keep boasting when his pocket phone rang. You are my little. Hearing that tune, He Ming froze. It brought back memories. He never expected this dimension to have Little Apple II, though the melody was slightly different. Sorry, I gotta take this. Zhang Zhifei jogged into the courtyard, glanced at his phone, and saw the caller ID. Dad. Sai, here it comes. He answered, and quickly moved the phone away from his ear, yet he could still hear the roaring on the other end. You little brat. Where the hell have you been gallivanting? Your class counselor called me. Said you skipped all your classes today. After a long while, Zhang Zhifei waited until the roaring subsided before bringing the phone back to his ear. Dad, I want to participate in a Star Sea event. If I pass the test, I can get a limited edition mecha. Maybe even achieve financial freedom through it. On the other end, Zhang Zhifei's father, Zhang Wuqiang, was so furious his face was red, veins bulging on his forehead. Financial freedom. I sent you to Lonka University to study, not to play games. Lonka is where you learn knowledge and skills. After graduation, you're supposed to go into scientific research, serve the country, and contribute to national defense. But no, you're all about mechas all day. Can you eat those things? You're driving me crazy. Zhang Zhifei felt a surge of rebellion rise within him. Dad, weren't you the one who tricked me? You said if I got into Lonka, I'd have a chance to build a real mecha one day. I believed your nonsense and busted my ass to get in. And what's the result? Zhang Zhifei snorted. When I told my classmates my dream was to build mechas, they looked at me like I was an idiot. Those theoretical lessons have nothing to do with actual mecha construction. Lonka can't build mechas. They'll never get to build one in my lifetime. Don't give me that. Just tell me where you are right now. Zhang Guoqiang's tone softened slightly, but it was still firm. Zhang Zhifei was silent for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. Dad, I followed your arrangement. This time just let me decide my own future, okay? Tell me where you are, or else I'll disown you. Zhang Zhifei's eyes reddened, a wave of bitterness washing over his heart. After holding out for just 3 seconds, he deflated like a punctured balloon. I'm in the western frontier next to that big construction site of Star Sea Group at a guest house called Starry Sky Inn. You stay right there. Zhang Guoqiang hung up. Zhang Zhifei stood there for a long while, then rubbed his face hard, composed himself, and walked back into the hall. He Ming looked up and raised an eyebrow. Had a fight. Zhang Zhifei waved his hand, sat down carefully, poured himself a cup of tea, and downed it in one gulp. Now the wind outside blew sand into my eyes. Just then a smart robot approached and placed a silver-shelled box on the table. Opening it revealed 2 sleek high-tech smart wristbands inside. He Ming, these are smart health monitoring bands. Pretty useful. Give them a try. Zhang Zhifei picked one up and put it on without hesitation. The band screen lit up, displaying a stream of real-time vital signs. At the very top, there was an entirely separate interface that looked oddly out of place. Vital Index 151. Oh, pretty fancy. It measures vital signs, but what's this vital index mean? What are yours? Bai Xiaofei put on his band and glanced at it. 87. Zhang Zhifei grinned, more or less understanding what the number represented. This number must be related to physical fitness. Haha, white god, your moves are sharp, but you're clearly a night owl, skinny as a monkey. Your physique's lacking too. Bai Xiaofei pursed his lips, but held back. Zhang Zhifei patted Bai Xiaofei on the shoulder and chuckled. White god, you can't go on like this. Health is the foundation of everything. Games are important, but without a good body, you can't fully enjoy them, right? Am I right? Seeing Bai Xiaofei's lack of response, Zhang Zhifei turned to He Ming. Ming god, what about you? He Ming raised his hand and looked at the number at the top. Vital Index 32611. 200. 200, nice. That physique could probably get you into the provincial team. Suddenly, the smart band flashed several beams of light that intertwined into a palm-sized holographic projection. The tiny figure had antlers on its head, a delicate face, a curvaceous figure, and was wearing barely anything. Holy crap, what kind of black tech is this? Bai Xiaofei raised an eyebrow, but clearly adapted faster than Zhang Zhifei. We already have virtual reality games. This isn't surprising. Nice to meet you all. Baize, your first mission has been sent to your smart bands. Go complete it. With that, Baize's hologram vanished. Zhang Zhifei raised his wrist to look at the band. 10-kilometer run time limit, 3 hours. Countdown starts in 10 seconds. 10 clicks in 3 hours. Zhang Zhifei sneered with disdain. Who are they kidding? I usually do 5 clicks in just over half an hour. Bai Xiaofei stared at the mission, his face turning pale. Follow me. A smart robot in the room rushed outside. Seeing He Ming and Zhang Zhifei already running out, Bai Xiaofei gritted his teeth and reluctantly. Zhang Zhifei ran effortlessly, his rhythm perfectly controlled. After a short distance, he glanced back. They had barely covered 300 meters, and Bai Xiaofei was already gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, his legs feeling like lead. So heavy he could barely lift them. Bai Xiaofei pressed his lips tightly together as a dull ache began in his abdomen. He was about to give out. This 10-kilometer run was a hellish trial for him. White god, you okay? Zhang Zhifei slowed his pace to run alongside Bai Xiaofei. You can't run like that. Your breathing's all messed up. Listen to me, breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Keep a rhythm of 1 long breath and 3 short ones. Bai Xiaofei nodded slightly and tried Zhang's eye. After running a short distance, the pain in his stomach suddenly faded. It doesn't hurt anymore. Zhang Zhifei smiled knowingly. Had the same experience when he first started running. Don't take such big strides. Lean your body forward a bit and let inertia carry you. It'll be easier. Zhang Zhifei ran ahead, patiently coaching Bai Xiaofei on his form. Before long, Bai Xiaofei could barely keep up with Zhang Zhifei's pace, but the cold sweat never stopped pouring down his forehead. He Ming observed it all, deeply satisfied with Zhang Zhifei's character. A man like this, suddenly blessed with extraordinary power, probably wouldn't turn out too badly. 10 kilometers was nothing to He Ming and Zhang Zhifei, but for Bai Xiaofei, it was no different from enduring torture. He barely managed to finish the run through sheer willpower. The moment he returned to the inn, he collapsed on the ground unconscious. The accompanying robot swiftly approached, skillfully pulled a syringe from its pouch, and injected it into Xiphias' arm. The injection was called Life Potion, an upgraded version of longevity water designed for direct injection with formidable effects. It instantly boosted brain neural activity and muscle vitality, offered extremely high fatigue resistance, and rapidly replenished energy at the cellular level, fundamentally restoring one's vigor in a short time. As the needle pierced down, Xiphias' limbs twitched violently, and before long he awoke. Frowning, he slowly rose from the ground, clenching his fists, a sense of disbelief surging within him. His physical strength had recovered by nearly 70 or 80%, a stark contrast to his previous state of near collapse. Zhang Zhifei watched on, utterly dumbfounded. Truly miraculous, huh? By evening the table was laden with high-protein food. Zhang Zhifei ate ravenously, his mouth greasy, having never indulged in such luxury in all his life. Bai Xiaofei was more reserved, yet his thoughts ran deeper than Zhang Zifei's. To complete the upcoming trials, he knew he must replenish his energy abundantly. After the meal, Bai Ze's virtual projection appeared once again. Today's task 2, please assemble in the courtyard immediately and follow my rhythm for breathing exercise. Zhang Zhifei scratched his head, bewildered. Even breathing needs training. When the trio arrived at the courtyard of the guest house, a spherical device rested on the stone table. Amidst interlacing beams of light, Bai Ze's projection materialized. Please follow my rhythm and engage in breathing exercises. Inhale deeply, hold for 7 seconds. Steady your breath, hold for 3 seconds. Guided by Bai Ze, Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei gradually slipped into a state of focus. Whenever they deviated even slightly, their wristbands would instantly display their errors precise to the millisecond. An hour later, a new round of physical training commenced. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, after completing all their training, the three gathered in the Goose House's main hall. Zhang Zhifei raised his hand to look at his wristband. The life index at the top read 247. My life index has soared to 247. Bai Shen, what about yours? Bai Xiaofei glanced at his wristband. 201. He Ming raised his hand. The life index displayed on his wristband 34,300. Compared to 10 days prior, his life index had increased by about 1700 points. The rate of progress had gradually slowed, no longer as rapid as when he had first mastered the stellar guidance art. If he could maintain this pace of cultivation, in about 2 months his life index would reach 45000. At that point he could enter the Ileo Mountains to retrieve the Imperial Seal, boosting his cultivation speed by at least threefold. He Ming spoke calmly. I've reached 320. Zhang Zhifei cast an envious glance. Why was the gap between people so vast? Just then the trio's wristbands simultaneously flashed with interlacing light, rapidly forming a palm-sized image of Bai Ze. Phase 2 training begins. Please proceed to the courtyard. Zhang Zifei's face lit up with joy. The commencement of Phase 2 meant they had passed the first stage's assessment. Yet a sliver of worry lingered in his heart. 10 days had passed, why hadn't his father come yet? For that question one would have to ask Jarvis. Zhang Weiguo wanted to go to the western frontier, but he simply couldn't get a ticket, neither by plane nor high-speed rail. He couldn't snag a single ticket. Thus he summoned his cousin who could drive and prepared to travel to the western frontier by car. They were now stuck in a traffic jam on the highway, much to the profit of nearby villages selling instant noodles at 30 yuan a bucket. After 10 days of intense all-around training, Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zifei's physical abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, meeting the minimum standard for cultivating the stellar guidance art. The three arrived at the courtyard. On the stone table, the projections, interlacing light, formed a life-sized virtual projection of Bai Ze. Relax your body and mind, follow my guidance, and sense the omnipresent stellar energy. The three sat cross-legged, closing their eyes to calm their minds. Thanks to the 10 days of meditation training, Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei quickly entered a focused state. Compared to He Ming, they were in theory unparalleled geniuses among Blue Star's humanity. They grasped the stellar guidance art many times faster than He Ming had upon his first encounter with it. Bai Xiaofei in particular possessed astonishing comprehension. After Bai Ze had explained the method just once, he could already faintly sense the presence of stellar energy and attempted to guide it into his body. Bai Ze's virtual projection hovered in midair, as playful and lively as a fawn. He Ming too focused on his cultivation. Through his earpiece, Bai Ze provided meticulous nanny-level guidance, instantly pointing out and correcting any minor errors until the state was perfected. A vast tide of stellar energy converged upon He Ming, inadvertently benefiting Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei, who siphoned off a small portion. An hour later, the cultivation session ended. The three slowly opened their eyes. Zhang Zhifei sensed something amiss. When he stood up, he exerted too much force and leaped 2 meters into the air. Holy shit! Zhang Zhifei was startled. Was he even human anymore? After landing, he carefully assessed his body and threw a few experimental punches. I feel like I could kill an ox now. Zhang Zhifei raised his hand to glance at his smart wristband. Life Index 377, such a huge increase. That one session alone was worth 10 days of hard training. Bai Xiaofei raised his hand to look at his smart wristband. Life Index 335, he clenched his fists, feeling the change intently. At that moment he felt as if he had unlocked some kind of shackle. His body felt light and airy, brimming with vigor and spirit. If he were to compare his past self, Bai Xiaofei felt he had previously been living underwater. Now he had finally surfaced to breathe fresh air. This sensation was indescribably wonderful, intoxicating the mind and spirit. Holy shit! Zhang Zhifei could only utter these two words in his excitement. After a long while he came to his senses. Xinghai, could they be teaching us how to cultivate immortality? Bai Xiaofei raised an eyebrow at the remark. He had also considered this possibility. There was no other explanation for such a qualitative leap in their physical. He Ming watched their reactions and let out a soft laugh. He had been far more agitated than Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei back then, for he knew that persistent cultivation of the stellar guidance art could lead to immortality. And immortality was the ultimate dream for the vast majority. The wealthiest tycoons of aristocratic families amassed unimaginable fortunes, yet they spent incalculable sums just to extend their lives by a few years with meager results. If He Ming were to offer the stellar guidance art, they would not hesitate to sacrifice all their wealth for a chance at immortality. But not everyone was destined for such an opportunity. Just then Bai Zhe spoke again, her sweet, soft electronic voice ringing out. You may skip meditation training tonight, but only one day off, okay? Zhang Zhifei snapped back to reality. His virtual helmet had been confiscated by Xinghai's intelligent robots these past days, which had driven him mad with craving. But to earn the limited edition mecha, he chose to endure. Today he could finally play his beloved star, see Night Chiming again. I can finally log in. Bai Shen Mingshin, the Moon War is starting in half an hour. Let's log in now. We must clear it this time. Bai Xiaofei couldn't help but reply. Not very likely. The difficulty of this world dungeon is too high. The trio returned to their respective rooms, donned their virtual helmets, and entered the game. The familiar sense of immersion resurfaced as Zhang Zhifei excitedly opened his eyes, finding himself standing in a personal hangar. Right before him stood a modified mecha he had customized, the deep blue. Its deep azure coating inspired the name. This mecha completely forsook defense, appearing rather slender, equipped with a pair of wings, each bearing 4 floating cannon units. Its external arsenal was abundant: a mid to short-range rapid-fire rifle, a composite ship-splitting blade, 2 particle beam swords, and 4 high-explosive missiles concealed within the magazine. This was an unfinished modification, essentially modeled after the Seraphim, yet lacking far too many components. Old friend, I've missed you so much. Just as Zhang Zhifei stepped forward to caress his partner, a glint in the corner of his eye caught sight of a new hangar appearing on the other side of the bay. What's this? Zhang Zhifei trotted over, his eyes lighting up. Within this hangar stood 5 mechas, their silhouettes barely discernible in the dim light. He instantly recognized one of them, the Seraphim once piloted by He Ming during their first login to the game. ID recognize you even in ashes. Zhang Zhifei attempted to enter the hangar, but was blocked by an invisible wall. A prompt appeared: access to Hangar 2 requires completion of the 5th stage assessment. Zhang Zhifei's brows arched as he immediately recalled the Star C event in reality. Damn, Star C wasn't just bluffing, they actually delivered. Seeing the tangible rewards ignited a fierce resolve within Zhang Zhifei, his fists clenched, brimming with determination. On the other side, Bai Xiaofei's personal hangar also featured a second bay. He stood before the invisible barrier, his gaze sweeping over the 5 shadowy outlines within. He recognized 3 of them. The Seraphim. He had felt its oppressive presence up close during his first login. Azure Dragon. The first from the left, with sharp angular lines, a pair of paper-thin thrusters on its back, and 2 dragon heads on its shoulder armor, concealing menace. It carried 2 ship-splitting blades as tall as itself, with a comprehensive set of long, mid, and short-range weapons. It was an all-rounder mecha with a focus on us. Bai Xiaofei's eyes narrowed. This was the mecha he had long coveted. Azure Dragon. I will obtain you sooner or later. He shifted his gaze to the right toward a bulky, oversized mecha. Beside it, the Azure Dragon seemed no more than a schoolboy. Xuanwu, a strategic machine boasting ultra-high defense and a heavy firepower platform. Its strengths were formidable defense and intense firepower, but its weakness lay in slow speed, requiring coordinated teamwork to unlock its true potential. With just 4 minutes left until the instance opened, the launch silos were already active, allowing early entry. Bai Xiaofei activated his live stream, turned, and jogged toward the Night Owl. Gripping the controls, he entered the silo as a low hum swelled into a thunderous roar. The electromagnetic catapult launched the mecha out of the lunar base. Tens of thousands of mechas erupted from the silos almost simultaneously, like a swarm of bees. No matter how many times one witnessed the spectacle, it never failed to ignite the blood and raise goosebumps. The surrounding space was a profound darkness, broken only by the distant blue star radiating a cerulean glow. Bai Xiaofei noticed that the defensive forces of the human faction had changed drastically unlike before. High above, a third large mothership now floated in space. 6 additional frigates and 2 battleships had appeared. Bai Xiaofei shifted his view to the lunar base. Countless cannon muzzles like black lumps stretched beyond sight. At the center, the main cannon of the lunar base extended nearly a kilometer, glinting with a chilling light. As the version updated, Bai Xiaofei wasn't alone. All players sensed the change in the instance. In the World Channel chatter erupted, why wasn't there a notice about the version update? The Blue Star faction's firepower has been boosted. We've been getting beaten up every day lately, almost worn out. Finally, we can give those He Ming bastards a taste of their own medicine. That's more like it. Getting pummeled all the time is no fun. Brothers, it's about to start. Same old rules: survive the first wave of sweeping fire and regroup quickly. Players spontaneously formed temporary squads, while real-life friends banded together in groups of varying sizes, though the scene appeared mostly scattered and chaotic. On the far edge, 31 mechas hovered in an unmanned zone, all of identical model and coated in jet black. Emblazoned on their chests was the national emblem of the Dragon Kingdom, while a tiger head insignia marked the right shoulder. What stood out most was the uniformity of their hovering altitude, spacing, and orientation, forming a pristine, pleasing formation that exuded an aura of lethal intent and overwhelming pressure. At the front of the line sat the commander of this unit in his cockpit, Major He Ming from the Shadow Tiger Special Forces. He appeared around 35 with a resolute face and eyes as sharp as blades, now gazing through the simulated observation window at the soldiers he had trained. He Ming, execute the first wave of saturation strikes and evade as per the plan. Take Squad 1 and charge from the left, drawing the enemy's attention. He Ming's voice resonated in the squad's voice channel. Understood, Chief. He Ming responded with a crisp, forceful tone. 10-9. 1-0. He Ming manipulated his mecha into a tactical gesture. The 9 gorilla-type mechas on the far left shifted form, almost simultaneously transitioning into aircraft mode, and swiftly darted to the left. Inside the cockpits of He Ming, Zhang Zhifei, and Bai Xiaofei, amidst a flash of light, a palm-sized holographic projection of Bai Zhe materialized. Detecting ultra-high-density energy reaction. Enemy attack mode, wide area scattering positron split cannon. Evade immediately along the designated. The 3 showcased their skills maneuvering frantically along their tactical paths. The moment they completed their evasive actions, destruction descended. From the far depths of space, the bow of the menacing He Ming mothership Judgment unleashed a beam over 100 meters in diameter toward the Blue Star faction. A low, deep hum echoed like a hellish judgment. As the colossal beam neared the Blue Star faction's airspace at about 10,000 meters, a sudden anomaly. The devastating attack struck an invisible prism, instantly undergoing its first split. Hundreds of beams, as if alive, divided again into tens of thousands of lethal arcs, forming a sweeping net of death that descended upon the scattered wave of mechas. Fast. Too fast. Before the audience in Bai Xiaofei's livestream could even react, the first strike from He Ming had already concluded. Tens of thousands of explosive flashes ignited simultaneously, the massive shockwave rapidly expanding into a stellar ring, sweeping up a large number of lucky survivors who had narrowly escaped. As far as the eye could see, it was a silent feast of destruction. The remaining half of the players, stunned, drifted in the void, their hands slowly leaving the controls, their minds momentarily shattered, gazes locked in a daze. 100,000 strong, and a single blow had wiped out 70%. Even for a world boss fight, this level of damage was utterly unreasonable, wasn't it? Inside Bai Xiaofei's livestream, the barrage surged like a tsunami. This crappy version, why the hell did I even update it? I thought the devs finally had a conscience giving Blue Star a boost, but damn, High Star seems even more ridiculous. Devs, come out and die. Tell me, how are we supposed to play this? At that moment, regular commentators Xiaomi and Yaya urgently connected to the stream. Earlier, they happened to witness this scene as viewers in another livestream, and only now, prompted by Feiyu's official notice, did they belatedly enter Bai Xiaofei's. Shanghai Entertainment had fully opened the built-in live streaming feature, allowing players to register accounts on the official platform for game streams, while viewers could watch on major global streaming platforms. Xiaomi cleared his throat and spoke first. Everyone, don't rush to curse the devs. Let's watch the replay. This wave wasn't entirely unavoidable. As the slow-motion footage played, viewers saw that at the moment of destruction, many players had executed evasive maneuvers in advance, threading the needle and seeking survival amidst death, a sight that sent chills down their spines. Yaya picked up the thread. Surviving such a large-scale AoE attack is no small feat. Look, Divine Bays Zaped, we've perfectly dodged the intersection of 2 energy beams. That move was godlike. Scattered teams on the Blue Star side began to gather, advancing methodically toward the High Star fleet's position. The first wave of attack was still a swarm of drones, densely packed and overwhelming, charging at the Blue Star camp like a nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. Brothers, hey, race our chance to earn points. Suddenly thousands of mechs emerged from among the players, each bloated and cumbersome thrusters fully open and engines on the verge of overload charging at the drone swarm like suicide bombers. Most of these players lacked skill. Their simple plan was to maximize points by self-destructing in this wave. Of course, nearly half of these unlucky souls were blown up by concentrated long-range fire before they could even get close. When the remaining mechs crashed into the drone swarm, all their firepower was unleashed in an instant, each explosion clearing a vast vacuum zone. Compared to these brutes, players with fixed squads relied on tacit teamwork, skirting the battlefield's edge and reaping small drone groups, racking up massive points as the drones fell. He Ming's heavy mech Qianjuan was like a mobile war fortress, every part spewing tongues of fire. Laser beams and solid projectiles wove a dense barrage, forming a wall of lament that blocked most of the drone swarm's assault. On Qianjun's flanks, the mechs Yexiao and Shunlan flanked left and right, their burst rifles clearing stragglers trying to circle around. Zhang Zhifei shouted excitedly over the squad channel. I feel like I could take on 10 guys right now. Normally hitting 7 or 8 out of 10 shots like today would have been impossible. Bai Xiaofei shared Zhang Zhifei's feeling, sensing a qualitative improvement in all his abilities. It's because my real-life physique has been enhanced. Inside the Qianjun cockpit, control of the mech had been fully taken over by Bai Zhe. He Ming was intently watching the real-time strategic map on the main screen. Jarvis, calculate the current win rate for the Blue Star faction. Sir, the Blue Star faction's win rate is 0.001. He Ming wasn't surprised by this result. The gap in strength between the two sides was still too great. Switch to the Jiang family's perspective. Yes, sir. The main screen flickered, switching to the front line of the Jiang family's disciples, led by Jiang Lin. Dozens of mechs with varied paint jobs and Eastern aesthetics, wielding swords, spears, axes, halberds, and hooks. Though their weapons were bizarre, their combat prowess was truly formidable. This special group's tactic was to have no tactics. Most relied on agile movements and mid-range fire suppression to close in quickly, then engaged in the most primal close-quarters combat. A sight so beautiful it felt like a return to ancient battlefields. What about the other families? The main screen split into 7 small observation windows, showing them gathering in 2s and 3s, their tactics similar to the Jiang families, focusing on melee combat with a fierce style. He Ming couldn't help but mutter, "A bunch of brutes." Switch to the official forces. The screen shifted to the frontline battle footage of the Yinghu Special Force. 20 uniformly painted mechs, their teamwork impeccable, swiftly cleared the drone swarm with overwhelming force. Which team is this so fierce? Sir, they are the elite of the Yinghu Special Forces. He Ming nodded, slightly pondered for a moment, and made a decision. Bai Zhe, compile a universal cultivation technique with a max life index of 1.0 points, split into 10 stages. Award the first stage as a hidden dungeon reward to the Yinghu Special Forces. Basic breathing technique, stage 1 compiled. Reward will be issued after the dungeon ends. The drone swarm no longer posed a threat to the player group, instead becoming a tool for farming points. As long as they survived the first sweeping attack, most players could reap large amounts of points. These points could be used to modify mechs and boost combat power. With higher combat power, their ladder rankings would naturally inch forward. Besides the cash rewards from the ladder, the daily global point leaderboard was the real prize. Cracking the top 1.0 guaranteed at least a 1.0 yuan cash reward. A red alert warning box flashed on all players' main screens, along with an optimal escape route map. This scene was no stranger to the players. It was the second wave of carpet bombing from High Star. If they could survive this, they could harvest even more points. In the High Star fleet, group ship cannons fired in unison, hundreds of devastating beams sweeping toward the Blue Star camp. Though not as exaggerated as the main cannon's positron beams, their density made them harder to dodge. After all, the first wave had plenty of cannon fodder up front, but the second wave had no more meat shields. Under the devastating strike, fewer than 1 in 10 players. Zhang Zhifei was a step too slow. Just a graze from one of the ship cannons caused his mech to explode in the starry void. Those who survived the second round were all incredibly lucky, chosen ones, though they also needed a certain level of skill. As the ship cannon suppression ended, the hatches of 2 mother ships in the High Star fleet swung open, and nearly 1,000 vicious-looking High Star standard mech thrusters fully engaged lunged at the remaining Blue Star mechs. The moment the two sides clashed, the battle escalated into a white-hot frenzy. High Star mechs generally outperformed the player group by a significant margin. Only a handful of true masters could barely hold their own or even counterkill in unknown fights. At this stage, the importance of teamwork became paramount. The Yinghu Special Forces, having lost over half their numbers under the leadership of He Chengwang and Lu Haoqing, maintained a perfect tactical formation, with 10 mechs efficiently eliminating the High Star mechs that broke into their ranks. On the Jiang family's side, although the remaining 5 were all ferocious, each one fighting 3 Haixing mechas and holding the absolute advantage, the sheer number of Haixing mechas was overwhelming. Ultimately, they were mercilessly crushed until the entire team was annihilated. When the battle ended, nearly 300 He Ming mechas remained deployed, marking the best result the Blue Star camp had achieved so far. He Ming removed his virtual helmet and left the game. He had roughly grasped the gap between Blue Star and He Ming. If they could develop technology to counter the first and second waves of large-scale attacks, humanity's chances of victory would be significantly boosted. He took out his notebook, grabbed a pen, and quickly wrote down, under the conditions of Blue Star's resources, design a weapon system capable of perfectly defending against the He Ming fleet's positron cannons, which must be completed within 4 years. As the words vanished, a flood of text appeared on the notebook. Vacuum polarization reflective layer system. Technical principle under the influence of a strong force field utilizing the interaction between positrons and electrons to achieve absolute reflection based on quantum vacuum itself. He Ming aimed his wristband at the notebook. Jarvis scanned it. A few minutes later. Sir, data entry is complete. He Ming prioritized manufacturing this system. Yes, sir. Factory No. 5 has been activated. He Ming rose and opened the window, gazing at the Star C area under construction. In the innermost part, a temporary workshop blazed with lights. With his acute hearing, he could faintly detect the roar of machinery. If anyone entered this massive single-story workshop about 50 meters high, they would find large machines assembling a mecha whose silhouette was identical to the Seraph. Additionally, every so often a silent large engineering vehicle from Factory No. 1 and No. 2 would transport oddly shaped machinery toward the center of the starport. This area was an absolute forbidden zone within Star C. Even Zhang Zhonghua was unaware of its contents, only receiving periodic requests for large quantities of materials. Even delivery personnel were only allowed to stop a kilometer away. 100 meters further, every 50 meters stood a person in Star C, standard work uniforms, and sunglasses silently guarding. If one lifted their sunglasses, they would find no pupils replaced by hollows flickering with blood-red light. What lay within depended on whether anyone dared to force their way into this restricted zone. Above this area, dense swarms of drones formed formations, conducting routine patrols in an orderly manner. Has the large equipment for building the space elevator been manufactured? Sir, Factories No. 1 and No. 2 are fully operational and have completed 65. He returned to his desk, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote. How long until the Dragon Kingdom completes the deployment of the space-based orbital high-energy laser system? Give me the exact number of days. 3 days. Under the condition of sufficient resources, compile a set of large equipment to maximize infrastructure acceleration, which can be manufactured in the short term. As the words vanished, a mass of text and design drawings appeared. Jarvis scanned the data and divided into 3 parts. Send them to Zhang Zhonghua by Qianqian and Shen Tao. Yes, sir. 3 days later, in the early morning, Zhang Zhifei got up early for a new round of physical training. Bai Xiaofei was already sitting on the living room sofa, scrolling through his phone with a serious expression. God, Bai, you're up so early today. Zhang Zhifei was puzzled. It was the first time he had seen Bai Xiaofei with such a look. Curious, he trotted over. Bai Xiaofei handed him the phone. The screen was playing a short video. When Zhang Zhifei saw the title at the top, his body trembled. Are you telling me this isn't a space-based weapon? The video footage was a bit shaky, as if taken by a passerby. The background was a village balcony with a spirited young man in an Ultraman costume striking various poses in front. Suddenly, a beam of red and white light shot into the sky. The video frame jolted violently, then quickly panned upward. The light vanished, but the clouds had been split in two, stretching for several kilometers. Holy shit. Zhang Zhifei habitually opened the comments section. The top comment was from the video's creator. I've been going crazy these past few days. I kept posting the video, but it wouldn't pass review. When the clouds split, I almost thought aliens had attacked. The second comment was a screenshot. An powerful netizen had paused, precisely capturing the moment the red and white laser shot up. The image was processed and became extremely clear. What is this? Bai Xiaofei spoke up. Doesn't this light look like the defense turrets on the moon base? At Bai Xiaofei's words, Zhang Zhifei suddenly realized. He slapped his thigh, eyebrows shooting up. It does look a bit like it. Bai Xiaofei took back his phone, quickly operated it, and pulled up another official announcement video. Dragon Kingdom Aerospace Administration successfully launched a total of 20 satellite launch rockets at exactly 11 p.m. last night. Satellites. Zhang Zhifei lowered his head in thought, as if some ideas were forming in his mind, but couldn't quite connect. Bai Xiaofei scrolled down, followed by a second official brief roughly stating that the Dragon Kingdom would test fire an intercontinental ballistic missile at 8 p.m. tonight. Test fire a missile. Zhang Zhifei's eyes widened, and he immediately understood. Just launched satellites, and now testing a missile. Could they be planning to test the space-based weapon? Bai Xiaofei nodded slightly. Probably. There's even more explosive news. Search for Star C yourself. More explosive than space-based weapons. Zhang Zhifei pulled out his phone, habitually logged into the short video platform, searched for Star C, and randomly clicked on the top most popular video. Internationally renowned military commentator Avi takes you through an unprecedented earth-shattering scoop. Folks, I really didn't expect to wake up and find the whole world. Today, Avi will first take everyone through the timeline. After I finish, you'll understand what's really going on. Alright, no more nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. At 11 p.m. last night, our country launched 20 satellite rockets overnight. Remember, now let's rewind a bit. You've probably all seen that red and white laser from the northwestern region. According to the person involved, this video was taken about 10 days ago. A high-definition image appeared in the video the moment the red and white laser cut through the clouds. A small light spot was at the center, with a long vapor trail on the left. The small light spot was circled in red. Based on my years of professional experience, this should be the hypersonic unmanned aircraft Peregrine 1. From the laser's angle, it was fired from the ground and hit its target. You see, the Peregrine 1's top speed can reach Mach 20. As far as I know, no country's air defense in the world can accurately intercept the Peregrine 1 at its top. At this point, I'm sure the wise among you have guessed the answer. This system was successfully tested over 10 days ago. Why was it only released today? What will be loaded onto those 20 satellites launched last night? So hard to guess. Let's look at tonight at 8 p.m. The official announcement says they'll test fire an intercontinental ballistic missile. Star C Group's press conference is also at 8 p.m. tonight. According to industry insiders, Star C Energy and Star C Materials have achieved the truth of this matter. See you at 8 p.m. tonight. The video ended without revealing the answer, but Zhang Zhifei had already understood. Who is this Avi? I've never heard of him before. Zhang Zhifei was a military enthusiast and followed many military bloggers, but this was his first time seeing Avi's short video. Holy crap, this is a total game changer. Zhang Zhifei exclaimed, visibly excited as he leaped from the sofa, even reaching back to rub his lower back. He swiftly navigated to the comment section, eagerly posting a comment. Brothers, rise up. The comment section had already become a haven of jubilation for the people of Dragon Country. At 8 tonight, let's witness the moment Eagle Sauce's defenses crumble. This comment garnered an astonishing 8,000 likes with countless replies. Confirmed bros. Shanghai definitely stubbed a cigarette on an aliens, but on the moon, I haven't used the bathroom all day. A mom took me to the doctor, and the test results just came back. The doctor said my backbone's too stiff to bend. Guy upstairs, don't even joke. I was in the middle of things had just started when I saw the news, stood up instantly, and now I'm washing my pants. Shanghai is too much. They can't even be bothered to keep up the act anymore. Bro, does it even need acting? Just stand on the table, shove a gun up their noses, and see if they dare say a word. Amidst the world's anticipation, 8 in the evening finally approached. The atmosphere at the Shanghai press conference was electric, packed to capacity, with barely any room to stand. Only 10 minutes remained. In the front row sat several industry titans specializing in new energy batteries, each sitting rigidly upright, wiping sweat from their brows despite the comfortable 26-degree indoor temperature. As the countdown hit the final 10 seconds, every camera and microphone in the hall was raised, aimed at the electronic main screen. 10, 9, 2, 1. On the screen, an intercontinental ballistic missile ascended slowly, trailing a long plume of flame. Its speed increased rapidly, and within moments it vanished into the clouds. At this moment, none were more tense than the politicians across the ocean watching the live broadcast. They prayed fervently in their hearts that Dragon Country's experiment would fail, yet reason whispered that such a public display of strength broadcast globally left no room. The view switched to a satellite perspective. The missile flew for 10 minutes, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Some longed for it to land quickly, while others wished it would fly on forever, never opening that cursed warhead bay. When the missile reached its designated target zone, the warhead bay finally detached. 40 independently targetable re-entry vehicles scattered like celestial blossoms, plummeting toward their respective targets at over Mach 20. They struck the surface target ships almost instantly upon piercing the cloud layer. In that very instant, 3 beams of red and white light, like divine punishment, shot out from 3 different orbital angles almost simultaneously. The first beam swept horizontally, instantly vaporizing 12 re-entry vehicles, which detonated in succession a kilometer from the target ships. The second beam traced an erratic, unnatural path from top to bottom, followed by the explosive destruction of 18 more re-entry vehicles. The final beam finished the task, successfully intercepting all 40 Mach 20 re-entry vehicles at their terminal stage. The entire process took less than 0.2 seconds, incredibly swift. Most observers only saw 3 flashes of light across the sky, and then the dense swarm of re-entry vehicles exploded simultaneously in a bizarre spectacle. The press conference hall fell into a pin-drop silence. Every journalist present seemed to have their throats seized, desperate to speak, yet utterly speechless. After an indeterminate time, a rousing cheer shattered the eerie quiet. Then from the Dragon Country press section, a thunderous roar of celebration erupted. Among them, an elderly journalist with graying temples stood up, eyes glistening red with emotion. Did you see that? Did you all see it? Nearby reporters from nations friendly to Dragon Country also wore expressions of delight. After all, when the Big Brother thrives, everyone thrives. In stark contrast, the Western media zone felt like a dark cloud pressing down. Just then the hall lights dimmed rapidly. At center stage, the electronic main screen switched to display the product introduction for Shanghai Energy Technologies Flint Civilian Edition PPT. Su Jin, dressed in a black and white suit skirt, her face glowing with vitality, stepped forward. Her gaze calmly swept over the assembled industry magnates, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Good evening, everyone. I am Su Jin, CEO of Shanghai Energy Technology. Next, I will introduce the first officially commercial product from Shanghai Energy. Please direct your attention to the screen. Flint High Energy Battery Civilian Edition. Su Jin held the microphone and delivered a detailed presentation covering various potential future applications. The electronic screen transitioned slowly, revealing the core parameters and conceptual renderings of the Flint High Energy Battery Civilian Edition. When the journalists and industry magnates below saw the bold text on the parameter sheet reading energy capacity approximately 1,000 times that of standard commercial lithium batteries, everyone's thoughts seemed frozen in that moment. 1,000 times. What did that mean? If they couldn't keep pace with Shanghai, they would be left behind by the era. Su Jin observed the audience's reactions, a deep satisfaction welling within her. She continued her introduction. The safety and stability of the Flint High Energy Battery have been verified through countless tests, and it has officially passed the certifications from relevant authorities. This product, which leads the current industry by an era, will officially launch on the 1st of next month. Even outsiders with no technical background, after such a meticulous explanation, finally understood that a storm of despair was brewing, poised to sweep through the entire energy industry, growing fiercer until it crushed all the old rules. President Su. Is Xinghai's energy technology cooperating with the Dragon Country government? Dear journalist friend. Su Jin interrupted the speaker with a smile, her gaze sharp as a blade. I've already made it very clear. The Flint battery is a civilian tech project independently developed by Shanghai. But what I meant was... The journalist tried to press further. What I mean is, Su Jin interrupted again, ruthlessly steering the conversation back to the product. Let's focus on the product itself. New energy vehicles equipped with the Flint module will no longer require charging in the future. She paused, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she looked up at the assembled audience. When a vehicle reaches its mandatory scrapping age, the Flint module will still be 90% new, ready to be removed and reused. Gasps echoed through the hall. In the front row, the battery industry magnates felt their last hopes die. They knew survival now offered only one path: becoming a downstream manufacturer for Shanghai. The pie was simply too enormous. Even a small slice would yield immense profits. Since domestic profits were out of reach, they would turn their sights abroad. In the third row, my God, how is this any different from announcing the achievement of controlled nuclear fusion? This is even more formidable than controlled fusion. Fusion requires massive facilities, but Shanghai has packed this eternal energy into a phone. This is even more formidable than controlled fusion. Fusion requires massive facilities, but Shanghai has packed this eternal energy into a phone. As Su Jin left the stage, the murmuring in the hall erupted uncontrollably. Every journalist present was sharp-witted. Though Su Jin had evaded sensitive questions, the truth was laid bare. Shanghai had provided the energy and materials that allowed Dragon Country to forge this sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Perhaps even the technology itself came from Shanghai? Then the electronic main screen went black, and when it lit up again, it displayed a new PPT product interface: Carbon Nanotube T4 Civilian Edition. Carbon Nanotube T4 Civilian Edition. Chun Wanwan, CEO of Star Sea Materials Technology, supported an elderly man with white hair dressed in a Zhongshan suit as she slowly guided him onto the stage. When the spotlight fell on Chun Guiyan, the entire venue fell silent for a moment, then the flashbulbs erupted in a frenzied cascade. Chun Guiyan had devoted his entire life to the scientific research of the Dragon Nation, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a national treasure. He took the microphone, his eyes sharpening as he began to speak, introducing the monumental significance of the full-scale application of Carbon Nanotube T4. The detailed parameters of Carbon Nanotube T4 appeared on the electronic main screen. Chun Guiyan then began to explain the meaning behind these parameters with a resonant voice. He did not glance at the teleprompter, for every piece of data was etched deeply into his soul. His tone was firm and resolute, each word carrying weight. Everyone could clearly feel the old academician's inner excitement and the poignant sense of a long-cherished wish fulfilled. Chun Wanwan stood to the side, watching her radiant grandfather, her eyes slightly reddened. "Grandfather, you have finally realized your dream." The press conference came to an end, but the journalists in the venue did not leave. The clatter of keyboards rose and fell in waves. This storm stirred up by Star C was sweeping across the world at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, no one doubted whether Star C could manufacture a space elevator. With infinite energy and top-tier materials under its control, Star C could build not only a space elevator, but also interstellar exploration ships that were no longer mere fantasies confined to science fiction novels. International capital, which had initially harbored skepticism, could no longer restrain itself. Teams were dispatched to Modu eager to buy the last ticket to the future. However, times had changed, the price of the ticket had already multiplied tenfold. Yet even so, everyone clamored for a boarding pass to the new world. That night was destined to be a carnival for the Dragon Nation's internet. Major social media platforms erupted in fervor. On Star C's official website, Brothers Star C's slap not only crushed the traditional energy industry, but also casually swept away the global high-end materials market. Utterly ruthless. Haha, I'm really curious now, isn't Star C afraid the West will band together and flip the table? Dragon Nation Aerospace Bureau, someone wants to flip our table, will you do something? Beneath this comment, a prominent reply had garnered an astonishing million. Dragon Nation Aerospace Bureau, try flipping it. Holy crap. Is this the death glare from the authorities? Brothers, does this mean our civilization is about to upgrade? The world outside the wall was also experiencing an unprecedented information bombardment. On the largest global QA forum, a post was pushed to the hottest section by some mysterious force. What exactly is the Dragon Nation up to? Within just an hour, the number of replies had reached tens of thousands. What are they up to? Don't you understand in your hearts? Face reality, Big Brother is about to take us all to new heights. Haha. Just count your blessings. The right to wield this sword is in the hands of civilization. Times have changed. Don't provoke this fully awakened dragon anymore. If it goes on a rampage, our country will be the first to suffer. That's right, I suggest you read the Dragon Nation's modern history and see if your country's name is on the list. This is a complete hoax. This can't be a live broadcast. It must be pre-recorded and edited because it's not scientific. Our country can do it too, just invest in us. We must unite and impose severe sanctions on the Dragon Nation, make them feel our might. The number of replies to this comment was rising at an alarming rate, ramming with our heads. Before, everyone had swords, just different sizes and styles. Now our swords are all broken. Go ahead yourself, leave us out of it. Far across the ocean, thousands of miles from the Dragon Nation. In the living room, Chun Tianheng put down the phone, his heart brimming with excitement. He was a genius, having achieved great success in the aerospace field by the age of 30. As a child, his grandfather often pointed to the moon and told him the story of change. Growing up, though, he knew it was just a tale. The dream of personally setting foot on the moon had endured. In his early years, due to the constraints of the Dragon Nation's research environment and funding. To fulfill his dream, Chun Tianhong, amid the incomprehension of his family and peers, resolutely chose to go overseas, using the most advanced laboratories abroad to quietly accumulate experience and expand his knowledge. When he had achieved mastery and wished to return to his homeland to serve his country, he encountered immense resistance. Although relevant Dragon Nation authorities had repeatedly negotiated, the great beautiful nation refused to let him go on various pretexts. The phone call just now was Chun Tianheng's call to the Dragon Nation's consulate in the great beautiful nation. Because of the Dragon Nation's latest show of strength, his fervent desire to return home had been reignited. At that moment, his 7-year-old son looked up and asked curiously, "Dad, are we going back to the Dragon Nation soon?" Chun Tianheng smiled and patted his son's head. "Yes, what's the matter? Then when we go back, will I be able to see a real dragon, since you always say we are descendants of the dragon?" Chun Tianheng's heart trembled, and he smiled with relief. He recalled how over the years he had insisted on speaking Chinese with his son at home, teaching him to recognize Chinese characters and lulling him to sleep with tales of Dragon Nation mythology. It turned out that everything he had done had already planted a longing for his homeland in the child's heart. At Modu International Airport, the immigration registration desk, Fei Hanqing, once hailed as a mathematical prodigy unseen in a decade. The Dragon Nation had invested substantial resources to nurture his talent. His choice mirrored Chun Tianheng's. After graduation, he opted to study abroad, but their characters were worlds apart. To secure better treatment and opportunities, he renounced his Dragon Nation citizenship and even frequently denigrated the land that raised him in public. Now that the Dragon Nation had risen, he was carrying his suitcase, wanting to return. In Fei Hanqing's words, one should strive for the best. The Dragon Nation would undoubtedly become the center of the world in the future, and returning was necessary but he had forgotten that the Dragon Nation was no longer what it used to be. "Why won't you grant me a visa? I used to be a Dragon Nation citizen." The staff member operated the computer with a blank expression, a flicker of disdain in their eyes. The system showed that Fei Hanqing had voluntarily renounced his Dragon Nation citizenship and had repeatedly made inappropriate remarks belittling the Dragon Nation in public, resulting in an automatic system mark permanently barred from entering the Dragon Nation. "Mr. Fei, I'm sorry, your entry application does not meet the regulations, and we cannot process it for you. According to regulations, you will be repatriated. Fei Hanxing stood frozen stunned. Repatriated. Time flowed like water, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Although the online buzz surrounding Shanghai and the space-based satellites had somewhat subsided, the fervor for Stellar Night Dawn was only growing stronger. The reason was that the topic's momentum had been subtly steered by an unseen force toward the possibility of an alien invasion, and Stellar Night Dawn, a fully immersive virtual game, was set against the backdrop of humanity's struggle against the He Ming fleet's invasion. Considering the series of era-defining products Shanghai had unveiled since its inception, the answer seemed almost inevitable. That day, He Ming concluded his training, took a shower, and returned to his room. Sitting at his desk, he glanced at the time. It was time for the monthly obligatory inquiry. List the 50 strongest humans on Blue Star with their detailed information. The words vanished, and an answer materialized. 1. He Ming, male ID number. Reserved personality, enjoys the spotlight. In his childhood, he once. Life index 40122. The corner of He Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was his first time entering the top 50 rankings, and he had done so as number 1. But having his own profile laid bare before him felt rather awkward. 2. Jiang Long, male ID number. Steady personality, fond of mature women. Life index 33201. He Ming shifted his attention from his own information to Jiang Long. He recalled that last month Jiang Long was only ranked 10th. In just 1 month, he had surged to 2nd place. He Ming picked up a pen. How did Jiang Long's strength increase so rapidly? He gained insights from the stellar guidance art. Interesting. After a moment of thought, He Ming continued his questioning. With my current strength, can I withstand all conventional weapons? No. Can I evade all conventional weapons? Yes. Settled. After lying low for so long, he was finally about to see the light. Though he still couldn't withstand a nuclear weapon, he could at least make a swift escape. Since I'm invincible, it's time to show my hand. Jarvis compiled the Pioneer Space Station lunar base 1st to 4th tier mechs and detailed data on the He Ming fleet into a data packet and send it to commanders. Also include the universal cultivation method for life indices between 200 and 400, along with a list of designated practitioners. Previously, He Ming had passed a universal cultivation method with a life index cap of 100 to the authorities through the Shadow Tiger Special Forces. This was because his own strength was about to reach the pinnacle of humanity on Blue Star. His aim was to give Dragon Country a head start in preparation. This list, totaling 5,000 individuals, was He Ming's selection of the optimal cultivators from Dragon Country filtered through his notebook. Among them, 5 could cultivate to a life index of 400 before the He Ming fleet arrived. This meant they could pilot 4th-tier mechs and participate in interstellar warfare. In reality, a mech's strength was limited by the human body's capacity to withstand pressure. Why not have Baizé pilot the mechs directly? Because relying on mechs for guerrilla tactics was merely one part of the strategy. Relying solely on mechs to oppose the He Ming fleet would be like banging one's head against a wall. Blue Star's advantage lay in its cultivators, while the He Ming fleet's strength was in its technology, not its individual beings. If a single powerhouse with a life index of 400 could be inserted into the enemy ranks, it would be enough to destroy a He Ming mothership. This was the final answer given by the notebook. The 3 high-end combatants of the Blue Star faction would directly determine the war's outcome. Getting close to the He Ming fleet was already half the battle won. Why not seek candidates from abroad? He Ming found a certain saying profoundly true: those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. These 5,000 might not have been the most gifted, but they were the most suitable in He Ming's eyes. In his view, character was more important than talent. Because when someone with a tendency to retaliate against society gained extraordinary abilities, they became a ticking time bomb ready to detonate at any moment. A selfish person, even with immense power, might raise a blade against their own kind to survive when faced with death. The 5,000 he had chosen were true heroes who would stand up for what was right in matters of principle. Among them were men and women, the youngest being just 13, who would only come of age when the He Ming fleet arrived. Additionally, 103 individuals could cultivate to a life index of 300. The rest would fall between 200 and 300. If resources were further concentrated, the overall combat power would see a significant boost. As for the Jiang family's fragment of the stellar guidance art, it was the most suitable technique for He Ming, but though top tier, it wasn't necessarily for everyone. Its ceiling was high, but its floor was equally demanding. Only those with extraordinary talent in cultivation could reap its immense benefits, much like Jiang. He Ming thought for a moment and added a supplement. Use the identity of ghost, same rules as before, answer all questions related to the data packet, but maintain absolute silence on everything else. Understood, sir. Understood, sir. Oh, right. Send the 2nd stage cultivation method to Zhang Lin with an additional condition: unite all ancient martial arts forces on Blue Star and have them contribute all medicinal herbs over 300 years old. Sir, the message has been sent. He Ming stood up stretched and felt an extraordinary lightness in his spirits. So this is what it feels like to act without restraint. As evening fell, in a top-secret military base of Dragon Country, Qin Weiguo was organizing data files on his computer when suddenly a cartoon figure draped in a cloak and carrying a scythe popped up at the bottom of the screen. The sudden appearance startled even Commander Qin, making him lean back slightly. Only after recognizing it as Ghost did he relax his guard a little. Greetings, Commander Qin. I have 5 complete data files here, please receive them. Though the words were courteous, Ghost gave Qin Weiguo no time to prepare. By the time he reacted, 4 compressed file folders had already appeared on his desktop screen. Commander Qin's eyes narrowed and his expression turned extremely serious. Pioneer Space Station Lunar Base Designs for 1st to 4th Tier Mechs Universal Cultivation Method Stages 14, List of 500 Optimal Cultivators. Detailed data on the He Ming fleet. Commander Qin did not appear overly shocked, as higher-ups had already deduced through think tanks the full scope of possibilities behind Xinghai's actions since its inception. Though the truth was outlandish, it didn't seem so jarring compared to the series of era-defying black technologies Xinghai had introduced. May I ask a question? Commander Qin looked at the Ghost on the screen, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I can answer any question within my authority. How much time do we have left? More than 4 years, less than 5. Commander Qin closed the terminal and placed it into a silver encrypted briefcase beside him. There was no fear in his eyes, only a blazing fighting spirit. In the capital, Qin Weiguo's private plane landed at the airport, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he was whisked away by special forces into a reinforced armored vehicle. The entire convoy then sped like the wind toward an underground absolute command center. After a 2-hour presentation, the data was displayed one by one. The person at the head of the table spoke. How is the resource procurement progressing? The second person on the left produced a document and responded with a resolute voice. Over the past month, the Ministry of Commerce has used nearly half of our foreign exchange reserves to purchase large quantities of critical rare earths, aerospace grade, special materials, and grain reserves. The large screen switched to satellite imagery. Giant cargo ships laden with resources escorted by Dragon Country's fleet were sailing toward the nation's ports. As the meeting progressed, it entered its core phase. Universal Cultivation Method List of 5000 Optimal Cultivators. The cultivation method was not unfamiliar to those present. 2 individuals had already achieved a life index of around 3000. One of them was Commander Qin himself. Is the composition of this list too hasty? Within the list, official forces accounted for only about 20, while current students made up 45. The remaining 35 consisted of various social professions, clerks, delivery riders, couriers, the unemployed, and even 30 homeless vagrants. Cultivation aptitude has nothing to do with profession. The elder seated at the head of the left side with a resolute countenance and an imposing air spoke. These 5,000 individuals are crucial to the continuation of human civilization. We must attach great importance to them. The middle-aged man at the head of the right side with graying temples responded. Leave these 5,000 to me for training. Agreed. We appreciate your efforts. As the meeting drew to a close, the final file package appeared on the big screen. Detailed information on the High Star Fleet. When the data was unfolded, a murmur of astonishment and uncertainty filled the conference room. This could no longer be called mere intelligence. It was an encyclopedia on the High Star Fleet. Fleet types, numbers, functions, parameters, and combat performance manifestations. The fleet commander's combat power, personality traits, habitual tactics, and strategies, even a scar from a burn on his buttocks, were all meticulously recorded. A total of 137,000 units with details so exhaustive they sent chills down one's spine. Someone was left speechless. It's like they've stripped the High Star Fleet down to its very underwear. Just who is that mysterious figure from the Star Sea? Let's not dwell on this matter. As long as it benefits our Dragon Kingdom, that person is an ally. Indeed, at least from their actions, so far they have shown goodwill toward our Dragon Kingdom. As the meeting concluded, the war machine of the Dragon Kingdom finally began to operate. In a back alley of a high school in Hangzhou. Got enough money today. 5 thugs with dyed yellow hair cornered 2 frail students against the wall, rifling through their pockets until they had taken all their money. What a couple of paupers, only $20. The 2 frail students hung their heads, too afraid to speak, hoping only that these men would leave quickly. Not far away, Zhang Runrun and his buddy Xiao Chong happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. Zhang Runrun raised an eyebrow and without a word tore off his school jacket and tossed it aside, revealing his muscular upper body. Xiao Chong reacted swiftly, grabbing Zhang Runrun's arm. Run good, don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten getting beaten up and hospitalized last month for meddling? Those people won't thank you. They won't even visit you in the hospital. I was the one who covered your medical bills. Zhang Runrun's expression was resolute. Xiangzi, I know you mean well, but I'm not doing this for their gratitude. My father always taught me to live with a clear conscience and leave no regrets. If I choose to stand by and do nothing today, it will haunt me for the rest of my life. Watching Zhang Runrun's unwavering back, Xiao Chong sighed, softly rolled up his sleeves, and charged forward with him. The leading thug turned his head, spotting Zhang Runrun rushing toward them. He paused for a moment, then spat out the cigarette, but dangling from his lips. Who the hell are you, kid? Me. I'm just a nobody from the streets. The heroic Zhang Runrun. Haha, I thought it was someone important. It's just this idiot. One thug doubled over, clutching his stomach, and said to his companion, this guy helped 2 bullied students in the west side of town last month only to get cursed out by them for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Yeah, and he dared to mess with those reckless thugs out west. Getting hospitalized was lucky for him. Your Uncle Run only ever acts to have a clear conscience. Before the words faded, Zhang Runrun seized a moment of distraction, kicked a thug to the ground, and grabbed a brick from the ground to smash into another's head. But with 2 against 5 and lacking their opponent's strength, they were quickly overwhelmed and beaten. Playing hero again, huh? Zhang Runrun shielded his head while turning to block most of the blows for Xiao Chong. You idiot, Xianzi, cover your head. Just then a grating screech of brakes sounded from the alley entrance. Several figures in black uniforms rushed in, their movements crisp and efficient. Within 3 breaths, they swept through the 5 thugs like autumn leaves, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Startled, Zhang Runrun grabbed Xiao Chong and tried to flee toward the alley exit, but 2 men flanked him, lifting him by the arms and striding briskly out. Who are you? Zhang Runrun panicked. He had never encountered such a grand scene before. When Xiao Chong chased them out, he saw Zhang Runrun being shoved into a heavily armored vehicle. Run, go. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Beijing Xiqing High School playground. Look, it's Jiang Mo. A girl gasped, turned, and fled, terrified of being associated with him. The once lively playground instantly emptied around Jiang Mo. He was long accustomed to this. He didn't blame them for their prejudice, for he too would have kept his distance in their place. Jiang Mo's luck had been poor since birth. The doctor delivering him following routine patted his bottom, but sneezed and applied a bit too much force, nearly knocking. The bruise never faded as he grew up. Throughout his life, he tripped while walking, choked on food, and nearly drowned from drinking water. A real-life final destination. Fortunately, his parents were optimists. As his mother put it, raising him to this age is all my doing. His father added, the sense of achievement is off the charts. Oh, every day is thrilling. He lowered his head, hastening toward the dormitory, but tripped over his own feet and tumbled into a roadside bush, his mouth full of mud. Cough, cough. Jiang Mo struggled to lift his head. Living is so hard. Just then, amid the gasps of the onlookers, 4 men in special uniforms seized Jiang Mo by his limbs, lifted him into the air, and rushed out of the campus. Huh? Who are you people? The 4 carrying Jiang Mo remained silent. The one in front pulled out a specialized terminal, glanced at it, then compared it to Jiang Mo's face. That's right, sequence 2. Jiang Mo was utterly bewildered. What sequence 2? The surrounding students were stunned, gaping at the scene. What just happened? Was Jiang Mo kidnapped? These guys have some nerve kidnapping my Mo. Go. I bet the ransom won't even arrive before they're all taken out. I told you Jiang Mo was cursed. Even his kidnapping is this bizarre. Scenes like this were unfolding across the nation. Compared to the unerring sequence 1 Zhang Runrun and sequence 2 Jiang Mo, the contact process for the remaining 4998 individuals proceeded relatively normally. Special departments visited in person to explain the stakes, sought guardians' consent, signed a series of confidentiality clauses, and promised a substantial compensation, some before escorting those on the list directly to the capital. Over the next 4+ years, they would receive personal guidance from Jiang Chongwa, the 5-star town governor-general of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom urgently recalled several large engineering teams stationed abroad. Multiple major domestic projects were abruptly halted. In the direction of the western frontier, 20 temporary passageways were urgently planned, and construction commenced overnight. This series of blatantly abnormal, cost-defying actions by the Dragon Kingdom stirred 1,000 waves both domestically and abroad. The storm intensified rapidly, forming a tsunami capable of engulfing entire cities. International public opinion erupted in an uproar, with all manner of speculation. Small and medium-sized nations, suddenly losing Dragon Kingdom support, accused it of unilateral contract breaches. A spokesperson from the big, beautiful nation made arrogant public statements calling for a united coalition to impose sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom. In response to external voices, the Dragon Kingdom's official reply was exceptionally resolute. The Dragon Kingdom's construction on its own territory is legitimate and in accordance with international law. Any external forces attempting interference will pay an unbearable price. This statement was a stark warning, bearing an attitude of come and try if you dare. Simultaneously with the press conference, the Ministry of Commerce urgently issued hundreds of tender announcements. Involving multiple sectors, highways, railways, power grids, living amenities, the required quantity of construction materials was staggeringly immense. Almost at the same time, a notification text from the conscription office was gradually pushed to every Dragon Kingdom citizen who had been discharged within the past decade. The message was brief, containing only 2 short sentences and the addresses of numerous new temporary conscription office branches. This news sparked intense repercussions across all sectors of society in an extremely short time. Recalling veterans discharged within a decade, what was the Dragon Kingdom planning? The nation was in an absolute fervor. Abroad, they were plunged into endless. Was the Dragon Kingdom serious about this? In a small county town of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Rui, who had just finished delivering a truckload of packages, heard the commotion. When he took out his phone and saw the conscription office's push notification, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Then he immediately straightened his posture, as if recalling those glorious years he would remember for a lifetime. Li Rui, what are you dawdling for? Get over here and load the goods. Station chief, I can't deliver these packages anymore. In Yanqing, Wu Hongbiao, who was coding, glanced sideways at his phone screen. When he saw the conscription office's message, a blaze of fervor flashed in his eyes. His hands released the keyboard, and he touched his half-bald head. A couple more years of this, and he'll be completely bald. Being a soldier is better. Buses and trains carrying these men gathered from all directions drove towards the camps they had once called home. Among them, some abandoned fledgling careers, while others bid farewell to their newlywed wives. Still more hid the truth from their elderly parents, left behind a lifetime's savings, and secretly left their hometowns, leaving only one sentence. The nation needs me. Father, mother, your son is unfilial and can no longer support you in your old age. The temporary conscription office branches nationwide were plunged into unprecedented bustle. In Yangdi County, named former unit designation year of Chun-E, former Northeast Tiger Special Operations Brigade, discharged 8 years. The staff member entered the information, confirmed it was correct, but deeply furrowed their brow. The information showed that Chun-E had entered the Yinlong Temple and become a monk. What was this about? Chun-E rubbed his bald head, pressed his palms together, and gave a faint smile. I returned to secular life yesterday. The staff member, filled with awe, stood up and saluted with a standard military gesture. Chun-E returned the salute somewhat stiffly, everything was understood without words. Welcome back to the ranks. The assembly time will be notified via text message. It was the next person's turn. My name is Zhuang Dayan, formerly of the Southwest Military Region's Mountain Cat Regiment. The staff member took the documents, and upon seeing the years since discharge, showed a hint of reluctance on their face. You do not meet the conditions for this recall. I am very sorry. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Dayan's face instantly drained of all color. He was exactly 10 years and 2 months past his discharge, just 2 months short. Can't you make an exception? I'm just 2 months off. I'm physically fine, I exercise every day, I haven't lost my skills. Just let me go back. The staff member stood up, their attitude respectful, but exceptionally firm. Old squad leader, please don't get agitated. Rules are rules and no one can break them. Zhuang Dayan opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed, took his documents, and turned to leave. As he passed the waiting area, he straightened his back and saluted with a standard military gesture. May you return in triumph. Everyone rose in unison from their chairs, returning the salute with solemn respect. On the distant shores across the ocean, because of the Dragon Kingdom's conscription announcement, the Western nations were now plunged into a state of extreme panic and tension. In the early hours, the Pentagon was ablaze with lights. Inside the high-level meeting room, smoke curled thickly, filled with an impatient atmosphere. The conference table was lined with people, all with grim faces. In the corridors, clerks carried documents, sweating profusely from the heat of urgency. Due to the non-stop meetings, the delivery phones of several nearby pizza shops were nearly blown up. Impatient curses echoed from the surrounding streets as traffic ground to a complete halt. Oh God, can anyone tell me what the Dragon Kingdom is trying to do? A general, stars on his shoulders, slammed his palm on the conference table, his brows furrowed in anger. Such a massive mobilization of resources, recalling all veterans. They're trying to start a war. War? A senior official in the left front seat gave a bitter laugh. The Dragon Kingdom's current military might could even tussle with aliens. We better think hard about how to salvage this. The meeting room fell into immediate silence. Reality was just that cruel, but they had no choice but to accept it. As time festered, especially in Southeast Asia, the atmosphere gradually shifted from its former saber-rattling as they realized the Dragon Kingdom wasn't just talking this time. It was getting serious. Press rooms in various capitals became exceptionally busy. We are the Dragon Kingdom's closest neighbors with the longest history of friendly interactions. Regarding the Dragon Kingdom's grand plan in the Western Frontier region, we firmly believe in and resolutely express our support. This will make an outstanding contribution to the prosperity and stability of the region and the world. Such remarks were made one after another by neighboring countries of the Dragon Kingdom, resembling a contest of backing down. The general gist was, we are good friends with the Dragon Kingdom, we fully support what they do, we will contribute money and effort, and if we could join in, that would be even better. Glory Canyon. A bronze rank match. 10 players tacitly stayed at the fountain, none leaving the high ground, turning the ranked game into a chat room. Tuwa guys, have you seen the news? Kai Yuan Pao Shou, ha ha, I'm watching the news right now, it's hilarious. Xiao Bao Jian Jili, I just sent my cousin to the recruitment office, the scene was absolutely electrifying. Yuer, Jia, what kind of mega project is going on in the western frontier? My dad's entire construction company department got drafted as labor. Naibu Dong Lo, my uncle drives a heavy truck, says they're building highways on a massive scale in the western frontier. Xiao Shui Shengji Shou, this is too intimidating, could it really be to fight aliens? After all, our Dragon Kingdom's strength is enough to dominate everything now. Western Frontier, core area of Starport. A team of the Dragon Kingdom's top aerospace scientists, escorted by security, arrived smoothly at the construction base of the space elevator. Though they had seen detailed materials before, standing there and witnessing it with their own eyes was an entirely different experience. The massive base stood like a small mountain, its metal walls reflecting sunlight, exuding a futuristic feel. Among the team, Wang Lao, hailed as the father of aerospace in the Dragon Kingdom, felt immense awe. The base was nearly complete with only the core levitation device yet to be activated. Around the construction site, various strange machines operated rapidly, all unmanned. From a physics perspective, building the space elevator on the equator would be because the centrifugal force from Earth's rotation can offset gravity to the greatest extent, keeping the elevator cable relatively vertical and stable. If we choose to build the space elevator in the western frontier, the assistance is very limited, making it much more difficult. Beside him, an elderly man with graying temples in a white coat echoed. Yes, this is entirely thankless work. Though having such strategic resources within our borders is good, we must consider practical factors. With this, discussions erupted. Exactly to complete it would need extra energy for corrections and install supercomputers on space modules to calculate Earth's rotation frequency in real time. The cable is fine with the strength and toughness of carbon nanotube T4, it can withstand it. At that moment, a cartoon ghost pattern appeared on a small electronic screen near the base. Several beams of light flickered and merged, forming a three-dimensional holographic projection. We use an adaptive dynamic balance system. The propulsion system on the synchronous orbit smart platform can adjust positions in real time, fully compensating for orbital tilt caused by latitude. The cable adopts an active damping design, with tens of thousands of control nodes under the smart platform's command to effectively suppress swaying. Wang Lao spoke. Though theoretically feasible, actual operation requires immense computing power and vast energy support. The light shifted, forming a virtual projection of the Flint 2 module. Flint 2 nuclear energy module. Its maximum instantaneous output equals the annual total of 10 large power plants fully capable of supporting the smart platform's operation. The cartoon ghost blinked and continued, I am fully responsible for the computing power. Wang Lao fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Star Ocean to have already developed the second-generation Flint. With energy, materials, and computing power all up to standard, the completion of the space elevator was no longer an issue. I see we were being overly skeptical. At that moment, someone whispered a few words into Wang Lao's ear. He then realized that the higher-ups had sent them to assist Star Ocean in building the space elevator. But the current scene suggested they couldn't help at all, though instead they might learn knowledge beyond their era at Star Ocean's construction site. Was the higher-ups' intention to send us here as a group to learn? Wang Lao sighed and gave a bitter smile. Don't just stand there. Our purpose here is to learn from. At the starry and second-floor balcony, He Ming leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the direction of the space elevator base. Starlight seemed to twinkle. Though over 100 kilometers away, he could see every movement of the scientists near the base with crystal clarity. He could even make out the wrinkles on Wang Lao's face and the sweat beading on his forehead. This was a complete transformation after his life index surpassed 40,000. Of course, it also required the special divine ability Clarity Gaze to achieve this. Jarvis, the current life indices of Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei. Sir Bai Xiaofei's life index is 5,746. Zhang Zifei's life index is 5,123. He Ming withdrew his gaze and turned to walk downstairs. About time, take them to see the prizes. Very well, sir. Next room. Zhang Zhifei finished his cultivation, feeling the surging power within him, but his mind was on finally piloting a mech in Star Ocean Night Dawn and annihilating the High Star Fleet. Then his wristband emitted several beams of light intertwining to form a holographic projection of Bai Zhe. Congratulations on passing all adaptive tests. Zhang Zifei's eyes lit up, his mind conjuring the dream mech Seraph with its dark coating and 8-wing thrusters. He clenched his fist and swung at the force, rustling the pages of the novel Reborn Ace Pilot on his desk. The nearly closed-door cultivation during this period had been arduous, enduring the pain of herbal baths daily, but it was all worth it. He was finally about to obtain Seraph. Star Ocean Night activate. Can I have my VR helmet back now? Bai Zhe, please proceed immediately to the hall for assembly The vehicle to the core hangar is waiting at the entrance. Zhang Zhifei was puzzled. Hadn't he completed all the tests? What was the core hangar? With doubts, he went downstairs. At the door by Xiaofei and He Ming were already in the car. Zhang Zhifei jogged over and sat beside He Ming. Mingxin, do you know where we're going? He Ming shook his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. The vehicle sped along, passing through several checkpoints before finally stopping at the core area of the Shanghai factory district in front of a colossal 50-meter building. The massive doors slowly opened, revealing nothing but darkness within, allowing only a vague outline to be discerned. As the three entered the factory, Zhang Zhifei furrowed his brows and scratched his head, feeling as though he had seen this scene somewhere before. Xiphias' ears quickly flushed red as he immediately realized that this scene was exactly the hidden hangar that had suddenly appeared in the personal hangar of Star Knight He Ming. Isn't this my personal hangar? Zhang Zhifei exclaimed as the realization struck him. Every detail of the factory was nearly identical to the hidden hangar. Even as he spoke, Zhang Zhifei felt something was off. How could a personal hangar from a game appear in the real world? Gazing deeper into the space, the factory was divided into 5 zones, each housing a vague silhouette that resembled a mecha. The one at the far end was particularly striking. Though only assembled up to the waist, it already nearly touched the ceiling. Judging by its proportions, this mecha was undoubtedly a behemoth over 100 meters tall. Zhang Zifei's life index had exceeded 500 points, enhancing his senses so he could make out details even in the dark. With a single glance, he spotted his dream mecha Seraphim. Its dark-colored coating, 8-winged thrusters, heavy armor, and captivating design. Seraphim. At that moment, the factory lights gradually flickered on. Zhang Zifei's pupils contracted into thin slits in an instant. Every hair on his body stood on end and goosebumps erupted across his skin. His hands trembled uncontrollably as his thoughts plunged into chaos. How could this be? Wasn't this my dream? Why is it suddenly coming true? Am I not dreaming? Zhang Zhifei pinched his cheek. It hurt. This was no dream. Beside him, Xiphias' gaze instantly locked onto the first zone on the left, where stood the all-purpose mecha he had always coveted, Azure Dragon. Its deep cyan coating, sharp lines, and angular contours. On its back were a pair of thrusters as thin as cicada wings, while 2 dragon heads adorned the shoulder armor, concealing menacing cannon muzzles within. The lamellar light armor resembled dragon scales, and the 2 lightning-shaped signal receivers on its head were like dragon horns, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Compared to Zhang Zhifei, who stood frozen in place contemplating life, by Xiaofei, though equally stirred within, maintained an exceptionally clear train of thought. He quickly pieced everything together. Shanghai had already achieved infinite energy and overcome the constraints of top-tier materials. Theoretically, building mechas was absolutely feasible. As for why Shanghai would create these killing machines useless in the current era, by Xiaofei didn't dwell on it. He was just a streamer. Let others worry about such matters. He Ming's gaze turned toward the unfinished mecha at the deepest part of the factory, the vehicle he was destined to pilot. Kunpeng. Even with only the lower half assembled, this colossal machine already towered significantly above the other mechas in the factory. The complete form of the Kunpeng was far more than this. There would also be an external layer of auxiliary armor. To fully complete the assembly of this mecha, one crucial element was missing: the various rare elements found in lunar soil, which were the core raw materials for synthesizing the high-end material carbon nanotube T7. At that moment, the virtual projection of Baize appeared on the control console at the center of the factory. With antlers atop her head and a nimble posture, she hovered in midair, adopting a reclining pose. Please choose your prizes. Baize's voice pulled Zhang Zhifei and Xiphias' thoughts back to the present. Zhang Zhifei pointed at himself and asked tentatively, furrowing his brow. For me? Yes, you have completed all the adaptive tests. These are the limited edition mechas awarded to you. Zhang Zhifei swallowed hard, finally coming to terms with reality. You want me to pilot a mecha to fight against the High Star Fleet? He Ming glanced sideways at Zhang Zhifei. This mech-obsessed, mildly Chinibu patient wasn't entirely slow on the uptake. The projection devices in the factory interwove beams of light, constructing a virtual projection in midair. It depicted the High Star Fleet hurtling toward Blue Star at an astonishing speed. Time is running out for us. The task of defending Blue Star falls to you. Xiphias' perpetually stoic face began to twitch uncontrollably, taking on a grotesque expression. Defending Blue Star. That phrase had seemed so distant just moments ago. I'm just a game streamer. You want me to protect Blue Star? Beside by Xiaofei, Zhang Zhifei wondered if he had misheard. Defend Blue Star? Me? He raised his hand and pointed at his own nose. Me? Baize responded with a smile. Yes, whether Blue Star civilization can endure under the High Star Fleet's bombardment depends entirely on you. Zhang Zhifei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Since childhood, he had always dreamed that dream. Piloting a mecha to fight against an alien invasion. But that was just a dream. He had never imagined that one day his dream would truly become reality. It felt like a raw recruit who could barely hold a sword only to have a general point at him and say go kill that guy named Lu Feng. It was too absurd. After confirmation by Xiao Fei instinctively wanted to retreat, just as he had countless times before. He was just a slacker who wanted to take it easy, but then two figures suddenly flashed into his mind, his parents, and the scenes of relatives and neighbors scolding him in front of them. Xiao Fei spends all day cooped up in his room, playing games, never even catching a ray of sunshine. At this rate, he'll be completely useless. Old Bai, you can't just indulge the kid like this. You need to get him out, let him see the world, find a proper job. That's the way forward. Bai Zai's ears were practically calloused from hearing such words. But every time his parents would fiercely defend his dignity. My son can earn his own living and support himself. He's no worse than anyone. As long as Xiao Fei is happy, that's enough. As parents, we should support our child. My son is a top streamer. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Bai Zai's eyes turned red as he recalled the happiest moment of his life. Back then, he had just signed an S-level contract with Feiyu Platform, and his bank account had received a 1 million signing bonus. He excitedly told his parents about it, and the image of them embracing each other, crying tears of joy, was etched deep into the core of his heart. The first thing his father did was post 2 screenshots in the family group chat by Zai's contract salary page and his bank account balance. That night, he saw his parents' genuine smiles of pride in him. In that moment, he realized that the way they had acted before was just to protect him. After that, the doubts vanished, replaced by envy and flattery. His parents could hold their heads high among relatives and neighbors, retire early, and enjoy their twilight years. That was Bai Zai's wish. Having understood all this, Bai Zai's eyes refocused. If the High Star Fleet attacked, everything would turn to dust. Protect Blue Star? No, I'm not that noble. I just want to protect my parents. Afraid of trouble. When trouble threatens Bai Zai's parents, that trouble becomes a threat that must be eliminated. I choose Azure Dragon. He Ming raised an eyebrow. He had expected Zhang Zhifei to make up his mind first, but it turned out to be by Xiao Fei. Bai Zai's decision brought Zhang Zhifei to his senses. His dream was right before his eyes. Why hesitate any longer? I choose the Seraphim. After uttering these words, Zhang Zhifei felt as if he were floating on air. So this is what it feels like when a dream comes true. It's exhilarating. Yet the thrill was short-lived as a sudden pang of worry struck him, recalling the predicament he still had to face. His father was still stranded on the highway leading to the western frontier. He was a grown man after all. Surely he wouldn't starve to death. Still, concern gnawed at him. Zhang Zhifei raised his hand. My dad is still stuck on the expressway. Could you send someone to help him out, at least bring him some food? Bai Zai spun in the air, its virtual projection instantly switching to a view of a completely gridlocked highway. A 30-square-meter model house appeared utterly ordinary in appearance. The scene shifted to its interior. Zhang Zifei's eyes widened in disbelief. His father Zhang Weiguo was lounging in air-conditioned comfort, sipping fragrant tea while playing mahjong with 3 others. His uncle stood behind him, offering strategic. Seeing his father's ruddy complexion and even slightly plumper figure, Zhang Zhifei scratched his head at a loss for words. These 3 people were of course sent by He Ming, acting as the shadow boss through Jiang Zhonghua. Jiang Zhonghua took He Ming's request extremely seriously, immediately pulling 3 top-tier advisors and repeatedly emphasizing that they must spare no expense in catering to this important figure. The 3 were plainly dressed and appeared very approachable. Brother Zhang, your hand is truly masterfully played. Back in my village's mahjong scene, I was unbeatable. But facing you, I can only concede defeat. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a casual t-shirt chimed in. Brother Zhang, your skills are not only top-notch, but your strategic vision is beyond compare. Yesterday, listening to your analysis of the current situation and opportunities in the western frontier, I felt an itch so strong in thinking of selling my house to start a business out there. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses sitting across from Zhang Weiguo analyzed the tiles and precisely picked out a 7 of bamboos to discard. Zhang Weiguo's eyes lit up. He reached out, grabbed the 7 of bamboos, and slammed it on the table. Mahjong. A pure suit of matching pairs. Ha ha ha, pay up, pay up. Witnessing this, Zhang Zhifei couldn't bear to watch any longer. His father was practically being flattered to the heavens. He covered his forehead and shook his head slightly, realizing he had been overthinking things. Xinghai had already arranged everything perfectly. Zhang Zhifei and Bai Xiao Fei exchanged a glance, then instinctively looked towards He Ming, who had yet to make. Mingshan, what about you? Anything is fine with me. Bai Zai gave another thorough explanation, making them understand what they needed to do next: continuously cultivate to grow stronger, and then quickly become proficient with the operation and performance of their new mechas. The mechas in the core factory were currently just frameworks which would be synchronously adjusted according to their habits in the future. Back at the Starry Sky Inn, Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei immediately entered a state of cultivation. Their mecha training session was scheduled for 8 in the evening. At the Jiang family ancestral hall in the council chamber, the hall was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. On both sides sat the core members of the Jiang family. Jiang Long occupied the seat of honor with the current family head Jiang Jinhai beside him. In the center of the hall was a table upon which sat a laptop that clashed with the antique surroundings. The laptop screen displayed an email interface where an email marked Stellar Guidance Art Stage 2 stood out prominently. The email contained a compressed file attachment, but it was encrypted. The Jiang family had brought in the nation's top network engineers, yet they were helpless against the encrypted. The body of the email contained only 2 brief sentences. Activation Condition 1. Unite the ancient martial arts forces of Blue Star. Activation Condition 2. Offer up all medicinal kings over 300 years old. Let's hear your thoughts. Jiang Jinhai looked around and spoke slowly. Patriarch, these conditions are too harsh. The elder in charge of the family's resource vault was the first to speak, his face a mask of pain. Xinghai wants us to give up all our medicinal kings. These precious resources are the foundation our Jiang family has accumulated over countless generations. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before speaking. Even the incomplete fragment of the Stellar Guidance Art has greatly benefited our entire Jiang family, its value far exceeding any cultivation resource. Exchanging all our medicinal kings for the Stage 2 technique is a deal where we stand to make a sure profit. Since there is a Stage 2, there must naturally be Stages 3 and 4. We need to take a long-term view and not offend the one behind Xinghai over such minor gains. The third elder nodded in agreement. This deal is doable, but I think we can hold back a few of the clan's treasured plants. Even if that person from Xinghai is powerful, they can't have eyes everywhere in our Jiang family. Exactly. Uniting the ancient martial arts forces is one thing. With our Jiang family's current strength, subduing those old fossils is just a matter of... But those few clan treasures are the very roots of our Jiang family. They absolutely cannot be handed over lightly. Once someone opened the discussion, the debate, Jiang Jinhai rubbed his temples and lightly tapped the table to quiet the room. Uncles and elders, please hear me out. Everyone here has cultivated the Stellar Guidance Art and should understand its profound significance. Even gathering all the medicinal kings currently on Blue Star wouldn't be enough to exchange for the Stellar Guidance Art fragment. If that person from Xinghai possesses some form of deduction ability beyond our comprehension, how would we fare then? He could choose to support our Jiang family, but he could just as easily choose to support the Ji Yin or Li families. All the medicinal kings must be handed over, and we must ensure the other families do the same. At this point, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Jiang Jinhai softening. But will those families agree to hand over their medicinal kings? Jiang Jinhai gave a light laugh. They've recently noticed the changes in our Jiang family. If we offer them the Stellar Guidance Art fragment at this moment, they will be moi. Absolutely not. The Stellar Guidance Art is crucial to our Jiang family's future plans. How can it be so easily spread? Jiang Jinhai raised his hand to calm them. He explained patiently, to obtain the subsequent techniques, we must carefully discern that person's intentions. At this, everyone in the room fell into deep thought. This matter was no longer a secret within the clan. Combined with the recent actions of the Dragon Kingdom's government, the answer was clear: to resist the invasion of the High Star Fleet. That person's intention is for us to unite the ancient martial arts forces to aid in the fight when the High Star Fleet arrives at Blue Star. The more help our Jiang family provides during this time, the greater the rewards we will receive. Once we master the Stage 2 Stellar Guidance Art, those other families will still have to answer to us. When the Stage 3 technique appears, we can distribute the Stage 2 technique, perhaps in exchange for even greater benefits. Everyone present understood the logic, but a very small minority still felt Jiang Jinhai was overestimating the one hidden behind Xinghai. Just then Jiang Long, who had been resting with his eyes closed, "This matter is settled." At these words, no one dared to speak another word. The next day at 7 in the evening, Bai Xiaofei completed his cultivation tasks for the day, rose from the cushion on the balcony, and let out a long breath of stale air. Though still unaccustomed to the heavy burden on his shoulders, he had begun to try and adapt to his identity as the savior. It's been a while since I last played the game. I kinda missed them. By them, he naturally meant the loyal fans who had silently supported him for 3 years. Though their communication was sparse, Bai Xiaofei remembered their companionship in his heart. He returned to his room, picked up the virtual helmet, put it on, and lay down on the bed. Star Night He Ming logging in. Light and shadow shifted. When Bai Xiaofei opened his eyes again, he found himself in a personal hangar. It was like a completely real second world. Qinglong. He gazed at the Qinglong standing in the center of the hangar, his expression calm, his fists clenched tight. Start the livestream. Livestream started on the Feiyu platform. By Xiphias livestream room, which had been gone for over a month, suddenly began broadcasting. Just 2 seconds later, hundreds of people streamed, in one after another. Brother Fei, you're finally online. I thought someone had actually done you in. Bai Shin, where have you been all this time? An offline event doesn't take this long, does it? Bai Xiaofei activated the bullet comment function, feeling a surge of emotion. He recalled the hellish training when he first arrived at the Starry Sky Station. This time consider it recuperation. Bai Xiphi spoke. Recuperation. What kind of person takes over a month to recuperate? No way, guys, look at that mech in the hangar. What is that? Where did my Baishen's night owl go? Damn, this mech is way too imposing. How many points did this mod cost? For a moment, the bullet comments scrolled endlessly. Bai Xiaofei stepped onto the lift and sat down in the cockpit of the Qinglong. He examined the control mechanism. It hadn't changed much, just added nearly a third more keys. This mech is a reward from the official event. As soon as he said this, the bullet comments turned sour. Unfair. Not only did he get to recuperate, but they also gave him a mech of this level. My brother Fei is finally moving up in the world. The Feiyu platform detected by Xiphias login and urgently arranged multiple traffic push channels. The number of viewers soared to nearly 1 million in a short time, and it was still climbing at an astonishing rate. When new viewers saw the Qinglong in the hangar, their reactions were even more intense than the old fans who had just arrived. The bullet comments nearly flooded by Xiphias' view completely. Helpless, he had to turn off the bullet comment function. He checked the time. There were still 26 minutes until the 8 o'clock moon battlefield instance. Let's get familiar with the new mech first. Bai Xiaofei chose ranked matchmaking and was matched instantly. Having not played ranked for over a month, his ladder ranking had dropped to outside the top 10,000. The reason it hadn't dropped further was that Bai Xiaofei's score was originally at the absolute top of the leaderboard. Congratulations, match successful. Enemy ID Guzhong, next door mech type, second tier, guerrilla battle map, asteroid belt. Wish you a pleasant battle. The two mechs were separated by 10,000 meters with irregularly drifting asteroids in the center of the battlefield, a map highly favorable to assault and guerrilla type mechs. Wide area scan function activated by Xiaofei was taken aback and instinctively glanced at the radar scan map in the upper right corner. Amidst the chaotic asteroid belt, a marked red dot stood out conspicuously, hiding behind an asteroid moving irregularly in his direction. With the night owl, this would have been absolutely undetectable. So powerful. The twin-wing thrusters of the Qinglong deployed, and it leaped onto an asteroid. It retrieved the heavy particle sniper rifle from its back, and inside the cockpit, an auxiliary aiming device automatically covered by Xiphias' right eye. Aim fire. The small asteroid was shattered. A second shot hit the mech hiding behind the asteroid, blowing its head off in one hit. Battle over. Winner. By though it was just an ordinary stomp, this battle left Bai Xiaofei profoundly shaken. If it had been over a month ago, even piloting a high-performance mech like the Qinglong, he would never have been able to aim and fire from nearly 10,000 meters away in an instant. Does a high-performance mech require a pilot with a high life index to unleash its true combat power? Bai Xiaofei thought to himself. Bai Xiaofei recalled his battle with He Ming, where he was just like the opponent in that fight, utterly defenseless. In Bai Xiaofei's livestream room, the designated commentators who had just arrived, Xiaomi and Yaya, were about to explain to the viewers the difficulties and best tactical strategies for the asteroid belt map, when the battle ended just like that. Xiaomi, the mech Bai Shun is piloting should be the Qinglong shown in the official data. Yaya, yes, this mech is the T0 tier in the current version. Bai Xiaofei started the next ranked match. Instant queue. Congratulations, match successful. Enemy ID Xiaolong, mech type, third tier, all-rounder battle map, large coliseum. Wish you a pleasant battle. Yaya. He actually matched against Xiaolong, ranked 5th on the ladder. This player is also extremely skilled, just with shorter online time. Xiaomi. Yes, if he could be online longer, he would definitely have a shot at the top. Large coliseum. Opposite the Qinglong stood a pure black, lightweight mech. Inside the cockpit, Jin Xiaolong's eyes gleamed. He had been playing ranked for over a month, just to find Bai Xiaofei and avenge his previous defeat. Losing twice in a row to a mortal had nearly become an inner demon for him. Today the chance had finally come. The external speaker of the black, third-tier, all-rounder mech activated. Kid, I won't let you win so easily today. Bai Xiaofei was taken aback. This guy sounded so resentful. Who was he? The Qinglong drew the ship-cutting blade as tall as itself from its back. The blade flashed with light, instantly extending dozens of meters. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind swept by. Jin Xiaolong sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to dodge. He could only instinctively raise his blade. The blade shattered, followed by the entire mech being cleaved in two. Battle over. Winner. Bai Xiaofei. Xiaomi's words froze in his throat the moment the battle ended. He had originally planned to say Xiaolong had lost to Bai Shun twice before. This is a revenge match. Let's see if he can succeed in his revenge. And he was killed instantly again. If Jin Xiaolong were still there, he would surely say to Bai Xiaofei, the match hasn't even started, yet don't you have any martial honor? Jin Xiaolong, having been defeated, appeared in his personal hangar. His expression was dazed. How had he lost? No, I didn't lose. It's that damned mech that lost. The performance gap is too vast, there's nothing I could do. His face gradually twisted into a grimace, his entire body trembling incessantly. The ranking options were right before him, but his hand froze in midair, lacking the courage to click. At the lunar base, within the largest mothership suspended in space, a stream of data materialized and He Ming's figure appeared at the bridge's control console. He observed the information displayed on the main control panel. The lunar base had completely transformed. At the forefront of the battlefield, 10 large spherical instruments had been deployed, forming a fan-shaped defensive array. Compared to the last lunar battlefield incursion, the base's firepower system had been enhanced by nearly 70%. The fleet now numbered over 50 vessels. Jarvis, calculate the current win rate for the Blue Star faction. Sir, the current win rate for the Blue Star faction is 34.65. The first win rate had been 0. The second win rate was 0.001. Now it had surged directly to 34.65. He Ming raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. Why has the win rate increased so rapidly? A win rate analysis chart appeared before He Ming. The lunar base and the Blue Star fleet contributed 5 to the win rate. The three main mechs, Kuenping, Azure Dragon, and Seraph, provided 5 of the win rate. He Ming himself accounted for 3.12. The official mech corps of approximately 20,000 personnel contributed 15, making up the largest portion. The ancient martial families provided 3.33. The remaining players contributed 3.2. He Ming scanned it all in one glance and understood the situation, but this was only a comparison of surface-level strength. War was not merely about pitting paper strength against each other. Countless factors had to be considered. He Ming focused his attention on the official corps. A 15 win rate. Something seemed off about that. Jarvis, what's the deal with the official mech corps? Jarvis immediately pulled up a detailed information list of the official mech corps. Supreme Commander Shi. Sequence 1 Zhang Runrun 0. Sequence 2 Zhang Mo 5. Sequence 3 Shui Meng 6. He Ming didn't bother reading further. The reason was already obvious. It lay with Zhang Mo and Shui Meng. Sequence 1's Zhang Runrun only provided 0.1 of the win rate, while sequences 2 and 3 contributed 11 between them. This was unsigned. Sir, this is based on detailed data collected from 34 dungeon battles. A scene materialized before He Ming. At the start of the dungeon battle, the mech piloted by Zhang Mo was propelled forward by 3 comrades, pushing with all their might, charging in one direction. Meanwhile, the mech piloted by Shui Meng stood atop 2 large transport aircraft heading in the completely opposite direction. With her as the vanguard, the 20,000-strong army deployed in a long snake formation, executing an encircling maneuver. He Ming was baffled. What kind of tactic was this? When the positron cannons of the Haixing fleet struck, He Ming seemed to grasp a thread of understanding. Zhang Mo's mech was precisely at the epicenter of the positron cannon's blast with no escape. Mech destroyed, pilot dead. Yet because of this, the effective strength of the official corps was perfectly preserved. On the other side, the 20,000-strong army, with Shui Meng leading the charge, seemed to be ignored by the Haixing fleet, easily penetrating deep into their formation. 20,000 extremely fast aerospace fighters dispersed, inflicting devastating damage on the Haixing fleet in an incredibly short time. By the time they were completely annihilated, the Haixing faction had lost a total of 35 warships. What shocked He Ming the most was that the official corps had utilized the only tactic from the notebook capable of defeating the Haixing fleet. 2 mechs under the cover of the main force charged into one of the motherships. 2 players burst out of the damaged cockpits like humanoid Gundams, engaging in extreme slaughter within the vessel through individual combat. Ultimately, the mothership was destroyed by concentrated fire from the Haixing faction itself. Who are these 2? Long was 5-star General Qin Weigua and Military District Commander Fong Wanli. And what about Zhang Mo and Shui Meng? What was their story? Jarvis provided detailed information about the 2. One was a high school student, the other was the heiress of Guanghua Bearing Group Co. Ltd. Jarvis highlighted their extraordinary experiences in dark colors. After He Ming finished reading the information, he remained silent for a long time. Zhang Mo could be described as having the worst luck imaginable. Going in and out of the ICU was as routine as eating and drinking, yet he always managed to survive miraculously. Shui Meng was even more extraordinary. She was an orphan. Just after being adopted, her adoptive father won a 30 million lottery jackpot that very day. With this money, he founded a company that became a Fortune 500 in just 10 years. As if he had cheated at life. He Ming frowned deeply. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Among Shui Meng's records, 2 entries were utterly fantastical. At the age of 10, she was kidnapped. During a car chase on the highway, a crash flung her out of the vehicle, but she landed precisely on a truck loaded with cotton, sustaining only minor scrapes. The 3 kidnappers, however, were not so fortunate. Their car was destroyed, and they perished. The other incident was so bizarre it bordered on the supernatural. Wherever Shui Meng lived, that city invariably enjoyed favorable weather and a pleasant climate. After living in her adoptive father's small county town for 10 years, that town transformed from a backwater county into a special administrative region of Longhua. Could Shui Meng be the chosen one of this dimension? Sir, based on the descriptions in novels, that does seem to be the case. He Ming could no longer sit still and immediately chose to log out of the game. As soon as he sat up in bed, the intelligent robot dutifully handed him the omniscient notebook and an exquisitely crafted fountain pen. He Ming took them, and the robot bent down using its back as a writing desk. Is He Ming the chosen one? No. He Ming frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and wrote again in the notebook. Is He Ming a transmigrator? No. He Ming's expression grew grave. Is He Ming a native of this dimension? Yes. A powerful sense of crisis surged within He Ming. If I ask questions I shouldn't, will it draw the attention of certain entities? Yes. Am I being watched by such entities right now? No. He Ming dared not probe further about He Ming, at least not until he himself became such an entity. For now at least, she was beneficial to Blue Star. He Ming handed the notebook to the combat-type intelligent robot assigned as his personal guard. The robot took it. A storage compartment popped open on its chest, and it stowed the notebook inside. Upon relogging into the game, He Ming appeared on the bridge of the Blue Star mothership. Jarvis, adjust my position to the rear of the official Legion. Yes, sir. As the words fell, He Ming's figure dissolved into a stream of data and vanished. The colossal mountain-like form of Kunpeng materialized over 10,000 meters behind the official Legion. Inside the cockpit, have by Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei assemble at my location. Sir, the coordinates have been sent. Shortly after, Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei, still in their preparation phase, arrived at the designated rendezvous point. When they saw Kunpeng, they immediately thought of the mysterious mecha still unassembled in the core hangar. By Xiphias livestream. As over 10 million viewers saw Kunpeng, the barrage of comments exploded. Is that an NPC piloting that mecha? There's an ID above his head. Ming, isn't that the Ming who defeated Bai Shan? Damn, Shanghai is pulling some insider tricks. How could anyone have modified such a monster so soon after launch? In the team chat channel, Zhang Zhifei, God Ming, is this what you call casual? Bai Xiaofei. He Ming, you were the ones who chose first. This statement immediately silenced them. And indeed, that was the truth. Bai Xiaofei had chosen Azure Dragon, followed by Zhang Zhifei, who selected Seraphim. Zhang Zhifei stared at the tactical map in the upper right corner of the main screen. Roughly 10,000 meters ahead, densely packed friendly units stood in orderly formation. Who are they? Bai Xiaofei, they should be the official personnel. He Ming, they are the only group with access to the High Star fleet. When the dungeon battle begins, well, follow them to see what's happening. Zhang Zhifei, the regular army is something else. I've played this dungeon many times, but have never even glimpsed the high. He Ming muted the squad voice chat and asked, Jarvis, can the vacuum polarization reflective layer system be installed on Xuanwu? Sir, if Xuanwu's weapon systems are removed, it is possible. Upon receiving the answer, He Ming's mind began to race. He Ming's innate aura was incredibly powerful. She could be used as a causality weapon. But Jiang Mo's unusual misfortune physique was in a sense also a causality weapon. It was absurd that every time a battle started, the main cannon of the High Star fleet would fire direct. This was only within the game. If it were reality, such an unfathomable supernatural phenomenon would only become more potent. The greatest significance of the virtual battle platform was to conduct tactical drills in advance to gauge the depth of the High Star fleet and their general combat. Can Xuanwu withstand the positron cannon? If equipped with a third-generation flint core, it can block 2 shots. He Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Third-generation flint core. This already involved stellar energy. Most mechas currently on the battlefield were equipped with first-generation flint cores. Kunpeng, Azure Dragon, and Seraphim were only equipped with second-generation flint cores. Simply put, the third-generation flint core treated the pilot as a power bank. Once the stellar energy within them was depleted, it meant the pilot's death. Set Xuanwu's core to third-generation flint, remove all weapon systems, and install the vacuum polarization reflective layer system. Yes, sir. Should I directly replace Jiang Mo's mecha? Replace. In the Dragon Kingdom Legion formation, Jiang Mo was positioned at the very front with 3 comrades standing ready behind him. They were just waiting for the dungeon battle to begin to push Jiang Mo's mecha into the unoccupied area. Brother Mo, it's all up to you. It's about to start. Focus. At the center, supported by 3 mechas, was an unremarkable second-tier gorilla mecha, its cockpit occupied by Sequence 2 Jiang Mo. Though he was being used as cannon fodder, he was quite happy inside. Since childhood, everyone except his close relatives had kept their distance, fearing they would be tainted by his battle. Jiang Mo had never imagined that this trait of his would one day prove useful and even be requisitioned by the nation. He suddenly recalled some things his grandmother. Before Jiang Mo was born, his parents lived comfortably, owning a house and a car with a combined monthly salary of nearly 100,000. But after his birth, minor troubles became constant and major calamities struck occasionally. Their once well-off family was gradually drained, forcing them to sell their house and car and leaving them deeply in debt. If not for the fact that Jiang Mo's maternal family was still wealthy, life would have been truly unbearable. But a month ago, everything changed. The nation suddenly conscripted Jiang Mo into the military. After signing various agreements, his parents received a massive sum of 10 million. They were also given a commercial apartment in the capital and a high-end business vehicle. Life suddenly improved. Thinking of this, Jiang Mo couldn't help but grin foolishly. The thought that he was no longer a burden, but could instead help his hard-working parents who had raised him filled his heart with warmth. The 8 o'clock dungeon battle every night was the moment Jiang Mo looked forward to most, because his special aura no longer brought misfortune to those around him. Instead, it shielded his comrades, reducing casualties. No matter how many times he experienced this feeling of being needed, it always left Jiang Mo feeling refreshed and invigorated. Leave it to me. As the words fell, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the mecha Jiang Mo was piloting, forcing the 3 comrades supporting him to cover their eyes. Even their mechas were blasted dozens of meters away by the light shockwave. The sudden change drew everyone's attention. Commander-in-Chief, she shielding his eyes, asked in confusion, "What's happening?" "Sir, the light is coming from Jiang Mo's mecha." Inside the cockpit, Jiang Mo was equally bewildered. The intense glare forced his eyes shut, and he had no idea what was going on. As the light slowly faded, Jiang Mo's mecha had completely transformed. It was massive and heavy, with a huge spherical instrument atop its head, its surface covered in countless hexagonal modules. It was more fitting to call it Xuanwu modified rather than Xuanwu. All weapon systems had been discarded, while the propulsion units and the energy transmission system for the vacuum polarization reflective layer system had been enhanced. From the outside, it looked like a turtle carrying a giant egg on its back, its body covered in pipes resembling pythons. The sudden change left all the surrounding comrades dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Mo, good, you've brought out the Italian cannon. This mecha may be ugly, but it looks quite formidable. Commander, do we still need support? A sharp glint flashed in Zai's eyes. As the overall commander of the Legion, he naturally possessed comprehensive knowledge of all data concerning the High Star fleet and the combat capabilities of every unit on the Blue Star side. Is this the Xuanwu? She felt a flicker of doubt. The mecha's frame closely resembled the Xuanwu, but what was that massive spherical structure mounted on the turret? At that moment, a system notification popped up in Zai's cockpit. He opened it and discovered it was the detailed specifications for the Xuanwu Kai. Being able to withstand 2 positron cannon blasts meant it could absorb 3 strikes from the High Star Dreadnought's firepower. Though somewhat perplexed, he still made a temporary adjustment to the preset battle plan. 10 elite squads were added to Jiang Mo's escort formation. The Xuanwu Kai had no weapon systems, and despite its formidable defense, it would inevitably crumble under sustained heavy fire. The instant's battle countdown entered its final 10 seconds. 10,000 meters away from the Dragon Kingdom Legion, He Ming opened the squad voice channel. "Follow me." 3 mechas silently trailed behind, sticking close to the rear of the Legion. He Ming's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He wanted to witness firsthand how He Ming and Jiang Mo would trigger a supernatural phenomenon. The High Star Dreadnought's ultimate strike. The positron cannon, unleashed without warning upon the Blue Star formation. The 3 Blue Star mothership moved preemptively, rapidly sailing to the front of all players. The spherical arrays on the hulls emitted a faint luminescence as streams of distorted light converged to form a wavy light blue protective barrier. The instant the positron cannon struck the barrier, it was as if light hit a mirror, creating a refraction. After the bombardment, the Blue Star side emerged unscathed, but not without cost. The main guns could withstand at most 3 more salvos of this magnitude. The World Channel erupted. This version update is really cranking up the difficulty. Yet Blue Star has finally risen. Don't celebrate too soon. Remember what happened with the last update. When Blue Star gets buffed, High Star probably becomes absurdly overpowered. Having survived the first wave of area effect devastation, the player swarm surged forward like bloodthirsty sharks, coalescing into small groups. Since the Blue Star side suffered minimal losses in the initial strike, the High Star's first offensive wave, a massive drone swarm, posed little significant obstruction. At that moment, a warning notification appeared in every player's cockpit. High energy warning, wide area scattering positron splitter cannon. Jiang Mo moved to the designated coordinates at full speed. Jiang Mo received the command and instinctively selected the designated path, advancing at full throttle. Behind him, the 10 elite squads, 100-strong fighter formation, were instantly left far. That turtle shell is fast. Stay alert, maintain distance. After Jiang Mo weathers this wave, resume escort duty. From the far reaches of deep space, a beam of light shot directly toward the Xuanwu Kai's position. The wide area scattering positron splitter cannon split apart 10,000 meters from the Xuanwu Kai, fragmenting into hundreds of redand white beams. In the next instant, these hundreds of beams further fractured into tens of thousands of rays, streaking toward the mass of players surging in that direction. Nearly 1,000 of those rays were drawn to the Xuanwu Kai, twisting their trajectory and racing toward it. Amid the silent bombardment, on the immense turtle's back, the spherical instrument emitted distorted light waves, enveloping the Xuanwu Kai in an impenetrable cocoon. A miraculous scene unfolded. The redand white beams were continuously reflected, indirectly disrupting the positron splitter beams across a vast circle. The positron splitter beams equipped with auto-targeting relentlessly streamed toward the Xuan Wu Kai, thereby affecting an even larger region. Only after the bombardment subsided did Jiang Mo open his eyes. He had been unable to keep them open during the assault due to the blinding light. All mecha operations were handled automatically by Bai Zhe. Even with the Xuan Wu Kai deflecting the majority of the attack, the ultimate strike from the High Star Dreadnought, the Arbiter, still resulted in the disconnection of nearly 20,000 players. Inside the Kunping cockpit, He Ming repeatedly replayed the footage of the Xuan Wu Kai being engulfed by the positron splitter cannon. He wasn't trying to analyze the Xuan Wu Kai's defense mechanism, rather he wanted to scrutinize the nature of Jiang Mo's physics-defying taunt ability. It was evident that science could no longer explain the current situation. Jarvis switched to He Ming's third-person perspective. Certainly, sir. The main screen in the cockpit shifted, showing the front lines of the Dragon Kingdom Legion. He Ming's black mecha stood atop two specially modified transport-like mechas that were joined together. Before her lay an empty starfield, not a single high-star mecha in sight. Far behind, the Dragon Kingdom Legion formed a single-line snake formation, with rows of 10 aerospace fighters advancing in orderly fashion. He Ming's brows furrowed. This was another incomprehensible scene. Even if the frontal battle diverted attention, there was no way a 20,000-strong legion executing a flanking maneuver would go undetected. Jarvis, check if the High Star Fleet's radar systems are malfunctioning. Sir, no anomalies detected. No anomalies. That in itself is the greatest anomaly. Sir, 5 minutes until contact with the High Star Fleet. He Ming nodded, slightly starlight flickering in his eyes. His vision raced forward, revealing the High Star Fleet. Over 100 vessels, advancing majestically toward the moon. At the center were 3 colossal High Star motherships, the Arbiter, the Adjudicator, and the Annihilator. The Blue Star motherships looked like toy models beside these. Even the standard frigates appeared considerably larger than the Blue Star motherships. Have we been discovered? In his line of sight, 10 massive hangar doors on the right wing of the Arbiter slowly opened, disgorging a swarm of High Star mechas and an uncountable, hair-raising number of drones. Jarvis, share the intelligence with the Dragon Kingdom Legion. Certainly, sir. At the Dragon Kingdom Legion's front, she received a system prompt. The display showed the High Star Fleet had initiated its maneuvers. Commander Qin, Commander Fong, they've spotted us. Qin Weigua gripped the control sticks tightly, battle fervor blazing in his eyes. This old bone of mine can't quite master the young folks' gadgets. Fong Wanli, old Qin, times have changed. Prepare for battle. Inside the cockpit where the Supreme Commander she was stationed. His eyes, like two entirely unrelated components, each scanned the real-time data displayed on the main screen, rapidly feeding the information into his nearly machine-like mind. At the age of 10, she was admitted to the Longhua National University of Defense Technology on a special recommendation. He graduated at 12, was commissioned as a second lieutenant at 13, and was exceptionally promoted to the military command system at 15. In the same year, during a red versus blue confrontation in a certain military district, despite being at a complete disadvantage in equipment numbers and intelligence, he achieved a near-perfect victory. He was a born conductor, jokingly called an emotionless robot by his comrades. This was indeed the truth. She was congenitally devoid of fear and joy, two emotions that are perfectly normal for ordinary people. Heaven took away his normal human emotions, perhaps as compensation, granting she an exceptionally high IQ of nearly 180. One by one, he dispatched commands at an astonishing speed. During this process, the data analysis and provisional suggestions provided by Jarvis offered she tremendous assistance. In the vast majority of cases, she would adopt Jarvis' optimal plan, yet he also harbored his own ideas. This was the audacity that superintelligence lacked. When outnumbered, Jarvis' advice was usually to avoid the enemy's sharp edge and adopt a defensive posture. But she could always create localized advantages, even victories with minimal forces. On the main screen's detection radar, hundreds of thousands of red dots surged like a tidal wave approaching at tremendous speed. The first to appear in view were thousands of Haixing mechas. Behind the mecha swarm was an incredibly dense mass of drones, so numerous they could blot out the starlight. Even the phrase black clouds pressing down on the city could barely describe it. Faced with such a dense enemy force, every soldier of the Longhua Legion felt a suffocating pressure. Even after experiencing it countless times, they could not dispel the fear that surged from the depths of their hearts. The battle was imminent. The Longhua formation scattered like a stone, smashing into water, dispersing in all directions. With 10 aerospace fighters forming a combat unit, they swiftly carved up the dense Haixing formation. Unable to contend head-on, they resorted to guerrilla tactics. The aerospace fighters, leveraging their absolute speed advantage, engaged in a dance of attrition, weaving around the periphery of the dense enemy swarm, gradually eliminating Haixing's effective strength like a frog being slowly boiled. In the distance, He Ming observed this battle of vastly unequal strength through the God's Eye view provided by Jarvis. The Longwa Legion with a mere 20,000 troops still held a slight advantage which surprised He Ming greatly. The Longwa Legion's formidable combat power was inseparable from Zai's command, but it was also indebted to over 30 practical drills. During the day, these mecha pilots had to attend 2 major lectures. Despite the advantage granted by the precognition, the Dragon Kingdom's Legion maintained a stable casualty ratio of approximately 1:9, yet the sheer number of the Hester fleet proved overwhelming. Within the command communication channel, information surged forth rapidly in textual form, all of it reports of entire squads being annihilated. However, their sacrifices were not entirely in vain. The momentum of the Hester assault was steadily eroded, ultimately being diverted farther from the main battlefield. She deliberately guided the main force of Hester units to disperse their firepower, laying the groundwork for the subsequent charge. Witnessing this, He Ming roughly understood the strategy. From the moment the Dragon Kingdom's Legion set foot on the battlefield, they harbored no thoughts of returning alive. This tactic clearly conveyed, whether I live or die matters not, but I will ensure your demise. Although He Ming held deep reverence for such a combat approach, only he knew that this was merely the vanguard exploration fleet of Hester. Even if this battle could be won, what of the next? The reason he had not disclosed the full might of Hester to the Dragon Kingdom was to prevent anyone from succumbing to despair. He Ming sought not merely victory, but absolute triumph. Yet for now, winning seemed possible only through such a tragic form, offering a slender glimmer of hope. It's our turn to take the field. Zhang Zhifei and Bai Xiaofei, who had been observing the battle from nearby, could no longer contain their eagerness. Finally, it's my turn to fight. Let's go. 3 dazzling beams of light shot into the main battlefield at incredible speed. The chest armor plates of the Kunping slid open slowly, revealing a menacing cannon muzzle with surging energy. A pale green radiance rapidly coalesced while the engines howled wildly. 3 seconds of energy accumulation. A blazing white beam of light laced with electric arcs blasted toward the densest cluster of Hester forces. The immense recoil propelled the Kunping backward with violent force. The Azure Dragon and Seraphim had intended to charge in from the left and right flanks, but upon witnessing this spectacle, they instinctively altered course to brace the retreating Kunping. Inside the cockpit of the Kunping, He Ming's face was nearly contorted from the pressure, yet he endured. An ordinary person under such immense strain would be instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Such power. He Ming stared intently ahead. Where the blazing white beam passed, every Hester unit was utterly annihilated upon contact. After the attack, a vacuum zone over 100 meters in diameter and stretching beyond sight was forcibly carved through the dense Hester formation. This devastating strike not only momentarily halted the Hester offensive, but also left the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom's Legion utterly stunned. Isn't this too unfair? Our entire squad fought tooth and nail to take down Hester scum, probably not even matching this single blast. This is terrifying. Is this the gap in technological advancement? Thank goodness it's a friendly unit. Imagine if it were a Hester mech. Inside the cockpit of the Seraphim, Zhang Zifei's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. The sight before him was utterly overwhelming. This single strike had likely annihilated no fewer than 10,000 Hester units. Is this some kind of human cannon? Stop dawdling, hurry up and follow. With by Xiphias reminder, Zhang Zhifei maneuvered the Seraphim to cut into the battlefield from the left flank. The 8-wing thrusters on its back erupted with a brilliant deep green radiance, accelerating to maximum speed, streaking across the sky like a green. Watch my move. Bai Zai, am counting on you. 80 floating cannons ejected from the wing slots, each unit seemingly imbued with self-awareness, instantly constructing a vast net spanning several kilometers in radius directly ahead of the Seraphim. Under Bai Zai's control, the floating cannons achieved an uncanny precision, with every energy bolt aimed at the enemy's weakest points. Simultaneously, the heavy machine gun cradled in the Seraphim's hands belched forth a furious barrage of fire, each high-explosive round decimating swaths within the dense enemy ranks. Though it could not match the Kunping's instantaneous firepower suppression, the Seraphim boasted the most sustained firepower among the 3 mechs. Nearly every second, close to 100 Hester units were reduced to cosmic debris under the Seraphim's onslaught. Inside the cockpit of the Kunping, He Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. He recalled that the Hester drone swarms and mechs he had encountered previously were not this feeble. Their overall combat effectiveness had dropped by at least 40%. Jarvis, why have the Hester fleet's parameters decreased so drastically? Sir, there is no issue with the parameters. On the right flank, the Azure Dragon's combat power was even more brutal, its entire frame enveloped in a faint green heavy particle barrier that effortlessly deflected the sporadic incoming attacks. The arm-mounted solid-shell cannons swiveled and unleashed a torrent of fire. Though fired in bursts, the sheer rate of fire made it appear as continuous. The high-energy beam cannon on its chest fired intermittently, igniting a chain of explosions in the densest cluster of the high-star fleet. Silent detonations lined up in a row, a spectacle of ultimate slaughter. In by Xiphias livestream, his dedicated commentators Me Me and Yaya delivered an impassioned narration while the audience watched on the verge of ecstasy. For nearly a month, they had grown accustomed to other streamers muddling through skimming points on the battlefield's periphery. Much ado about nothing. Now by Xiphias Azure Dragon had drawn its blades, wielding a ship-cutting sword as tall as the mech itself in each hand, transforming into a cyan flash that charged into the dense ranks of the high-star forces. The cyan light on the ship-cutting swords instantly extended to their limits, forming two colossal blades nearly 100 meters long. As the mech twisted, a deadly circular dance erupted around the Azure Dragon, annihilating all units within a 100-meter radius in a single strike. The arrival of the Kunpeng Seraphim and Azure Dragon, these three fifth-generation mechs, instantly shifted the tide of the local battlefield. Even the first volley of firepower fully demonstrated what a generational gap meant, as the mech performance overwhelmed the entire field. A request to join the Tactical Command Network appeared in Zai's cockpit. Ming squad requests to join your Tactical Command Network. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly clicked confirm. His mind operated like a superprocessor, issuing distinct combat orders to the three fifth-gen mechs within a mere 5 seconds. The Kunpeng Colossal as a mountain pivoted its cannon and with an incomprehensible speed reached the designated combat position. When it halted, the main cannon on its chest had already unleashed a fatal strike at the 7th sector, where the front line was on the verge of collapse. A series of explosions lit up in succession, relieving the pressure on the combat brigade in the 7th sector. The soldiers stared in awe at the seemingly endless blast zone, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. By Xiphias Azure Dragon was an all-rounder mech, slightly lacking in speed, but only in comparison to the Kunpeng and Seraphim. Against ordinary second and third generation mechs, its speed was so great that only a cyan blur could be seen. On the battlefield's periphery, the pilots of the Dragon Nation Legion watched with bated breath as the Azure Dragon charged in and out of the enemy lines 7 times, drawing massive fire and buying precious respite for their comrades along the entire front. The Seraphim, with all 8 wings fully spread, was second only to the Kunpeng in speed. Its 80 floating cannon units orbited its frame as it turned into a dark lightning bolt, flying toward the first marked support point, obliterating a swarm of drones along the way. Truth be told, the Seraphim was specifically designed as a weapon to counter the high-star drone swarms. Under Zai's masterful command, every time the Kunpeng unleashed its heavy firepower, a critical high-star stronghold was inevitably erased from the global. The Azure Dragon's support capabilities were pushed to their peak, greatly alleviating the pressure on multiple fronts that were on the brink of collapse. Originally, she had written off these positions as lost causes, but under the Azure Dragon's blade, they turned into unexpected assets, pushing the front line forward by a significant margin. The Seraphim's floating cannons were a nightmare for the high-star drone swarms. Under Baiz's precise control, nearly 100 enemy drones were destroyed every second. On the frontline, Captain, that black mech is called the Seraphim, right? Yeah, why? Is that guy even human? How can he control so many floating cannons? Who knows? There are always 1 or 2 extraordinary people in this world, just like our Legion's commander. As the two chatted, a new order from she came through. Time to work. Coordinate with the Seraphim and push the front line hard. In by Xiphias livestream, Mimi narrated with a nearly hoarse voice. This isn't just a game anymore, it feels like I'm experiencing a real interstellar war. Bai Shen's positioning is godlike. The livestream screen shook violently, and nearly 10 million viewers felt as if they were watching an epic interstellar blockbuster up close. It's so elegant. As the Azure Dragon broke out of the encirclement and sped toward the next support point, me hastily gulped down 2 mouthfuls of longevity water. I never thought I'd witness such artistic group combat in a game. In winching a certain male dormitory room, 305. For heads were crowded around a single computer, the screen showing the first-person livestream of the national server's top solo player, Brother June. Awesome. Achieved a 10-kill streak. The big shot's positioning is insane. OID need a year to learn that. See, this is what a true skill-based stream. In the livestream, Brother June, piloting a third-generation mech, was maneuvering against a high-star assault mech. After 10 exchanges, he finally destroyed it. Just then, a burst of excited howls erupted from the adjacent room, 306. 1,000 kills. Holy crap, Bai Shun is amazing. 1,000 kills. The second brother adjusted his rimless glasses, frowning in confusion. Is that bullshit? He'll go check it out. The dorm leader, wearing flip-flops, stepped into room 306. Barely 3 seconds passed. Holy crap, amazing. That shout drew the other 3 from room 305. When they saw the Azure Dragon charging in and out of enemy ranks, 7 times its twin blades nearly smoking from the speed, they were utterly dumbfounded. Are we even playing the same game? This is insane. Only then did they truly understand that so-called top streamers and national server solo players were nothing but child's play in comparison. This was the real deal, an actual interstellar war. Soon the howls from room 306 grew louder, drawing the entire floor's attention. Seeing it was by Xiphias livestream, everyone immediately understood. Hurry back to the dorms to watch. A crowd poured out of room 306, while some stayed unwilling to miss a moment. The already cramped dorm was packed to the brim with 5 or 6 people squeezed onto each top bunk. Is this humanly possible? My scalp is tingling. Stop stealing my spicy strips. As the words left his mouth, only the last strip remained in the owner's hand. In the depths of space, the main battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom's Legion. The deployment of 3 fifth-generation mechs had completely turned the tide of battle, prompting the commander of the He Ming forces to respond swiftly by dispatching 3 entire mech legions to encircle them. Though He Ming's technology was advanced, they had no cultivators. The physical limits of their pilots directly determined the mech ceiling. Only cultivators with a life level of 500 points could withstand the immense pressure generated by 5th-generation mechs during extreme maneuvers. In truth, the He Ming mech formations were predominantly unmanned. The few piloted mechs were mostly command units. This was a unique advantage of Blue Star. Yet the disadvantages were equally evident. The disparity in fleet quality was vast. No matter how powerful the mechs, they could never withstand a direct barrage from ship cannons. The reason the Xuan Wukai had survived the positron cannon was merely a clever trick. Sir, the decapitation strike has begun. Inside the cockpit, He Ming, through Jarvis' third-person perspective, saw 3 mechs lift off from the rear of the Legion, moving at incredible speed. Give me He Ming's perspective. Yes, sir. On the main screen, the view switched to He Ming's third-person perspective. Behind her were 2 4th-generation mechs. Any movement from the He Ming fleet? Sir, the He Ming fleet has detected nothing unusual. He Ming's expression grew solemn. The range and events He Ming's aura could influence had far exceeded his estimates. Under normal circumstances, even if the main battlefield drew most of their attention, the Dragon Kingdom's Legion, boasting a full 200 mech units, should never have been overlooked by the He Ming command system. In reality, the Dragon Kingdom's Legion had closed to within less than 5 minutes of flight time from the He Ming fleet before being detected and countered at such a perilous distance. For such an oversight, those responsible for the radar and early warning systems would undoubtedly be executed after the battle. Even so, if the He Ming fleet had launched a concentrated strike at that moment, the Dragon Kingdom's Legion would have had no means of resistance. Yet they chose close combat. It seemed like contempt, but in truth, it was sheer folly. This defied all logic. This is only in a game. In reality, the influence would likely be even more absurd. Sir, based on existing data, on He Ming, the probability is 100. He Ming raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard Jarvis give a definitive one. The operational authority of Kunpeng had been fully handed over to Bai Zhe. In the realm of artificial intelligence, He Ming was equally outmatched. If both sides deployed unmanned forces with equal combat power, the loss ratio would be at least 1-5. With Bai Zhe's supercomputing in the combat domain, it could command the entire battlefield, rendering pilots unnecessary. Yet to secure victory, pilots remained indispensable. The decapitation strike required powerful cultivators. Mechs to some extent were merely tools for transporting humanoid Gundams. He Ming shifted his attention to the main control screen. 3 mechs had effortlessly infiltrated the interior of the He Ming mothership Arbiter. Although Jarvis had tampered with the IFF signals marking He Ming and the 2 other Dragon Kingdom commanders as He Ming units, the process was still suspicious. Qin Weiguo and Feng Wanli exited their cockpits and charged straight toward the Arbiter's bridge, demolishing every door and wall in their path. Feng Wanli's life index reached 3500 points, while Qin Weiguo stood at 3200 points. With full-body nanoarmor, the He Ming forces stood no chance against these 2 humanoid Gundams. As numerous escape pods launched from the Arbiter, its internal self-destruct sequence activated automatically. Seeing this, He Ming grew slightly more attentive. He wondered if He Ming could survive such an ordeal. Though Qin Weiguo and Feng Wanli tried to flee at top speed, they fell short in the end, and He Ming was consumed by the explosions blaze along with them. The moment He Ming left the battlefield, He Ming sensed something amiss. The combat capability of the He Ming mechs suddenly surged by an entire tier, and the drone swarms accelerated. As if the invisible hand that had restrained the He Ming fleet had finally released its grip on their necks the instant He Ming fell. In the depths of space, nearly 100 ship cannons fired indiscriminately at the Dragon Kingdom's Legion. The scene was overwhelming, as if light consumed everything. Even the speed-oriented Kunpeng had no time to evade. With just a single salvo from the ship cannons, hundreds of thousands of combat units were utterly annihilated, leaving not a trace of their existence. He Ming respawned aboard Blue Star's mothership. Having obtained the answers he sought, he immediately chose to log out of the game. Rising from his bed, He Ming took the omniscient notebook handed to him by the intelligent robot and sat down at his desk. His gaze grew distant as he pondered how to resolve his doubts without drawing undue attention from that kind of existence. He Ming's existence filled He Ming with profound unease, a feeling that even surpassed the threat posed by the He fleet. After all, there were still over 4 years before the He fleet's arrival on Blue Star, and he was confident in using the notebook's power to forge a force capable of. Yet He Ming's ability, akin to a protagonist's aura, was too alarming. He Ming speculated that she might be a clan member or disciple sent by some high-level entity to temper themselves on Blue Star. After a moment's thought, He Ming finally put pen to paper. Under the premise that I can easily achieve it without any side effects or hidden risks, is there a way to bind you more deeply? Provide the optimal solution. If this question would draw attention from any existence, do not answer. After writing this, He Ming's heart rate involuntarily quickened. Since acquiring the omniscient notebook and grasping the truth of all knowledge, he had long ceased to experience such a racing heart. When the words vanished and the answer appeared, He Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief. As long as there was a solution. Soul contract requires life index of 1.0 points, self-dimensional ascension, and the opening of an inner universe. Dimensional ascension, inner universe. These two terms He Ming could understand their literal meaning, but their significance had utterly shattered his cognitive boundaries. It was as if a door to an entirely new world had opened before him. If I use you within this inner universe and ask about topics involving certain existences, would I attract extra attention? No. Seeing the answer, a sharp light flashed in He Ming's eyes. This inner universe seemed to be an ultimate safe haven, isolated from all external information. Previously, He Ming had refrained from asking questions about cosmic mysteries for fear of drawing indirect attention from beings beyond his comprehension. If he could successfully create an inner universe using the notebook, within it would leave no lingering concerns. The notebook's power would be amplified without limit. What is dimensional ascension? If the answer to this question would attract attention, do not answer. Create an inner universe, making oneself the heavenly Tao. The instant he read this line, He Ming's expression froze, and his brows slowly knit. This was yet another answer whose words he could understand, but whose true meaning eluded him. The heavenly Tao. Is it the same heavenly Tao I understand? An exceedingly audacious hypothesis began to sprout within He Ming's mind. Could Blue Star, High Star, and even this vast boundless sea of stars be nothing more than products born from an inner cosmos? If that were the case, once he managed to forge his own inner cosmos, wouldn't he essentially become a creator? This conjecture was far too terrifying. The hand holding He Ming's pen began to tremble uncontrollably. It took a long while for him to forcibly compose himself. If you don't understand, just ask. Don't torment yourself. Given my current situation and the resources available on Blue Star, how can I achieve dimensional ascension? A vessel capable of withstanding an inner cosmos is required. Does such a vessel exist on Blue Star? Yes. Upon receiving the answer, He Ming instinctively held his breath. What is it? The Imperial Seal. He Ming's expression froze once more, his gaze filled with a light of incomprehension, yet burning with a desire to explore. In his understanding, the Imperial Seal was merely a piece of jade crafted under the First Emperor's decree. That it could amplify the destiny of humanity and accelerate cultivation was already astonishing enough, and defied common logic. But now the omniscient notebook claimed the Imperial Seal could bear the burden of birthing an inner cosmos. He Ming dared not probe further into such sensitive questions that might prove fatal. He would wait until he reached the safe house to study the answers slowly. Am I currently being observed by higher dimensional beings? No. Time to cultivate. Jarvis, has the Medicine King from the Jiang family arrived? Sir, the Medicine Kings from the Jiang family and other ancient martial arts clans are expected to arrive at the Starry Sky Post House tomorrow. He Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. He had only asked the Jiang family to offer up all the Medicine Kings over 300 years old, and this was exceeding their KPI. It seems the Jiang family is very eager to advance. He Ming twirled his fountain pen rapidly in his hand, his mood greatly improved. Provide all the details of the core members of the Jiang family within the next 7 days. The text vanished and the answer surfaced. He Ming skimmed over some unnecessary details and directly focused on the major events. After reading through everything, this Jiang Jinhai has some skill after all. List the contribution percentages of Medicine Kings from all ancient martial forces on Blue Star. Jiang family 100. Ji family 100, Yen family 100, Li family 100, Jin family 85, Shui family 70, Zhuge family 65. Among a total of 13 major hidden families, only the 4 great houses, Jiang, Ji, Yen, and Li, had contributed all their Medicine Kings. The remaining affiliated forces were not counted. Could this Jiang Jinhai be trying to test my abilities through this offering of medicine? He Ming quickly wrote in his notebook. What is Jiang Zhenhai's purpose in joining forces with other ancient martial arts factions to offer the medicine? To test whether you possess the ability to foresee the future. Upon receiving the answer, He Ming let out a soft chuckle. Not a bad guess, but unfortunately only a small part of it is correct. Jarvis, let's give Jiang Junhai a clear signal. Send the third stage of the stellar guidance art directly to Jiang Junhai, along with an additional requirement: the second stage of the stellar guidance art may only be given to the Ji, Yin, and Li families. A slight smile curled at the corner of He Ming's mouth. As for the Jin and Shui families, just let them see the table of contents. Very well, sir. The information has been sent to Jiang Zhenhai's private email. At the Jiang family estate. Inside Jiang Zhenhai's private study. Master, there's an unknown email in your private inbox. A female assistant who appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in a cheongsam and possessing an exceedingly voluptuous figure, hurried in. A black terminal rested on the sandalwood tray she carried. Jiang Junhai took the terminal, waved his hand dismissively, and said with a light laugh, "Come to my room at 10 tonight. There's something I need your assistance with." "As you wish, master." After dismissing his assistant, Jiang Junhai unlocked the terminal with his fingerprint. In the bottom right corner was an unopened, unknown email. Upon opening the email, Jiang Zhenhai's pupils contracted, and his expression instantly turned extremely grave. The Stellar Guidance Art Stage 3. His attention was captured by the main text. The second stage is only to be sent to the Ji, Yin, and Li families. Additionally, let the Jin and Shui families merely view the table of contents of the technique. Jiang Junhai shot up from his seat in shock. His fists clenched tightly. That one from the Starry Sea truly does possess the means to foresee the future. He's telling me that even if I know about this, it makes no difference to him. Or rather, this is a warning for us not to harbor any ulterior motives. Jiang Junhai closed the terminal and strode quickly out of the study. Xiao Lan informed the Council of Elders. A top-level meeting will be convened in 1 hour. Anyone who doesn't show up need not come again. Understood, master. An hour later, all the core members of the Jiang family were present with no one absent. As usual, the family meeting was held in the ancestral hall. Jiang Zhenhai's private encrypted terminal was placed on the table in the center of the main hall. Patriarch, what's the urgency? I just got back from Modu and haven't even had a sip of water yet. Could it be that there's news from the Starry Sea already? In an instant, murmurs of discussion arose throughout the hall. In the corner, the younger generation of the Jiang family stood packed together, each holding a phone, and engaged in a group chat. Ling, what's going on this time? Did the Starry Sea get back to us that quickly? How is that possible? My dad only arrived in the western frontier yesterday. The Medicine Kings haven't even been delivered to the site specified by Starry Sea yet. Surely that one can't have foreseen this. Stop guessing blindly, you guys. Just listen properly. I haven't even finished learning the second stage of the Stellar Guidance Art. It can't possibly be the third stage, can it? Don't even mention it. Compared to the Stellar Guidance Art, our Jiang family's primordial Yang art is complete garbage, no comparison at all. I've screenshotted that guy upstairs. Oh no. They'll treat you all to dinner and entertainment tonight, bros. Consider it settled if you're satisfied. Zhang Fei recalled him. Haha, it's useless. I screenshotted it too. You bunch of shameless beasts. Ahem. Jiang Junhai coughed twice, his gaze shifting to the corner. To an ordinary person, it would be impossible to hear the tapping of phone keyboards from such a distance, but everyone present was a cultivator, so they could hear it all clearly. The younger members of the Jiang family, like children caught misbehaving, quickly put away their phones. Each stood ramrod straight, their faces struggling to maintain a serious expression. The one from the Starry Sea has given his answer, the third stage of the Stellar Guidance Art. Excellent. This deal was incredibly profitable. With the third stage, we can use the second stage of the Stellar Guidance Art to barter for even more benefits. Jiang Junhai raised his hand to silence the discussion. We'll talk about exchanging for benefits after the meeting. Today's agenda is whether or not we should go all out to deal with the arrival of the High Star Fleet. At these words, the room fell silent instantly. No one was willing to bear the consequences of choosing the wrong side. If they fought with all their might against High Star and won, they would naturally be credited with meritorious service. But if they lost and Blue Star was ultimately colonized by High Star, there would be no room for negotiation left. At that point, the only path awaiting the Jiang family would be annihilation, without even the chance to preserve a spark for future resistance. The Jiang family can be destroyed, but we will never be slaves. At this moment, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed with a sharp light. An alien invasion is not a change of dynasty, it is a calamity of genocide and extinction. At these words, Jiang Junhai immediately slammed the table and stood up. Precisely. Everyone, the Star Guidance Art is highly likely to be a method of longevity that breaks the shackles of the age of Dharma decline. If we can assist Xinghai in winning this battle, we might obtain the complete cultivation art. The path to longevity lies right before us. Oh, what are we still has longevity? In the age of Dharma decline, with spiritual energy scarce, any possibility of it had long been severed. But the Star Guidance Art was different. Practitioners could directly draw the power of stars from the cosmic sea to strengthen themselves, no longer limited solely by Blue Star. Everyone present had cultivated this art and could naturally sense its effects. The grand promise Jiang Jinhai had laid out was far too tempting, and it was a promise within reach. All those present, including the direct descendants of the Jiang family, standing in the corner, now had their eyes gleaming, their minds racing with fantasies. The family head is right. The star guidance art is absolutely a method of longevity. Indeed, I feel the same. In less than 2 months of cultivation, I feel like I've grown much younger. Under the push of Jiang Jinhai and the Grand Elder, the meeting had shifted from deciding whether to resist the High Star with full force to how to assist Xinghai in securing the complete star guidance art. At the Yin family ancestral shrine, compared to the Jiang family and Jiang Jinhai, the newly appointed young family head of the Yin family, Yin Huang, who was only 30 years old, was not having such an easy time. The voices of opposition within the clan had never ceased since the day he took office. Every major decision he made encountered tremendous resistance. The previous family head who had pushed him into power was nearing the end of his life and had long lost the heart to manage the family, focusing solely on breakthroughs in his. Yin Huang, do you still have any regard for our clan rules and ancestral traditions? In the main hall, an elder with graying temples on the left shattered the armrest of his chair with a slap, fuming with anger. You privately transferred all the medicinal kings aged over 300 years from the Yin family reserves. How dare you act first and report later on such a momentous decision? Yin Huang lifted his head slightly, his narrow phoenix-like eyes glancing sidelong at the speaker. That was the foundation our Yin family has accumulated over countless generations. With one word, you've given it all away. How generous. What shall we do for breakthroughs and seclusion in the future? Another elder with a grim face sighed in dejection. Facing the reproaches of all the clan elders, Yin Huang simply let their words go in one ear and out the other, paying them no heed at all. The team left to him by the previous family had naturally felt stifled hearing these harsh words. As with the usual clan meetings, a new round of verbal sparring began. After a long while, when everyone had argued enough, Yin Huang finally stood up and let out a cold laugh. Inform you? Then listen to you squabble here for 3 days and nights. Other matters I could tolerate, but if I missed this opportunity, even if you died and went to the underworld, the ancestors of the Yin family would throw you into a cauldron of oil for 7 days and 7 nights. How dare you? The Yin family's grand elder shook with rage, his beard bristling. You show no respect for your elders. Indeed, even if we must invest in Xinghai, it shouldn't be everything. Keeping a portion for emergencies. That is the way of survival. Yin Huang scoffed. A bunch of short-sighted fools, you're just wasting grain by living in this world. You. Several elders stood up at once, and another round of arguments began. Yin Huang closed his eyes again, long accustomed to such scenes. When the clamor died down, Yin Huang opened his eyes once more. Why is the Jiang family willing to fight on the front lines for Xinghai? Haven't you ever pondered this question? Everyone present understood this reasoning and was willing to exchange resources for the star guidance art promised by the Jiang family. Because recently the rate of strength increase among the Jiang family's direct descendants was simply astonishing. Even the weakest among them could sweep the floor with peers from other families. How could this not be astounding? But offering all medicinal kings over 300 years old in exchange for such an unheard-of cultivation art was a risk far too great. The star guidance art. If this art can truly channel the power of stars to replace the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, isn't it a method of longevity that breaks the shackles of the age of Dharma decline? A method of longevity. Yin Huang, you certainly dare to say that. This is the age of Dharma decline. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is depleted. Even breaking through a lifespan of 300 years has become a luxury. Where is there any method of longevity? Facing the elders who were generations his senior, Yin Huang still showed extreme assertiveness. Based on the recent actions of the Jiang family. Given the nature of that old fox Jiang Jinhai, if it weren't a method of longevity, why would he spare no expense and willingly become Xinghai's vanguard? These words carried weight, and the voices of opposition among the elders quieted somewhat. Though young Jiang Jinhai had caused those present to suffer losses in their dealings with him, so they dared not underestimate him. You short-sighted old fools, all your high-sounding talk is just a way to find a scapegoat, isn't it? If the star guidance art isn't a method of longevity, then I'll step down as family head. But for now, please shut your mouths. Fine, fine, fine. The grand elder said fine 3 times in a row. What a fine short-sighted indeed. Since the family head no longer regards us old fellows, I will take my branch and leave the Yin family. Beside the speaking third elder, the fifth elder, who managed nearly half the family's business, also stood up with a grim face. For the sake of this so-called method of longevity, you would stake the fate of the entire clan. How is such madness any different from gambling? It seems there's no need for my branch to stay either. Yin Huang snorted coldly. He was almost tired of seeing this kind of power play. On ordinary days, for the sake of family stability, he might have chosen to endure a bit. But now was the chance for the Yin family's rise. How could he allow anyone? Then go. You'll get what's due to you, not a bit less. These words startled everyone. Who among those present didn't know this was a tactic to pressure Yin Huang? It was just talk. How had it become serious? Once you step through that door today, don't ever claim to be from the Yin family of running outside. My Yin family can't afford such shame. At that moment, the temperature in the hall dropped by more than 10 degrees. No one expected Yin Huang to become so unyielding all of a sudden. Instead, the third and fifth elders who had threatened to leave found themselves in an awkward spot. Seeing this, the Grand Elder cleared his throat twice. I think we should stop arguing. If the star guidance art the Jiang family gives us isn't a method of longevity, then the family head should step down. But if the family head's gamble pays off from now on, if anyone dares to stir up internal strife, don't blame me for being ruthless. The third and fifth elders, seeing the way out, quickly agreed. I'm only doing this out of respect for the Grand Elder, not because I'm giving in to you, a mere child. Just wait to step down and yield your position, Yin Huang. As Yin Huang's peripheral vision swept over the Grand Elder, the latter's lips curled up slightly, like a sly old fox whose scheme had succeeded. Yin Huang's heart jolted. What was going on with the Grand Elder, the opposition leader, who usually had the biggest objections to him in the clan? Could this old man be the greatest trump card grandfather left me? 3 days later, in the Jiang family garden, the spacious reception hall was arranged with 2 rows of seats left and right. 3 seats on the left, 10 on the right. Under the guidance of servants, the clan leaders took their seats one after another. Seated on the left were the current heads of the Ji and Li clans. This seating arrangement was highly unusual, and those present, being seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms, could more or less discern its implications. Could this be a deliberate slight against those clans that hadn't fully delivered the spirit medicine kings? Upon seeing this arrangement, Ji Wushuang, the head of the Ji clan, was instead filled with self-doubt. Could it be that someone within his own clan had secretly withheld a spirit medicine king? Beside him, Li Hui, the head of the Li clan, also turned pale. Clan leader Li, this seating arrangement by the Jiang family seems to carry a deeper meaning. Li Hui's expression grew stern. Glancing at the convivial atmosphere among the 10 families across from them, his inner unease intensified. Indeed, it's clearly meant to put us in our place. Alas, we'd better start thinking now about how to make amends. The reason for their self-doubt was that 1 seat still remained empty on the left, reserved for Yin Huang of the Yin clan, who had yet to arrive. And the infighting within the Yin clan was notorious. It would be considered a feat if they could even hand over a portion of the spirit medicine kings. On the right side, clan leader Zhao, this setup is rather intriguing. It seems there might be some entertainment in store. Zhao Shuang, the head of the Zhao clan, swept his gaze across the opposite seats, instantly grasping the situation, and felt 3 parts more at ease. Seeing the Yin clan seat on the other side, the matter was almost certainly settled. Brother Jiang always acts in unpredictable ways. Such an arrangement is truly hard to fathom. As he spoke, the corners of Zhao Shuang's mouth curled up slightly, and he cast a malicious glance at the fidgeting heads of the Ji and Li clans. Feeling the mocking stares from across the room, Ji Wushuang and Li Hui became even more uncomfortable, as if their seats were covered in nails. It seems the protagonists of today are destined to be those 3. Amidst the casual chatter, the current clan leaders had already roughly grasped the situation. That one from Xinghai truly has far-reaching influence. The head of the Chui clan echoed, indeed. Someone else chimed in. To deduce the celestial secrets. Mastering such divine abilities, I fear nothing in this world can escape his gaze. Truly terrifying. At that moment, Yin Huang entered the hall. Lifting his eyes for a glance, he immediately understood what was happening. Under the guidance of a Jiang clan member, he naturally took the only empty seat on the left. Clan leader, Yin, this gathering today might be a tough one to navigate, Ji Wushuang said, shaking his head with a sigh. Yin Huang let out a light snort. Clan leader Ji, what do you mean by that? I don't quite follow. Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Clan leader, Yin, could it be that you're Yin clan? Yin Huang nodded slightly. Indeed. On the very day the Jiang family envoy arrived, I had already begun arranging for the secret transport of the spirit medicine kings. Ji Wushuang's heart leaped. He leaned in and whispered, not a single one left. Naturally, upon hearing this, Li Hui's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and his heart overflowed with ecstasy. It felt as if a second ago he had been buried deep in the earth's core, and the next he was soaring above the clouds. Clan leader, Yin, how did you convince the Council of Elders? Naturally, I bypassed them. Those short-sighted parasites are a waste of oxygen. Upon receiving the definitive answer, Ji Wushuang and Li Hui wiped the hot sweat from their brows in unison. This roller coaster of emotions was quite thrilling. At this point, all the clan leaders present believed that their own clan had fully delivered the spirit medicine kings. Ji Wushuang's reasoning was simple. There were only 3 of them on this side, while the opposite side had a full 10 families. Even if someone within their own clan had hidden a spirit medicine king, the probability of it happening on the other side was far greater. Zhao Shuang, the head of the Zhao clan, who had always been at odds with the Yin clan and often clashed with them in business, cast a mocking, meaningful glance at Yin Huang. Clan leader, Yin seems quite composed. Clan leader Zhao flatters me. I and Huang have always taken things in stride. But you clan leader Zhao should carefully consider how you plan to salvage the situation. Sometimes being overconfident is not a good thing. Ji Wushuang in high spirits couldn't help but interject. Clan leader Yin speaks the truth. Zhao Shuang clapped his hands and laughed, wearing an expression as if he were looking at fools. Yin Huang also smiled as if looking at an imbecile. Just then Jiang Jinhai entered the hall from the inner court. The moment he saw the scene, he could barely suppress the smile tugging at his lips. How amusing, he murmured. After a round of pleasantries urged on by the gathered clan leaders, Jiang Jinhai clapped his hands. From the inner hall emerged 13 beautiful women in Cheongsam, with graceful figures, each carrying a sandalwood tray. The crowd's eyes swept over the trays, and a flicker of confusion arose. There were 13 trays in total. 5 of them held 2 threadbound books, while the other 8 held only 1 book. Yin Huang, who had been brimming with confidence, felt a pang of panic at this sight. This shouldn't be. The clan's secret vault had always been under his control. Could someone have secretly withheld a spirit medicine king? Ji Wushuang and Li Hu's faces turned as pale as paper once more. Only 5 trays held 2 threadbound books. This clearly meant that the other side had hit the jackpot. But what about the seating arrangement? If only 5 families had delivered the spirit medicine kings, shouldn't there be 5 people on one side? Zhao Shuang and the other clan leaders were also baffled, scratching their heads in confusion. 5 trays with 2 books each. That number simply didn't add up. Seeing the look of utter disbelief on everyone's faces, Jiang Jinhai felt immense satisfaction. Without He Ming's direct instruction, he wouldn't have dared to act in such a manner. After all this risk, offending everyone present. As all eyes turned to him with murderous intent, Jiang Jinhai let out a light chuckle and decided not to drag it out any longer. With a wave of his hand, the young women in Cheongsam, under the fiery gaze of 13 pairs of eyes, delivered the trays belonging to each clan to their respective leaders. Seeing the trays bearing 2 threadbound books approaching their side, Yin Huang, Ji Wushuang, and Li Hui stood up simultaneously, their hearts pounding so fast they felt like they might leap out of their mouths. The 3 of them eagerly snatched the threadbound books from the trays and brought them before their eyes. Stellar Guidance Art Stage 1. Stellar Guidance Art Stage 2. 2 books. No mistake. In stark contrast to the ecstatic state of the 3, Zhao Shuang looked at the Stellar Guidance Art Stage 1 in his hand, then raised his head to see the 2 books in the hands of the opposite 3. The feeling in his heart was as unpleasant as swallowing a bowl of dead flies. After everyone had come to terms with reality, they discovered another highly unusual situation. The Jiang family had indeed distributed the techniques according to the seating arrangement. The Ji Yin and Li clans on the left all received 2 books. Why then did the Jin and Shui clans seated on the right also receive 2 books? All the clan leaders present suddenly felt as if they were being toyed with in the palm of Jiang Jinhai's hand. Under the watchful eyes of all, the patriarch of the Shui family opened the Stellar Guidance Art second stage. The table of contents appeared conventional, even bearing a resemblance to modern books. Yet when he turned to the main text, everyone was stunned. The smile vanished from the Shui patriarch's face. Blank pages. How could this be? He abruptly raised his head to look at Jiang Jinhai, his eyes filled with bewildered fury. In the next moment, he seemed to grasp what had happened. He had personally overseen the inventory of the secret vault, certain no mistake could have occurred. The missing spirit herbs must have been pilfered by a clan member during. Others received only 1 volume, while he obtained 2, albeit with only the table of contents. The reason was clear: the missing herbs were few, perhaps just 1 or 2 plants. When he caught Jiang Jinhai's cold gaze, the Shui patriarch reacted instantly, donning a warm spring-like smile. Turning his head, he ground his teeth audibly, a feeling of utter exasperation rising within him. Yet what could he do about it now? At most, he would investigate thoroughly upon returning, then tear the clan member who had hidden the herbs into pieces and feed them to the dogs. The patriarch of the Jin family, who also received 2 volumes, appeared calmer on the surface, but the murderous intent flickering in his eyes was barely restrained. What was this? A public humiliation. Compared to receiving only the table of contents, it would have been better to be like the rest. Everyone present was shrewd. They understood well why Jiang Jinhai had arranged things this way. Seeing the reactions of the Shui and Jin patriarchs, the other 8 families felt somewhat relieved. Yet at the same time, a genuine fear of He Ming, who lurked behind the scenes, began to rise within them. Patriarch Jiang, you must put in a good word for us. Someone started, and immediately the other patriarchs surged forward, encircling Jiang Jinhai. Jiang Jinhai set down his teacup and said calmly, "Now do you understand the methods of the one behind Shanghai? We understand, we understand. Give me 3 days, and I will make up for the missing spirit herbs." This effect. The patriarchs turned around to see that by the heavens, the Qian family patriarch had already begun to cultivate. Even the basic techniques yield such results. Someone noticed something amiss. This isn't spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The energy being channeled is so pure. Old Qian, how effective is it specifically? The Qian patriarch's eyes shone, his fists clenched. Compared to the techniques of my Qian family, the cultivation speed of this stellar guidance art is at least 7 times faster. Moreover, this technique channels the power of the stars. In truth, it might even be more than 7 times. The words were ambiguous, but everyone present understood. In an instant, the patriarchs on the right hesitated no longer and stepped forward one after another to express their commitment. Their eagerness seemed as if they would offer their entire family fortunes just to obtain the complete technique. Jiang Jinhai raised his hand to quell the commotion. Even if you surround me to death, I cannot make the decision on this matter. At these words, everyone became calmer. As Jiang Jinhai had said, the Jiang family was merely a pawn and the technique was held by the big boss behind Xinghai. Everyone, don't panic. Think carefully. What does Xinghai need most right now? Jiang Zhenhai's words were like a sudden enlightenment, bringing clarity to all present. My Qian family owns 13 precision instrument processing plants. If Xinghai needs them, we are willing to provide services free of charge. Zhao Shuang clenched his fist and said, my Zhao family can mobilize all our connections to procure large quantities of rare metals from around the globe at no cost. At these words, everyone turned to look at Zhao Shuang. If what Zhao Shuang said was true, the Zhao family would be hemorrhaging resources this time. The Jin family is willing to provide free use of 13 ports, both domestic and international, to handle material. Our Wang family can provide 20 large engineering teams. After receiving the commitments from all the patriarchs, Jiang Jinhai smiled with satisfaction. The purpose of setting up this grand display today had been achieved. On the left side, Yan Huang's eyes flickered with a light of greed. He knew that since the Jiang family had released the second stage technique, they must surely possess the third or even fourth stage of the stellar guidance art. The rules were clear: more work, more reward. To obtain more, one had to demonstrate sufficient value. The path to immortality. Yan Huang was a man of action. After exchanging greetings with Jiang Jinhai, he turned and left. Ji Wushuang and Li Hui exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. In their view, the one behind Xinghai possessed the divine ability to foresee the future. Mere words would be useless. 1 month later, at the Starry Sky Inn, He Ming stood on the second-floor balcony, leaning on the railing, gazing at the core foundation of the Starry Sky port, where the final touches were being completed. The reason for such rapid progress was naturally the precision engineering machinery centuries ahead of this era. Using this complete set of equipment to build a space elevator was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. No cranes, no manual labor, fully intelligent control. Large machinery equipped with flint modules could operate suspended in the air around the clock, achieving efficiency that would leave jaws dropping. After all, machines need no rest. Even if damaged, intelligent robots under Jarvis's control would repair them immediately. Jarvis, what are the life indexes of Zhang Zhifei and Bai Xiaofei? Sir Zhang Zifei's life index is 11220. Bai Xiaofei's life index is 13250. How long until the space elevator is completed? Sir, it is expected to be completed in 10 days. He Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. 10 days. The timeline seemed to have shortened somewhat. Has the Zhang family been putting in effort? A series of virtual images materialized before He Ming's eyes. Large shipments of rare metals arriving by sea precision instrument processing plants that had recently pivoted their operations, over 50 large engineering teams suddenly emerging in the western frontier, and over 20 trillion in additional funds appearing on the books. Compared to last month, the project timeline has improved by 47.9. Jiang Jinhai seems even more capable than I anticipated. There's no need to worry about domestic matters now. I just need to deal with foreign capital. He Ming returned to his room and fetched a notebook. Generate a rank percentage chart of ancient martial arts factions' resource contributions to Xinghai. The text vanished and the answer appeared. Qian family 13. 35. Jin family 11. 47. Jiang family 10. 69. Yin family 9. 37. Wang family 8. 32. He Ming scanned the list, quickly forming a general idea. He raised his hand and glanced at his smart bracelet. Life index 46722. The notebook had indicated that a life index of 4300 was sufficient to enter Ileo Mountain and safely retrieve the Imperial Seal. He Ming felt that wasn't safe enough. After all, safety and emerging unscathed were two different concepts. Given my current life index plus a full set of nano-coverage armor with Seraphim on standby, what is the difficulty percentage of entering Ileo Mountain and retrieving the Imperial Seal? 0. Reliable. List an optimal plan for retrieving the Imperial Seal. In the capital city. As He Ming exited the airport, a young girl clad in a mecha combat suit approached him. Big brother, could you tell me where the Star Ocean cosplay convention is being held? A cosplay convention? Was Star Ocean even hosting one? Couldn't she just look it up online herself? He Ming scrutinized the girl from head to toe. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with twin tails of blue-pink gradient hair, large eyes that blinked playfully, and an exquisite figure. He Ming casually pointed in a direction. Over there. Thanks, little bro. The girl revealed 2 small dimples, her smile sweet, as she bounced off in that. There are more people over there, go ask them again. The girl stumbled, nearly falling flat on her face. He Ming watched her retreating figure with a soft chuckle, then quickly strode to the roadside. A new energy commercial vehicle pulled up precisely on time, its door opening automatically. Once aboard, the vehicle headed to the capital's largest antique street, Jingxing Antique City. Jarvis is Star Ocean holding a convention in the capital. Sir, this is a joint event between Star Entertainment and a major supermarket in the capital. It starts at 9 in the morning at Xingyue Square in Guangdong District. Half an hour later, the commercial vehicle automatically parked at a roadside spot. He Ming stepped out and entered Jingxing Antique City. Both sides of the street were lined with small stalls selling antiques, some peddling porcelain, others stones wrapped in plastic. Coins, paintings, calligraphy, and all manner of old trinkets were abundant, and the crowd was as dense as a vegetable market. Compared to the street stalls, the antique shops on either side seemed eerily quiet. He Ming raised his wrist to glance at his smartband, and a specific address appeared on the electronic screen. Following the address, he arrived at a small shop that looked no larger than about 30 square meters. A crisp bell chimed. The shopkeeper, who had been dozing on a wrought tin chair behind the counter, shook his head groggily, forced himself to muster a smile, and came forward. Honored guest, care to take a look? He Ming picked up an ancient sword and idly examined it. Sir, you have excellent taste. This sword is the treasure of our shop from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. How much? 998,000. Quite cheap. He'll take it. What? This wasn't going according to the script he had anticipated. Antique shop owner Wang Jiu rubbed his nearly bald head and suddenly hesitated to sell. No, sir, I was joking. This sword isn't worth much. If you like it, I'll give it to you. If it's worthless, I don't want it. He Ming's gaze was drawn to a fragment of tarnished copper in the corner. Oh, was there something genuine here? He stepped forward, picked up the copper fragment, and felt a cool sensation seep into his palm. Where did this come from? Wang Jiu raised an eyebrow, quickly snatched the fragment from He Ming's hand, and tossed it carelessly under the counter. That's not an antique, it's just a piece of junk. Boss, this copper piece came from the Ileo Mountains, didn't it? Wang Jiu shuddered at the words, stumbling back a few steps, nearly falling on his backside. So you sure know how to joke. He Ming didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. There's a job. I wonder if you're interested. Oh, do tell. The fawning smile on Wang Jiu's face vanished, and his expression grew more serious. Go to the Ileo Mountains and dig a hole for me. Wang Jiu's face visibly paled. He waved his hands frantically. I can't take this job. The Ileo Mountains aren't a place for humans. It's a death trap. 10 million. Sir, it's not about the money. Few who go to that damned place ever come out alive. He Ming picked up a deliberately aged porcelain cup and said casually, 100 million. This time Wang Jiu didn't respond immediately. He was conflicted, his heart beginning to itch with temptation. But when he recalled the scenes he had witnessed during his youth in the Ileo Mountains, his mind snapped back to clarity, and he shook his head like a rattledrum. I can't take this job. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't live to enjoy it. Don't you have children or grandchildren? Wang Jiu was taken aback by the question. What a thing to say. He was barely halfway through his life and hadn't lived enough yet. Children and grandchildren had their own fortunes. There was no need to worry unnecessarily. Besides, those few families were doing well enough. Risk his life for it. Forget it. Retirement was better. Seeing Wang Jiu unmoved, He Ming wasn't in a hurry. He pulled 2 pure black bank cards from his pocket. 200 million. He Ming smiled at Wang Jiu's constipated expression, feeling an inexplicable satisfaction. On reflection, it made sense. Ever since acquiring the omniscient notebook, he had been holed up at home cultivating. Despite holding trillions in assets, he had never truly experienced what it felt like to be wealthy. A deposit. A deposit. Wang Jiu's eyes went wide, thinking he had misheard. Sir, what did you just say? He Ming chuckled softly. A deposit of 200 million and another 2 billion after the job is done. The thing I need dug up is 300 meters underground. I don't care who you hire, but if you get it done, the money is yours. Deal. Wang Jiu bowed deeply at a 180-degree angle. What's your surname, sir? My surname is He. Bossy, leave it to me. He'll have the crew assembled within 10 days. He Ming set down the porcelain cup, rubbed his hands, and shook his head. I'm giving you just 1 day to prepare. Be at the Antique City Gate tomorrow at this time. Wang Jiu bowed as he escorted He Ming out of the Antique City, watching until He Ming got into the commercial vehicle and disappeared from sight. Only then did he hurry back to his shop. Holy shit. Though 1,000 words churned in Wang Jiu's mind, those 2 were the most fitting. He pulled out the 2 black cards from his pocket, his heartbeat doubling. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, it was that He Ming had offered so much money it could buy the lives of his entire family. Once he calmed down, Wang Jiu began to feel anxious and uncertain. Could these bank cards be fake? So with a nervous heart, Wang Jiu took the 2 black cards and casually entered a bank. Though he had never seen one in person, having been in this trade for so long, he had heard stories. A black dragon gold card was a symbol of status in the Dragon Kingdom, something money alone couldn't buy. It could be used at any state-owned bank. At the service hall, Wang Zhou tentatively placed one of the black dragon gold cards on the counter. Please contact the bank manager. I'd like to withdraw some money. The receptionist took the card, swiped it through the card reader, and immediately changed expression. When Wang Zhou returned to the antique city, the flush on his face had still not completely faded. Since the day he was born, he had never experienced such a level of respect. The bank manager served him personally. The client manager wore a fawning smile, and those two fair-skinned, pretty young clerks cast flirtatious glances that stirred an itch deep within Wang Zhou's heart, making him yearn to pounce on them and have his way right there. As he was leaving, one of the clerks secretly asked for his contact information. So this is what it feels like to be above others. Wang Zhou clenched the black gold dragon card in his palm, feeling light as air, as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. To hold on to this fortune, this matter must succeed. His gaze turned resolute as he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Soon the first call was made. Before Wang Zhou could speak, an impatient voice came from the other end. Wang Baldi, what the hell are you calling me for instead of enjoying your blessings in your precious Beijing? If there's nothing important in hanging up, don't waste my time making money. The sound of mahjong tiles clacking came through the phone. Wang Zhou's lips curled slightly as he cut straight to the chase. Old Xiao, there's a huge job. Are you daring enough to take it? Didn't you retire? What's short on cash? Old Xiao's tone was still a bit impatient, but he was now listening attentively. He was also very curious about what kind of job could make a man like Wang Zhou return to his old trade. Go to the Ileo Mountains and dig a big pit. The sound of hurried footsteps came through the phone, and soon the mahjong noise faded. Are you out of your damn mind? Is that cursed place fit for humans to enter? 50 million. 50 million. Old Xiao pulled a nearly flattened pack of soft cigarettes from his pocket, tremblingly extracted one, and lit it only after 4 attempts. He pondered inwardly. Even if the job succeeded, the proceeds would at best be split evenly. After accounting for the upfront costs of hiring people and equipment, his net gain would be just— he was a bachelor with no family or friends. If he lost his life, everything would be meaningless. A deposit. A deposit. Old Xiao's expression froze, and his heart suddenly burned with greed. A deposit of 50 million. How much would the final payment be? And the final payment— Wang Zhou snorted lightly and said calmly, 500 million. 500 million. Are you damn well kidding me? Old Xiao, have I ever joked with you about such matters? Old Xiao's lips trembled uncontrollably. Wang Baldi, this money won't be easy to earn. That cursed Ileo Mountains is a death trap. Old Xiao, we've been through life and death together, so I won't hide it from you. The boss said to dig a pit in the Ileo Mountains, and the treasure seems to be buried 300 meters underground. 300 meters underground. That kind of depth won't work with just shovels. That shouldn't be our concern. Since the big boss sought us out, they must have made thorough preparations. Alright, transfer the money over, and he'll start preparing. Tomorrow at this time at Jingxing Antique City. That urgent. After hanging up, Old Xiao returned to the mahjong room, grabbed his coat, and left. Back at home, he felt restless, pacing back and forth while cigarette butts lit. A 50 million deposit. Humph. Wang Baldi must be taking the lion's share. What could be worth such a high price? A glint of malice flashed in Old Xiao's eyes as if he had made up his mind. He fetched a hammer from the cabinet, crawled under the bed, and smashed open a floor tile. When he emerged, he held an object wrapped in red cloth. Judging by its shape, it was some kind of pit. He'll take the money, and he'll take the goods too. Once that fool finds the pit, he'll tie him up and squeeze out at least 1 billion or 800 million from him. He placed the item on the table, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. One eye, there's a big job. Deposit of 10 million. The next day at the entrance of Jingxing Antique City, over a dozen men stood haphazardly like bandits awaiting inspection, laden with large bags and small packs. He Ming took out his smart bracelet and quickly scanned the pre-entered information. 13 pigs, not one missing. Wang Zhou approached him ingratiatingly, bending low and lowering his head. Bossy, what do you think of these 13 men? He Ming nodded in satisfaction, scanning the crowd. Not bad, they look spirited. Take a look at this map. If there are no issues, we'll set off now. Wang Zhou took the map He Ming handed over and studied it carefully, his expression turning serious. The route and final destination were all marked, along with several forbidden zones in the Ileo Mountains that were absolutely off-limits. This map is so detailed. Wang Zhou's heart raced. The value of this map was beyond monetary measure. What kind of place were the Ileo Mountains? Completely cut off from electronic signals, shrouded in miasma, and rife with supernatural phenomena that Wang Zhou clutched the map, his palms sweating. What he saw behind this map was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. How many surveyors must have been sacrificed to create such a detailed chart? So any problems? Wang Zhou quickly shook his head, feeling a bit more at ease. In his view, if the map was genuine, the danger of this expedition would be reduced by at least half. The team officially set out. 2 days later, at the periphery of the Ileo Mountains in Shinan. Bossy, we're about to go in. Put on this gas mask first. For He Ming, the so-called miasma posed no threat. In truth, all the supernatural forces of the Ileo Mountains combined couldn't harm him. His life index was nearly 4700 points, and he wore a full nano-coverage armor. High above, the Seraphim hovered in the clouds in photon stealth mode, ready to unleash full firepower coverage at He Ming's command, clearing all organic life within a 10-kilometer radius in 10 seconds. The only real challenge was luring out the thing buried 300 meters underground. Alright, He Ming took the gas mask, put it on, and followed Wang Jiao into the Ileo Mountains. Entering the forest, the ground was extremely damp and muddy. As the team ventured deeper, the light grew dim. The vegetation was so dense, and the pervasive fog blocked sunlight, making it feel like evening despite the blazing noon sun. Ancient trees nearly 100 meters tall were everywhere, and in the distance the roar of an unknown beast echoed occasionally. No one in the team spoke. Everyone held their breath, constantly on guard against their surroundings, fearing that some unforeseen disaster might spring from the shadows. Wang Jiao led the team, his face beneath the gas mask slick with sweat, his hair drenched as if soaked by rain. They traveled until dusk, encountering no trouble along the way, and the group found a flat patch of ground to set up camp. A bonfire blazed in the center of the camp. Wang Jiao pulled a pristine white blanket from his chest and spread it over a smooth stone slab. Bending low, his face twisted into a fawning grin, he said, "Boss, please have a seat." He Ming nodded slightly, then sat down and removed his gas mask. This startled Wang Jiao, who moved to stop him, but was waved off by He Ming. "It's fine. There's no fog here. If it were truly that toxic, there wouldn't be traces of animal activity around." Wang Jiao looked down, and through his already fogged-up lenses saw that the surrounding area was indeed filled with signs of animal life. After a moment's hesitation, he too removed his gas mask, feeling stifled from the long journey. "Boss, have some dry rations to tide you over. The conditions on this trip have been tough. You must take care of yourself." He Ming took the pack of dry rations Wang Jiao handed him, casually pulled out 2 dry flatbreads, and washed them down with a few sips from his canteen. Just then old Xiao approached with 2 burly, grim-faced men. "Boss," bawled Wang, "we've got a problem." Wang Jiao stood up, puzzled. "What's wrong, old Xiao?" Old Xiao pointed to the oxygen tank one of his companions was holding. "Damn it, the humidity in this godforsaken place is too high. The brothers' oxygen tanks are acting up." Wang Jiao and old Xiao had been friends for decades. The moment old Xiao spoke, Wang Jiao knew exactly what he was driving at. "Don't talk nonsense. These oxygen tanks are top grade. I handpicked them myself." As he spoke, Wang Jiao frantically signaled old Xiao to leave, but the latter seemed unwilling to let the matter drop. "Bossy, I know you've paid us well for this job, but the brothers are risking their lives here. If we don't solve this problem, the team might fall apart." He Ming stared impassively at old Xiao and his 2 companions. "So how much do you want?" Old Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but since the matter was already out in the open, there was no point in pretending further. 10 million. Fine. Transfer." Old Xiao crossed his arms and sneered, "No way. I wouldn't dare accept a transfer from you. A big boss like you. Don't tell me you don't have a checkbook." He Ming wasn't in the habit of carrying a checkbook, but the notebook had prompted him to bring one. "So that's how it is," he thought to himself. "Fine." He promptly pulled a checkbook from his inner pocket, took out the fountain pen he always carried, quickly wrote a check for 10 million, tore it off, and handed it over. Wang Jiao's brows knitted together, his face flushed red, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. The next evening the group finally reached their predetermined. Wang Jiao studied the map, and after repeated surveys and observations, he pinpointed the most suitable spot to start digging. He Ming leaned against a tree trunk not far away, silently watching the 14-member team begin their work. Time slipped by. 9 men worked in 3 shifts. By the next morning they finally had some progress. A dust-covered man scurried up to Wang Jiao, his face alight with excitement. "Chief, we've hit the top." Wang Jiao's heart leaped with joy. He hurried over to the pit and peered down. Under the glow of the floodlights about 10 meters below, he could see a stone slab roof. The cloud patterns on the roof were extremely ancient, still discernible despite the dirt. Old Xiao came up beside him and looked down. "What do you think?" bawled Wang. "I've seen similar descriptions in an old book. Only an emperor's tomb would have cloud patterns like these." "An emperor's tomb? Are you sure? How could there be an emperor's tomb in the Ileo Mountains?" Wang Jiao was equally baffled. There was no historical record of such a thing. Wang Jiao pointed to the center of the slab. "Old Xiao, doesn't that part look like a dragon's head?" Old Xiao aimed his light at the center of the stone. Upon closer inspection, it did indeed resemble one. What ordinary prince or general would dare use a dragon relief? Jackpot. We've hit the jackpot this time. Tempted by the prospect of an emperor's tomb, the team accelerated their work, quickly clearing enough space to stand. "Quick, bring the scout sparrow." Someone behind him handed over a birdcage completely covered in black cloth. Wang Jiao took it, removed the sparrow, and tied a long, thin string to its leg. The sparrow was thrust into the gap they had dug. Everyone held their breath, listening as the sound of the sparrow's fluttering wings faded away. After about 5 minutes, Wang Jiao began to reel in the string. When the sparrow was pulled up, it was still lively and kicking. The air is fine. Wang Jiu climbed out of the pit and hurried over to He Ming. Boss He, we've reached the top. We can go down any time. Then let's go. Wang Jiu quickly explained, Boss He, this is an emperor's tomb. It could be very dangerous. Maybe you should. He Ming waved his hand and chuckled. It's fine. With you here, what could go wrong? Wang Jiu hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Boss He, once we're down there, you must never leave my side. Stay within a meter of me. All right. A small opening had been pried in the top of the huge stone roof, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. He Ming and Wang Jiu were the last to descend. Boss He, make sure to stay close to me. Don't touch anything, and don't take off your oxygen mask once inside. Under Wang Jiu's incessant warnings, He Ming grew impatient and climbed down the ladder into the ancient tomb on his own. His excitement now surpassed everyone else's. The imperial seal symbol of the dynasty's mandate lay within. Under the beam of the floodlight, a sloping tomb passage appeared before them. The passage was wide and several zhang high. The stone walls on both sides were covered with fragmented, decayed relief murals. Wang Jiu didn't rush down. Instead, he carefully studied the murals with his light. The murals were mostly decayed, but even incomplete, they suggested a grand sacrificial ceremony taking place. He Ming's gaze was drawn to a jade artifact depicted on the mural. It hovered above the altar, radiating a divine light, and even the emperor bowed in reverence. Although Blue Star's history was similar to Earth's, the Qin dynasty period was a complete blank, and the imperial seal had never been passed down. He Ming only had a general understanding of the details through the full-time notebook. According to the notebook, when the imperial seal first appeared, the first emperor was conducting a rain-seeking ritual. A flash of blood-red light streaked across the sky, and an object fell from a spatial rift onto the altar, later enshrined as the imperial seal. He always steered clear of sensitive topics that might cause sudden death. Which dynasty's ritual is this? The attire and accessories resemble those of the Han dynasty. Wang Jiu rubbed his head, furrowing his brows as he murmured. The group continued forward, advancing roughly 100 meters before finally leaving the tomb passage. Before them appeared an exceedingly vast ceremonial hall, about 10 zhang in height. Wang Jiu's eyes lit up. This shouldn't be a tomb, but a temple dedicated to rituals. Old Xiao's gaze was entirely captivated by the ritual vessels surrounding bronze tripods, bone artifacts, various unknown pottery jars, and even a complete bronze war chariot, its terracotta figures so lifelike. These objects were arranged in a pattern akin to a formation connecting to the central altar of the hall. Old Xiao, don't you feel your breathing has become much smoother? Old Xiao was nudged twice, then suddenly seemed to come to his senses. Damn, this is really strange. We're wearing oxygen masks, so how can we feel this way? Yeah, it's so weird. I feel lighter, and it's so comfortable. Upon stepping into the ceremonial hall, He Ming sensed something unusual. Within his field of vision, the entire hall was filled with an extremely pure and boundless energy. Under its influence, every cell in his body seemed to open its mouth, greedily absorbing it. This was a primal energy that could accelerate cultivation. Was this the tangible form of the mandate of humanity? He Ming slowly walked toward the altar. The closer he got to its center, the more overwhelming this energy became. Drawing near, his gaze fell upon the bottomless pit at the center of the altar, the longing in his eyes nearly solidifying into substance. Old Xiao's brow shot up. Seeing He Ming dismiss the ritual vessels and head straight for the altar, his heartbeat quickened. In his view, every ritual vessel scattered across this hall, if successfully taken out, could elevate an ordinary person across social classes. He Ming's attitude was already highly suspicious. Even the wealthiest couldn't act so indifferent, could they? This kid definitely knew something. Old Xiao's luck had finally turned. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Load up. At Old Xiao's reminder, the entire team, like unleashed beasts, lunged wildly at their chosen targets. Ha ha, I finally know what it's like to scoop up money with a sack. So much, too much to carry it all. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Old Xiao gestured behind him. From the team, a man with an eye patch and a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man gathered around him. Come on, let's check it out. Wang Jiu, who was stuffing things into a sack, saw this, and his heart jolted. He finally understood the source of his unease. It was Old Xiao. He was going to double-cross them. Boss He, we've led you through this whole trip. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. He Ming turned sideways, looking at the three men surrounding him, a faint, eerie smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, what do you want? Pay the final installment. Just then Wang Jiu hurried over. Old Xiao, are you crazy? Boss He promised to settle the payment after we succeeded. As he spoke, Wang Jiu stepped onto the center of the altar, shielding He Ming behind him, his face wary as he watched Old Xiao and his two men closing in. Soon 2 of Wang Jiu's men in the team dropped their loot, pulled out concealed weapons, and sprinted toward the altar. Chief. For a moment, the situation froze into a 3-against-4 stalemate. Old Xiao snorted disdainfully. Final payment. Wang Baldi, aren't you the least bit curious why this kid paid such a high price to bring us down here? He glanced around and continued. It's definitely not for this junk. Wang Zhou clenched his fists, his face flushing red. In our trade, reputation is the foundation. Have you forgotten our master's teachings? Reputation? Teachings? Old Xiao shook his head with a cold laugh. After this job, I'm washing my hands and retiring to enjoy life abroad. What's reputation worth? Wang Baldi, am sparing you for the sake of our brotherhood. Get out of my way now, or I'll take you down too. He Ming stepped forward 2 paces, his face calm, as he looked up at Old Xiao. I've never killed anyone before, but it seems I'll have to taste that feeling today. Old Xiao burst into laughter at this, as if hearing the biggest joke. As He Ming advanced further, he suddenly pulled a pistol from his coat. Bossy, do you know what this is? He Ming halted, nodding slightly. I do. Old Xiao tapped his own head with the gun, then looked at Wang Baldi. Wang Baldi, I'm warning you one last time. Stay out of this. Beside Wang Baldi, 2 friends who were close to him whispered in persuasion. Chief, I think we should just back down. Yeah, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Wang Zhou shook his head slightly, speaking in a low voice. I don't blame you, but some things once done will haunt you for life. The 2 sighed and quickly left the altar. He Ming looked at Wang Zhou beside him and said slowly, aren't you going? Wang Zhou's face turned from red to green. Bossy, you don't understand our sect's rules. Once broken, it will bring disaster upon our descendants. I can die, but my family must not suffer because of me. Not bad. Old Xiao raised his gun, aiming at He Ming. I hate it when people point guns at me. The moment the words fell, a line of blood suddenly appeared on Old Xiao's gun-wielding wrist, and it dropped to the ground, without warning, the cut eerily clean. He was somewhat dazed, even lifting the stump to look at it. When he saw his severed hand, his mind went blank. Why? Where did my hand go? In an instant, the scene fell into absolute silence. Old Xiao and his men, who had thought victory was in their grasp, were completely stunned. Who had done this? Was it the mysterious power of the Ileo Mountains at work? The others around who had been looting also stopped, all eyes turning to the altar. After about 3 seconds, Old Xiao's hand finally registered the pain. Pain. Such excruciating pain. His entire face crumpled like dried orange peel, fine sweat beading on his forehead, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Ah! The pig slaughter-like screams instantly heightened the tension in the hall to its peak. The one-eyed man snapped to action, rushing for the gun on the ground. But before his hand could touch the pistol still clutched in the severed hand, his own hand was instantly severed by an invisible, uncanny force. He was a tough man, not uttering a sound. With his right hand gone, he reached for the gun with his left. The silent strike descended again. This time the one-eyed man's head was completely severed. This instantly stunned everyone. Someone was dead. He Ming raised his hand to look at his wristband. Qian Xuanshan, alias One Eye, imprisoned twice for child molestation, deserves to die. This sentence sounded like a judgment from the abyss. Wang Zhou finally snapped out of it. He struggled to turn his body sideways, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as sweat poured down like rain. When he saw the oddly shaped dagger in He Ming's hand, he realized that the invisible slashes moments ago had come from this deadly figure before him. Bossy, spare me. Let's talk this over. We can negotiate. Old Xiao, clutching his severed hand, crawled on his knees before He Ming, knocking his head desperately on the ground. I don't want these antiques anymore. They're all yours. The final payment. I don't need it either, just please let me go. He Ming let out a soft snort. Didn't we already talk? At these words, Old Xiao shuddered violently. A wave of immense terror enveloped him, robbing him. He Ming toyed with the dagger, his face calm as still water, speaking slowly, as if talking to himself. It seems you all can't stir any emotion in me yet. Indeed, crushing an ant wouldn't stir emotion. He raised his hand again to glance at the smart wristband, swiped left, and spoke calmly. Xiao Cheng, alias Old Xiao, no major crimes. Old Xiao's heart leaped into his throat upon hearing this. Spare me. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have been Another silent slash descended and Old Xiao's head was severed instantly. He Ming flexed his wrist and spoke calmly. A mere mortal dares to covet a supreme treasure of humanity, deserves to die. He scrolled through the smart wristband again. Li Ku, a wanted criminal. Dealt drugs, deserves to die. As the words fell, Li Ku, trembling violently on the altar, lost his head. Under this suffocating threat of death, someone finally broke and ran madly toward the exit. Wang Kong committed murder, then pay with your life. A sharp crack rang out. This time the invisible slash cleaved through Wang Kang's head and a bronze chariot, splitting them both in two. He Ming called out names from the wristband one by one until only 2 remained. Wang Zhou, now a mess of tears and snot, fell to his knees, his forehead striking the altar heavily. He felt as if an ocean were pressing down upon him from above. Li Fei. Not bad, he sponsored impoverished mountain regions. Framed by someone he offended, imprisoned for 20 years. Li Fei, a middle-aged man curled up in a corner, jerked his head up in disbelief upon hearing He Ming's words, staring at the god of death before him. He never imagined that when the whole world deemed him guilty, even his parents abandoned him like a worn-out shoe, his wife left, and his son saw him as a disgrace. This man actually said he was innocent. The pent-up emotions of years finally erupted. He slammed his head against the stone slab, weeping like a child. That's enough for me. Do it. He raised his head, fear gone. He Ming let out a soft chuckle. Am no murderer. What are you afraid of? Li Fei and Wang Jiao stared in disbelief. Not a murderer. Then how did everyone in this hall die? But they dared only think that. He Ming looked at Wang Jiao on the altar, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder. You're impressive, still holding on to your principles, even facing death. There aren't many like you. At the gentle pat, Wang Jiao felt as if he might crumble, but relief flooded his heart. He wouldn't die after all. You two help me move the bodies. He Ming pointed to the large pit at the center of the altar. Li Fei and Wang Jiao exchanged a glance, and without hesitation they forced their trembling legs to carry their shaky bodies, gathering all the corpses beside. He Ming casually kicked a body into the pit. Wang Jiao's face was already smeared with blood. He looked at He Ming in confusion. What are you doing? He Ming stared intently at the pit, and said, if you want to live, find a place to hide. Something might crawl out of this pit soon. At this, Wang Jiao glanced around, and quickly hid under a bronze chariot in the corner. Li Fei swallowed hard, and scurried over beside him. Boss, who is this boss? He really? Have you heard of ancient martial arts? No. He must be from some ancient martial clan, with this strength head rank in the top 10. When the 10th body was tossed into the pit, the altar finally reacted, the ground trembling violently. An earthquake. Impossible. A beastly roar erupted from the depths of the pit, followed by a tangible, overwhelming aura of slaughter. He Ming provocatively kicked another corpse into the pit. Here it comes. He quickly pressed his shoulder, and a suit of dark armor flowed like liquid over his body. From within the pit, a shadow shot up on the aura of slaughter, opening a massive maw to swallow He Ming in one gulp. When the mouth fully opened, it could engulf half the altar, its stench nauseating. Wang Jiao and Li Ke, hidden under the chariot, stared wide-eyed. What kind of monster is this? It's over. Boss, he is going to be devoured. They couldn't imagine how a human could fight such a creature. But an even more shocking scene unfolded. With a deafening boom, He Ming casually slapped the unknown monster into the wall, embedding it deep. The reversal was swift, but Wang Jiao and Li Fei felt immense relief. If He Ming were eaten, they'd have no escape. As the smoke cleared, the monster embedded in the wall revealed its true form, a crow, albeit slightly larger. He Ming focused his gaze. The crow's dark feathers shimmered with iridescent light, its claws sharp as it flapped wings, struggling to free itself. Life Index 41000. A mystical bird that has gained sentience. He Ming took a step and appeared before the crow, raising his hand for another slap, but the crow screeched in a harsh voice. Spare me, human sovereign. He Ming withdrew his hand. He had no intention of killing it, for this crow was the guardian spirit beast of the Great Qin, tasked with protecting the supreme treasure, the Imperial Seal. The notebook had hinted that this crow was a bonus item. Absolutely loyal. Hand over the seal. Sure. The crow cawed twice and spat out an object. He Ming's eyes narrowed as he caught it, his heartbeat doubling instantly. The Imperial Seal. I've finally awaited you, Lord Human Sovereign. The Great One said that whoever could knock me flying would be the next human sovereign. He Ming was taken aback. The Great One. Sorry, just woke up. Which esteemed one, the first emperor? The crow shook its head and let out a couple of caws. He Ming's brow immediately furrowed. For the crow's words hit a snag at the most critical juncture, much like sensitive terms in certain videos that are forcibly muted by the system. Repeat what you just said. The crow looked somewhat puzzled, but still repeated its earlier words. That esteemed one, whoever can smash me into the wall, shall be the next human sovereign. Its beak moved, yet no sound could be heard. This sensation sent a shiver of fear through He Ming. Did you notice that your speech was silenced just now? The crow scratched its head with a wing, bewildered. No, not at all. He Ming asked no further, already forming an answer in his mind. He shifted his focus to the Imperial Seal in his hand. The seal was square, adorned with a coiled divine dragon that radiated a captivating luster. He Ming turned the seal over, revealing 8 ancient seal script characters engraved upon it. In that moment, his gaze could no longer tear away from those 8 characters. His heartbeat quickened, and the blood in his veins seemed to surge to a boil. His hands unconsciously caressed the seal, leaving only 5 words echoing in his mind. Though he could not comprehend them, it mattered not. He Ming's voice trembled as he spoke involuntarily. By the mandate of heaven, may it be everlasting and prosperous. Beneath the bronze chariot, Wang Jiao's eyes were nearly bulging out. By the mandate of heaven, may it be everlasting and prosperous. Could this be? Impossible. Li Fei cocked his head slightly, his brows lowering. Boss, what does that mean? Wang Jiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes brimming with shock. This is a jade artifact forged by the mysterious dynasty that ended the Warring States period and was eventually succeeded by the Han, representing the Imperial Seal. Since the Han dynasty rulers have styled themselves as emperors, but the first to truly use this title was the mysterious dynasty preceding the Han. Unofficial histories record that Han emperors spent their entire lives searching for this artifact, but never found it. The Imperial Seal. I never expected it to appear here in the Ileo Mountains. He Ming walked slowly toward the altar, turning sideways to glance at Wang Jiao and Li Fei, who were hiding beneath the bronze chariot. He could not yet extricate himself. The sacrificial hall was saturated with immense human Tao fortune, a prime nourishment for cultivation. It was also the key to opening an inner cosmos within his body in the future. What's your name? The crow, strutting like a barnyard fowl, trailed behind He Ming. It raised its head and let out a proud caw, evidently quite satisfied with ergo. He Ming tilted his head. What a coincidence. Before his transmigration, he had kept a talking mynah bird, also named Ergo. Ergo escort them safely out of the Ileo Mountains. Got it. With those words, a black light emanated from Ergo's body, and it shrank on the spot into a raven half an arm's length inside. It flapped its wings and flew onto the bronze chariot. You two follow me. Wang Jiao and Li Fei exchanged glances, then crawled out from beneath the chariot, though they dared not meet Ergo's eyes. Boss, what about you? He Ming waved a hand. Don't worry about me. Well then, for the final payment. Wang Jiao stammered. A sovereign never goes back on his word. Wang Jiao. Li Fei. He Ming smiled, but his gaze turned sharp. Don't breathe a word of this after you leave, and remember to keep your mouth shut when you sleep. Wang Jiao and Li Fei's bodies trembled violently. Wang Jiao, absolutely, absolutely. Li Fei, from now on I'll seal my mouth with tape before sleeping. Go now. The two felt as if pardoned, and hastily followed Ergo toward the tomb passage they had come from. Watching them leave, He Ming composed himself, sat cross-legged on the altar, closed his eyes, placed the Imperial Seal before him, and began cultivating with full force using the stellar guidance art. The human Tao fortune filling the hall surged into He Ming's body under his guidance. Within just 2 hours, a radiant glow began to emanate from his body. This was an essential step in the Imperial Seal acknowledging its master. Only those capable of withstanding the human Tao fortune were worthy of becoming its owner. At the edge of the Ileo Mountains, Wang Jiao and Li Fei watched as Ergo transformed into a wisp of black mist and flew toward the deepest part of the Ileo Mountains. They could no longer hold on their bodies, going limp as they collapsed to the ground. They sat back to back, drenched in sweat. Li Fei, boss, I thought we were done for. Wang Jiao wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a silent, hearty laugh. Yeah, if I were bossy, I'd have had that monster eat us alive. Li Fei, no kidding, that's how it goes in the shows. The best way to keep a secret is to eliminate the witnesses. Suddenly a thought struck him, sending a chill down his spine. Boss, you're something else, worrying about the final payment at a time like that. Wang Jiao rubbed his half-bald head and chuckled sheepishly. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. This trip we risked our necks coming into these mountains. As he spoke, a crisp notification sound came from the phone in Wang Jiao's jacket pocket. He instinctively pulled out his phone and saw a bank transfer message. Huadong Bank, your account ending in 7359 received a payment of 20000 at 1835 on the 18th. Available balance 2000 to 1754. 00 Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, He Ming had been cultivating ceaselessly in the underground palace, absorbing the abundant human Tao fortune in the sacrificial hall day and night. Occasionally, Ergo would bring back millennium-old spirit herbs and the flesh of unknown beasts. One day, He Ming concluded his cultivation, his body radiating a dazzling light like a blazing sun. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he fully restrained the human Tao fortune within his body. Mission accomplished. He raised his hand to glance at his smart bracelet. Vitality Index 85000. In half a year, his Vitality Index had increased by nearly 40 points, still 1500 points short of the minimum requirement to open an inner cosmos. He Ming pondered silently. I recall the notebook said it would take 2.5 years to reach a Vitality Index of 7500 points. But I've already reached 8500 points, nearly a year ahead of schedule. It seems the notebook's estimate was based on the conditions at that time. The Western frontier. He Ming stepped out of a commercial vehicle with Ergo perched on his shoulder, having transformed into an ordinary raven. Act smart when you see people. Just pretend to be a pet. Ergo nodded, quickly getting into character. What stage of the heaven-swallowing art have you reached? Second stage. He Ming nodded, slightly satisfied with the pace. The second stage meant Ergo's Vitality Index had risen from 400 to 500 point. He raised his head to look toward the spaceport where the space elevator had been completed. Countless cables rose from the central base, connecting heaven and earth into a single line. Such a tremendous change. Jarvis, report the project's progress. Jarvis' voice echoed in He Ming's ears. Sir, the space elevator has been completed. Progress of the space base, Pioneer 34. Star Harbor, the Star Sea sector has been completed. Progress of the Dragon Kingdom's official space base, Explorer 31. Progress of the lunar base 15. 6. The official special zone of Star Harbor has been completed. The commercial zone of Star Harbor by base technology has been completed. He Ming was quite satisfied with this progress. Once the space base was fully constructed, warships could be churned out like dumplings. Guided by intelligent robots, He Ming entered the Star C building and ascended straight to the top floor. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, starlight shimmering in his eyes as he surveyed the various sectors of Star Harbor. The most bustling area was the Dragon Kingdom's official special zone. Giants from major domestic industries had settled in one after another, with towering commercial buildings standing side by side and roads extending in all directions. The commercial streets were thronged with people, a majority of whom were tourists from around the world. That such a feat could be accomplished in so short a time was due to the full set of infrastructure construction blueprints provided by Star C. He Ming turned his head to look toward the commercial district where base technology was located. Large shopping malls, high-end residential buildings, five-star hotels, and various entertainment venues exuded an overwhelming aura of luxury, even in broad. Compared to her initial investment by Qianqian's bold gamble, had once again filled her coffers to the brim. In terms of wealth alone, the capital she now commanded could rival the Qian family. The Star C sector. Here dozens of the world's most cutting-edge large-scale experimental bases had gathered. 3 major industrial parks fully supported all the needs of the research bases. Yet this occupied only 1/5 of the area. The remaining 4/5 were an absolute restricted zone, where even Zhang Zhonghua had no right to enter, and only supply vehicles were permitted past. Though it appeared desolate, it was in truth a concentration of wealth burning through billions of dollars every second. Yet at the same time, it was generating even more astonishing riches. As for the other sectors, most were still under construction. Thus, the first wave of hot money all flowed into the Star C Industrial Park, the Dragon Kingdom Special Zone, and the Bay's Commercial Circle. The capital groups that had invested vast fortunes in land purchases, though envious, could only endure in silence, their jealousy growing. All they could do was urge the high-paid, large-scale construction teams they had hired to work even harder. He Ming turned around, sat down at his desk, and the personal intelligent robot immediately stepped forward, handing him a full-featured notebook and a dedicated fountain pen. List the percentage of the extra cultivation speed granted by the Imperial Seal. 305. He Ming twirled the pen, his eyes vacant as he fell into thought. A cultivation speed over 3 times the norm, with only 4 years remaining until the arrival of the High Star Fleet. If he could increase this further, he would definitely be in time to open up an inner universe and achieve a leap in combat power. As for how to enhance the method of faith, He Ming had already found the answer in the notebook before entering the Ileo Mountains. Simply put, it was to make someone convinced, respected, admired, blindly devoted. All positive emotions generate the power of faith. The deeper the emotion, the better the effect. Then let's test the waters with the most practical method. He Ming turned his head to look out the floor-to-ceiling window at the space elevator piercing the sky. A rough count showed only about 30 commercial elevators. What's the pricing for the commercial elevators? Sir, Star C has set the price at 100 Dragon Kingdom yuan and $100 US dollars for foreign nationals, with a real name authentication system to prevent scalpers from intervening. What's the maximum number of tourists that can be accommodated in a day? 19000 person visits. With so many tourists, it's really a case of too many wolves and too little meat. Then let the employees of Star C also enjoy this benefit. Jarvis notified Zhang Zhonghua to make arrangements immediately. Every Star C employee is to receive 1 opportunity to ride the space elevator each month, plus an additional spot for a family member. Oh, and make sure it's announced in my name. Understood, sir. At the Star C building CEO's office, Zhang Zhonghua was processing documents when a special notification sound suddenly came from his computer. Zhang Zhonghua's whole body jolted. This was an email from the big boss. After nearly a year, an email had finally appeared again. He hurriedly opened it, expecting the big boss to launch some earth-shattering mega project. But when he read the content clearly, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, yet a warmth stirred in his heart. With a boss like this, even working at his post until death would be worth it. Soon 27500 Star C employees received a notification text message one after another. At the Star C customer service department, in the leisure, the best friends Lily and Lu Yinyin huddled together waiting for the Star Travel ticket grabbing channel to open at noon. Yinyin, it's about to start. What's the rush? It's not about who's fastest anyway. When the clock struck 12, the two immediately clicked on the ticket grabbing channel, which had turned from gray to bright, quickly entered their information, and finally confirmed. 10 minutes later, the lottery results were announced. We regret to inform you that you did not win a ticket for this round. So I didn't get it again. Lu Yinyin glanced at Lily's phone. The same result. Just then, both their phones chimed with a notification. Yinyin, it seems to be a message from the CEO's office. Lu Yanyin's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the text message. To all Star C colleagues, starting this month, all full-time employees will receive 1 free double ticket for the space elevator each month. An exclusive benefit specially approved by the boss. Lily leaned in to look, and the two best friends stood there stunned. A space trip double tickets. Oh my god, and it's specially approved by our Star C boss. Long live the boss. No more ticket grabbing. Lu Yanyan's eyes nearly turned into dollar signs. What she saw was the immense wealth behind this double ticket. Although the ticket-grabbing mechanism was based on real names completely preventing scalpers from reselling, the public demand for tickets had only grown higher and higher. Just yesterday, she had inadvertently overheard a conversation between her department head and someone who was willing to pay 3 million yuan to get a ticket through connections, but to no avail. Before long, the entire building erupted in cheers. An exclusive benefit specially approved by the boss, and we can go every month. Long live the boss. This is so generous. Other companies give out bonuses and gifts, but our boss gives out double tickets for space travel. Thank my mom. When I wanted to quit back, then she slapped me awake. In the logistics warehouse of Starport District, a Wang Xueqing crouched in a corner, his vacant eyes fixed on a crumpled payment notice. His mother had slipped and fallen while grocery shopping last week, suffering multiple fractures. She was now in the intensive care unit, still unconscious. Their meager savings of 30,000 yuan had evaporated in less than a week, and they already owed the hospital 50,000. The costs for subsequent care and surgery were bottomless. To save his mother, he had swallowed his pride and borrowed from every relative and friend, but it was a drop in the bucket. He smiled bitterly, thinking of his wife and child who also depended on him. Every aspect of life demanded money. Mom, your son is useless. I can't save you, Wang Xueqing whispered, burying his face in his knees. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and a patch of the floor beneath him was already soaked with tears. Before him stretched an abyss of darkness with not a glimmer of hope in sight. Just then his phone chimed softly in his pocket. Wang Xueqing hastily pulled out his phone, hoping for a reply from family or friends. But when he looked, it was a notification from within Shanghai. He let out a long sigh, staring blankly at the message. To all Shanghai colleagues, starting this month, every full-time employee will receive a free double ticket for the space elevator each month. A special benefit approved by the boss. How can I be in the mood to look at stars now? Oh, Wang Xueqing finally snapped to attention. Double tickets. Could he sell the extra spot? But the thought of the tickets costing 100,000 each stirred a pang of unease. So expensive, will anyone buy it? After hesitating, he decided to give it a try. He took a screenshot of the message, opened his short video backend, and hastily produced a crude video, the best he could manage, before posting it. Dear kind-hearted people from all walks of life, I'm Wang Xueqing, a Shanghai employee working in loading and unloading. My mother fell and was hospitalized recently. We desperately need money. This screenshot is from our boss, a double ticket for space travel. I want to sell this spot to raise funds for an emergency. Please, if you're sincere, message me. We can negotiate the price. The video quality was terribly poor, but Wang Xueqing's sincerity shone through. His voice choked with tears, filled with the despair of a man with no way out. When the video was first posted, traffic was minimal. But once the first person clicked in, the floodgates of views burst open uncontrollably. He couldn't afford to buy a ticket himself, but that didn't stop the news from spreading like wildfire. Word of mouth multiplied, and with kind souls boosting it with money, the video rocketed to the trending list in no time. The like count changed almost every minute, and the comment section exploded. Wow, Shanghai has such great benefits, yet they have an employee this miserable. What a filial son. Brothers, boost this video. And by the way, how much for the ticket? They'll take it instantly for under 300,000. Bro will give you 500,000 for this spot. Say yes, and he'll meet you today to pay. The replies under that comment were endless. 500,000 for this spot. Clearly a shady scalper. Bro, are you dreaming? If Shanghai hadn't restricted scalping, you know a single ticket could sell for millions. International high-end resource consultant Mr. Wang, on behalf of a distinguished client from the Middle East, I hope to arrange an in-person meeting. 120 million to secure your quota for the next 12 months. Awaiting your reply. When Wang Xueqing saw this comment, he felt his heart skip a beat, stunned into silence. Before posting the video, had even worried that 100,000 was too expensive and wouldn't sell. The onlookers below were whipped into a frenzy, even more excited than Wang Xueqing himself. How much? Shanghai Group, are you hiring? I have a bachelor's degree. Just give me a janitor job. I just graduated from a top 985 university. Same request for a toilet cleaning position. Stop the rat race, you guys. Oh my god, I'm witnessing a worker who can't afford medical bills turn into a billionaire in seconds. Shanghai's boss is solid. He actually hands out perks like this. Don't you know? The Shanghai boss is always generous. Last year, he gave every employee an apartment in Magic City, now worth 40 million. Pure passive income. Interstellar Travel Club. Wang, international high-end resource consultant. Are the Middle Eastern princes too broke to buy tickets, or are you pocketing the difference? 120 million to lock in 12 months. Mr. Wang, our club offers 1.2 billion Longwei yuan to buy out your quota for the next year. We'll also arrange the world's top orthopedic team. All expenses covered. This comment was instantly pinned to the top. The onlookers erupted. Fight, fight. Holy crap, I'm losing my mind. I thought 10 million per ticket was insane, but there's an even bigger spender. There are plenty of opportunities. This price isn't necessary. They're just using this as an ad. Today's an eye-opener. The big boss of Shanghai is incredible. Just one perk creates tens of thousands of billionaires. Wang Xueqing trembled all over both from joy and excitement. Mom, we finally have money. He kowtowed heavily 3 times toward the Shanghai building. Boss'll be your beast of burden in this life. No, in the next life too. In the Shanghai restricted zone atop the tallest building, He Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Starlight flickered in his eyes as he watched golden threads from all directions surging rapidly toward him. The golden threads varied in intensity. Soon they enveloped the entire building. Though not as dense as at the sacrificial hall, it was enough for He Ming's normal cultivation. The rules don't seem as hard as I thought. With the resources I control now, I can multiply my fortune several times. In He Ming's hand rested the imperial seal. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a surge of exhilaration. The feeling of overlooking all beings welled up within him. Soon the entire office was packed with golden threads of fortune. He placed the imperial seal before him, sat cross-legged on a cushion, and fully activated his technique, drawing the golden threads into his body. After completing a cycle of cultivation, he stood up, walked to his desk, sat down, grabbed a notebook, and wrote swiftly, without hesitation. Based on Xinghai's resources, list the development plans for finished medicines targeting all current chronic ailments on Blue Star. Must be fast-acting with no side effects. As the words faded, the answers rapidly appeared. Stellar Gene Potion fundamentally alters human genes, enhancing self-immunity to cure all existing diseases on Blue Star and improve physical condition. He Ming thought he would find a log of research for curing diseases, but there was only this single entry. He immediately understood the issue. Fast efficacy, no side effects. These conditions were indeed too stringent. After all, every medicine has its toxicity. A drug without side effects could only be a genetic modification. The Stellar Gene Potion did bear the word potion, but it could no longer be considered a drug. Can it cure all diseases? Yes. Upon receiving the answer, He Ming hesitated. Should such a thing, a gene potion that could cure all diseases if priced affordably for everyone, would spell the demise of all high-end pharmaceutical factories on Blue Star. Only cheap daily necessities like little blue pills and Luwei Dihuang pills would survive. Once universally adopted diseases would vanish from Blue Star, leading to rapid population growth and resource strain solvable only through colonization of other planets. This would inevitably trigger a cascade of problems. Millions, even billions, would lose their jobs. Hospitals might retain only emergency orthopedics and surgery departments. These were the points He Ming could foresee. The deeper impacts were incalculable, bound to cause uncontrollable social upheaval. If priced only for the middle class, it would contradict his goal. Harvesting faith and gathering human destiny were his ultimate aims. Time is running out. All efforts must focus on preparing against the High Star invasion. He picked up his pen and quickly wrote on a blank page of his notebook. Based on Blue Star's current social structure, how can the Stellar Gene Potion be maximized to harvest global faith without causing severe social turmoil? The text vanished and an answer emerged. Distribute in limited quantities as rewards with conditions for groups who have made great contributions to humanity, those who have received national honors, and those on the front lines of society. He Ming slapped his forehead, feeling a pang of frustration. Was it that simple? Why hadn't he thought of it? If so, it wouldn't cause social unrest and might even accelerate the interstellar revolution. He Ming unconsciously twirled his exquisite fountain pen, his mind racing. First, release a teaser to warm up and collect a wave of faith. Periodically release news. He could also harvest the global financial market, but not too aggressively. Know when to stop. Then release the star. That name is terrible. Let's change it. Stellar Radiance Gene Potion. He Ming didn't dwell on it, realizing naming wasn't his forte. Jarvis, scan the data and mass-produce it as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. After the data was scanned, He Ming asked, how long will it take? Sir, with the resources currently available to Star Ocean, mass production is estimated within 2 months. He Ming raised an eyebrow. 2 months was too long. He wished he could stretch each day into 5. Before that, I need to devise several quick-acting plans. Formulate an optimal plan to harvest a large amount of faith in a short time. When the answer appeared, He Ming's eyes lit up. Though the plan targeted a single demographic, it was far from insignificant. He aimed his smart bracelet at the plan on the notebook. Jarvis, transfer the 4 mechas, Seraph, Azure Dragon, Calamity, and Black Tortoise, to the east square of the space elevator base. Everything proceeds as planned. Yes, sir. In the game world of Star Night Dawn, a pinned announcement appeared above all online players' vision. Server-wide system announcement: the Mech Dream Carnival officially begins today. Event to thank all players for their love of Star Night Dawn. Star Ocean Entertainment will open life-sized models of the mechas Seraph, Azure Dragon, Calamity, and Black Tortoise for immersive cockpit experiences, plus a free space travel single ticket. Rules: players whose highest historical rank in any season's solo queue reach the top 100 globally. Players whose total online playtime ranks in the top 100 globally. Daily random draw of 100 lucky players with no conditions. Each player can win only once. Of daily random draws will increase based on participation. Details on Star Ocean Entertainment's official website. Event duration 1453 days from this announcement. Reminder: experience tickets are bound to the player's real name verified account and are non-transferable. This announcement is specially approved by Star Ocean's sole controlling shareholder. Players modifying mechas in personal hangars engaged in solo queue or in 10% 100-person or even 100,000-person mech battle maps all put down their weapons upon seeing the announcement. All battle maps turned into massive chat rooms. Holy crap! I was a top 100 gatekeeper in Season 1. Top 1000 in Season 1. That was easy. Only 100 players competing for 100 spots 1 in 10. This is a victory for the grinders. Haha, top 100 in playtime. I'm in the game all the time except for eating and sleeping just to be on the playtime leaderboard for some ad revenue. Never expected this luck. Bro, how's your liver holding up? This game is too competitive, they'll have to rely on those 100 random spots. So jealous. The total player count must be over 100 million now. This is practically 1 in 10,000. The big boss of Star Ocean is really generous. I heard they gave employees a huge welfare package not long ago. The World Public Chat channel was filled with an unbearable sourness. The historical top 100 players flaunted their honor screenshots. The grinders finally held their heads high. In the personal hangar of player ID Love Snow, a girl in a fiery red mech suit with twin ponytails and blue-pink gradient hair stared at the announcement, her eyes sparkling. Sister Ming, I'm counting on you to win this lottery. At the Dragon Kingdom's Special Disaster Response Theater. During the lunch break, He Ming was always surrounded by many people, for her fortune was like a powerful special magnetic field. The closer one got, the deeper its influence. Just then her phone chimed with a light and cheerful ringtone. Your bestie Ji Shui is calling. Sorry, I need to take this call. He Ming trotted to a secluded spot and answered the phone. Ming, quick, help me draw a lottery. Miss, haven't you been playing Star Ocean's virtual game lately? What lottery are you entering now? It's Star Ocean's lottery. Win it, and I can touch the mecha model cockpit. Oh, and I can go to space to see the stars. Send me your account and password. He Ming returned to her single dormitory, powered on the computer, and began to operate. Congratulations. Esteemed player Ji Shui is not a Chinibu. You have successfully obtained the day's experience qualification for the Mecha Dream Carnival and 1 ticket for a solo space trip. Please verify your information as soon as possible. Ji Shui, did I win? He Ming, you won. The next day, at the Space Elevator Hub Center. On both sides of the Eastern Plaza stood 2 mechas. On the left, Seraphim and Azure Dragon. On the right, Black Tortoise and Calamity. Compared to the mecha models in the game, in the eyes of tens of thousands of tourists, these 4 mechas looked exactly like the real thing. Especially the Seraphim, with its 8-winged thrusters, black paint, and special faint green particle streams radiating from its body, was immensely popular. The line of players waiting to experience it nearly stretched to the highway. Calamity had the lowest popularity, for it had never appeared in the game at all. The background information contained only a brief sentence of description. This is a super mecha that can bring calamity to its enemy. Compared to the other 3 mechas, Calamity appeared much more slender. With its ink black paint and hidden missile bays covering its entire body like countless scars, its design was indeed somewhat unappealing. He Ming stood before Calamity, lost in thought. This mecha's importance was in no way inferior to that of Kunpeng. In fact, to some extent, it could be considered the most crucial strategic mecha. Sacrificing all defense and close combat tactical weapons, it was armed to the teeth with firepower. Even the external thrusters were packed with special heavy particle bombs capable of destroying an entire city. If just one Calamity could breach the core of the High Star Fleet, this war could be declared over in advance. But the notebook gave a success probability 5. It was also the only mecha to date without a pilot who achieved perfect synchronization. The highest synchronization rate was merely 73, belonging to Ji Shui, the legitimate daughter of the ancient martial arts Ji clan. The synchronization rate of the second-ranked pilot plummeted to just 34.7. Therefore, He Ming planned to use Calamity as a drone, entrusting its control entirely to Bai Zhe, or deploying it in drone control mode for future warfare. As long as it could inflict 1 damage on the High Star Fleet, it would be an absolute profit. In 4 years at most, perhaps 10 more could be built. Because the cost was simply too high, 1 Calamity was worth 10 Seraphim units. The Calamity before He Ming was only a semi-finished product, for its internal 144 heavy particle bombs had yet to be loaded. Sufficient resources needed to be harvested from Jupiter before they could be manufactured. Hey, little brother. He Ming felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning sideways, he looked at the twin-tailed girl in a fiery red mecha combat suit. You're that directionally challenged one, aren't you? Ji Shui seemed stung by the remark and quickly retorted, you're the one who's directionally challenged. He Ming let out a soft snort. In this age of information still needing to ask for directions, if that's not being directionally challenged, what is a? Ji Shui snorted back, then looked up at the calamity looming before them. This mecha is so pitiful. He Ming, why do you say that? Ji Shui, because it's very lonely. He Ming turned to glance at the long queues for the other three mechas. Seen that way, it was indeed a bit lonely. Ji Shui shook her head, her bluto-pink gradient hair swaying gently. It's not that kind of loneliness. I can hear it. This mecha is crying. Huh. He Ming furrowed his brow slightly, sizing up Ji Shui's attire. He could understand. She was simply a pure Chinibya girl. Little brother, since you chose to experience this, you must have felt it too, right? He Ming looked into Ji Shui's sparkling expectant eyes and replied softly, I don't feel it. Then why did you choose this mecha? He Ming, because there's no line. Ji Shui. Just then a staff member approached. Hello, are you the players who want to experience the Calamity Cockpit? Ji Shui, wow, what a cool name. It sounds really impressive. He Ming was about to leave, but Ji Shui suddenly grabbed his wrist and excitedly pulled him toward the elevator. What are you doing? Come on, join me. Excuse me, can we go into the cockpit together? The staff member gave a knowing smile and kindly reminded them. It's not impossible, but you should be careful. There are built-in cameras inside the cockpit. He Ming's face darkened, realizing he had been misunderstood. He was about to pull his hand back when Jarvis' voice echoed in his ear. Sir, this woman is Ji Shui, the legitimate daughter of the Ji clan. Her synchronization rate with Calamity is 73. He Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, subtly holding back his strength, and let Ji Shui drag his arm into the elevator. When the platform aligned perfectly with the cockpit door, Ji Shui couldn't contain herself and leaped lightly into the cockpit. She was like a child who had just received candy for the new year, her eyes shining brightly as she caressed the control stick with loving care, as if it were her first love. You must be so lonely. I wish I could become your pilot. He Ming stood outside the elevator, not intending to enter, for the space inside was quite cramped. A flash of blood-red light suddenly flared without warning before his eyes. Startled, He Ming jerked his head up to look at Calamity's eyes. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, no anomalies detected. Bai Zai. Master, no anomalies detected. He Ming was baffled. If there were no anomalies, how had Calamity's blood-red eyes lit up on their own? Is it because of Ji Shui? Perplexed, He Ming stepped over and entered the cockpit. Little brother, watch me start up Calamity and take you for a ride. Ji Shui deftly pulled down the handle to close the hatch and slapped her palm onto the one-button start intelligent palm print recognition system. The moment Ji Shui's palm print touched the startup screen, the driver's seat automatically extended its seatbelt to secure her firmly, while 3 neural interface ports extended from the top of the cabin, connecting to her temples and the center of her brow. The built-in system voice of Calamity suddenly rang out. Neural sensory matching rate 1220. 73. Startup successful. Enjoy your drive. The Flint core energy source has been cut off. Could this mecha have developed sentience? How can it possibly start normally? He Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the main control screen ahead. The virtual observation window activated, fully rendering the surrounding environment. Wait, don't touch anything. Starlight flickered in He Ming's eyes as he saw countless golden threads on the plaza surging into the Calamity's frame. A spark of realization flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Calamity's energy system can be activated directly using faith power? This joke has gone too far. The notebook never mentioned that Calamity had such a function. Calamity activate. A massive roar of the engine echoed, and the air currents around the Calamity's frame surged instantly, sending nearby staff tumbling, as if caught in a Category 14 typhoon. Bai Zai, take control of the Calamity. The built-in earpiece in He Ming's left ear relayed Bai Zai's voice. Unable to connect normally, a neural link must. He Ming's expression darkened as he looked at Ji Shui, whose face was brimming with excitement. The Calamity's operating system differed from other mechas. As long as the neural matching rate reached 100, a complete man-machine integration was achievable. In simple terms, it was akin to a humanoid mecha, its agility entirely dependent on how developed the pilot's cerebellum was. The conventional physical operating system was merely a backup option rendered useless as long as the primary system remained active. Forcibly seize control. But doing so would render Ji Shui a mental invalid. The thought flickered through He Ming's mind only to be extinguished instantly. He had no grievance with Ji Shui, in fact he rather liked her, and such an act would be utterly dishonorable. More importantly, Ji Shui was the legitimate daughter of the Ji family. If anything happened to her here, the consequences would be dire. If he didn't reveal his identity as the owner of Xinghai, resolving this would prove difficult. He Ming looked around the plaza. Everyone's gaze was fixed squarely on them. The Calamity's legs had already left the ground completely. It was too late. He Ming, forget it, he'll leave this mess for the authorities to sort out. Holy crap. Look, the mecha model is lifting off. Is this a real mecha? Oh my god. I knew this mecha looked suspicious. The truth is out. In an instant, exclamations of shock spread across the entire plaza. Camera flashes flickered endlessly as the onlookers, snapping out of their days, pulled out their phones to record this pulse-pounding, absurd event. The model mecha at the Shanghai Carnival had not only moved, but was about to take off. The Shanghai employees tasked with guiding players in an orderly queue were utterly dumbfounded. Could anything be more ridiculous than this? The security guards maintaining order widened their eyes, silently pulling out their phones to post the scene on their social media. In a corner of the plaza, Lu Chun, head of the 7th Bureau's Western Region branch, was completely numb. It's over. This is really over. Chief, I think we'd better seal off the scene immediately and notify the higher-ups to suppress the public opinion. Lu Chun snapped back to reality and hastily pulled out his phone to dial the emergency contact number. His gaze remained fixed on the calamity. By now the frame was already about 100 meters off the ground. Director, something terrible has happened. For reasons unknown, at the plaza east of the space elevator, a tourist has suddenly activated the calamity that Shanghai had on display as a model. What a frantic roar came from the other end of the line. Lu Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, bracing himself, continued. I've already sent you the video, Director. How should we handle this? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. How to handle it? It was already impossible to suppress. If it were only domestic public opinion, it might still be forcibly contained, but the plaza held tens of thousands of tourists from all over the world. Lu Chun, take your men and seal off the scene first. They'll go consult with my superiors. The call ended. Lu Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again, watching the calamity perform various maneuvers in the sky, like an innocent and carefree young girl. Ho! Handsome, this driving experience is so realistic. He Ming, holding onto the safety handle, pointed at the plaza below and said, take a good look down there. Ji Shui was so absorbed in playing that she hadn't noticed the plaza below, still thinking it was an immersive virtual scene provided by Shanghai for players. Huh. As Ji Shui looked down, the calamity's head also turned toward the plaza. Isn't this a virtual scene? He Ming nearly laughed in exasperation. A route map appeared on the main screen, identical to the one in the game. If you don't want to be taken in for questioning, follow this route right now immediately and park the calamity in the hangar. Seeing the dark expression on He Ming's face, Ji Shui seemed to realize something. Handsome, this mecha. It's not real, is it? You'll find out whether it's real or not once you leave the cockpit, won't you? Ji Shui felt a chill run down her spine. She might be a Chinibu, but she was far from stupid. If this mecha was real, then her actions just now had already caused a catastrophe of epic proportions. The fact that Shanghai had built a real mecha had been exposed because of her, and the ensuing chain reaction was terrifying to even contemplate. Am I going to jail? He Ming genuinely laughed this time. It's possible. Ji Shui swallowed hard like a child who had done wrong and obediently followed the route displayed on the main screen, moving swiftly. When the calamity entered the core hangar and the cockpit door opened, the hope Ji Shui had been clinging to finally died completely. Holy crap, it's real. In the core hangar, the mountain-like Kunping stood silently, its oppressive presence crashing over her like a primordial beast. And get down. You'll stay put in the hangar for now. He Ming grabbed Ji Shui's shoulder, leaping from the cockpit over 30 meters high, yet they landed as lightly. Handsome, your Qinggong is amazing. Ji Shui's eyes sparkled as if she had completely forgotten about what had just happened. A commercial van drove into the hangar. Just as He Ming stepped inside, Ji Shui had already found a seat and sat down. Why did you come up? Ji Shui raised her hand and made a solemn vow. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. If I let a second person know the secret here, may I never play games for the rest. Huh. He Ming had never heard such a drastic oath before. Ji Shui looked aggrieved, as if this punishment was more severe than death itself. They'll notify the Ji family to pick you up. Behave yourself. The vehicle sped all the way into the core building of Shanghai. After settling Ji Shui, He Ming took the elevator straight to the top floor. Jarvis, report the current situation. Sir, information has been fully locked down and the authorities have imposed a complete cordon around the East Plaza. Delete all online information about me and Ji Shui. Notify Jiang Zhonghua to tell the employees on site to keep their mouths shut. Yes, sir. A strange sense of unease rose in He Ming's heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. He grabbed a notebook and quickly wrote down. What consequences would the mecha's airborne incident cause in the worst-case scenario? The writing slowly faded and a brief line of text pierced sharply into He Ming's eyes. 4515440013 deaths. Over 4 billion deaths. He Ming gasped, his hair standing on end and goosebumps erupted. Could it be nuclear war? No. As long as space-based weapons exist, nuclear weapons can never be launched. List the specific events that caused this outcome. Simultaneous eruptions of submarine volcanoes triggering tsunamis, torrential rains, climate imbalance, and massive toxic gas spreading globally. He Ming grew even more puzzled. How were these two things connected? Why would submarine volcanoes erupt simultaneously? The core resonator was activated. Upon seeing this answer, He Ming already had a rough idea in mind. At what point in time was the core resonator buried, and by whom? 2217 years ago by the Noah civilization. He Ming's heart sank. 2217 years ago. Wasn't that the fall of the Qin dynasty? After several more rounds of questioning, he finally understood the entire chain of events. The Noah civilization had been invaded and colonized by the Haisheng civilization 20 years ago. Haisheng was originally Noah's star. The core resonator was activated because of the emergence of a cataclysm, which the resonator identified as a threat to the Noah civilization. The only way to stop the disaster from spreading was to dive into the deep sea and take control of all core resonators buried by the Noah civilization. This task wasn't difficult. The three mechas, Xuanwu Qinglong and Kuanping, could dive into the deep sea to complete the operation. All it required was connecting to the internal interface of the core resonator. With Jarvis capabilities, it could infiltrate and modify the internal program in it. The notebook's final answer was that the core resonator could be fully controlled within 5 days. The hard part was how to properly handle the aftermath. Even within 5 days, the subsequent disasters would still be devastating. The ocean temperature would rise sharply, especially near volcanic vents. Massive evaporation of water vapor would trigger extreme rainfall in local areas, even tsunamis completely ruining coastal cities. Especially small island nations. If emergency evacuations weren't carried out, they would face annihilation. Jarvis immediately manufactured emergency devices to interface with the core resonator. Yes, sir. He Ming rubbed his temples rapidly, simulating the series of issues he would need to address next. Soon he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening as he thought of the most critical point. Although this disaster would set back the global economy and create massive resource shortages for Blue Star, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. How could I have forgotten this? Materials energy. He Ming twirled his pen and quickly wrote on the notebook page. Using the core resonator left by the Noah civilization as base material, can we create black technology superior to the Haisheng fleet? Yes. He Ming spun the pen rapidly in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Based on the resources and technology currently available on Blue Star, list 3 most advantageous technological products that can be manufactured within 2 years to counter the Haisheng fleet. Space-time bridge, warp drive, anti-gravity device. He Ming's eyes lit up. Warp drive, he understood that. A superluminal engine, an essential tool for interstellar travel. What exactly is a space-time bridge? Explain the specific function of the space-time bridge in terms I can understand. Portal. Huh. A portal. He Ming rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gradually brightening. If a space-time bridge connecting Earth to the moon could be established, it would save immense time and transportation costs. This meant that in 4 years Blue Star's overall strength would undergo a qualitative leap. What a great thing. Can we manufacture both the warp drive and the space-time bridge simultaneously? Yes. Under the premise of manufacturing one warp drive, how many space-time bridges can we still produce? Upon receiving the answer, He Ming no longer hesitated, his mind already made up. It was absolutely necessary to create a warp drive. After all, if he couldn't win, he would still have a chance to escape. The existence of the space-time bridge could accelerate the construction of Blue Star's interstellar forces. It seems I must enter the dungeon tonight to take a look at the scenery 4 years from now. At the eastern square of the Space Elevator Hub Center. 3 hours had passed since the Cataclysm launch incident, and the eastern square had been temporarily designated as a tourist shelter. The authorities had activated emergency protocols, and tens of thousands of tents were transported to the western frontier via several large transport aircraft. Inside the tent of the temporary command center, Lu Chun wiped the cold sweat from his brow and paced back and forth inside the tent. With such a major incident occurring, he as the regional director was undoubtedly doomed. Dismissal would be a lenient punishment. All he could do was minimize the subsequent impact as much as possible. Suddenly a chorus of gasps erupted from outside. Lu Chen's heart tightened and he rushed out of the tent just in time to see the Xuanwu and Qinglong mechas soar into the sky, one after the other, piercing through the clouds at an incomprehensible speed. It's over. His legs gave way, and with a thud he collapsed onto the ground. Look over there, the mecha model is flying again. Damn, what a pity. My phone was confiscated, or I could have shown off big time on my moments. Is Shanghai no longer pretending? 10,000 meters above the ground. Mom, look over there, it's a Gundam. The child by the window, his eyes gleaming with excitement, pressed his entire face against the glass and shouted joyfully. His mother looked around, awkwardly worried that this might disturb other passengers. But to her astonishment, she noticed that the passengers on the right side by the windows had also pressed their faces against the glass. She turned her head in confusion, her mouth gradually forming an O shape. At the Beijing headquarters of the 7th Bureau of Dragon Country, an email from a sender named Ghost was silently delivered to the director's encrypted terminal, forcibly popping up a notification window. When the director, who was over half a century old, saw the content of the email, his expression instantly turned grim. He was already troubled by how to handle the public relations fallout from the Cataclysm Ascension incident, and now an even more troublesome matter had arisen. So the mecha from Shanghai ascended to plug the CI. His gaze grew sharp as he methodically began to execute the most optimal course of action. Overseas, the Dragon Country Embassy received a top-level directive and swiftly formulated a response plan. All Dragon Country citizens residing in coastal cities received a text message every 10 minutes. The message was succinct: immediately take essential items and travel to an inland city, find nearby shelter, stock up on supplies, and minimize going out. No reason was given, but the alerts kept pushing incessantly. In Beijing, a series of top-secret calls were made. Every nation with coastal cities received a humanitarian warning from Dragon Country. Whether their leaders believed it or were willing to comply remained unknown. Dragon Country had numerous coastal cities whose economies were generally more developed than, yet before the state machinery, all obstacles must yield to life. Ironclad orders were issued from Beijing, placing all coastal cities and their neighboring areas under the highest state of alert. Traffic was completely controlled, allowing only vehicles with special permits. The Railway Department, as the primary transport force, temporarily opened several wartime emergency lines and shut down all ticket sales for coastal cities. The doors of special emergency supply depots swung wide open. Tents, food, medicine, drinking water, and other daily necessities were urgently transported to emergency shelters. In Dongyu City, as dusk fell, the sky was overcast and rain poured down. People initially thought a super typhoon was approaching. Companies announced a 7-day holiday, schools were closed, and everyone was forced to stay indoors. Yan Xiefeng was a delivery driver who usually worked for multiple platforms. But today, orders from just one platform were already overwhelming him. He had just finished one delivery when his app chimed over a dozen times. Each order came with an extra 10 yuan national subsidy and hefty tips from customers. There were too many orders to accept. The city was under complete lockdown. A fleet of extended buses operated at full capacity, rapidly evacuating citizens inland. Few delivery drivers, like Yan Xiefeng, were still working the front lines. Even the generous pay couldn't outweigh the deadly weather. Just as Yan Xiefeng was about to accept an order, his phone rang. Caller ID: Mom. Hey Mom. Xiaofeng, where are you now? Did they arrange an evacuation vehicle for you? Mom, don't worry, I got on a bus long ago. Oh, that's good. Call me when you arrive. The call ended. Yan Xiefeng turned his head, watching military vehicles roar down the street and volunteers busily working. He looked at his phone at the endless stream of orders, and a smile touched his lips. This city needs me. At the top floor of the Shanghai building, He Ming finished his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Sensing carefully, he found his cultivation had grown a notch. Ordinarily, this would have taken at least 3 times as long. But ever since obtaining the imperial seal, his cultivation had been skyrocketing. After adjusting his state, he walked to a desk, picked up a pen, flipped open a notebook, and quickly wrote down a line. The imperial seal's cultivation acceleration ratio 337. He Ming nodded slightly, quite satisfied with this boost. As long as he could continue to strengthen his behind-the-scenes persona, this speed would keep increasing. Jarvis, what's the current situation in the coastal cities? On one side of the desk, a projection device cast intersecting beams of light, rapidly forming a series of virtual images. Dragon Country had made the most appropriate arrangements, but due to the mandatory lockdown, there was some resentment among a small portion of the populace, though everything remained under control. What about the island nation? Jarvis switched the virtual projection to a series of data tables. He Ming scanned them quickly, a flicker of disdain passing through. The elites and high-ranking officials of the island nation had all fled. Those left behind were ordinary citizens who hadn't secured a ticket on Noah's Ark and civil servants forced to remain. Order had begun to fracture, with crime rates rising by 10 percentage points. The virtual projections switched to surveillance feeds from major ports. Ironically, broadcasts continued to claim the situation was under control, urging residents to return home calmly and prepare for the typhoon. But the public wasn't naive. The massive evacuation of Dragon Country's coastal cities had gone viral on the internet. As the weather grew increasingly severe, with rain falling like hail, large crowds gathered at the ports, hoping to escape abroad by sea. A ticket on a large cruise ship was being scalped for 3 million, yet demand still outstripped supply. Even a seat on a fishing boat or a small yacht was sold at an exorbitant price. He Ming twirled his pen, feeling no pity. Instead, a thought of capitalizing on the chaos arose within him. List all class talents still stranded in the island nation who could be useful in the future with absolute detail. As the text vanished, the answer rapidly appeared. The list was dense, numbering in the thousands. He Ming's attention was immediately caught by the first name. Fujiwara Tatsukawa, S-Class Mecha Pilot, Cultivation Aptitude SS. Awesome. He Ming had noticed Fujiwara Tatsukawa before when searching for S-Class pilots, but had dismissed him because he was a Jap. But now it seemed it might not be impossible. If Fujiwara Tatsukawa is rescued, what is the maximum loyalty he can have towards Dragon Country? 100. Jarvis scanned this list and sent it to the 7th Bureau. Yes, sir. 2 days later, the weather in the island nation grew even more severe. Dark clouds pressed down and fierce winds howled. Raindrops the size of beans were blown sideways, slapping against walls and metal sheets. The sound was grating. Water levels rose, submerging the docks. Countless ships lay wrecked on the routes to other nations. On the sea surface, dead fish floated in patches. Upon closer inspection, 1 or 2 human corpses could be seen. A Xian bird with a wingspan of 100 zhang skimmed rapidly over the sea, opening its massive mouth to inhale all the fish like a whale refining. Can't finish them, simply can't finish them all. The island nation subsisted on imported resources with a self-sufficiency rate of merely 35. Should the gears of society grind to a halt for an extended period, it would spell utter catastrophe. At present, order teetered on the brink of collapse. Incidents of citizens brawling over resources had become commonplace. People cowered in their homes, anxiously scrolling through the same reassuring news broadcasts played on an endless loop. Inside an unremarkable 2-story house, Fujiwara Ryusen leaned against the wall at the foot of the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. His chest heaved violently, a black eye swelling his dark school uniform, stained with muddy footprints and blood. At his feet lay a young man he had knocked unconscious. Behind him stood his mother and sister, their faces etched with worry. Gripping a baseball bat tightly, Ryusen stared warily at the 2 blonde-haired youths opposite him, their expressions burning with rage. You bastard. You dared to knock out Fujita. He's already on his last legs. Let's rush him together. Once we take care of him. A glint of greed flickered across the speaker's face as he cast a glance toward the mother and daughter behind the staircase on the 2nd floor. The other followed his companion's gaze, then leered at Fujiwara Ryusen. Kid, hand over the food and water. Let your mother and sister have some fun with us, and maybe we'll spare your miserable lives. Fujiwara Ryusen's vision blurred. Earlier, while taking down one of the 3 intruders who had broken into his home, he had taken a heavy blow to the back of his head. He shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to stay conscious. As the 2 charged at him, he lunged forward instinctively, only to be kicked in the stomach and sent flying backward, crashing into the stairs. A grunt escaped Ryusen's lips. A searing pain shot through his spine, and his body refused to rise again. My turn. The man on the left stepped forward, about to leap over Ryusen, but the boy grabbed his pant leg in a death grip. Damn you. The man stomped hard on Ryusen's forehead, slamming the back of his head against the wooden step. A pool of blood spread beneath him. An ordinary person in such a dire physical state would have passed out instantly from that kick. But Ryusen only blacked out for a moment before snapping back to calm. The obsession to protect his family kept him from collapsing. He knew that if he failed to stop these 2, his family would suffer unimaginable humiliation. Brother. Ryusen. The moment he heard his family's cries, all his pain seemed to vanish. Strength surged through every limb and joint. Die, you bastards. He lunged upward with a burst of energy, wrapping his arms around the blonde thug, trying to rush upstairs and leap toward the ground floor. The 3 tumbled down together. The first to rise was the battered Ryusen. His eyes were vacant, but his body instinctively moved to block the stairway entrance. Just then, 2 figures burst through the door, braving the wind and rain. The leader raised the terminal on his wrist and scanned. Captain found S-class target Fujiwara Ryusen. Take him. The 2 blonde thugs had just gotten to their feet when one felt his hair yanked. The next second, his head was slammed into the floorboards. The other tried to resist, but took a knee to the groin and crumpled, losing consciousness instantly. Ryusen's mother and sister, seeing the 2 men in special tactical gear dispatch the intruders, were overjoyed. They rushed down the stairs to support their unconscious son and brother. The 2 members of the Manhwa Special Operations team exchanged glances, a flicker of admiration in each other's eyes. To persevere this far for the sake of his family was truly worthy of respect. Thank you so much. We're so grateful. You have 2 minutes to pack your things. You're coming back to Longwa with us. Who are you? We are soldiers of the Longwa Hague Special Operations Brigade, 1st Platoon. Longwa soldiers. Why were they in their country? If you want to live, start packing. You have 1 minute and 48 seconds left. He Ming lounged on the sofa, observing 3 virtual projections before him. The first-person perspectives of Kunping, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise. Jarvis broadcast these 3 feeds to the network. Yes, sir. He Ming had been following the optimal battle plan provided by the notebook, subtly acclimating the public to the reality of the High Star Fleet's impending invasion of Blue Star to avoid unnecessary social upheaval that might hinder the plan's progress. The plan wasn't flawless, not because the omniscient notebook had defects, but because He Ming himself couldn't foresee all unknown potential risks. After all, the notebook's capabilities were entirely dependent on how its wielder used it. The activation of the core resonator triggered by the Cataclysm launch event was a risk He Ming had overlooked. Though it completely derailed the plan, it was a blessing in disguise, revealing a major hidden threat left by the Noah civilization on Blue Star. Had the disaster struck just months before the High Star invasion, it would have caused immense trouble. The greatest gain, of course, was the rare base material composing the core resonator itself. Once fully converted, it could be used to build a warp drive, a spaceship capable of faster-than-light interstellar travel. This was a crucial trump card, as well as the most powerful black technology to counter the High Star fleet, the space-time bridge, more commonly known as a portal. The notebook's optimal battle plan had changed drastically, and He Ming could understand the reasoning behind it. The core resonator had caused the most severe natural disaster in modern history. If he could turn the tide at this moment, staging a world-saving narrative, it would allow the Imperial Seal to harvest a massive wave of destiny. The notebook's final answer was an amplification to 579, nearly 6 times the cultivation speed. This temptation was more than enough to offset the series of troubles caused by public panic over the alien invasion. Blue Star was essentially He Ming's foundation. The higher the faith, the stronger the Imperial Seal's destiny, and the stronger the destiny, the faster his cult. Sir, the live stream has been deployed. Over the past year, Jarvis had learned about 80% of Longwo's social nuances. Except for Longwo's essential official facilities, every electronic screen worldwide that was powered on had its content forcibly switched by Jarvis to one of the random livestream feeds. Some viewers saw Kunpeng's first-person perspective, while others saw Azure Dragons or Black Tortoises. In the livestream, the 3 mechs were positioned near a deep-sea volcanic vent. Before them was a pentagonal base about 5 meters in diameter. The base emitted a red glow, and with each pulse the volcanic vent erupted in a violent burst. Bring forth the human sovereign. Yes, sir. In the global live broadcast, a scene suddenly appeared on the left side of the screen. In the chaotic starry sky, a figure draped in a mysterious black 9-dragon imperial robe and an emperor's crown radiating a divine glow sat upon a dragon throne forged from starlight. With his left hand resting on the human sovereign sword and his right hand holding the imperial seal, he stood upon the stars, his gaze proud and arrogant. The figure slightly opened his mouth and spoke words crafted with special audio that reached directly into the soul. You may call me the Lord of the Star Sea, or you may call me the human sovereign. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped across the entire internet. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. The first part, Lord of the Star Sea, was easy to understand. It was essentially a revelation. Hello everyone, I am the big boss behind Star Sea. After all, the 3 mecha in the screen all originated from Star Sea. What was even more mind-blowing was the ability to simultaneously control all network terminals, a feat that only the internet legend Phantom could accomplish. In the past, many people on the internet had analyzed the true identity of Phantom. The most plausible and credible theory was that Phantom was the hidden boss behind Star Sea, or that the boss behind Star Sea was controlling Phantom. Because Phantom appeared only after the establishment of Star Sea, and its first move caused a phenomenal discussion within the Dragon Kingdom. The whole incident started when executives in the communications industry attempted to steal by Chanchan's call records. They used their privileges to engage in illegal operations only to cross a red line and collectively suffer being publicly shamed by Phantom. Now it seemed that Bai Chanchan, the head of Biotechnology, had formed a deep alliance with Star Sea. The conclusion was clear. The second move was even more bewildering. While Wayland Biotechnology was in the heat of conflict with Star Sea, they suddenly discovered that their home had been stolen. Core secrets were exposed across the entire network by Phantom, forcibly pinned and unable to be deleted. It would be hard for anyone to believe that this incident had nothing to do with Star Sea. Today, this speculation was finally confirmed. The global live broadcast was forcibly inserted into everyone's phones, computers, and televisions. Every terminal with video display functionality that was turned on was affected without exception. Such an ability could only be described as the god of the internet. As for the second part of that statement, foreigners might not feel much, but netizens within the Dragon Kingdom were completely shaken. The human sovereign. That was the supreme being of humanity, an indispensable part of Earth's mythology. The hidden boss of Star Sea claimed to be the human sovereign. Could there be any news more explosive than this? When people came to their senses, the entire customer service department of Star Sea was on the verge of collapse. Within seconds, tens of thousands of network access queue prompts flooded in, and the landline phones rang simultaneously. The reason why only the computers of Star Sea's customer service staff were not forcibly implanted with the live broadcast was that Jarvis had considered the company's customers. At the top floor of Biotechnology in the Western Frontier, Bai Chanchan's eyes sparkled as she stared unblinkingly at the video playing on the computer screen. You've finally shown yourself, but this joke is a bit too big. Human sovereign, huh? Star Sea Night, He Ming, all online maps, personal hangars, and chat channels were forcibly implanted with the live broadcast. When players saw that majestic figure calling himself the human sovereign, the world chat channel erupted. Holy shit. The big boss of Star Sea is actually the human sovereign. Is it the ancient supreme being I know, the human sovereign who ruled over humanity? Is His Majesty the human sovereign about to lead us out of Earth to conquer the Star Sea? My charming ancestor, I love it. This appearance is to help us resolve the crisis. I was just saying the recent weather was off. Turns out it's a submarine volcanic eruption. Hey, haven't you noticed the mecha in the live broadcast? I see it. So the virtual game we're playing now is actually a training ground invented by His Majesty the human sovereign to fight against aliens. The guy above nailed it. I've always said this game isn't simple. Brothers, this is our chance to prove we're not gaming addicts. Rise of humanity, follow His Majesty the human sovereign to conquer the Star Sea. In the video, the image of the human sovereign spoke again. You may have already guessed it. Star Sea Night He Ming is a virtual reality game I created to counter the invasion of the He Ming civilization. The recent abnormal weather is because the He Ming civilization activated the core resonator, causing concentrated submarine volcanic eruptions. Since they have made their move against us, I will remain silent no longer. At this point, the figure of the human sovereign radiating a divine glow stood up from the Starlight Dragon throne and pointed the human sovereign sword forward. Are you all willing to follow me in annihilating the invading enemy? Those who offend our Huaxiao will be punished no matter how far away they are. Kill. This single word kill under Jarvis manipulation reached everyone's ears with an extremely special frequency, like a thunderbolt from the heavens, sending shivers down their spines and igniting their blood. Long live His Majesty. Please accept my kneeling. Don't get too excited, buddy. At best, you're just a grunt. If you want to be an official, get in line behind. Brothers, what else is there to say? Just go for it. For Huaxia, for humanity. Damn, I just wanted to play a game, and now I've got a sense of mission. You'd better go offline and check the news. This isn't some hidden game plot. Don't get stupid from playing games. What to do? I'm so hyped. Where's the translator? Get to work and translate the last sentence for our foreign friends. Although the human sovereign's live broadcast had ended, the in-game players still couldn't snap out of the shock they had just experienced. The amount of information was simply too vast and too fantastical. The boss of Star Sea, the human sovereign, an alien invasion. Star Sea Night He Ming was a war simulator created by the human sovereign to fight the He Ming civilization. Though all those trapped in coastal cities were stunned, their primary concern was whether this terrible weather could be controlled. If the rain continued like this, it would likely flood up to the 3rd floor in a few days. At the Dragon Kingdom's Special Disaster Response Theater, Commanders Qin Weigua and Fong Wanli sat on either side of the head seat in the meeting room, their faces stern as they stared at the continuously looped video on the projection screen. Although the think tank had already deduced the general outcome, it had yet to be confirmed. This time was different. The long-hidden boss of Star Sea had finally come forward to confirm the truth, and even claimed to be the human sovereign. Old Qin, what do you think? Qin Weigua, this is good news. What else is there to think? Fong Wanli, I'm not asking about that. I mean, is that person from Star Sea putting on this act to stabilize public opinion, or is he truly our Huaxiao ancestor? That doesn't matter. If he can bring prosperity to Huaxiao, then he is the human sovereign. Well said. This global livestream constantly tugged at everyone's heartstrings, especially for those in coastal cities who had yet to evacuate. Continuous heavy rainfall caused water levels to rise, submerging most of the city and making the delivery of supplies exceedingly difficult. Thanks to He Ming's order for Baizé to prioritize disabling the core resonance devices around the Dragon Kingdom, the disaster had been minimized. Coupled with the Dragon Kingdom's relentless efforts to relocate affected citizens, there were no significant casualties. However, overseas fortune was far less kind. Not every nation prioritized the safety of its people as the Dragon. The first 2 days brought only heavy rain, but on the 3rd day an unprecedented tsunami swallowed countless coastal cities, causing immeasurable death and injury. What was once a global financial hub had become one of the most severely afflicted metropolises. Inside a 20th floor office of a certain skyscraper, reporter Lillard huddled under a desk, shivering from the cold. There was no electricity or water, and all food had long been consumed. 3 others were in the room, all office workers from the building. I've had enough. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline suddenly went berserk, grabbing a chair and hurling it at the floor-to-ceiling window. The chair struck the glass with a dull thud, but since the pane was made in the Dragon Kingdom, it didn't shatter. Only a white mark was left. Damn those politicians. They deceived us, deceived everyone. When the Dragon Kingdom chose to lock down cities and relocate people, these politicians claimed they were creating panic and restricting freedom. God, how ridiculous. And back then, I actually believed their nonsense. Damn it. A young man wrapped in a blanket slumped in a corner, sighed in frustration. Jack, what's the use of saying all this now? Save your strength and wait for rescue. Mentioning rescue only made Jack angrier. He had been trapped in the company for nearly 3 days without a single sign of any rescue effort. Wait for rescue. Jack strode to the window, pointing at the rooftops nearly submerged by the sea, where people shivered in the storm. They're doomed. No one's coming to save them. The more Jack thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. He grabbed another chair to smash against the window, but as he looked up, he suddenly spotted something flying toward them. Huh, what was that blacked? Jack was puzzled, unable to comprehend. In such extreme conditions, how could any aircraft possibly be airborne? But if it wasn't a plane, what was that fast-moving speck? He set down the chair, rubbed his eyes, and peered through the blurry glass into the distance. Come look. Could that be a rescue plane? Lillard's eyes lit up. He crawled out from under the desk, grabbed his camera gear, and moved to the window. He aimed the lens at the horizon and quickly zoomed in. The other three in the office crowded around. When they made out the object, they stood frozen in shock. What appeared in the frame was the Kunpeng. As the camera tracked it, the mountain-like machine plunged into the sea surface. Lillard snapped back to reality and urged, "Does anyone still have battery on their phone? Open the live stream. Mine still has some." The speaker unlocked his phone, and the screen displayed the Kunpeng's first-person view, like a colossal whale in the deep ocean diving swiftly toward the seabed. In the top right corner, the depth was conveniently displayed: 1000 meters, 2300 meters, 4500 meters. When it reached the ocean floor, the depth had hit an astonishing 8600 meters. The abyss was pitch black, with only the searchlights illuminating a small surrounding area. In the room, the four held their breath, staring at the phone screen, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Finally, a bizarre pentagonal base appeared in the frame. With each flash of red light, the seabed trembled violently. "This is what trapped us here. It's real." They weren't lying. There really are aliens. As the Kunpeng inserted a specially designed connector into the base, the flashing red light faded, turning green. The green light spread across the seabed and seeped deep into the Earth's core. Just as the four were on edge, sweating with tension, the phone died and shut down automatically. Oh God. Damn it, why now? Did it succeed or not? Lillard moved to the window, aiming his camera at a flagpole in the distance. If the water stops rising, then it worked. The other three gathered around, nervously watching the flagpole, swaying violently in the wind through the camera viewfinder. A minute passed. No significant change in water level. It still reached only halfway up the pole. 5 minutes passed. Nothing changed. Half an hour later, Jack's face lit up with ecstasy. The water isn't rising. Lillard let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Then it must have succeeded. The young man looked confused. But the water isn't going down either. That doesn't prove anything, does it? Jack and Lillard stared at him as if he were an idiot. Lillard adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and explained with a wry smile, "The water level hasn't risen, but the rain hasn't stopped either." The young man finally caught on. Right? Why didn't I think of that? With such heavy rain, if the water level isn't rising, doesn't that mean the floodwater is slowly receding back into the sea? The four in the office felt a wave of relief, their hope for survival rekindled. "They'll search upstairs again. Maybe I can find some food." "They'll come with you, Jack." The once lifeless city seemed to come alive again. Faint cheers began to emerge from the high-rises, swelling into a chorus of pent-up cries released from the depths of despair. Though they were still trapped in the skyscrapers, at least they no longer had to fear the waters rising further. At that moment, the Kunpeng, its body vast as a mountain, burst forth from the sea and shot across the city that was once the world's financial capital. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? Can humans really create something like this? Hey, isn't that the Kunpeng? My God, I'm seeing a real mecha in real life. So Shanghai wasn't lying. All those live streams were real. The Kunpeng could have quickly moved to the next core resonance device's coordinates. Flying through the city like this undoubtedly wasted a lot of time. But He Ming had specifically instructed, if I do good deeds without claiming credit, then what's the point? Without harvesting fortune, the rescue would lose its meaning. Such events continued to unfold around the world over the next 3 days. The three mechas, Kunpeng, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise, became saviors representing Star Ocean, and the master behind it, the self-proclaimed human sovereign. As the global network of core resonance devices was fully taken over and repurposed by Jarvis, the increasingly severe climate began to be brought under control. The water levels in all coastal cities slowly receded, but the torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. A longer period of adjustment would be needed for a full recovery. The atmosphere was saturated with too much water vapor. It was unlikely to return to normal without 10 to 20 days of rain. As the rain began to show signs of easing, the Western politicians and media, who had remained collectively silent and inactive at the disaster's onset, started croaking like frogs after a rainstorm. At the Star Ocean Tower, Jarvis' voice echoed in the bathroom. "Sir, the Western media are fabricating news to smear the Dragon Kingdom and Star Ocean." He Ming slowly opened his eyes, his hands resting on the edge of the bath, and let out a disdainful sneer. "No need to bother. Let them bark. The louder they bark, the stronger the backlash will be. Just fan the flames of public opinion." "As you wish, sir." An article by Nobel Peace Prize-winning sociologist Felt, entitled, "Don't You Think This Is All Too Coincidental?" was pinned to the top of major overseas information platforms. A top Western celebrity commented on social media. How can Star Ocean pinpoint these so-called alien devices so precisely? How do you explain that? Many sports superstars also voiced their opinions. This is a stage performance. How can Star Ocean control that damned alien technology? They must submit to a full international investigation and give us an explanation. Such rhetoric quickly flooded the view of ordinary Western citizens. Western politicians soon discovered that their usual smear tactics were not only ineffective, but were backfiring with tremendous force. The people having survived a life-and-death ordeal had seen through the shameless faces of these politicians and media. They knew who had saved them in their darkest hour. When disaster struck, the Western approach was to tell people to save themselves. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom always prioritized the safety of its citizens. Domestic volunteers and the people's soldiers charged to the front lines, risking their lives in moving scenes of disaster relief. Before and after the disaster, the spirit of mutual aid was demonstrated to the fullest. Inland cities contributed money and resources with all sectors of society, including large corporations, top celebrities, and internet influencers, mobilizing to gather sufficient supplies and funds for post-disaster reconstruction within days. Jarvis selected a series of representative videos, compiled them into a montage, and published it on the largest information platforms worldwide, forcibly pinning it so it couldn't be removed by the back end. The survivors of this catastrophe were already seething with resentment, and seeing the Dragon Kingdom's response to the disaster ignited their fury beyond control. This war of public opinion, without a single shot fired, was strangled in its cradle before it could begin. People vented their anger unreservedly in the comment sections of scapegoating and post-disaster smear articles and posts. Shut your filthy mouths. Where were you when the seawater reached my neck? A stage performance. I can't stand these idiots anymore. If the Dragon Kingdom had such power, why would they bother wasting words on useless politicians like you? Above is spot on. If the Dragon Kingdom had that ability, who would dare to say a word against them? Exactly. These clowns still dare to throw mud. Aren't you afraid the Dragon Kingdom will unleash another tsunami and wipe you all out? Meanwhile, a large number of Western netizens shared a video filmed by Lillard, Kunpeng, flying in from the horizon, diving into the sea like a savior. The video had 2 parts, followed by a global live broadcast showing Kunpeng diving deep into the ocean and shutting down the core resonance device. The video was pinned to the top by a mysterious force, with comments increasing by tens of thousands per minute. Countless Western influencers with large followings created comparison videos. One side showed the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers charging to the front lines for disaster relief, and Star Ocean's 3 mechas diving deep to shut down the core resonance. The other side showed Western politicians evading responsibility during the disaster's onset, telling people to save themselves, and some officials playing golf. As soon as such videos appeared, they instantly gained massive traffic, with reviews passing almost immediately and no effective back-end manipulation possible. Consequently, even previously indifferent major influencers joined the feast of traffic, with public opinion overwhelmingly supporting the Dragon Kingdom and condemning the incompetence and shamelessness of Western politicians. The foreign public sphere was filled with all kinds of verbal battles and hostility. The domestic internet environment, however, was quite different, with everyone eager to join the military and make meritorious contributions. A recruitment notice released by the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities 10 years ago was even pushed to the top of the trending list, with the comment section becoming a playground. Brothers, this is the chance to open a new page in the family history. The guy above is too narrow-minded. From now on, when we sweep tombs on He Ming Festival, my grandfather will be grinning while offering incense to me. I've been driving an excavator for 10 years. I just watched the mecha operation video online. Those joysticks look like something I could handle. You're a real talent, buddy. I drive a tower crane. Piloting a mecha would be a piece of cake. Let me tell you a secret. I'm ranked 349th on this season's leaderboard. I've already received a trial invitation from Star Ocean and am on my way to the special training center in the Western Frontier. If you want to pilot a mecha and fight aliens, climbing the leaderboard is the only answer. Damn, really? It's true. My cousin also got an invitation and left for the Western Frontier yesterday. Alright, the pressure is now on the hushy people. Military service benefits, open a new page in the family history, be written into textbooks, have the chance to fight alongside the human sovereign, and most importantly, who can resist the allure of piloting a mecha? If you don't sign up now, are you even human? At the Western Frontier, Star Ocean Tower, He Ming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, starlight shimmering in his eyes. In his vision, golden threads of fortune surged from all directions toward him, enveloping the entire building in a golden glow. He raised his hand to glance at the smart bracelet on his wrist. Life Index 96500. He was still 3,500 life index points away from ascending dimensions and opening an inner universe within his body. Extra chapter. Though the cultivation speed was remarkably swift, inseparable from the nearly 6-fold acceleration granted by the Imperial Jade Seal, Go's contributions were no less significant. Through absolute dominion over Ileo Mountain, he had already transformed it into He Ming's private sanctuary. Herbs aged over 500 years could be deemed spiritual medicines, while those spanning a millennium were considered supreme-grade elixirs. Coupled with flesh and blood of high life index, his cultivation progress could only be described as advancing 1,000 li in a single day. If not for the time spent hastening the absorption of the fortune energy dispersing from the sacrificial hall, he would have long breached the barrier of 100 life index points. What is Ergo's life index reached? He Ming was somewhat surprised. In just a few days his life index had surged by over 10,000 points. This guy has been eating quite well lately. List the 10 most powerful individuals in Blue Star's ancient martial arts along with their life indexes. Jiang Long life index 4200, Jiang Hu life index 3980, Jiang Chung life index 3900, Yin Huang life index 3880, Chui Qinghu life index 38000. The list had barely changed save for one unfamiliar name. Yin Huang. Jarvis's voice echoed in He Ming's ear. Yin Huang is the current patriarch of the Yin family. Half a year ago his life index was 2600 points, which didn't make the list. He Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. In just half a year relying solely on the incomplete stellar guidance art, he had increased his life index by 12800 points. A genius. Calculate the compatibility between Yin Huang and the stellar guidance art as a percentage. 39. So low yet his cultivation speed is still. With the complete stellar guidance art, what would Yin Huang's life index be after 4 years? A monster. Deduce a cultivation method most suitable for Yin Huang, centered on star energy. As the words faded, a complete, untitled technique materialized before him. If this technique were to serve as the foundation, how many points of life index could Yin Huang achieve in 4 years? 150,000. This fellow is a real talent. He Ming's heart stirred, suddenly seized by the impulse to recruit Yin Huang as his subordinate. Even by Xiaophia's theoretical limit 4 years from now would only be around 160,000, and that was only achievable with an uninterrupted supply of resources. After a moment's thought, he felt this horizontal comparison was not entirely accurate. Bai Xiaofei, after all, was a grassroots nobody utterly incomparable to Yin Huang, a direct descendant of the Yin family, who had been immersed in cultivation since childhood. This was also the fundamental reason He Ming had not tailored a specific cultivation technique for Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei. Anything too profound would be utterly beyond their comprehension. The star guidance art was already the most suitable technique for ordinary people to cultivate, yet it still required a babysitting level guide to accompany it. Most importantly, the subsequent plans required the use of stellar energy, and operating within the same system would conserve more resources. Future adjustments might be made, but before the invasion of the High Star Fleet, this was already the optimal choice. If I were to fully cultivate Yin Huang, what would be the maximum loyalty this person could achieve? 100. It seems even heaven wants you to advance. He Ming's rule for recruiting subordinates was simple. You didn't have to be the most outstanding, but you had to be the most loyal. Even 99 loyalty was unacceptable. Jarvis compiled this technique, give it a random name, and send it to Yin Huang. This technique is for his eyes only. Understood, sir. After Jarvis finished scanning, He Ming picked up his pen and wrote again. Life indices of Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei. Bai Xiaofei life index 43000. Zhang Zhifei life index 39000. Jarvis, how many spirit herbs remain in the stockpile? Sir, there is enough to sustain Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei's cultivation for 1 more year. He Ming twirled his pen in his hand, though satisfied with this result, resources were still somewhat insufficient. The Ileo Mountains could only support his own consumption. The spirit herbs accumulated by Blue Star's ancient martial forces over countless generations were insufficient for the cultivation of Bai Xiaofei and the others, and now there was Yin Huang to consider as well. To make a breakthrough, we must leave Blue Star. Resources here are far too scarce. List the locations of all spirit herbs over 300 years old on Blue Star, excluding the Ileo Mountains. As the words vanished, the answer emerged. He Ming scanned it quickly, taking in nearly 400 entries belonging to owners. A few in the hands of ordinary families, but the vast majority controlled by Western powers. The unowned spirit herbs were scarce, only about 100 scattered across the world's deep mountains and forbidden lands. Scan the locations and have Seraphim and Azure Dragon gather all the unowned spirit herbs. Understood, sir. He Ming gazed at the list of Western names, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If you hand them over obediently, all will be well. But if you hide them, I shall have to come and collect them in person. Jarvis, notify everyone on this list to surrender all their spirit herbs. 1 herb in exchange for 1 dose of Starfall Gene Serum. Message sent. In the encrypted mailboxes of the actual puppet masters behind Western nations, an email signed by the Lord of the Star Seat arrived almost simultaneously. The body of the message was simple: surrender all herbs over 300 years old, within 7 days 1 herb, for 1 dose of Starfall Gene Serum. The description of the Starfall Gene Serum was brief: cures all diseases, enhances physical constitution. At the Yin family mansion. In the quiet cultivation chamber, Yin Huang slowly opened his eyes, sensing the vast energy within him, yet he could not muster any joy. Have I reached my limit? The Zhang family is unlikely to release the 3rd stage technique. It seems I must wait for His Majesty the Human Sovereign to bestow the 4th stage technique. As Yin Huang stepped out of the chamber, his wife approached, holding a sleek black enhanced terminal. An email for you from that person. Who? The Human Sovereign. Yin Huang's brow shot up, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, swiftly overwhelmed by a surge of ecstasy. He knew his destined opportunity had finally arrived. Give it to me. Yin Huang took the terminal and retreated back into the cultivation chamber. Once his emotions had gradually steadied, he treated the terminal as if it were a sacred edict, kowtowing 3 times with devotion before picking it up again. With a heart pounding with excitement, he opened the email. The body contained only a brief sentence: this is the supreme divine art I bestow upon you. You alone are permitted to cultivate it. Do not disappoint me. Attachment: Divine Phoenix, Star Summoning Art. What is this? It's not the Star Guidance Art. This is another technique. Baffled, Yin Huang opened the attachment and began to study it intently. Before long, a brilliant light blazed in his eyes, and his heart pounded with a thrilling shock. This was undoubtedly a complete and supreme technique. Let's give it a try. Without a shred of doubt about the technique, Yin Huang boldly attempted to practice it. Half an hour later. The shock in Yin Huang's heart was beyond words. He found that this technique resonated perfectly with him, as if it had been tailor-made for his very being. He placed the terminal on the table, and with utmost solemnity kowtowed 3 times once more. In the top-floor meditation room of Xinghai Tower, He Ming emerged from his cultivation trance. Glancing at his watch, he noted that 2 hours had already passed. Any replies yet? As his voice faded, light flickered within the room, and a virtual projection materialized before He Ming's eyes. He Ming swept his gaze over the list, finding it utterly dull. None of the top-tier magnates had chosen to secretly hoard the Medicine King. Only a few minor families had yet to respond. Those who haven't replied need not bother. Send Kuenpeng over. Apply appropriate intimidation. If they refuse to comply, eliminate them. Understood, sir. The virtual projection shifted, displaying a new table. Sir, several families wish to exchange resources for mecha manufacturing technology. Resources for finished products, but technology is off the table. Handle the specifics yourself. 1 mass-produced unit for the resources needed to build 5. A minute passed. Sir, they have agreed to the exchange. The initial order totals 60 mass-produced mecha units. Over the North Atlantic, on a private island, waves crashed against the cliffs. An ancient castle stood atop the precipice. Beneath the cliffs, a spacious airstrip stretched out. On either side, numerous private jets were parked, and at regular intervals another private plane would descend. Those who disembarked moved with hurried steps, quickly boarding vehicles that sped toward the castle atop the cliff. Deep within the castle, in an underground chamber, dim light illuminated the pale faces gathered around the round table. The 25 individuals seated there controlled nearly half of the Western world's resources, industries, and political influence. Their every word and action could sway the global economy or even determine the fate of nations. Yet now their faces were etched with fear, as if they were condemned prisoners awaiting the final verdict. Everyone is present. Duke Horn, seated at the head of the table, was 105 years old. His skin was wrinkled, his eyes sunken like a dried corpse, but his spirit remained vigorous. How should we respond to the will of the Lord of Xinghai? Let us hear your thoughts. From the shadows, a voice spoke first. We have no choice. No one in the room objected to his words. They had already come to terms with reality. So-called negotiations, mediation, balance of power, and political maneuvers were nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute force. The Dragon Kingdom loved peace, was willing to reason, and sought to profit from the world. Even when subdued by force, they felt no threat. But the Lord of Xinghai was different. He called himself the Human Sovereign, possessed the authority to know all things, was the god of the digital world, and held absolute military power capable of sweeping an entire nation. Just moments ago, the blade of the Lord of Xinghai had been pressed against all their throats. These magnates who controlled the Western world had gathered here after all to discuss a plan. How to more gracefully seek a glimmer of survival amidst this irreversible tide. Let us vote. No one objected, and there were no abstentions. This matter shall be executed by the Ross family. All medicinal herbs must be delivered to the Lord of Xinghai in the shortest possible time. The first batch of resources must also be expedited and shipped to the western frontier as soon as possible. Agreed. Approved. Next is the issue of settling in the Dragon Kingdom. As the words fell, a representative from an ancient family stood up, his expression grim to the extreme. Since the day he was born, he had never felt such a degree of humiliation as he did today. Relocate to the Dragon Kingdom. What would that make us? Hostages. Hostages. Across from him, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo rested his chin on his interlaced fingers, his gaze as if he were looking at a corpse. Do you think we are not hostages? An old man, completely shrouded in shadow, let out a scornful laugh, tapping his cane lightly on the floor, producing a crisp. Haven't you received the shared intelligence? The Lord of Shanghai holds the authority to know all things. He is the God of wisdom. In his eyes, we don't even qualify as hostages. Though the words trailed off, everyone present understood. The sword of Damocles has been raised. We don't even have the right to flip the table. If the Xuanxing beings truly descend upon Blue Star, the Dragon Kingdom will be the safest place. The man who had stood up earlier changed expression, suddenly his legs gave way and he slumped back into his seat, disheartened. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his face pale as paper, like a dead man. The Lord of Xinghai's goal is to fight the Xuanxing beings. If we cooperate fully, he probably won't suddenly strike at us, right? Perhaps we can first probe the will of the Lord of Shanghai. For example, ask in our reply whether we qualify for the Dragon Kingdom's protection. You must be insane daring to test the all-knowing God of wisdom. This will surely enrage him. Yes, we cannot take that risk. Nearly half opposed, while nearly half felt it better to sound out his intentions rather than wait for death. Duke Horn at the head of the table half closed his eyes, remaining silent. He was like an observer, quietly watching the performers in the room play their roles precisely. In the end, the vote passed by a razor-thin margin of 13-12. A terminal appeared before the man who had proposed the idea. His hands trembled slightly as he meticulously weighed every word, spending nearly an hour crafting what he believed to be an impeccable, humble, and respectful email. Only 30 simplified Chinese characters long. The moment the email was sent, the chamber fell into a pin-drop silence, the atmosphere suffocating. Everyone present held their breath, eyes fixed on the man operating the terminal. At Shanghai Tower, the email's humble and respectful content was translated by Jarvis into plain, straightforward language. Sir, they have made a new request and are willing to add a second batch order of 100 mass-produced mecha units. What request? They wish to obtain residency rights in the Dragon Kingdom. He Ming almost laughed. That's it. Tell them to negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom themselves. Understood, sir. With a ding, the hearts of everyone in the chamber leaped into their throats. A reply arrived. Handle this matter with the Dragon Kingdom yourselves. The man at the terminal wiped the cold sweat from his brow and read the original text verbatim in English translation. It was neither approval nor refusal, but the tone was dripping with disdain, as if to say, is this trivial matter even worth asking me? At that moment, every great figure in the room felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation from those few words. What they considered a matter of life and death was utterly insignificant in the eyes of the Lord of Shanghai. Yet this humiliation was soon replaced by a sense of relief. His indifference meant they had never truly entered his field of vision. This transaction was nothing more than a simple demand, perhaps with a hint of threat. As for what would happen if they refused, only those unafraid of death would ever know. Atop the Star Ocean Tower, as the text faded, the answer emerged in an instant. He Ming scanned through the lines with lightning speed. A bunch of old actors putting on a show just for me. He probed the innermost thoughts of everyone in the meeting. Had he made any misstep? What nonsense is this Lord of the Star Ocean daring to call himself the human sovereign? He's nothing but a naive fool. No matter how formidable he is, can he really read my mind? These idiots are probably cursing the God of wisdom in their hearts. If that great being truly knows all, they'll surely meet their doom. What the hell? How can there be such a shameless ability in this world? To secure my position, it seems I have no choice but to fully cooperate. Since the Haixing people possess interstellar travel capabilities, their technology must far surpass Blue Star's. I wonder if we can even win. He Ming chuckled softly. Some were acting, others genuinely terrified. It was a 50-50 split. If these people could control their own thoughts, that would be something. Just then Jarvis spoke softly. Sir, Dragon Kingdom is preparing to officially unveil its latest technological achievements to the public during tonight's 7 o'clock news broadcast. He Ming remarked, finally accelerating. His proactive revelation had sparked a highly positive response. While a minority of the populace harbored some panic, the vast majority remained optimistic. The main reason was the meteoric rise of Star Ocean, from nothing to everything in just over a year, directly propelling human civilization into a leap forward and officially entering the interstellar age. This created an illusion for everyone. Given a few more years, even aliens would have to kneel and sing surrender. But only He Ming knew that if Blue Star continued at its current pace, even victory would be a Pyrrhic one. Blue Star was the foundation for He Ming's cultivation speed. He had already made grand claims. If they suffered too heavy a defeat, fortune would inevitably drain. This outcome was unacceptable to him. Solutions existed, but they required taking risks. That was to wait until Jarvis transformed the materials of the core resonator into a space-time bridge and a superluminal spacecraft equipped with a warp drive. Before the Haixing fleet arrived, they would travel to a resource-rich planet, set up the space-time bridge, They are to connect both realms, thereby accelerating Blue Star's development and achieving a technological overtake. In the Milky Way, there were many resource planets, most already occupied by other civilizations. This was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Once discovered, it could trigger a new interstellar war. The Notebook's optimal plan was to go to a planet colonized by the He Ming to plunder resources. This mission required He Ming to lead the team personally, and the success rate was only 90%. At exactly 7 o'clock that evening, the theme song of the news broadcast resounded punctually in countless households across Dragon Kingdom. The golden anchor with a solemn face spoke in a firm and powerful voice. Currently, Blue Star faces unprecedented common challenges. To counter the threat from the He Ming civilization and defend the continuation of human civilization, our nation will fully launch the Southern Heavenly Gate project. The live feed switched to outer space, showing the official intelligent platform of the space elevator. It resembled a starport where a colossal space base was being rapidly assembled by countless large intelligent robotic arms. The anchor's narration resumed. This is our nation's independently developed ultra-large space base, the Explorer. The primary mission of the Explorer is to collect as many rare resources as possible within the solar system before the He Ming arrive. The scene shifted again to the Star Ocean Intelligent Platform area. This was an even more massive space base. This is the ultra-large space fortress Pioneer, independently developed by Star Ocean. The Pioneer is a mobile war fortress with an internal space capable of simultaneously accommodating up to 10,000 mass-produced mechas. The live feed showed a close-up of the Pioneer. Though unfinished, its futuristic design and ubiquitous cannon muzzles were awe-inspiring. The scene then shifted to the lunar base. Players of Star Ocean Night's Dawn, watching the news broadcast, involuntarily stood up, while a few even fell to their knees on the spot. Though still under construction, it was unmistakably at least 80 to 90% similar to the lunar base in the game. At the end of the broadcast, the scene switched to a large production facility. On the intelligent production line, steel giants over 30 meters tall were being rapidly assembled by large robotic arms. Without the anchor's introduction, any player of Star Ocean Night's Dawn could instantly recognize it as the gorilla-type mecha capable of transforming into a fighter jet, the Yinglong. At that moment, a set of prompts appeared at the bottom of the news broadcast. The Southern Heavenly Gate project is officially launched, now recruiting mecha reserve pilots nationwide. Players ranking in the top 10% of the Star Ocean Night's Dawn, individual qualifiers, or mass team battles with over 10,000 participants can be directly admitted. 90-year-old Li Tianjing was reclining in his rocking chair, wearing reading glasses. The TV in the living room was playing the news broadcast, a program he never missed each evening. When the anchor passionately announced the Southern Heavenly Gate project, Li Tianjing trembled as he rose from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. As the scene shifted, the colossal Explorer space base appeared before him. Then came the Pioneer War Fortress. When images of the lunar base and the Yinglong production line appeared, Li Tianjing's once cloudy eyes reddened and tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Dad, take it easy." His two sons supported him on either side, their own emotions stirred. "Have we really done it?" Li Tianjing had been among the earliest scientific researchers devoted to Dragon Kingdom's aerospace industry. In that era of poverty, they relied on abacuses and hand-drawn blueprints to pursue the seemingly unattainable dream of spaceflight. He had studied the feasibility of manned lunar landings, envisioned large space stations, and even dreamed of building a research base on the moon. Back then, all these were dismissed as unrealistic fantasies. Now, in his twilight years, he was witnessing on the news a reality far grander than those former dreams. Li Tianjing grasped his son's hand, his face flushing with vitality, his entire being glowing, as if rejuvenated by a decade. "To see Dragon Kingdom reach this day, my life has been worth it." His eldest son, worried about his father's health, quickly fetched a glass of warm water mixed with longevity water from the coffee table. "Dad, don't get so worked up. Have some water to calm down." Li Tianjing took 2 large sips, then sat back in his rocking chair, pulling out his phone from his coat pocket and opening his contacts. He gazed repeatedly at the names of those comrades who had fought alongside him. Though they were all gone, their long-cherished wishes had finally come true. In Shin City, the recruitment point was surrounded by 5 endless queues. 18-year-old Kai Shuapei, carrying a backpack, was flushed with excitement. Just thinking about joining the military and piloting a mecha made him tremble all over. A slightly chubby peer behind him tapped his shoulder. "Bro, what's your ladder rank?" Kai Shuapei smirked slightly, pulling out a prepared photocopy. Kai Shuapei, genuine 99th place in this season's individual qualifiers. "Awesome. I can't climb the ladder no matter what, but my points in the mass team battles are enough." "Kai Shuapei, bro, you're impressive too. Since we're going to fight aliens, team battles are definitely more important." They chatted enthusiastically, exchanging mutual compliments, and soon found themselves near the front of the line. Just then, Kai Zupiai's phone buzzed with a text message. He took out his phone and saw, "Dad, brat, you're not answering calls. Did you sneak off to sign up?" Kai Shuapei had already prepared his response and quickly typed a reply. Dad, you've been a bookworm reading novels for over a decade. How can you not understand? When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If the aliens truly attack, can hiding in the rear save you? Rather than waiting for death, it's better to strengthen yourself. Even if I die, I'll make sure to splash. He tapped open the chat window labeled Mom. Mom, son, listen to me, come home immediately. I only have you as my son. If anything happens to you, your father, and I won't be able to go on living. Mom, I've already signed up. The process is complete. If I back out now and go home, I'd be a deserter. I'd face a military tribunal and possibly prison. The instructor said that if we win this battle, we can choose any university, Tsinghua or Peking, and even get guaranteed postgraduate admission. Your son will make you proud then, and you'll have face among. As long as I formally participate in training, I get paid 100,000 a month plus social insurance and housing fund. The slightly chubby young man behind him stared at Kai Zupei's replies in awe and couldn't help blurting out, "Bro, that's awesome. Can I copy your answers?" "Here, take it and copy." The man handed over his phone and quickly sent a reply to his family. "Bro, from now on we're comrades." Before the news of Dragon Kingdom's sudden rise had fully ignited, another piece of news poured oil onto the flames. The next day, Starseed Biotechnology held a new product pre-launch conference, officially unveiling the Starfall Gene Serum and designating it as a non-sale item. All those fighting on the front lines against the High Star invasion, including soldiers, engineering personnel, and individuals who had made outstanding contributions to Dragon Kingdom or received special honors, would receive free access to the Starfall Gene Serum. Its effects were formidable, curing all diseases and enhancing physical constitution. Within just 3 days, under the push of Jarvis, this news spread rapidly across the global internet. Suddenly, the number of flights to Dragon Kingdom from around the world surged several-fold. People tormented by illness on the brink of death, commoners, wealthy merchants, researchers, came alone or with their families swarming into Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom naturally welcomed this scene, opening multiple new routes to receive wave after wave of top-tier talent. Amid this tide, Starseed garnered unanimous praise and acclaim. These emotions transformed into threads of golden fortune continuously flowing toward the Imperial Seal. Starseed Building. Top floor cultivation chamber. He Ming awoke from his meditative state. Unlike usual, he could distinctly feel that his life level had reached an entirely new height, completing another transformation. This sensation was even stronger than when his life index had reached 4,000 points. He raised his hand and glanced at his smart bracelet. Life index 101005. Let's begin. He closed his eyes again, sinking his consciousness into his spiritual sea. With the life index reaching the 100 mark, a cataclysmic change had taken place. A miniature figure identical to He Ming appeared in the center of surging waves. Sitting cross-legged, he activated his technique, pulling with all his might on the threads of golden fortune. Outside, the threads of golden fortune surging toward Starseed Building no longer flowed into the Imperial Seal, but instead converged toward the center of He Ming's brow. This process lasted an entire month, until He Ming's spiritual sea was filled with surging golden threads, and beneath his feet, it had transformed into a pure golden tide. Come. With this summons, the Imperial Seal transformed into a streak of golden light, drilling into He Ming's brow, and finally appearing at the very center of his spiritual sea, suspended above his head. As fortune continued to pour into the spiritual sea, the precious light radiating from the Imperial Seal grew ever more dazzling, like a blazing sun. With the full activation of the stellar guidance art, the star energy drawn by He Ming drilled into his spiritual sea at an inconceivable speed, converging into the Imperial Seal. In cultivation, time loses meaning. A year passed in the blink of an eye. He Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly rose from the meditation. The intelligent robot that had been attending him stepped forward, quickly, respectfully handing over the omniscient notebook. A glint flashed in He Ming's eyes as a beam of golden light surged from his brow, wrapping around the omniscient notebook and drawing it into his spiritual sea. As He Ming activated a deeper soul-binding technique, the connection between the omniscient notebook and his spiritual sea was continuously strengthened. This process lasted for 9 days. On the morning of the 10th day, as the dawn light streamed through the top-floor skylight into the chamber, the omniscient notebook transformed into a streak of black light, gradually merging into the Imperial Seal. He Ming kept his eyes tightly shut, his spirit merging into the Imperial Seal. Before him lay a world of absolute darkness and chaos, with not a glimmer of light to be seen. Was this the inner universe? He Ming was astonished to find that here he could not perceive space-time or even his own existence. Until he noticed 2 golden characters, omniscient. He began to reach out to the omniscient notebook. The pages turned and text emerged with his thoughts. Is this the inner universe? Yes. Why can't I perceive anything? Because nothing inherently exists. Then how do I change all this? You are the master of this universe. All rules are yours to define. He Ming's spiritual form pondered briefly, then spoke slowly, "Let there be light." With this thought from He Ming, the first beam of light finally appeared in the chaos, a newly born star. They'll call you Sunstar. This star illuminated a vast area, as if it were the center of this universe. He Ming's consciousness focused near this star. Earth. A water-blue planet appeared in the space he designated. As his thoughts gradually spread, the solar system was born. He also endowed this system with the most basic rules of physical motion. All celestial bodies began to revolve around the sun, rotating and orbiting. This feeling of creation intoxicated He Ming. Yet when he tried to expand beyond the solar system into the wider cosmos, he was astonished to find that his ability to create with a word, to shape worlds with a single thought, had vanished. Why can't I create any further? It exceeds 1.5 light years. He Ming realized with understanding that the limit of this inner universe was only 1.5 light years. How do I increase it? Elevate your life level. What is the maximum limit? 1 billion light years. He Ming withdrew his spiritual awareness from the inner universe, returning to reality. 1 billion light years. I've only just begun. With a thought, he immediately sensed the omniscient notebook. The feeling was wondrous, as if it were a part of his body responding to his will like an extension of his arm. In the inner universe, will any question I ask go undetected by anyone? Yes. A look of relief spread across He Ming's face. After lying low for so long, he had finally made it through. Omniscient notebook, who created you? The answer surfaced swiftly. Only 2 characters. But He Ming was horrified to discover that he could not make out these 2 characters, as if a dense fog shrouded his eyes. What is this? This has never happened before. He Ming quickly communicated with the omniscient notebook, trying to understand the crux of the matter. Why can't I see through these 2 characters? The rules forbid it. Why do the rules forbid it? Say something I can understand. Just like the rules you established in the inner universe, all things must obey them. He Ming was silent for a long time, choosing not to dwell on this issue any further, as overthinking would only trouble himself. He asked the second question he was eager to know. Where does Shui Ming come from? Shui Zhe star domain. Is Blue Star within the sphere of influence of the Shui Zhe star domain? No. He Ming raised an eyebrow. Star domain. This was yet another entirely new term. How vast is a star domain? As far as the eye can see. This answer shook He Ming to his core. The range of one's gaze defines the territorial boundaries of the entire star domain. In other words, the size of a star domain depends entirely on the personal strength of its ruler. A weaker party once discovered can only await enslavement. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. How vast is the sphere of influence of the Shui Zhe star domain? 5,000 light years. If calculated based on the limits of the inner universe's solar system, 1 star domain is roughly equivalent to over 3,000 solar systems. Upon learning this answer, He Ming suddenly felt that the Hai Xing civilization was nothing more than an interstellar rogue utterly unworthy of the stage. He Ming did not press further with questions, as he had already obtained the answers he sought. Shui Ming was not a native of Blue Star, as she came from the Shui Zhe star domain. Jarvis, report the current status of the Dragon Kingdom. Between shifting light and shadow, a series of virtual projection images appeared before He Ming's eyes. The Explorer is already on its way to Jupiter. The lunar base has taken a rough shape, and efforts are fully underway to build its defensive forces. Official armed forces. Mass-produced combat mecha Inglong 15000 units. Medium unmanned aerial vehicle Jiaolong 1000 units. Space fighter Xuannu 3000 units. With a mere thought, He Ming quickly contacted the omniscient notebook in his mind. Total number of individuals under the Dragon Kingdom's official command, with a life index reaching 1000 points. The total number of people who have reached 2000 points. Total number of individuals who have reached 3000 points. Total number of people reaching 4000 points. Jarvis, send the 5th stage basic cultivation method to Bureau 7. Sir, the message has been sent. Send the 4th stage technique to Jiang Jinhai. Message sent. He Ming glanced at the smart bracelet on his wrist, casually removed it, and tossed it aside. His current level of cultivation could no longer be measured simply by life index. He needed to create a new intelligent tool to calculate a fresh tier of power. With a thought from He Ming, a streak of black light shot out from between his brows and landed in his hand. Convenient. He attempted to communicate with his mind, without needing to write. Questions automatically appeared on the blank page. Design a smart bracelet for tiered power classification as simple and intuitive as possible. As the words of the question faded, dense streams of code and data materialized. Jarvis, scan the data and produce a finished product as soon as possible. Understood, sir. He Ming stretched, lazily walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and swept his gaze across the ring structure of Star Harbor. Compared to half a year ago, the buildings in Star Harbor were essentially fully completed with large crowds of tourists on almost every street, the majority being foreign visitors. The wealthy and merchants who had invested heavily in land were finally seeing a rapid return on their capital. And this money would quickly flow back into Dragon Country. The reason was that Dragon Country's rare earth smelting technology was at the world's forefront, commanding nearly 95% of the market share. After obtaining the finished products, these individuals would then deliver the resources to Star Ocean. Mass-produced METS, flint modules, carbon nanotubes, T4 stellar fall gene serums. These high-end products were only accepted in exchange for resources. A complete industrial chain had matured under He Ming's covert influence. Has the spaceship and the space-time bridge been built? He Ming turned sideways, and a projection screen appeared before him. A triangular-shaped spacecraft was docked inside the hangar of the Pioneer Space Base, appearing only slightly larger than an RV. So small. Sir, based on the materials we smelted from the core resonator, the size of this ship has been minimized to its limit. And the space-time bridge. The virtual projection shifted to another hangar where two circular pedestals stood silently, their appearance utterly ordinary. What's the maximum jump distance of this thing? 10 light years. The range is sufficient. I recall there's a resource planet colonized by the high star nearby, approximately 476 light years from Blue Star, formerly known as the Beastman planet. The high star garrison has only 3,000 life units evenly distributed around the major tribes. How long will it take our ship to reach the Beastman planet? 1.5 years. That's enough time. Let's set off. The vehicle is ready. An autonomous car pulled up to the private passage inside Star Ocean. He Ming got out and stepped into the single-passenger capsule of the elevator ascended rapidly, and the buildings on the ground shrank quickly. Despite the speed, the interior of the elevator felt no significant pressure, much like riding a normal elevator. As the elevator passed through the stratosphere and entered outer space, He Ming looked toward the western window. This was his first time witnessing the view of outer space, which was different from his imagination. In the endless dark void, only a few scattered points of light shone. Sunlight streamed through the window on the other side, somewhat dazzling. Looking downward, the azure planet grew farther away, yet became increasingly clear. Starlight flickered in He Ming's eyes as his gaze fixed on the moon, which seemed within arm's reach. On the cratered lunar surface, large transport vehicles laden with soil drove into the base. Under Jarvis' control, intelligent robotic arms were bustling with activity, yet everything appeared orderly. Ding! The elevator finally reached the top-level smart platform. The hatch opened, and He Ming stepped out. Looking around, the console area was filled with intelligent robots in Star Ocean's standard work uniforms seated before their... An intelligent robot stood up, trotted over to He Ming, and began to lead the way. Passing through the corridor connecting to the Pioneer Space Base, He Ming quickened his pace as the metal hatch automatically opened under Jarvis' control. When he reached the core hangar, He Ming stopped. Rows of fourth-generation METS stood in neat formation. Their models and styles varied, and their paint colors a riot of hues. Unlike the standard mass-produced units, these METS were custom-made for the top-ranked players of Star Ocean Night's Dawning, identical to their in-game counterparts, even down to the custom graffiti. Of course, only those with a life index of 4.0 points before the arrival of the High Star were granted such treatment. These individuals were the core force against the High Star fleet. If they could breach the interior of a High Star ship, the High Star beings would be met by humanoid Gundams, slightly less powerful than METS, but far more agile. After traversing this area and proceeding further, the intelligent robot led He Ming to Hangar 1. The hatch slid open automatically, revealing a triangular-shaped aircraft before him. Sir, the space-time bridge is already in the storage room. He Ming did not linger and swiftly stepped into the spacecraft, the hatch closing soundlessly behind him. The interior of the spacecraft was modest, comprising only a storage room and a rest chamber with the cockpit omitted, entirely operated through pure intelligent control. It really is quite small. He Ming entered the rest chamber, which was furnished with just a bed, a nightstand, and a 2 square meter open space where a meditation cushion lay. This interstellar journey was undertaken primarily to accelerate his cultivation progress, for within the cosmos, one could draw upon more abundant stellar energy. Secondly, He Ming wished to personally experience interstellar travel, a childhood dream of his. The spacecraft was activated and slowly departed from the Pioneers. He Ming gazed at the external virtual projection on one side of the room. With a resonant hum, the starlight suddenly stretched infinitely, converging into countless streams of light that formed a circular tunnel. In outer space, the triangular spacecraft seemed to vanish into the void as if swallowed by nothingness. Time flowed on, and 1.5 years slipped by in an instant. The spacecraft abruptly emerged from the void. Directly below lay a green celestial body 10 times the size of Blue Star. Sir, we have arrived at the Beastman star. Activate stealth mode. Estimated landing at the predetermined location in 10 minutes. He Ming raised his wrist, glancing at the new smart band. Life Index First Order 72 Inner Cosmos First Order 23. This smart band was a strength measure custom made by He Ming for himself. 100,000 life index points constituted the first order and 1 million the second. First Order 72 signified 700 life index points. As for the inner cosmos, 10 light years defined the first order and 100 light years the second. Though his life index had reached an astonishing 700 points without attaining the second order, he still could not withstand a single cannon shot from an ordinary. The spacecraft entered stealth mode and landed silently in a desolate valley. This valley was teeming with venomous insects, a forbidden land shunned by both natives and Hesterians, making it an ideal hiding spot for the craft. No sooner had the spacecraft touched down than countless insects surged from rock crevices and ground fissures, mostly millipedes and beetles. 10 combat robots clad in Star Navy standard uniforms rushed out of the hatch wearing specialized sunglasses and wielding ultra-high temperature flamethrowers. Blue-white tongues of flame raged across the area, and the venomous insects on the ground were desiccated into mummies by the superheated air before the flames even reached. Those directly caught in the blaze were instantly reduced to charcoal, crumbling into fine ash that dissipated in the wind. He Ming stepped out of the spacecraft draped in a brown cloak with a hood that concealed most of his face. The moment his gaze swept over the insect swarm, an oppressive aura from a higher life form descended instantly, causing all insects within a 10-meter radius to burst into clouds of blood mist. The once fearless swarm recoiled as if encountering a natural predator, retreating rapidly. He Ming exited the valley, and with a mere thought, information about the surrounding dozens of miles materialized in his mind. A small motorcycle with a seat emerged from the spacecraft's belly and stopped a meter in front of He Ming. Proceed to Mining Zone 07. Very well, sir. The motorcycle moved at a modest pace, carrying He Ming southeastward. Though the terrain was a desert wasteland, waist-high weeds and shrubs dotted the landscape. If one could cultivate crops here, the harvest would surely be bountiful. Starlight shimmered in He Ming's eyes as he perceived a lion-head half-beastman over 100 kilometers away, swinging a massive hammer to crush the skull of a giant lizard over 5 meters long into pulp. Then, dragging the lizard by its tail, the beastman headed toward the middle of the road where a dilapidated vehicle resembling a tractor was parked. How primitive! A single heavy combined brigade could conquer this entire planet. The motorcycle continued onward, but halted when they were still over 10 miles from the mining zone. He Ming dismounted and chose to proceed on foot, moving several times faster than the motorcycle. In less than a minute, he had arrived silently at the edge of the mining zone. The mining zone featured a terraced, descending structure with mine shafts scattered like a honeycomb. Numerous oxhead and horsehead beastmen pushed carts laden with amethyst ore out of the shafts, dumping the ore onto large conveyor belts before returning with empty carts. He Ming looked up at the silver tower on the opposite slope, a defensive tower built by the Hesterians in the mining zone. With a flicker of thought, the entire tower's information emerged in his mind. Main cannon, 5 heavy rapid-fire machine gun, 10 Hesterians, 3 inside the monitoring room, a Hestrian in combat gear, his features indistinct, reclined on a lounger, snoring thunderously. In a room within the tower, 2 Hesterians were engaged in procreation. The scene was exceptionally intense, the specifics are best left unspoken. He Ming strode directly toward the tower, his cloak gradually fading and blending into the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a scratching sound came from about 10 meters away. He Ming's glance revealed a mole man about to emerge from the ground. The mole man poked out half his head, eyeing He Ming warily from head to toe. His nose twitched rapidly, and his cautious expression immediately relaxed. He wriggled his bulky body out of the narrow burrow, patted his backside, and walked straight toward He Ming. He Ming got a clear look at the moleman, exceedingly ugly, covered in gray fur, a face full of pockmarks, and a right ear missing half, with an unidentified tooth mark on the edge. You're no Hester scum, and you've got an invisibility cloak, a rare find indeed. He Ming frowned slightly. You really have a unique appearance. During his time on the spacecraft, He Ming had mastered the common language of the Beastman, even picking up some regional dialect. The mole man paused, mulling over the words for 2 seconds before failing to grasp their meaning. Could appearance really be described as unique? Your accent is quite authentic. You must be with the Revolutionary Army. With a thought, He Ming summoned information about the Revolutionary Army into his mind. The so-called Revolutionary Army consisted of natives forced to flee their planets after Hester invasions. These groups possessed varying degrees of technology, including interstellar-capable spacecraft. Among them, a rare few belonged to races with mystical powers. Yet against Hestrian technology, they were utterly defenseless, forced to live in underground burrows like the mole man before him. The Hesterians conducted periodic sweeps, and anyone discovered was as good as dead. He Ming had no interest whatsoever in these self-proclaimed revolutions. With a mere thought, the recent experiences of the mole man unfolded in his mind. He was about to leave, but halted abruptly. For He Ming noticed that this mole man had recently encountered a Revolutionary Army member bearing a striking resemblance to an elf. I wish to meet the Revolutionary Army. Can you guide me? The mole man's small eyes darted around as he raised his right hand and rubbed at his grin stretching almost to his ears. He Ming chuckled softly, pulling a silver bean from his pocket and tossing it to the mole man. Silver. The mole man caught the silver bean, his squinting eyes abruptly widening, and the fur on his face bristled with excitement. Silver was an extremely scarce resource in the surrounding star systems with a wide range of uses. Its value even surpassed that of gold on Blue Star, making it the hardest of hard. He'll lead the way this way. He Ming followed the mole man in silence, heading southwest. After more than half an hour, we're here. Before them lay a lowlying area with a patch of weeds as tall as a person. With a flicker of thought, He Ming took in all the information about this region. 100 meters underground, there was a cave winding and twisting with 13 entrances and exits. It was dug by the molemen who acted as the landlords of this territory, raking in profits by collecting rent. Residential areas, shops, and even numerous entertainment venues and red light districts for leisure. At least over a dozen races dwelled within. One small branch of the Revolutionary Army totaling 32 people was hiding in this underground cave. The mole man lifted a stone slab and beckoned to He. You go down first. He Ming nodded slightly and followed the entrance downward. The dark tunnel gradually brightened. Emerging from the passage, a vast space appeared before him, divided into. The third level was residential, the second a commercial street, and the first entertainment venues. The crowd was dense with constant hawking like a bustling market. His gaze swept over one of the shops. With a thought, his eyes lit up. Though this shop sold only waste, these materials were precisely the basic resources Blue Star needed most. With enough quantity, they could fully rebuild a faster-than-light spacecraft. Looking at other shops, some sold weapons, others mechanical parts, and food vendors occupied nearly half. He Ming turned his gaze to the scrap, and with a thought he understood. These scraps were all remnants from the Revolutionary Army's desperate efforts to shoot down Hesperan spaceships. The good parts had already been stripped away, leaving only these useless basic wastes. Are you interested in these scraps? Yes. He Ming approached the shop and picked up an electronic terminal. The owner was a blue-skinned lizardman bearing a striking resemblance to an avatar. Customer, you have excellent taste. This is a fine item. It contains maps of the surrounding area and a wealth of videos guaranteed to satisfy you. Not this one. He'll take everything else. At these words, the mole man behind He Ming stood dumbfounded. Even if it was just scrap, the sheer quantity was enormous. Buying it all? How extravagant was that? The owner's reaction was even more shocked, instinctively assuming He Ming was there to cause trouble. But seeing his utterly calm demeanor and human appearance, every human he knew was cunning. After a moment's thought, his heart leaped with joy. In decades of business, this was the first time had landed such a massive order, a huge profit. Please come in and sit. He Ming stepped into the shop and looked around. Can you arrange delivery? The owner replied, yes, absolutely. He Ming said, I'll pay in silver. Name your price. The owner quickly pulled out a terminal from the counter, his 3 fingers swiftly operating, the light in his eyes growing brighter with each calculation. But recalling the cunning nature of humans, he suppressed the urge to overcharge. 5 Gene of silver. The mole man surveyed the shop's inventory, his mental abacus rapidly calculating. Soon he leaned close to He Ming and whispered a reminder. Sir, the price is fine. He Ming naturally knew the price was fair. To cheat him, one would first have to contend with the omniscient notebook. He took a silver bar weighing 1 Gene from his inner pocket. This is the deposit. Give me the address, and I'll have someone deliver it immediately. He Ming took the terminal from the owner, entered a temporary coordinate for pickup, and handed it back. The owner glanced at the address. It was in a desert zone, a safe area. The commotion drew the attention of nearby shop owners. Buying out everything in a store, this was a major deal. He Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the peculiarity of business. Though silver was a precious metal on Blue Star, its value wasn't exceptionally high and reserves were abundant. Exchanging 5 Gene of silver for nearly a ton of basic alien scrap, this deal was an incredible bargain. But on the Beastman star, silver was an extremely rare and versatile precious metal and absolute hard currency. Both sides felt they had made a killing, perfectly illustrating the adage that scarcity enhances value. Boss, come take a look at our goods. Absolutely worth it. And mine. He'll give you 20% off. If you buy out everything, he'll give you 30% off. Instantly, the surrounding shops began undercutting each other. He Ming had no intention of taking advantage. After all, he planned to establish long-term business, and even absorbing all the basic materials here was far from sufficient. Don't rush. One shop at a time. He Ming strolled leisurely, focusing only on basic scrap. In over half an hour, he had contracted the scrap from over a dozen. This move immediately caught the attention of Hua Tua, the leader of the Revolutionary Army branch. Standing on the third-level residential area, he scrutinized He Ming, surrounded by a crowd. Who exactly is this human to produce such a large amount of silver? Boss, should we The speaker made a slicing motion across his throat, the implication clear. Foolish. Since this human dares to sweep goods here, do you think he has no backing? Remember, this humans are the most cunning race. Trying to take advantage of them is harder than reaching the sky. The scolded man shrank his neck, recalling past experiences with humans, and quickly nodded to Huatuo. You're right, boss. Should we bring out all our stock? Huatuo replied, find someone to contact him, and ask how much he can take. Who should go? Huatuo sighed inwardly. The loyalty of his men was fine, but their wits were somewhat lacking. He had to make every decision himself. He had repeatedly offered high sums to recruit humans into the revolutionary army, but was always refused. Let Fanchi go. After all, humans tend to treat the elven race a bit better. Understood. Fanchi should still be out on reconnaissance. They'll have her return immediately. In the underground level, He Ming was ushered into a luxuriously decorated private room, surrounded by bizarre-looking aliens. Some with 2 heads, others with. The only relatively pleasant sight was a middle-aged human around 40 years old. With a flicker of thought, the omniscient notebook instantly provided all information. Wang Sheng, from a protected neutral planet in the Milky Way, was an interstellar merchant with a sizable trade consortium employing dozens of people. His personality preferences, assets, and life experiences were all laid bare. He Ming beckoned to Wang Sheng, who scurried over with a fawning smile, bending low. He dared not sit beside He Ming, but knelt on one knee in a humble posture, ready to obey orders at any moment. Are you familiar with this area? He Ming asked in the common language of the Beastman planet. Familiar. Very familiar. There's nowhere on the entire Beastman planet I don't know. The claim was somewhat exaggerated, but He Ming paid it no mind. His goal was to find a sharp-witted local to handle matters for him. Wang Sheng was perfect, adaptable, widely connected, and backed by a formidable small group. I need to procure materials to build a fleet. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the room understood. This was unmistakably a large-scale interstellar pirate. Hearing this, Wang Sheng became even more obsequious. This wasn't just an ordinary big deal. Even a small portion of it would allow his entire team to retire. Sir, may I ask your surname? Wang Sheng slapped his chest. Boss, he rest assured. Wang Sheng will handle this cleanly and efficiently. He Ming pulled a pre-prepared list from his pocket, including basic materials, various ores, rare earths, and rare herbs aged over 300 years. Wang Sheng took the list, and his eyelids twitched violently. Based on this list, this was no simple pirate group. Wang Sheng thought to himself, unlimited acquisition of all these resources. Could boss he be planning to launch a large-scale interstellar war? Any problems? No, none. Wang Sheng hastily and carefully tucked the list into his chest, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. His face flushed crimson with excitement. He Ming pulled out another list, various foods and silver. This is the list of resources for settlement. Upon seeing this list, Wang Sheng's worldview shattered once more, and his gaze toward He Ming grew even more complex. The variety of food was overwhelming: grains, vegetables, fruits, meats, seasonings, cooking oil. Though unremarkable, these were extremely scarce resources on the Beastman planet. He had a clear guess this man was undoubtedly a procurement representative from a life planet with a highly mature industrial system. He Ming said, this task can be entrusted to you. Do well, and you'll continue. Fail, and he'll find someone else. Wang Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bowing and scraping, utterly servile. With that, He Ming stood and strode out. Wang Sheng, stooping with a fawning smile, saw him out of the private room. The mole man trembled involuntarily at the sight. What was Wang Sheng's status? A renowned interstellar magnate, a top-tier figure in the region whose word could decide life or death for people like him. Yet before He Ming, even such a man was reduced to such humility. Intense curiosity gnawed at him. The mole man desperately wanted to know what was on those 2 lists. But his years of surviving underground warned him. One glance, and he was as good as dead. Before leaving the room, He Ming glanced back at the mole man, who quickly caught on and scurried after him, no longer daring to act familiar, merely following with his head down. Wang Sheng stood at the door until He Ming vanished from sight, then slowly let his expression fade. He strode back into the room and plopped down on the central sofa. As he lifted his right foot, a dog-head man bent over and lay on the ground. Wang Sheng stepped on the dog-head man's back, raised his right hand slightly, and someone immediately handed him a silver inlaid pipe and lit it. In the corner, an octopus man signaled, and 2 cat girls approached, serving Wang Sheng from either side. President Wang, could you spare a portion of this order for our fishman chamber? The octopus man pulled up a chair and sat cautiously across from Wang Sheng, his demeanor extremely respectful. We're all brothers, no need for formality. I heard you have a batch of purple gold, or with no buyers. Well, hey, race. The octopus man was overjoyed. One of his tentacles pulled a bottle of fine liquor from his chest, and he personally poured Wang Sheng a glass. Thank you so much, President Wang. What resources does boss he intend to trade with? Wang Sheng glanced at the octopus man and chuckled. Whatever you need, boss, he can provide. The octopus man's body trembled, his excitement mounting. The heads of several small chambers around them also grew eager, crowding in to curry favor, offering generous bribes even before any deal was struck. By the way, what's your name? The mole man following He Ming quickly looked up and whispered, Sir, my name is Exinair. Take me to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As soon as he said this, Exinair felt a surge of heat through his body and cold sweat poured from his forehead like a burst dam. He screamed inwardly, This is it. I've blown my boast sky high, and I can't talk my way out of it. I'm just a bottom-tier digger doing the hardest work for a salary that barely fills. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. How could I possibly know someone like that? Though He Ming had his back to Exinair, he could clearly sense the mole man's fear. But then Exinair recalled the look He Ming had given him when leaving the room. Am now this gentleman's lackey. With that thought, Exinair's drooping ears perked up and his mind began to race. If even someone like Wang Sheng had to grovel before this man, what was the Revolutionary Army leader? Just a rat living underground, albeit a bigger one. Sir, follow me. Exinair trotted to the stairwell. When he reached the third floor, a group of people were already waiting eagerly at the entrance, greeting him with smiles and exceptionally friendly attitudes. As he witnessed this scene, a flicker of fear passed through his eyes. These people before him were once beings he dared not even look up to. But soon that fear was dispelled by the smiles surrounding him. He no longer sensed the contempt and disdain he usually felt, replaced instead by kindness and respect. This way, please. He Ming swept his gaze across the 7 individuals before him. With a thought, information automatically surfaced in his mind. At the forefront, a middle-aged, burly man with a horn on his forehead was named Huatua, the leader of the Revolutionary Army in this area. The elf he was interested in was named Fan, she a local native with the ability to heal wounds. Upon receiving this information, He Ming's eyebrow twitched slightly upward, an unexpected delight. He had originally only planned to collect an elf for aesthetic pleasure, never anticipating this additional gain. If he brought Fanshi back to Blue Star, her ability would undoubtedly prove quite helpful. Escorted by the crowd, He Ming and Exinair were led to a meeting room on the 3rd floor. After some pleasantries, Huatua got straight to the point with a smile. Bossy, to be honest, we have a large batch of materials we need to offload urgently. He Ming waved his hand and said calmly, handle the business matters with Wang Sheng. Huatua's expression stiffened, but he maintained his smile. He shot a glance to the side, and a man leaned in to whisper a few words. Boss, there's trouble with Fanshi. It seems she's been entangled by some Heisei people. My. With his keen hearing, He Ming naturally caught every word. Since the target wasn't here, there was no reason to stay. Nothing else will take my leave. He Ming stood up, not giving Huatua a chance to speak, and strode straight out of the meeting room. Exinair was momentarily stunned. How had they just sat down and left without even discussing anything? Reacting quickly, he snatched a fruit from the table, tucked it into his chest, and scurried out after him. Exinair. Sir, I have a task for you. Exinair hurried to He Ming's side. Please command me, sir. He Ming pulled out paper and pen from his chest and wrote down a specific set of coordinates. Gather your people and go to this place to dig out a mine tunnel for me. Exinair didn't hesitate, nodding like a bobbing pestle. If this is accomplished, you can continue to follow me. With that, He Ming untied a pouch from inside his cloak and tossed it to Exinair. When Exinair caught it, he almost dropped it. It was quite heavy. Yes, sir, rest assured. I will get this done for you. Go on. Exinair turned and left, his heart racing wildly. Only when he ducked around a corner did he loosen the pouch's opening just a crack to peek inside. A dazzling expanse of silver, all silver beans. So much silver. When He Ming returned to the surface, the driverless motorcycle slowly approached. He Ming got on the bike and entered a set of coordinates on the electronic screen. Go to this coordinate point. Full speed. Yes, sir. The motorcycle sped forward at full throttle, its 3 rear exhaust ports jetting out blue flames, racing southwest at 500 kilometers per hour. Is the space-time bridge set up? Yes, sir. It's ready to connect to Blue Star at any time. He Ming, send the first batch of supplies over first. Yes, sir. Should we notify the Dragon Kingdom's authorities? Notify them. In the Dragon Kingdom's capital at the 7th Bureau headquarters, Minister Yanzheng rubbed his brow, staring grimly at the stack of material requisition lists on his. The resource department was in dire straits with materials nearly unable to keep up with production demands, urging him to find a solution quickly. Usually Yanzheng's solution was to directly seek help from Star Sea. But this time he truly couldn't bring himself to ask again, as Star Sea's own basic materials were also running low. Currently, all major mining zones globally were working overtime, running 3 shifts around the clock. Countless experts had been deployed for exploration, and though many new resource points had been found, they still couldn't keep pace with consumption. The higher-ups had ordered accelerated production at all costs, but the problem was that Blue Star's resources were finite. They couldn't simply conjure more out of thin air, and that human emperor from Star Sea chose to disappear at a time like this. Ding! A crisp notification sound caught Yanzheng's attention. It was an encrypted email. Another reminder. He instinctively glanced at the bottom right of the computer screen, but when he saw the sender his whole body trembled. Starsea Master. Yinzheng quickly opened the email. The body contained only a few lines, yet they made this powerful minister question his own sanity. Starsea has successfully developed the space-time bridge now connected to the Orc star approximately 476 light-years from Blue Star. Please urgently bring all materials specified in the attachment to the Starry Skyport Star, C-Zone A Warehouse 01. Suggestions: send no more than 100 personnel, prioritizing those with mining experience. Note: the space-time bridge enables cross-realm travel, the latest generation of wormhole technology, safe, stable, and risk-free. Space-time bridge. 476 light-years. Cross-realm travel. Yinzheng, a man who had weathered many storms, quickly regained composure and grasped the email's underlying message. It meant that the Dragon Kingdom was to prepare materials and talent to assemble at the Starry Sky port, ready to cross over to the Orc star for resource extraction. If it had come from anyone else, Yinzheng would have felt certain he was being fooled. But the Sender was the mastermind behind Starsea, the mysterious big shot who had repeatedly unveiled cross-era technology, the one hailed by the people as His Majesty the Human Emperor. With this, the resource shortage problem would naturally be resolved. What a timely reign! Yinzheng's eyes sharpened as he swiftly entered work mode, sending top-secret emails to various Dragon Kingdom departments. In just half a day, 10 large transport planes landed on the dedicated runways at Starry Skyport's Star Core area. Zone A Warehouse 01. Boxes of supplies were orderly transported into the warehouse, neatly stacked on both sides of the space-time bridge. Academician Chen Guiyuan, who had been holed up in his lab, immersed in research, rushed over from Starsea's laboratory upon hearing the news. Teacher, why did you come too? Among the crowd, Chen Tianhang spotted his mentor and hurried forward to clasp Chen Guiyuan's hands. Chen Guiyuan looked at the young Chen Tianhang, a smile spreading across his face. He had mentored many students in his life, but Chen Tianhang was undoubtedly the most. Just here to broaden my horizons. The master and disciple both turned their gaze to the nearby space-time bridge, its base a circular platform with a diameter 5 meters flanked by 2 arching pillars. A pale blue energy field filled the interior space like a curtain of water. The Wind Gorge. Deep within the crevices of the gorge, a small splinter group that had escaped from a Minotaur tribe made their dwelling. Due to the Minotaur's exceptional physical strength and endurance, when the Hazingites descended upon the beast planet, the entire tribe fell into misfortune. They were collectively leashed like dogs and sent to the mines, becoming the lowest caste of slave laborers. Yet this splinter group was ultimately discovered by the Hazingites. 2 fully armed squads of Hazingites, rifles in hand, herded the Minotaurs toward a fleet of specialized transport vehicles. They were crammed like livestock into the bloated cages. Captain, what do we do with this elf? A Hazingite clad in a custom battle suit revealed a lecherous grin beneath his visor. An elf, a rare species. Take her back for the brothers to enjoy first. Once we're bored, we'll sell her at a high price to interstellar merchants. Excellent idea, Captain. It's been ages since I've had an elven girl. Ha ha ha. Bound hand and foot, Fanshi stared at the group of Hazingites, laughing at her, her eyes filled with utter despair. She could have hidden perfectly well, but a Minotaur had betrayed her. She couldn't understand. She had come to help them escape. Why would these Minotaurs choose to betray her? Ironically, the Minotaur who betrayed Fanshi did not receive the expected pardon. Instead, he was shot in the head and executed on the spot. The reason was that the Hazingites abhorred betrayal even from their enemies. Suddenly, within the escorting procession, a young and robust Minotaur shattered his shackles, let out a bellowing roar, and gored a nearby Hazingite. He slammed his right hand heavily against his chest and roared, "Minotaurs will never be slaves." The moment those words left his lips, countless rifles trained on him, and pale green particle beams riddled his body, turning him into a sieve. Having witnessed the gruesome fate of their comrade, the rest of Minotaurs had their spirit thoroughly shattered. They came to understand one truth: in the face of absolute power, resistance was utterly meaningless. The transport vehicles laden with Minotaurs slowly rumbled out of the gorge. As they were about to reach the exit, the lead vehicle was forced to a halt. Captain, the exit is blocked by falling rocks. In the passenger seat of the armored vehicle, the Hazingite squad leader, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open and looked ahead. Boulders of varying sizes completely sealed the exit, the smallest of which stood over 2 meters high. What's going on? Not sure. This doesn't look man-made. In the back seat of the armored vehicle, though Fanshi was blindfolded, her perception was immensely powerful. Almost instinctively, she lifted her head and gazed toward the top of the gorge. What is this? In Fengx's vision, a figure radiant as a blazing sun stood at the gorge's summit, looking down upon the Hazingite convoy below. Such a formidable aura. Fengx's heart leaped with joy, thinking it was a reinforcement from the Revolutionary Army. But upon reflection, she realized that the oppressive pressure was too immense, as if a boundless, fathomless ocean had suddenly materialized above their heads, weighing them down and making it impossible to lift their gaze. At the gorge's summit, He Ming gazed down at the Hazingite convoy, then suddenly sensed a feeling of being watched. Have I been discovered? With a mere thought, the omniscient notebook provided the answer. Indeed, he had been detected, but not by the Hazingites, rather by the highly perceptive elven maiden fawn. Jarvis, can you suppress the information within the gorge's range? Sir, suppression is complete. He Ming chuckled softly, clenching his fists, a hint of anticipation stirring within him. Since he began his cultivation, he had never fought anyone. He was curious to know just how powerful he had become. This group of Hazingites would serve as a perfect training target. My first battle will make an example of you. With those words, He Ming leaped gracefully, landing lightly on a naturally formed stone pillar within the gorge. Who are you? The Hazingites, alerted to He Ming's sudden appearance, aimed their rifles at him. I don't like being pointed at. Several particle beams struck He Ming, but caused no damage, leaving only scorch marks on the rock face behind him. It's an afterimage. By the time the Hazingites reacted, it was too late. In less than a millisecond, He Ming had achieved 27 kills, snapping the heads off every Hazingite present. On the transport vehicles behind, a group of minotaurs poked their heads out to see what was happening. To their astonishment, they found the Hazingites' heads grotesquely twisted on their necks, then falling to the ground almost simultaneously. The severed heads continued spinning on the ground like tops. The minotaur's eyes, already as large as copper bells, grew even wider. He Ming's figure appeared before the armored vehicle. He slowly opened the door, and when he saw Fanchi, his eyes lit up. An actual elf, though she looks a bit different from the movies. She's enough to make one want to sin. He reached out, pulled off Feng's blindfold, and untied her bomb. Who are you? He Ming, am human. Human? What don't I look like one? Fanchi, no, it's just. How could a human possess such immense power? Well, consider yourself enlightened now. Come with me. He'll take you out of here. Fanchi didn't resist. She stepped out of the vehicle on her own, but when she saw the bloody and grotesque scene before her, she stood frozen in place. The 27 heads of the Hazingites were all spinning in place at incredible speed. The splattering blood sprayed out like a showerhead, dyeing the surrounding ground a deep crimson. Though she had sensed the general situation, seeing it with her own eyes still left her utterly stunned. A fierce sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. He Ming, from now on you belong to me. Fanchi didn't argue. Instead, a glimmer of hope sparked within her heart. Fine, but I have a request. He Ming raised an eyebrow, slightly a flicker of approval in his eyes. Let's hear it. Kill all the Hazingites, every last one. No problem. Fanchi frowned, momentarily taken aback. He agreed that easily. What, you think I agreed too quickly, that my sincerity is lacking? Fanchi quickly shook her head. No, it's just. He Ming took a smart wristband from his pocket and tossed it to Fanchi, saying casually, don't be surprised. The Hazingites are interstellar thugs. Your elven race isn't the only one wanting them dead. Fanchi caught the smart wristband, and without any hesitation slipped it onto her wrist. Let's go. Fanchi turned to look at the transport vehicles behind. What about them? You want to save them? As he spoke, a faint smile curled at the corner of He Ming's lips. He had just consulted the omniscient notebook and learned that Fanchi had been captured by the Hazingites because a minotaur had betrayed her. If she showed any inclination to save the minotaurs, now He Ming would immediately relegate her to the status of a mere plaything. After all, being a saint never leads to a good end. If someone could still choose to forgive those who harmed them, or even help them in return, they would be beyond redemption. Fanchi gazed at the bull-headed men, crammed and struggling on the transport vehicle, hesitating and unable to speak, as if engaged in an internal struggle. He Ming urged, so what's your thought? Fanchi gritted her teeth and finally spoke. Bull-headed men have excellent physical strength and endurance, making them suitable as laborers. If we can control and utilize them collectively, they could be quite useful. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. She lowered her head, afraid to meet He Ming's gaze, fearing he might see her as a cruel woman. He Ming, on the other hand, nearly laughed out loud at her answer. He was thoroughly pleased. What you say has some merit, but I don't have enough manpower to guard them. The bull-headed men were hard-working and resilient, indeed suitable for slave labor, much like the Hexing people did. But for He Ming, their efficiency was still too slow. A single intelligent robot equipped with a flint module could replace the normal labor of 10 bull-headed men, and it wouldn't need recharging for 50 years, requiring only monthly maintenance. He Ming had at least 1,000 such robots at his command. He Ming stirred his thoughts and consulted the omniscient notebook within his inner universe. How to maximize benefits from these bull-headed men? The answer came. After reading it, He Ming had a clear plan. The notebook suggested that she should liberate the bull-headed men and tell them that He Ming was a hidden expert from the Revolutionary Army. 3 days later, a bull-headed man named Hull would be captured by the Hexing people and reveal the story of He Ming rescuing Fanchi. To assert dominance, the Hexing people would dispatch a large force to purge the Revolutionary Army across the region. As for the rest, it would be left to the Dragon Kingdom's authorities to handle. Undoubtedly, the Beastman star would become the second battlefield in the interstellar war between Blue Star civilization and Hexing civilization. He Ming said, "Go tell those bull-headed men that I am a hidden expert from the Revolutionary Army here to rescue you." Though bewildered Fan Shi complied. Carts of bull-headed men were freed. Only the two familiar with Fan Shi came over to greet her, while the others scattered into the depths of the canyon. He Ming led Fan Shi out of the canyon, mounted the motorcycle, and headed toward Mining Zone No. 7. This zone produced purple gold, or valuable, but requiring complex refining processes. Even when crafted into finished products, their ornamental value far outweighed practicality. Thus the Hexing People's Guard force here was so sparse. But the notebook revealed that deeper within this mining zone lay a vast deposit of carbon crystal, or with reserves large enough for a century of large-scale extraction. Carbon crystal ore is a natural special metal with a base strength 100 times greater than steel, exceptional heat resistance, and a certain toughness, yet weighing about as much as plastic. It was essentially natural carbon nanotubes, eliminating the need for complex synthesis. Hexing starships were primarily built with carbon crystal. Its value was supreme among star systems within 100 light-years. He Ming's initial plan was to seize this mining zone, but upon learning of Fan Shi and the underground black market from Xion Air, he changed his plan on the fly. The motorcycle stopped in a depression just 2 kilometers from Mining Zone No. 7. Fan Shi craned her neck to look deeply puzzled. Ahead lay the Hexing People's mining zone. Could he be planning to? "Sir, what are you?" He Ming glanced at his smart bracelet and tapped the map function. Over a dozen green dots were approaching, estimated to arrive in 5 minutes. "Take this stronghold." Upon hearing this, Fan Shi's heart pounded violently. The Hexing People's mining zone was heavily fortified with firepower. The Revolutionary Army on the Beastman star had attempted to seize it multiple times, but achieved little. Even when they occupied 1 or 2 mines, they would soon be routed by the forces the Hexing people mobilized. Over time, no one dared to target the mines anymore. It was nothing but a thankless task. "Wait here." He Ming activated the optical system built into his cloak, pulled down his mask, and completely enveloped himself within it. Fan Shi was astonished to see He Ming's figure gradually fade until it fully merged into the surroundings. Though she couldn't see him, Fan Shi's perception was sharp. In the blink of an eye, He Ming had already reached the highest defensive tower of the mining zone. Such speed. He Ming's life index had reached 72000, and with the additional boost from his inner universe, he ranked among the top tier, even in the only thing that could threaten him was the main cannon of a large warship. Fan Shi closed her eyes, focusing her spiritual sense to perceive the scene. 2 kilometers away, the blazing silhouette-like figure reached the entrance of the defensive tower. Just as Fan Shi wondered how He Ming would attack a jaw-dropping scene, the door of the defensive tower opened automatically, as if welcoming its master. How is this possible? Fan Shi's mind went blank. She couldn't help but recall a personal experience from a previous attack on a mining zone with the Revolutionary Army. Before the battle, there had been endless meetings. It took 7 days to finalize the plan. A force of nearly 100 revolutionary soldiers used every trick they knew, attacking for days. During a gap in the defensive tower's recharge, they charged to its base, only to be stymied by the impenetrable fortress. They couldn't blast it open or break it. When they tried tunneling, they found the surrounding ground charged with high-voltage lethal on contact. The moment the defensive tower finished recharging, every revolutionary soldier in the attack perished. Not one returned alive. What was happening now? The door opened automatically. Then what was the meaning of all those sacrifices? Recognizing the gap in power, a spark of hope ignited in Fan Shi's heart. She had joined the Revolutionary Army to take revenge on the Hexing people, but repeated failures had crushed her hopes, leaving only despair. He Ming's appearance rekindled her thirst for vengeance. If it's him, maybe he really can do it. Soon a convoy of 15 motorcycles stopped near Fan Shi. She crouched low at the edge of the depression, cautiously peeking out. These people wore standard combat suits, but unlike the Hexing people, their body structures were different. Are they humans? Just then the smart bracelet on Fan Shi's wrist flashed, projecting a hologram of He Ming's upper body. "You can come over now." Fan Shi snapped to attention. Checking the bracelet, the regional map showed the 15-person convoy ahead as friendly units. In the top-floor control room of the defensive tower, He Ming toyed with a circular terminal, the ledger that dictated the fate of all the Minotaurs in the mining district. Jarvis status of the temporary base. Sir, the Dragon Kingdom's official forces have fully occupied the Poison Insect Valley and are constructing essential infrastructure. He Ming raised his smart wristband, and a virtual projection shimmered into being amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Due to the size limitations of the space-time bridge, large machinery could not be transported across to the York Star. The official team simply disassembled the production lines and shipped them to the valley for on-site assembly. This is the latest internal Redhead document from the Dragon Kingdom. The virtual image shifted, displaying a block of information that Jarvis translated into plain, accessible language with the key points boiled down to just 4 sentences. In the short term, the Orc Star will become the second battlefield of this interstellar war. Accelerate base construction, open up transport routes in the shortest possible time, and ensure the smooth transfer of resources. Deploy Hierophantix combatants to use the Orc Star as a training ground. Establish the Huaxiao Chamber of Commerce to engage with the local natives as much as possible, fostering friendly trade relations. He Ming pondered for a moment, then spoke softly, notified Jiang Zhonghua and Yin Huang to send some experts with a life index exceeding 3.0 points. Sir, should they be equipped with third-generation nano-armor? Approved. Keep an eye on the operations in Zone 7, don't arouse the suspicion of the Haitian. Understood, sir. Having completed these tasks, He Ming rose and headed downstairs, encountering Fanchi on the third-floor residential level. You'll be staying here from now on. Pick a room. The third floor had 8 rooms in total, 5 of which were unmarked. Fanchi casually chose one of the unmarked rooms. The moment she opened the door, she instinctively covered her nose. 2 intelligent robots carrying buckets and cloths entered the room and began cleaning. Before long, the room was spotless, even furnished with a brand new inflatable mattress, bedding, and some essential daily necessities. Fanchi sat down on the soft bed, which bounced pleasantly. He Ming stood at the doorway, his gaze bright, regarding Fanchi as if admiring a work of art. Do you like it, eh? Fanchi looked up and met He Ming's fervent eyes. She knew that look all too well and instantly understood his intentions toward her. She quickly lowered her head, afraid to meet his gaze again, her heart pounding wildly as 2 rosy blushes crept onto her delicate cheeks. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the Jiang family garden, Jiang Zhenhai, dressed in a loose white training suit, was instructing his 2 children, Jiang Lin and Jiang Yue, in a sparring session in the inner courtyard. Just then, a young woman in a cheongsam rushed in carrying a tray. Master, a message has arrived. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the terminal. You may go now. Yes, master. Jiang Lin blocked his sister's attack, glanced sideways, then stepped back 3 paces and waved at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu instinctively looked toward Jiang Zhenhai, then curiously ran over. Dad, whose message is it? You seem really tense. Jiang Zhenhai opened the terminal and tapped the email icon in the lower right corner. Sender, Lord of the Star. See, Jiang Yu leaned in to look and gasped, cover. It's a decree from the human emperor. Jiang Zhenhai's mouth twitched involuntarily, but he dared not refute the statement, knowing that the Lord was a being who could perceive the truth of all things in the world. Upon hearing the mention of the human emperor, Jiang Lin perked up and hurried over to read the email alongside them. Immediately dispatch experts with a life index exceeding 3.0 points to the first factory in Area A of the Western Frontier. They will cross over to the Orc Star, prepared to engage the Haitian. Jiang Zhenhai held his breath, reading the main text repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled, and he clenched his fists in excitement. Dad, is the human emperor ordering us to fight on an alien world? Jiang Yu grabbed her brother's arm and exclaimed, Brother, after all these years of martial training, we can finally put it to use. Jiang Zhenhai looked at his 2 children, a sense of unease settling in his heart. If he could, he would rather not involve them in conflict, but he also understood that this expedition might be a golden opportunity for them to temper themselves. With less than 2 years until the Haitian descended upon Blue Star, gaining some real combat experience was essential. Though the game was realistic, it was still not reality. No matter how refined their skills, if they couldn't unleash their combat power when facing a true life-or-death trial, all their training would be in vain. Blue Star had been at peace for too long, and the ancient martial arts families had not acted in ages. Dad, can we go? Jiang Yu shook her smart wristband, which displayed her life index. Life index 47000. Jiang Lin raised his hand and glanced at his own smart wristband. Life index 51000. Jiang Zhenhai let out a sigh. Go prepare. Watching his children leave, Jiang Zhenhai raised his hand and looked at his own smart wristband. Life index 63000. Though the number was high, he had already hit a bottleneck. The 4th stage of the stellar guidance art was as far as he could go. Without a 5th stage technique, further breakthroughs were virtually impossible. He understood that the master behind the Star C, the human emperor, used this very leverage to control the ancient martial families. Undoubtedly, the stellar guidance art was a supreme cultivation technique capable of attaining immortality. The allure of immortality was irresistible to anyone. At the Yin family garden, Yin Huang was seated in the courtyard, deep in cultivation. An old servant beside him held an encrypted terminal, waiting respectfully. After a moment, Yin Huang slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of flame dancing within his gaze. He let out a long breath, raised his wrist, and looked at the smart wristband issued by the Star C. Life index 100100. I've finally broken through the 10000 mark. Young master, you have finally broken through. Yin Huang noticed the terminal in the old servant's hand, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Is it a message from the human emperor? Yes, young master. Yin Huang strode forward, took the terminal, and opened the email. A quick scan made his eyes gleam. So this day has finally come. Uncle Zhong immediately summoned all clan members with a life index exceeding 300 points. No one is to be absent or they will face punishment according to clan law. Seeing Yin Huang's urgency, the old servant acknowledged the order and hurried away. Young master, I will go at once. Yin Huang took a deep breath, clenching his fists until they cracked. He laughed heartily. My life is not meant to be confined to Blue Star. If I want to escape this cage, I'll have to fight for it with my own fists. The next morning atop the control tower of the 7th mining zone, He Ming watched the monitor as the minotaurs brimming with energy hauled card after card of violet gold ore. The expression on their faces was no longer the usual numbness, but rather one filled with vigor. These minotaurs are so easy to please, Jarvis remarked as he pulled up several surveillance clips showing Haitians lashing the minotaurs with electric whips in a humiliating manner. During lunch, the minotaurs gathered together eating a nameless paste, their noses wrinkling in distaste with every bite. He Ming raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Compared to the enslavement by the Haitians, he must seem like a great benefactor. He had changed their meals from 2 to 3 a day, provided unlimited rice, and ensured each meal included generous portions of meat. He adjusted the work schedule in 8 to 5 shift with a 1-hour lunch break and a 10-minute rest after every hour of labor. They would have 1 day off per week. Sir, based on the analysis of the Minotaur's performance, so far it is predicted that work efficiency will increase by 46.7. Then deliver the standard quota of violet gold, or as usual, and send the surplus back to Blue Star to sell to the Westerners. Understood, sir. He Ming's consciousness entered his inner universe, communicating with the omniscient notebook. Have any high-ranking Haitian officials on the Beastman planet privately sold internal resources? Yes. He Ming smiled knowingly. Indeed, such people existed everywhere. List the names of all high-ranking Haitians who can access carbon crystals along with their downline contacts. The answer appeared. Scanning it, He Ming saw that a total of 101 high-ranking Haitian officials were involved in selling internal resources. The downline list included over 1,000 names. With a thought, a beam of golden light wrapped around the omniscient notebook, manifesting it on the table. Provide all information on the above individuals. Dense text materialized before him. He Ming skimmed through it rapidly, noting that those in contact with the high-ranking Haitians were mostly renowned local interstellar merchants. Jarvis scanned the data, compile it into a file, and send it to the Dragon Kingdom authorities. Understood, sir. He Ming asked, have the members of the ancient martial clans arrived? Jarvis replied, they are all in position, totaling 103 individuals. So many. Did they dispatch everyone with over 300 points? On Blue Star, there are a total of 136 ancient martial artists with a life index exceeding 300 points. Except for the high-ranking members guarding their clan headquarters, all have arrived. He Ming nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with the result. Then let's give them some rewards, since they'll play a greater role on the battlefield. Compile the great divine ability void shift into a file, and send it to the leaders of each clan. Understood, sir. With a thought, a line of text automatically appeared on the blank page of the omniscient. How many revolutionary faction branches exist on the Beastman planet? He Ming quickly scanned the contents, committing the general information to memory. Jarvis, scan the data and send this intelligence to Jiang Jinhai. Let him assign personnel to join the revolutionary forces in various regions. The Haixing will launch a major purge against the revolutionaries in 2 days. They must prepare in advance. Very well, sir. In the poisonous insect valley under Jiang Zhenhai's leadership, the ancient martial forces set up a temporary camp on one side of the valley. Inside the main tent, the leaders of various families gathered. Everyone, this battle is crucial for us. 1,000 days of training are spent for 1 moment of youth. The human emperor possesses the power to know all things. Therefore, if you wish to reap great rewards, you must exert your full strength to earn them. Brother Jiang, you need not say it, but we will strive our utmost. These old bones of mine have not long to live. If I can secure more benefits for the younger generation, dying on the battlefield would be worth it. At that moment, the smart bracelets worn by each leader in the main tent chimed with notifications in succession. Jiang Jinhai raised his hand to look, and his eye. What is this? A supreme art. Void translocation. Some leaders simply sat down on the ground, opening the attached files in their emails to peruse. This is truly an unparalleled divine art. Indeed, to achieve short-distance void translocation, you old fellows should quickly flip to the last few pages and take a closer look. Once this supreme art is mastered, the translocation distance is measured in. Hearing this, Jiang Jinhai hurriedly swiped to the last few pages. When one's realm reaches the domain lord level, they can instantly translocate to any location within 10 light years. Jiang Jinhai mused, domain lord level. What realm is that? Yin Huang let out a light snort. Brother Jiang, if you wish to know the answer, why not soar upward and see the mountaintop for yourself? Jiang Jinhai looked toward Yin Huang, who stood not far away. He could clearly sense the difference between Yin Huang and the others. The aura that inadvertently emanated from him was overwhelmingly powerful. Brother Yin, I didn't expect you to have gotten ahead. Nothing surprising. As long as one is worthy of cultivation, they naturally receive the human emperor's grace. Jiang Jinhai nodded slightly, finding this outcome unsurprising. After all, Yin Huang was an absolute prodigy among his peers, or rather in this era. Just as Jiang Jinhai was about to continue studying the void transposition, a distinctive notification sound rang out again. Yin Huang turned his head slightly and naturally stepped forward to look. Jiang Jinhai made no move to conceal it. He opened the email and perused it together with Yin Huang. Yin Huang remarked, "It seems the human emperor wants us to infiltrate the revolutionary forces and confront the Haixing Heathen." Jiang Jinhai replied, "Indeed, this is a rare opportunity." In the open space outside the camp, the younger generation of various families gathered. Most of them were wearing the newly issued third-generation nano-armor, excitedly testing its functions. "This armor is really sturdy. Punching it feels like hitting cotton. Don't damage it. Ew, I heard each set costs at least this much." The speaker held up a hand and shook it twice. 50 million. What are you thinking? At least 500 million. Jiang Yu put on the third-generation nano-armor, marked with her name, spun around in front of Jiang Lin, and spoke excitedly. "Brother, this armor feels like it was tailor-made for me. Not tight at all, perfect size." Jiang Lin's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at his sister's slightly protruding chest, unable to help sighing inwardly. It was truly a challenge for the designer. 2 days later. District 7, the underground black market. Huatuo, a pipe clenched between his teeth, paced back and forth in the conference room, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. Fan Shi had been out of contact for over 5 hours. More than likely, things had taken a grim turn. This meant no one would be left to heal the wounded members of the revolution. They were already tightening their belts, and now this was like frost on top of snow, making things even harder. If it were just this, they could barely endure. But this morning, the moment he opened his eyes, a tip from an informant came, and the Hestrons were about to launch an indiscriminate sweep against the revolutionary army. Life was truly becoming unbearable. Just then someone burst in from outside, his face brimming with excitement as he shouted, "Boss, there are 2 humans outside who want to join us." Huatuo halted mid-step, his brows shooting upward as he strode forward quickly. "What did you say? 2 humans want to join the revolutionary army?" Huatuo's heart leaped with joy at the news. Losing Fan Shi in exchange for 2 humans would be an absolute bargain. He had been fretting over the lack of a strategist to counsel him. "Quick, bring them in. And remember, be courteous. Don't scare them off." "Understood." Before long, 2 figures entered, one around 30 years old, the other merely 17 or 18. They were Yin Huang and his niece Yin Shi. "Please have a seat right over here." Huatuo personally escorted Yin Huang and Yin Shi to the reception room, plying them with fine food and drink. Yin Huang glanced at the bizarrely shaped food on the table and frowned. Yin Shi, however, accepted everything without hesitation, grabbing a piece of fruit and taking a bite. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Uncle, this fruit is delicious." Yin's eyes words were automatically translated into the common tongue of the Beastman planet by the device on her neck, a translator crafted by Jarvis. The built-in earpiece could convert the Beastman language into Mandarin on the fly. Yin Huang fixed his gaze on Huatuo and spoke flatly, arranged to. Huatuo furrowed his brow slightly, at a loss for how to begin. He had already ordered his men to pack up the valuables and prepare to relocate the base, burrowing deeper underground to evade the Hestron sweep. Having finally secured 2 humans willing to join the revolutionary army, he feared they would bolt on the spot if they learned the news. "Both of you, there's something I must tell you first." Yin Huang's face remained expressionless. "Speak." Huatuo weighed his words, his face twisting into a wrinkled mess like an orange peel. "Well, this morning I got word that those Hestron bastards are about to launch another sweep against the revolutionary army." Having said this, Huatuo looked at Yin Huang, his heart pounding with anxiety. Any normal person hearing this would surely turn around and leave immediately. Yin Huang, and then Huatuo was baffled. He thought he had made himself perfectly clear. The Hestrons were coming, and they would soon pack up and flee. What, and then was there? Huatuo stammered, "Well, I." A faint smile curled at the corner of Yin Huang's mouth as he said calmly, "I understand. Leave this matter to me. Consider it my pledge of allegiance to the revolutionary army." "Huh?" Huatuo leaned forward, slightly wondering if he had misheard. "What did you say?" Yin Huang's expression instantly turned cold. "I don't like repeating myself." Just then Yin Shi finished eating a whole pink unknown fruit and grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. "My uncle said to leave this to us. You're the leader here, right? Go get 2 clean revolutionary army uniforms." Huatuo's 12 toes involuntarily curled tight at these words, his brows nearly knitting into a single line. He seriously suspected that the 2 humans before him were some other creature disguised in human skin. Did they not need to use their brains before speaking? "Hey, do you not understand what we're saying?" Yin Shi slammed her palm onto the coffee table made of special steel. The force was so immense that it caved the entire table into a deep dent, scattering the fruit across the floor. The grating sound of twisting steel echoed in everyone's ears. A sharp hiss. Hua and his close aides witnessing this clenched their teeth in unison, drawing in a sharp breath, their faces nearly crumpling. This was special steel. Could a single slap really deform it like that? Hua looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide. Seeing Yin Zai's composed demeanor, it was clear she hadn't even used her. Even the ox-head and lion-head beings renowned for their strength probably couldn't manage such a feat, could they? You too. Hua stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. In his understanding, humans were a race known for cunning and wisdom. Were these two Titans and human guys? Get us 2 sets of Revolutionary Army uniforms and bring the intel on the Hestrons. What's the big deal about Hestrons? Why cower underground? This base feels suffocating. If we're the Revolutionary Army, we should build our base above ground, bold and open. Hua wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his right hand trembling as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a terminal, carefully handing it to Yanxi. Thighs is the route map of the Hestrons in District 7. Yanxi took the terminal, gave it a cursory glance, and handed it back, just for show, as they had already obtained far more detailed intelligence before arriving. Yanxi took off her backpack, pulled out a cloth pouch, and tossed it casually to Hua. Consider this our meal fee. Make sure to use the finest ingredients. Hua caught the pouch, his hands dipping slightly under the weight. He untied the string and peered inside. A gleaming silver mass, all rectangular silver ingots. He estimated it weighed at least 100 gene. Meal fee? What kind of interstellar joke was this? Hua's eyes went wide. In all his years he had never seen so much silver. With this money he felt he could raise a force of no fewer than 1,000 men, fully armed at that. Yen Huang rose and headed for the door. Yanxi quickly followed, turning back to Hua. Remember what I said. Move the base above ground quickly. If you need more money, I have plenty. Watching their retreating figures, Hua was drenched in hot sweat. Boss, are these 2 humans here for poverty alleviation? Hua opened his mouth dryly, his Adam's apple bobbing, his palms completely soaked with sweat. The Revolutionary Army might just be on the rise. Boss, should we send a team to follow them? Hua snapped back to reality, quickly formulating a plan in his mind. He couldn't let anything happen to these benefactors. Whether the Revolutionary Army could turn the tide depended on surviving the Hestron sweep this time. Notify everyone. Grab your weapons and come with me. We're going to give those Hestron bastards a real fight. Boss, don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten the outcome of the last Great Purge? Hua's eyes turned cold. How could he possibly forget? The last Great Purge had been 5 years ago, when the Revolutionary Army's overall strength was more than 10 times greater than it was now. Everyone had been brimming with confidence, ready for a grand showdown, only to discover that the High Sea people had deployed interstellar warships and a swarm of drones. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, the so-called resistance turned into a bloody massacre. Since then, the voices of resistance had grown weaker and weaker. The Revolutionary Army was forced to retreat deep underground, and fewer people joined. His branch had originally numbered 300, but now it had fewer than 40. That young lady was right. If we keep hiding underground, when will the Revolutionary Army ever truly rise? To restore the morale we had 5 years ago, we have to win it back with our own hands. After the order was given, all members of the Revolutionary Army armed themselves and left the underground lair they had been confined to for so long. When the Revolutionary Army learned that the High Sea people were about to launch another Great Purge, most of them were prepared to die. They were tired of hiding underground. It was too. The convoy sped along, closely following a military green armored vehicle ahead. Yen Feng sat in the driver's seat, eyes closed, regulating his breathing. Yanxi gazed out the window at the Gobi landscape, her eyes sparkling. Uncle, the weeds here grow so tall. If we planted our herbs here, the results would be amazing. Yen Feng opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the weeds by the roadside, which stood far taller than a man. His gaze then fell upon a dense forest in the distance, where even the shortest tree nearly reached 100 meters. Not bad. The driverless armored vehicle pulled into a low-lying area. Uncle, we've reached the ambush point. Yanxi pulled a pair of meteor hammers from her backpack and began practicing as she stepped out of the vehicle. As the meteor hammers whirled, a cacophony of whooshing sounds arose, and the gusts of wind they stirred sent gravel and sand rolling across the ground. Yen Feng took an exquisite elongated wooden box from his pack. He unfastened the latch, revealing a pitch-black longsword inside. He took the sword and hung it at his waist. Then he fastened 2 heavy particle rifles issued by the authorities to his belt. Yanxi almost burst out laughing at them. Ha ha ha, uncle, what are you doing? Yen Feng shot Yanxi a glare and scolded coldly. Shaoxi, times have changed. Don't underestimate these weapons. Yanxi let out an "oh," and urged by Yen Feng returned to the vehicle. She put on a specialized belt and holstered the 2 heavy particle rifles. The Revolutionary Army's convoy followed closely behind, hiding their vehicles in the low-lying area. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, cautiously peeking out to observe the situation. They're here. Watch the sky. There are drones. Yen Feng looked up at the high altitude, where at least 100 drones appeared hundreds of meters above. Turning his gaze to the ground, he saw 5 armored vehicles speeding toward them. Yin Feng, they'll handle the ones above. Yin Shi got it, uncle. The ground. Yin Feng slightly bent his knees, and the ground instantly cracked like a spiderweb. With a powerful leap, he shot into the sky like a beam of light. All the Revolutionary Army members raised their heads in unison, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. He's flying. Before they could react, she had already drawn her beloved meteor hammers. She leaped out of the lowlying area and charged toward the Heisei convoy hundreds of meters away like a green bolt of lightning. Huotuo held a telescope, his eyes wide and fixed, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, he saw Yin Shi reach the convoy. Her meteor hammer slammed heavily onto the roof of one of the armored vehicles. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground, and the shockwaves spread outward, caving in the earth for 100 meters in every direction. Even from hundreds of meters away, a fierce gust of wind blew toward them, sending the caps of the Revolutionary Army members flying and pressing their bangs flat against their scalps. The convoy, all overturned. Boss, are we going in or not? Huotuo's hands trembled uncontrollably. In his sight, the petite figure's meteor hammer was no different from a cannonball. With every swing, an armored vehicle was crushed flat like a pancake. He couldn't even imagine how gruesome the fate of the Heisei people inside must be. High above, drones trailing black smoke fell like rain. Huotuo raised his telescope to the sky. Less than 5 seconds had passed, and there were no drones left. All had been shot down. Boss. It looks like the battle is already over. Huotuo licked his lips, his speech faltering. Two can see that. These 2 humans must be titans in human skin. Even titans couldn't be this fierce, could they? Ha ha ha. Our Revolutionary Army is finally on the rise. Yin Feng looked at the only surviving drone flying into the distance. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he descended swiftly to the ground. He turned his gaze toward Yin Zai's direction, his brows slightly raised. Uncle, did I make you proud? Yin Shi bounced over to Yin Feng only to receive a rap on the head from her uncle. She covered her slightly reddened forehead, looking aggrieved, and pouted. Uncle, why did you hit me, Yin Feng's face turned cold as he scolded. I told you to hold back. A little show of force would have been enough. Oh, I know. Next time for sure. The two returned to the lowlying area. Yin Shi walked up and patted Huotuo on the shoulder, grinning. Boss, what do you think? Huotuo swallowed hard and quickly said, No. I'm handing over the leader's position to you. I'm done. Yin Shi revealed 2 dimples and nodded. You said it yourself. I didn't force you. Huotuo glanced around and urged, What are you waiting for? Greet your new leader. Only then did the Revolutionary Army members snap out of it, bowing in unison. Boss. Yin Feng silently returned to the armored vehicle, opened the door, and sat inside. Yin Shi, now race your first mission, find a good spot, and start building a base. Got it. Understood. And recruit more people. If you need money, just ask. Huotuo nodded like a bobblehead, showing no sign of disappointment at losing his position. As long as he could fight the Heisei people, he was willing to be a mere errand boy. Because his wife, children, relatives, and friends had all died at the hands of the Heisei. A blood debt so deep it had to be repaid. At the Orc Star, the headquarters of the High Sector, a clerk in a dark robe moving with haste burst into the Commander-in-Chief's office, clutching dozens of files. Commander, terrible news. Moi. The clerk placed the documents on the desk, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and stammered. The unit we sent to suppress the Revolutionary Army has been completely annihilated. Gore, the towering and stern-faced commander of the High Sector, froze for a moment, his expression gradually tightening. Yet he did not panic excessively. Instead, he picked up the documents and began to scrutinize them. Every report pointed to one conclusion: humans had joined the Revolutionary Army and wiped out the dispatched unit. Humans? Didn't the Lyran Federation sign a non-aggression pact with us 30 years ago? Why would they suddenly strike at us? Commander, there's a video recording captured by a drone. The clerk placed a terminal on the desk. Gur picked up the terminal and looked down at the screen. In the footage, a human in a Revolutionary Army uniform had blue flames rising from his feet. His heavy particle rifle struck with unerring precision, downing nearly 100 medium-sized drones in less than 3 seconds. When the pistol's energy was depleted, he drew an ancient sword from his waist, transforming into a streak of light. In a single encounter, he sliced through dozens of drones. Within 2 seconds, the drone unit was annihilated, leaving only the last one to retreat in haste. The man suspended in midair narrowed his elongated phoenix-like eyes and sneered at the camera. This human did it deliberately. How arrogant. He's wearing the Lyran 3rd-generation nano-armor. Gore turned to the clerk and said calmly, Report the number of casualties. Commander, a total of 475. Report the casualties to the Central Command truthfully and apply for the highest amount of compensation. Ensure it's distributed within 7 days. Yes, Commander. Gore's composure calmed the clerk, whose emotions gradually steadied, his eyes filled with admiration. After the clerk left the office, Gore put on a pair of glasses, closed his eyes, and his consciousness swiftly entered the high-sector virtual network. His figure appeared before a round table with a holographic projection of the Orc star floating above his head, surrounded by an endless sea of stars. Behind the round table were 13 seats, each with a slowly rotating life-sustaining star floating above it. At the head of the table, on a larger, higher-backed chair, sat a man wearing a faceless mask. The man on the throne spoke, his voice ethereal and commanding. "Gore, my king, the Orc star has lost 475 great warriors of the high sector. I suspect the Lyran humans are responsible. Do you have evidence?" "Without a doubt, the humans who attacked us were all wearing Lyran third-generation nano-armor." "Very well, I will handle this matter." Gore lowered his brow, his lips parting slightly before closing again. "Gore, is there anything else you wish to say?" Gore stood up as if he had made a decision. He clenched his right fist over his heart and bowed respectfully. "My king, allow me to conduct a purge within the Orc star. I believe this is an excellent opportunity. Proceed as you see fit." "As you command." "Hail the high sector." Gore bowed, his figure fading until he vanished from the space. The 7th mining zone. He Ming sat on the sofa in the control room, his eyes tightly shut. His spiritual form appeared in the inner cosmos, hovering above the blue and white Earth. At that moment, Earth was in an ice age, with all life withering save for some creatures in the deep sea. With a mere thought from He Ming, a meteor shower descended, gouging countless craters into the land. So this is the feeling of creation. Let Earth develop naturally. The omniscient notebook materialized before him at his will. List recent developments at the Orc Star High Sector headquarters. Hundreds of entries appeared on the blank pages. He Ming scanned the information rapidly. When he saw that Gore, the commander of the High Sector, had entered the virtual network and reported the incident to the Lord of the High Sector, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The Lyran humans, a branch of humanity, cultivate through the immortal path. Their technology is slightly inferior to the High Sector's, but superior to Blue's. Since we're the same race, it's time you contributed. He Ming withdrew from the inner cosmos, feeling quite pleased. The frame-up had finally taken effect. Now all that remained was to wait for the High Sector and the Lyran Federation to tear up their non-aggression pact and descend into a three-way conflict. "Jarvis, what's the status on Xion's side?" "Sir, 52 of the tunnel has been excavated. Normal mining can commence within 10 days. "And the Dragon Kingdom's official side?" "We've contacted 17 interstellar merchants and signed 40 orders. It's estimated that in the first month we can purchase 1700 tons of carbon crystal and 500 tons of tungsten ore. Has the carbon crystal tunnel in the 7th mining zone been opened?" "Normal mining can begin in 5 days. He Ming remarked. "It seems those mole men are more useful than anticipated. They've accelerated the progress significantly. Increase funding for Xion and assign 2 security personnel." "Understood, sir." In a mountainous region 500 kilometers southeast of the 7th mining zone, Xion lounged on a deck chair, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun with his legs crossed. 2 voluptuous catgirls attended to him. Whenever Xion tilted his head to the left, a catgirl would obediently hand him a drink. When he tilted to the right, a catgirl would smilingly offer him a piece of fruit. The experience was simply exquisite. Just then a large transport vehicle approached from the distance. Xion turned his head to look, his heart leaping with joy. He stood up, wrapped an arm around each catgirl's waist, and walked toward the transport. "Lord Xion, I've brought all the brothers from the 7th district." A tall, thin mole man bowed and scraped his smile, fawning. Xion felt immensely gratified upon hearing this. In the past, he had always been the one calling others lord. Now he was living like a petty tyrant. "Here, for your service you'll be rewarded." Xion pulled 3 silver pellets from his pocket and tossed them to the tall, thin man. Over 30 mole men jumped down from the transport, looking at Xion with expectant eyes. "Brothers, work with me, and I promise you'll live the high life. Come on, everyone gets a share. Line up, 1 silver pellet each." The mole men lined up, each receiving a silver pellet. "Long live Lord Xion! Lord Xion!" Xion raised a hand to silence the crowd, then pointed to the 3 excavated tunnels behind him. "Brothers, if you work for me, you'll get 3 meals a day, and I guarantee you'll eat your fill. What's more, you'll receive 1 silver pellet every month." The moment those words were spoken, the mole men became even more excited. As the lowest tier diggers, they did the hardest work and were grateful just to have enough to eat and not starve. Now they could even get a silver pellet each month. On the Orc Star, the purchasing power of a single silver pellet was astonishing, equivalent to a monthly income of 10,000 on Blue Star. Xion nodded with great satisfaction, his vanity thoroughly gratified. He planted a kiss on each catgirl's cheek, causing them to squirm and rub against him coquettishly. Xion grinned mischievously, holding the catgirls close as he headed toward a newly built mud hut. "Life is good, Lord Xion." Xion stopped and turned to face the mole man approaching him. "What is it?" "The underground black market in the 7th district has been blown up." Exine Air was taken aback by this, hastily releasing the cat-eared girl and pulling the mole man aside. Tell me in detail. Just now my cousin sent a message saying that the Hester battleships have arrived. One blast completely obliterated the underground black market, killing many. Besides the warships, there are mechs too. They're probably here to sweep out the Revolutionary Army. Exine Air harbored no fondness for the underground black market. Instead, he had many unpleasant memories there. Its destruction was of little concern to him. What he cared about was seizing this opportunity to recruit more of his fellow mole men and expand the enterprise that He Ming had entrusted to him. Exine Air understood that his current status was a gift from He Ming. Only by proving himself useful could he secure his position and improve his life. Perhaps he might even become the Mole King one day. I have a task for you. Go and bring all the brothers who escaped from the black market to our side. With that, Exine Air reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 silver beans, pressing them into the mole man's hand. Lord Exine Air, rest assured, I'll get it done. Exine Air raised an eyebrow slightly, then, as if struck by a thought, quickly grabbed the mole man who was about to set off. Since the underground black market in Sector 7 has been bombed, the other sectors can't be much better. Take a few more brothers and round up all the mole men in hiding. Bring them all to me. Exine Air pulled out a large handful of silver beans from his pocket and stuffed them into the mole man's pouch. If you succeed in this, you'll be my second-in-command here. Yes. Sector 7, the underground black market. The area within a 10-mile radius had been reduced to smoldering ruins by the indiscriminate bombing of the Hester warship. Amidst the charred debris, painful cries echoed without end. Huatua stood trembling on the outskirts of the ruins, his face pale and his heart filled with lingering dread. If he hadn't heeded Yen Zai's advice and evacuated all Revolutionary Army members from the underground stronghold, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Gritting his teeth, he rolled up his sleeves and roared, "Brothers, save whoever we can." Led by Huatua, the Revolutionary Army members charged into the ruins, conducting a limited rescue effort aided by thermal imaging. Yen Shi sat inside an armored vehicle, gazing at the ruins that were once the underground black market. Uncle, the Hesters have gone too far. Aren't they just inviting public outrage? The black market was home to many interstellar merchants. A cold gleam flashed in Yen Huang's eyes as he spoke calmly. This is a clever move. Huh? Yen Shi was greatly puzzled. A show of force to solve internal problems in one fell swoop. What do you mean? You're still young. You don't need to understand. By evening, the Revolutionary Army had rescued over 100 people, the vast majority of whom were critically injured and on the verge of death. Fortunately, after some basic first aid from the Revolutionary Army, their lives were spared. Huatua stood on a protruding rock and shouted through a megaphone. Brothers, take a good look at these ruins. The Hesters drove us from the surface into the underground, treating us like insects they could crush at will. The people lying scattered on the ground, drawn by the sound, turned their heads to look at Huatua, standing on the high ground. His voice was filled with intense grief and indignation, highly inflammatory. What did we do wrong? All we wanted was to survive, to run a small business in the black market, to make a living. Is that a crime? Damn Hesters. They're trying to exterminate us. Scattered responses arose from the crowd. Huatua continued, raising his voice. The Hesters took our lands, killed our families, robbed us of the resources we depend on, and enslaved us to work for them. Now they won't even leave us the last shred of a chance to live. Huatua shook his fist and roared, how much longer must we endure? But what can we do? Yeah, the Hesters are too powerful. How can we fight their warships and mechs? We have the humans. The humans from Lyra have joined this battlefield. You might have heard some news. This massive Hester crackdown on our Revolutionary Army has utterly failed. They lost many people. This is their first taste of defeat, and I guarantee it won't be their last. We can't stay on our knees any longer. We must stand up and resist to the end. Join the Revolutionary Army, brothers. We need your strength. Huatua's tone began to soften. Anyone who joins the Revolutionary Army gets food and lodging plus a monthly salary of 10 grams of silver. And don't worry about the injured. The Revolutionary Army will take full responsibility. After all, this crackdown was aimed at us. Although Huatua's earlier words were highly inflammatory, many felt deeply aggrieved. The underground black market had been bombed precisely because the Revolutionary Army had provoked the Hesters. What truly attracted people was the promise Huatua made: food, shelter, and payment. Without the Revolutionary Army's aid, the severely wounded would surely have been. The first to respond to Huatua were the most severely injured. Silently, they raised their hands in agreement. Perhaps driven by a will to survive, or maybe because of long-suppressed rage reignited by the Hesters' indiscriminate bombing. They'll join. Count me in. Me too. One by one, people joined the Revolutionary Army. Only a few who could still move silently withdrew from the crowd. Among them was Wang Sheng, who had nearly been buried alive along with a few of his trusted men. Damn, I almost didn't make it. Supported by 2 loyalists, Wang Sheng limped away from the crowd. Boss, those Revolutionary Army bastards are to blame. Why'd they have to provoke the Hesters? Now look, Even our base is blown to bits. Exactly, they didn't even measure their own strength. How can they fight the Hesters? Wang Sheng snorted coldly. You think this bombing was aimed at the Revolutionary Army? Boss, wasn't it? Damn it, that bastard Gore has had it in for us for a long time. He's using the excuse of wiping out the Revolutionary Army to take down all us scattered interstellar merchants in one go. Why? Wang Sheng sighed inwardly. His few loyal human subordinates had all perished in this bombing, leaving him only these dim-witted leftovers. Never mind. Let's find a place to stop the bleeding first. Sector 7 Mine. He Ming sat upright on the sofa, eyes shut tight, his consciousness sinking into his inner universe. During this great purge, the death toll among interstellar merchants. That was a ruthless move. With one sweep of the net, hardly any small fish or shrimp survived. Indeed, a masterful stroke. However, this tactic of cutting off the supply line is useless against me. The offline channels are gone, but the means of contact remain. When it comes to navigating human relationships, we Chinese are exceptionally skilled, and it saves the middleman from taking a cut. Zone 2 Mining Area 01. Camp Headquarters Top Floor Office. General, all our contacts have gone silent. General Phil listened to his deputy's report, his face gradually turning livid as veins bulged on his forehead. A faint grinding of teeth escaped from his tightly shut mouth. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the vast carbon crystal mine in relentless production, his eyes growing icy. That old bastard Gore finally found his chance to strike. Clutching a file, the deputy echoed, glancing at the briefing within. The commander-in-chief really went all out this time. Not only raising the black market to the ground, but also leveling our secret transfer point. If we can't find a buyer to take delivery in the short term, estimated losses will be at least 10 tons of silver. With too much inventory piling up, maintenance costs are astronomical. General, it seems we can only cut back on carbon crystal production to minimize the losses. General Phil, damn it, the funds allocated from above aren't even enough to equip the brothers with new gear. Without extra income, how am I supposed to keep the men risking their lives in this godforsaken mine? Does that old bastard Gore really think slogans alone can feed a... Was that salvo meant to take out those worthless underground rats of the Revolutionary Army? No, it blew away our brother's livelihood. The more he spoke, the angrier General Phil grew. With a fierce kick, he shattered the coffee table in front of the leopard skin sofa into pieces. The general speaks that cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Yet Phil had no choice but to swallow this bitter loss in silence. This purge was the heaviest blow the Hai Xing had suffered in decades. Hundreds of their dispatched agents were wiped out by the Revolutionary Army, not a single. The Hai Xing battleship's main cannon had indeed targeted the Revolutionary Army, hiding in underground black markets across the zones. The justification was solid. Avenging fallen Hai Xing soldiers meant no mercy for those harboring rebels. Anyone daring to accuse Gore at this moment would be nailed to the pillar of shame and tortured. General, should we seek out interstellar merchants from other stars willing to accept carbon crystals? General Phil, forget it. Gore is clearly cracking down internally. Even the boldest interstellar merchants won't dare touch Orkstar resources for at least a year. Just then the office phone rang. General Phil pressed the answer button, his face growing even more sinister. General, there's a human merchant outside claiming to be sent by Hawks who wishes to see you. Hawks? Yes. General Phil hung up, glancing at his deputy with a puzzled expression. The latter flipped to the third page of the file, pulled out a report, and handed it to him. General Hawks and his team were in Zone 3. Though we notified them in advance, they likely failed to escape the ground sweep. General Phil, that's strange. Hawks is already dead. So who is this human merchant? General, if this human merchant is from Lyra, he might actually be able to take our carbon crystal stock. Go bring that human merchant to me. And be respectful. Yes. Before long, Li Rue, the official commercial representative of Dragon Nation, was ushered into the office. He wore a deep blue suit, his slicked-back hair gleaming, exuding an air of vitality. General Phil's sharp eyes scrutinized him with a probing gaze. General Phil, I've long admired your reputation. I am Li Rue from Lyra. Stepping forward, Li Rue bent and extended his hand. Hearing that he was from Lyra, Phil's expression softened slightly as he stepped forward to shake hands. After some pleasantries, Li Rue cast a subtle glance behind him. Two attendants carried in an object draped in velvet. General Phil, seeing it was a gift of considerable size requiring 2 men to lift, felt a spark. The velvet was pulled away, revealing a dazzling silver sheen under the light. A half-human-tall vase of pure silver. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, the reliefs lifelike. Phil's brows lifted slightly as he stepped closer to examine it. Up close, he noticed the front relief was a half-length portrait of himself, while the reverse bore the Hai Xing national emblem. Setting aside the silver's intrinsic value, the gesture alone was a profound mark of respect. Mr. Li, you've gone to such expense. I truly like this. General Phil smiled warmly, stroking the silver vase, his demeanor growing more cordial. Li Rue beamed, sitting down without rushing into business, instead chatting idly along Phil's topics. From life in the mining zone to the hardships of interstellar travel, the atmosphere grew congenial. Sensing the moment was right, Li Rue's gaze casually swept over an ancient wooden sword hanging on the right wall. What's this? Li Rue rose and approached the wall, studying the wooden sword intently. General, does this sword have a story? General Phil's eyes lit up, following Li Rue's lead. This sword, a souvenir I picked up years ago during a mission on a primitive planet. So, Mr. Li, are you interested in this sword? It's truly distinctive. Look at the wood grain and patina, clearly formed over a long age. It's an excellent antique. Turning back to Phil, Li Rue spoke with utmost sincerity. General Phil, I personally have a great fondness for collecting such aged artifacts. If the general is willing to part with it, I would offer 1 ton of standard purity silver in exchange. 1 ton of silver. Phil froze for a second. The weight of this gift was undeniable. Ordinary interstellar merchants couldn't match it. His gaze toward Li Rue unconsciously carried a newfound gravity. General Phil understood that buying the sword was merely a pretext. This ton of silver was the true key to the door. This was a man genuinely serious about. With formidable backing, boldness, and sincerity, this was exactly the major buyer Phil had been seeking. After a moment's thought, a broad smile spread across his face as he rose to personally take down the wooden sword and hand it to Li Rue. Haha, it's just an old sword. If you like it, mister, Li'll give it to you. The general is generous, but we Lyra people believe in fair trade. Having taken the general's sword, I must offer something in return. Li Rue accepted the wooden sword solemnly with both hands. Amid the pleasantries, the door was officially opened. Once seated, General Phil cut straight to business. Inspection has been tight lately. Imports and exports face strict scrutiny from above. Li Rue nodded knowingly, replying with a smile, Rest assured, General. Patience is our greatest asset in business. Even if we must wait 3 to 5 years, it's no problem. Hearing this, Phil knew the deal was sealed. He had been desperate for someone to take over, and now someone had come directly to solve his monumental problem. The subsequent negotiations went smoothly. Li Rue even added 5 to the base price, making Phil even more enthusiastic. With the deal settled, Li Rue didn't linger as he had other stops to make. On the way to Zone 3, his deputy chattered excitedly without pause. Brotherly, I never thought this business would be so easy. The Haishing aren't as terrifying as I imagined. Li Rue chuckled lightly. Indeed, we have the detailed intelligence from the Lord of the Star Sea to thank for that. That General Phil probably never dreamed that the carbon crystals he sold would become weapons for our dragon nation to confront the Haishing fleet. Li Rue shot his deputy a disdainful glance. Are there few among us who sell out their country for gain? For people like him, profit is everything. A month later, inside the top-floor control room of the defense tower in manhwa. 7. He Ming half closed his eyes, reclining on the sofa with Fanchi kneading his shoulders behind him. After a month of cultivation, Fanchi had gradually grown accustomed to her current role. Serving tea, pouring water, massaging shoulders and legs. She had become quite adept at it. Like following a routine, every morning at dawn, she delivered breakfast to the top-floor control room and massaged He Ming's shoulders. Fanchi had initially thought shoulder massage would be simple, but the moment she touched He Ming's steel-like physique, she realized this task was beyond ordinary capability. Simply put, his muscles were too hard to knead. Each session required her to first use elemental force to fully relax his shoulder muscles before she could proceed. He Ming was initially dissatisfied with Fang's technique. He felt it was no better than the hair-washing shop near his home before his transmigration. For 188 yuan, the whole body felt relaxed. But after some time of practice, Fang's skill gradually became more proficient. At noon, she delivered lunch to the control room and massaged his legs. This process was quite soothing for He Ming. Just looking at Fang's flawless pretty face lifted his spirits. During cultivation, his speed increased by at least 10%. In the evening, He Ming would have Fanchi wipe his back before sleep. At first it was normal. From the 15th day onward, Fanchi gained an additional task. She had to wear different clothes each day for her service. These garments were all unfamiliar to Fanchi. Stockings stretched all the way to the thighs, net-like, with lace edges worn in black and white alternately. Her headpiece had 2 slender ears, sometimes cat ears. The leather clothes were tight on her body, each time constricting her breath. Simply put, it was too tight. However, the most common attire was black and white, similar in overall appearance, but varied in style. By today, Fanchi had roughly figured out He Ming's preferences. Her outfit, a made dress cat ear headpiece paired with black stockings, barefoot. All right, come back at noon. Oh, Fanchi twisted her aching wrist and silently withdrew from the control room. He Ming exhaled a turbid breath, feeling relaxed. Having an exquisite elf maiden by his side was truly a feast for the eyes. His mood improved day by day. Cultivating in a joyful state yielded better results. Jarvis, report progress. Yes, sir. Light and shadow interlaced to form a holographic projection. Inside the deeper tunnels of manhwa. 730 intelligent robots equipped with flint modules vibrated their hands at high frequency, rapidly collecting carbon crystals. Compared to the Minotaurs, their work efficiency was at least 10 times higher. The monthly carbon crystal output of manhwa 7 is 4750 tons, expected to reach 5600 tons next month. The virtual image switched to Area A, the mine field managed by Shiner. Although this carbon crystal mine's reserves were far less than manhwa 7, it could sustain large-scale extraction for 3 to 5 years with overall output still superior to manhwa 7. The monthly carbon crystal output of Area A mine is 730 tons, expected to reach 1000 tons next month. Area B mine is expected to commence extraction in 9 days with monthly output no less than 8000 tons. He Ming nodded slightly. Though it was 5 days ahead of schedule, this pace was still far from sufficient. What is the total harvest of Dragon Nation so far? Carbon crystal 37000 tons. Tungsten iron ore 17000 tons. Other minor ores total 8000 tons. Finished materials 1300 tons. He Ming had no concept of these figures. With a thought, a golden light wrapped around the omniscient notebook appearing in his hand. Based on the recent resource output of the Beastman star, can a star-destroying cannon surpassing the high star fleets be manufactured? Yes. Seeing this answer, He Ming felt relieved. Though he had only participated in a few Lunar War dungeon battles, he had witnessed the power of the high star's star-destroying cannon in Stellar Night Dawn. A direct hit could split the moon itself. Without countering this threat, the war would be unwinnable. The virtual game platform was merely a game meant to familiarize Blue Star people with high star combat unit data and movement patterns. Real war was not about clustering together for you to charge at. With high star's technological level, they could achieve results with star-destroying cannons from beyond the solar system before launching a landing operation. By then, humanity's defensive forces would be largely depleted, leaving no room for resistance. If they possessed firepower surpassing the high star's star-destroying cannon, the situation would be vastly different. At least they would no longer be passive, even forcing the high star to hesitate and seek ways to destroy Blue Star's star-destroying cannon, thus creating conditions for close combat. Blue Star's advantage lay in its cultivators with life indices exceeding 4.0 points, making individual combat power not much weaker than Met. As long as they could breach the high star warship's interior, they would be like humanoid Gundams capable of slaughtering an entire ship of high star soldiers in no time. How many star-destroying cannons can be manufactured within 2 years at most? Upon seeing this result, He Ming's expression darkened slightly. The high star fleet possessed 3 star-annihilating cannons, each with distinct functions. Even if Blue Star had acquired a star-annihilating cannon superior to the high star mothership, it was still at an absolute disadvantage overall. Is there a shortcut? How exactly? Elemental cannon, elemental cannon. Compare the elemental cannon's strength to the high star-annihilating cannon and provide an overall percentage. Maximum range exceeds the high star-annihilating cannon by 15, maximum power exceeds it by 79, fastest firing rate exceeds it by 900. When He Ming saw these 3 figures, his heart pounded uncontrollably. If they could truly build the elemental cannon, they wouldn't need to cower at home waiting for the high star people to attack. They could simply line up elemental cannons along the high star people's route and ambush them, turning it into a tower defense game. List the complete design plan and blueprints for the elemental cannon and its supporting facilities. The answer emerged, densely packed across dozens of pages. Jarvis scanned the data and compiled it into a complete design plan. Yes, sir. A minute later. Sir, the data has been scanned. Shall I begin manufacturing immediately? Immediately. Prioritize the elemental cannon to the highest level. Sir, after data analysis, the elemental cannon's design plan has flaws that require human intervention. He Ming raised an eyebrow, slightly momentarily puzzled by Jarvis' meaning. How could the omniscient notebook have flaws? What do you mean? Due to severe deficiencies in the base materials, it cannot autonomously extract elements from the universe and requires human intervention. Human intervention? Explain more clearly. The elemental cannon's power range and firing rate entirely depend on the overall quality of the elemental. Elementalists need to extract elements present in the universe and then charge the elemental cannon through a specific device. According to the data, the minimum standard charge for the elemental cannon requires the total peak energy of 1.0 high-level elementalists. He Ming understood Jarvis' meaning. Simply put, if materials fall short, manpower must suffice. Each firing of the elemental cannon would consume the equivalent of 1.0 high-level elementalists on average. Jarvis' voice continued to resonate. There are 7 types of elemental cannons, among which the dark element possesses the greatest power, the light element boasts the highest speed and longest range, and the fire element delivers the most effective area effect strikes, making it the most suitable for interstellar combat. It is recommended to manufacture these 3 types of elemental cannons. It is estimated that 6 cannons can be produced within the next 2 years. He Ming cupped his chin deep in thought. Although 6 elemental cannons could be produced, the actual situation would have to be adjusted based on the reality of Blue Star's human population. If there weren't enough elemental masters, there would be no energy reserves to fire the cannons. With a mere thought from He Ming, a line of text appeared on the blank page of the omniscient notebook. Within the next 2 years, under the most ideal circumstances, how many high-level elemental masters can Blue Star's humanity produce, counting only the light, dark, and fire elements? 11701 people. When He Ming saw this number, a wave of relief washed over him. Provide a detailed classification of the 11701 people. Light element 20 people, dark element 117 people, fire element 824 people. He Ming mused, the numbers for the light and dark elements are insufficient. They can barely sustain the consumption of 1 cannon. 4 fire element cannons, that's sufficient. If there aren't enough high-level elemental masters by then, we can make do by cultivating more intermediate ones. List the basic information of these individuals and categorize them. The basic information of the 11701 people materialized. He Ming's eye scanned through it rapidly, noting that the majority of the names followed Western formats. Jarvis, scan the data. Yes, sir. Shortly after. Sir, there is a special grade light elemental master in the data. You might want to take a look. A special grade elemental master. He Ming's mind stirred. What is the greatest effect that can be achieved before the High Star Fleet arrives by utilizing all reasonably accessible resources from Blue Star and the Orc Star to fully cultivate this special grade light elemental master? Accelerate individual time flow 2 seconds. He Ming's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. Literally, it seemed to be a time acceleration buff. Although 2 seconds was brief, what came to He Ming's mind was himself 2 years from now. If his speed were doubled, the boost would be terrifyingly formidable. Is it the kind of acceleration I'm thinking of? Yes, a potential gem. Jarvis, keep a close watch on this person. Yes, sir. He Ming then used the notebook to locate nearly 130 individuals with intermediate elemental master aptitude, and had Jarvis record. Time to return to Blue Star. He rose to his feet, the image of Vangxi emerging in his mind. As a genuine elf with exceptional perception, no one was more suited to be the principal of the Star Sea Elemental Academy. The next morning, He Ming, accompanied by Vangxi, returned to Blue Star through the space-time bridge. An autonomous vehicle drove them to a stop before the Star Sea Tower. In the car, Vangxi had been craning her neck, gazing at the towering skyscrapers around her like a country bumpkin in the big city. Stepping out, she looked up at the seemingly endless building, her mouth falling open involuntarily. So tall. You humans are incredibly clever to build such lofty dwellings. This is nothing. Let's go. Vangxi followed, He Ming ascending straight to the very top. As they entered the room, lights flickered on automatically. A service robot approached, taking He Ming's invisibility cloak. Catching on, Vangxi mimicked him, removing her cloak and bending down to hand it to the robot. Thank you. He Ming walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards. Compared to before he left, the starport's main building had grown considerably taller. The surrounding area was dense with buildings forming a larger ring-shaped complex. There's no place like Blue Star. The robot responsible for He Ming's daily care wheeled over a genuine leather sofa. A soothing melody began to fill the room. On the side table sat an ice bucket containing 4 bottles of chilled beer. 2 plates of freshly fried salted peanuts were still steaming. He Ming plopped down, and the smart sofa's massage function automatically activated. Vangxi seemed somewhat reserved. Even when the robot pushed a sofa before her, she hesitated to sit beside He Ming. Sit. Only after He Ming spoke did Vangxi carefully lower herself onto the sofa, holding her skirt. The robot opened 2 bottles, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to each of them. He Ming took his glass, tilted his head back, and took 2 large gulps, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Vangxi took a tentative sip. As the cool liquid went down her throat, a refreshing sensation jolted through her. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled. Compared to this drink, the inferior brews of the Orc Star were simply. If it's good, drink your fill, then get some good sleep. This afternoon you have a press conference to attend. You'll be officially assuming the role of principal of the Star Sea Element. Vangxi silently took a couple more sips and nodded in agreement, though her heart was tight with nervousness. Jarvis had already provided Vangxi with basic training. She understood her future mission and the heavy burden she was to bear. Every genius she taught to master the elements would pose a greater threat to the High Star Fleet. I will do my utmost. He Ming nodded slightly, then closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. At the starport within the Star Sea Tower, Jiang Zhonghua, stationed at the branch, was processing documents when a special notification sound had almost forgotten rang out, and an email popped up on his computer. An email from the boss. Jiang Zhonghua's eyes lit up, his face showing excitement and anticipation. It had been so long since he had last received an email from the big boss. He immediately opened the email, concentrating on the main text. He could understand each word, but put together the meaning was somewhat baffling. Convene a global press conference, officially establish the Star Sea Elemental Academy with Vangxi as its first principal. Who is Vangxi? The door opened. A service robot bearing the highest level of clearance entered Jiang Zhonghua's office accompanied by Vangxi. Hello, I am Vangxi. Vangxi lowered her hood and offered Jiang Zhonghua a gentle smile. Huh. Jiang Zhonghua's expression froze. This, an elf? He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. Yes, an elf. And a genuine one more perfect than any depicted in films. Connecting this to the email's content Star C Elemental Academy. An elf. Magic. That was the conclusion Jiang Zhonghua could draw at that moment. Had the boss brought in an elf to teach humans magic? Mr. Jiang, you should begin preparations. Prompted by the robot, Jiang Zhonghua snapped out. He'll get on it immediately. Capital City 7th Bureau. Minister's Office. Yin Zheng stared at the contents of his email, lost in thought. The message was clear. To counter the high star fleet's star destroyer cannons, the Lord of the Star Sea had developed elemental cannons with even greater power. These cannons required manual charging, necessitating elemental masters. And these masters needed to be trained from scratch with less than 2 years to go. Yin Zheng clicked on the attachment and gasped at the total page count. 72100 pages. Each page contained 2 personnel records. So 144,200 people. Lord of the Star Sea, you've given me quite a challenge again. Yin Zheng felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. The domestic personnel were manageable, the 7th Bureau could round them up in a few days. But abroad? Thinking of those foreigners who always had freedom on their lips, it would be quite difficult without resorting to some unconventional tactics. At the starport atop the Star Sea Tower in the press conference hall, 2 hours before the event, a large crowd of foreign journalists stationed in Dragon Country had already. All domestic media that could come had arrived, securing the front row seats. Old Shen, it's been over 2 years since Star Sea held a press conference, hasn't it? If we don't count the last product launch, it's indeed been more than 2 years. I have a feeling this is no ordinary event. Half an hour before the press conference, the core members of Star Sea began arriving one after another. The journalists below immediately noticed the scene. Every CEO under the Star Sea umbrella was present, a level of attendance rarely seen in recent times. As staff wheeled a fish tank to the front, a massive question mark appeared on the minds of every journalist present. In such a solemn setting, a fish tank containing a dead fish floating belly up was placed. What could this mean? Flashbulbs popped incessantly, capturing this incongruous sight. In a corner of the venue, a young man with slicked back hair stood on tiptoe, holding up his phone and aiming the lens at the front. Folks, the press conference hasn't started yet, but Star Sea has placed a fish tank with a dead fish on stage. I bet they're about to showcase some kind of resurrection potion. The live chat in Xian Yas stream exploded. Wow, what is Star Sea up to? Could this be an upgraded version of the longevity water, bringing a dead fish back? Bro, Xin is amazing. He actually snuck into Star Sea's press conference. Any anglers in the chat? What species is that fish? Looks like a bass, but it's too far to tell. It's definitely a bass. Xinya glanced around and spotted a young man leaning against the wall, scrolling through his phone. He approached the young man with an air of familiarity. Bro, which platform are you from? The young man looked up, sized up his own attire, then glanced at Xinya, understanding immediately. I'm from Yinlang. Yinlang. Never seen you before. New account, huh? Yeah. Bro, be honest with me. Got any insider info? Spill a little. If you don't have any inside info, how could I? Come on, you don't look like a journalist. Anyone who gets into this venue must have connections. You managed to get in too, didn't you? Xinya, my aunt works here as a cleaner. She sneaked me in. It's different. The live chat erupted with laughter. Bro, Xin is a legend. His connections are rock solid, knowing a cleaner at Star Sea. Don't underestimate cleaners, they need at least a bachelor's degree and personal referrals. Damn, it's that competitive. You haven't seen worse. A PhD in our area applied for a security guard position at Star Sea and got rejected. How insane is that? The young man chuckled softly, raised his smart wristband, and noted there were less than 15 minutes until the press conference began. It seems they're going to establish some kind of academy. Seeing the young man willing to speak, Xinya leaned and glanced around, and discreetly slipped 200 yuan notes into his hand. Bro, give me a bit more. The live audience witnessed Xinya's on-the-spot bribery and showered him with gifts. Bro, Xin knows how to play the game. Everyone send gifts so he doesn't take a loss. Spaceship incoming. Bro, be generous. Only 200 is an insult. Give more. The young man stared at the 200 yuan notes in his hand, lost in thought. Xinya, thinking he wanted more, quickly pulled out 3 more notes and pressed them into it. Bro, 500, that's plenty. The young man pocketed the money and nodded toward the stage. Word is Star Sea found an elf on some alien planet. See the fish tank. They're about to showcase magic. What? Xinya burst out laughing. Bro, you're quite the storyteller. As he tried to turn the camera on the young man, the latter blocked it swiftly. I'm shy. I don't like being on camera. Xinya, alright, I won't push it. I was hoping to get you on the stream and boost your followers. You're quite kind. Xinya. Bro, how about we scan a QR code? They'll give you 1,000 for some real scoop. The press conference is about to start. Just wait and see. Xianya, that's different. I want to give my viewers a heads up before the official announcement. The young man finally understood. Xianya was just trying to hype up the stream before the event. Just then a voice whispered in his ear. Sir Vanxi is in position and ready to begin. Then let's start. With that he walked straight toward the employee-only passage. Xianya watched his retreating figure with curiosity, shaking his head at the camera. I had a feeling about that bro from the start. He's no ordinary. Walking into the employee passage like that. His connections are off the charts. I should have added him on WeChat. Inside the employee passage, Vanxi wore a sharp professional suit, her pencil skirt revealing flawless porcelain-like leg. Her upper body was taut, the button straining. She tugged at her skirt, awkwardly, a blush coloring her cheeks as she saw He Ming approaching. My lord. He Ming gave her outfit a once-over. Though it clashed with her ethereal beauty, her striking features made up for it. Relax. You don't need to speak. Just follow the script. As the host took the stage, the journalists raised their cameras, poised and ready. Please welcome the inaugural principal of the Star Sea Elemental Academy, Lady Vanxi. Vanxi took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself, and walked toward the stage in her heels. Her movements were graceful, exuding a natural nobility. Her steps were light, unlike an ordinary person's. When the spotlight fell upon her, illuminating her face, gasps erupted from the audience. So beautiful. What's with the ears? Is it cosplay? Seriously, cosplaying an elf at such a formal event seems inappropriate. Her pointed ears, silver hair like moonlight, skin as pale as jade, perfect features, and voluptuous figure all contrasted sharply with her office attire. Vanxi's appearance instantly became the sole focus of the room. At a press conference for a tech giant like Star Sea, an elf maiden straight out of a fantasy epic had appeared. The visual impact was overwhelming, shattering conventional views and exceeding all expectations. Simultaneously, global live streams exploded with comments and reactions like a comet crashing into Earth. Holy crap, my eyes are burning. Is that an elf? Star Sea's press conference just fried my CPU. What kind of event is this? Wrong set, anyone. As everyone knows, official streams don't use beauty filters to look like that naturally. Am in awe? The host led Vanxi to center stage and began the introduction. Principal Vanxi is from another planet. Yes, exactly what you think, an extraterrestrial. She is an elf encountered by our boss during interstellar travel. The moment the words fell, the entire press conference seemed to freeze in time for about 2 seconds. Then the first flashbulb went off. As if it were a signal before a floodgate broke, the sound of shutters clicking rang out in succession. The journalists present, including the vast majority of people watching the live broadcast worldwide, truly believed. No matter how absurd it seemed, as long as it came from Shanghai, it had to be true. Because Shanghai was synonymous with miracles. Now if you type the word miracle into an input method, the next word that popped up would undoubtedly be Shanghai. Their reputation was simply too solid. Inside the venue, small groups of 2 or 3 began discussing among themselves. It's really an elf, a living one. An alien, and an elf at that. This is an eye-opener. Could the fish tank on stage have been prepared in advance to showcase magic? In the corner of the venue, Zinya's mouth was slightly open, growing wider and wider until it could have fit an entire duck egg. He suddenly recalled what the mysterious young man had said earlier. It really is an elf. Holy cow, he wasn't lying to me. In Zinya's livestream, brother Xian, that $500 was totally worth it. The truth is out, brothers. The dead fish in the tank proves the elf sister is a healer. Can a healer also use resurrection? The host kept a smile on his face as he picked up the microphone, quieting the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's invite Miss Vanxi to demonstrate the power of the elements. As his words fell, the venue gradually grew silent. Everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on the fish tank. Vanxi approached the fish tank and pressed her hands against its side. A soft, deep green glow surged from her palms, passing through the thick glass into the tank, slowly enveloping the upturned belly of the dead fish. The fish, which had been lifeless with its white belly up, first trembled as if struck by lightning. Under the healing light of revival, it regained its vitality at a visible speed. In less than 5 seconds, the fish was completely revived, swimming agilely in the water. The journalists in the venue couldn't believe that a miracle had unfolded right before their eyes. In Zinya's livestream, it's really alive. This healing spell is insane. Begging for the registration address. Brothers, what more is there to say? I've already decided on my class. I'm going Ice Mage, solid choice. Then, guided by staff, Vanxi clenched her fists and left the stage. The journalists below couldn't help but follow her with their eyes, flashbulbs flickering continuously until she completely disappeared backstage. The host scanned the audience, his heart swelling with excitement, knowing that what he was about to announce would undoubtedly ignite the entire world. By the time this press conference ended, he had already prepared to sign up and see if he could be selected by the Element Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed the wonders of elemental power firsthand. Now, from this moment on, the Shanghai Element Academy is officially established. The Shanghai Element Academy is founded to confront the impending Haitian people and to ensure the continuation of human civilization's flame. Anyone willing and daring to face the Haitian people can register for the qualification test at official locations in major cities worldwide or at Shanghai sites. Regardless of nationality, race, gender, or creed, the sole criterion for joining the Shanghai Element Academy is passing the aptitude test. All students officially admitted to the academy need not pay any tuition fees. Furthermore, Shanghai will provide each student with a basic monthly stipend of 100,000 Longwa dollars. The host paused deliberately at this point to let the audience react. No tuition and even paid. Wasn't this pure welfare? Finally, to inspire students to scale new heights, the academy will establish a special incentive fund. We will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on the student's talent rating and learning progress. The minimum reward is 500,000 Longwa dollars, and the maximum is 100 million Longwa dollars. Just as the host was about to continue, the latest news came through his ear. His smile grew even brighter. I've just received word that the reward system will be fully upgraded. What I've mentioned so far is only Shanghai's reward mechanism. Now let me talk about the additional rewards from our Longwa government. Whatever Shanghai rewards, the government will match it with an equal amount. Upon hearing this news, the journalists present became restless, firing off questions incessantly, and the scene nearly spiraled out of control. This wasn't just recruitment. It was a chance to change one's destiny and achieve class mobility. In the corner of the venue, Shinya felt like he was about to burst into flames listening to the host's introduction. Brothers, what more is there to say? I'm signing up the first chance. The atmosphere in Zinya's live stream also reached its peak at that moment. How much? A small goal and double the fun. This world is insane. Being able to learn magic is crazy enough, but having the chance to become a billionaire. Hurry up and drop the link. I'm going for it. My mom just told me to stop studying for the civil service exam and go sign up for the test immediately. In the capital's 7th Bureau Minister's office. Yan Zheng watched the live broadcast, his brow finally relaxing. With Shanghai making this move, his upcoming work would become much simpler. The list of over 100,000 element users had already been entered into the system. Next, those taking the aptitude test only needed to swipe their ID card or passport to know if they passed. After filtering out those who voluntarily signed up for the test, the remaining few could be recruited through special channels much more easily. Yan Zheng had also played Shanghai Night Dawning and experienced the terror of the positron cannon. Being hit directly left nothing, not even ashes, and even from a great distance it could disable immense systems, making survival impossible for those inside. If they could truly create a weapon capable of countering the planet-destroying cannon, it would play a decisive role in the impending interstellar war. The higher-ups had also given the order. The priority of the Shanghai Element Academy had been raised to the highest level. No matter the cost, they had to cultivate the people on the list within 2 years. The topic of Shanghai Element Academy completely dominated global internet discussions. While everyone was still fervently debating it, the clever ones had already found their city's registration site through Shanghai's official website lined up and were waiting for the aptitude test. The registration point in Modu was located at the municipal government's Westgate Square. At that moment, under the guidance of security personnel, the dense, endless line of people resembled a gluttonous worm. In the middle of the line, a particularly conspicuous young man stood out, Lin Yan. On his back was a baby wrapped in a swaddle, and he pushed a wheelchair in which his wife. His purpose in coming here was not to learn elemental power or to claim the rewards. Having seen Vanxi use elemental power to revive the dead fish in the live broadcast, Lin Yan thought to himself that whether his wife could stand again depended on whether he could pass the test. If he could join the Shanghai Element Academy, he might be able to meet the elven principal who seemed to have stepped out of a fantasy epic. This was his wife's last hope. Lin Yan's wife was named Ying. They had met in university, and after 7 years of courtship, they tied the knot. The following year they had a child, and life was fairly blissful. Alas, the good times did not last. On her way to work, her electric scooter was rear-ended, sending her crashing into a green belt, ultimately resulting in paralysis of both legs. To care for his wife, Lin Yan resigned from his high-paying job and took on freelance work at home to barely cover their living expenses. Honey, do you think that elven principal in the live stream can really heal my legs? Lin Yan grasped his wife's hand, soothing her softly. Don't worry, dear, you will stand up again. After a tense wait, their turn for the test finally came. ID card. Lin Yan pulled out the card from his inner pocket, wiped off the sweat, and handed it to the staff. The staff member took the ID, deftly placed it on the card reader, and began operating the computer. Lin Yan gripped the wheelchair handles tightly, like a prisoner awaiting judgment, sweat streaming down his forehead uncontrollably. The staff member pulled up Lin Yan's information without any alerts, then routinely pointed to the crystal ball on the desk. Place your hand on it. Lin Yan placed his hand on the crystal ball. After 2 seconds it glowed red. Had he passed the test? A growing unease stirred within Lin Yan. If red meant stop and green meant go, then red must signify elimination. I'm sorry, mister. Lin, you did not pass this test. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes reddened, and his pale lips trembled uncontrollably. Another failure. It was like being handed a death sentence by doctors when he took his wife to major hospitals. But this time it might have been their last chance. He Ming remained remarkably calm, instead comforting her husband. She had gradually begun to accept her fate. "May I give it a try?" The staff member replied, "Sure, your ID." He Ming took her ID from her bag. Lin Yin took it, a flicker of hope kindling in his heart. The staff member took the ID and placed it on the reader. "Place your hand on the crystal ball." He Ming slowly put her hand on the crystal ball, but held little expectation. The crystal ball glowed red. "I'm sorry, miss. Wang, you did not pass." Urged on by those waiting in line behind them, the couple silently left the municipal square. The couple were not natives of Magic City. They had come for medical treatment, spending a fortune, but with little result. After a simple meal, they returned to their temporary. "Dear, wait here. He'll pack our things, and we'll go home." As Lin Yin was about to head upstairs, a man in a suit and sunglasses approached him. "Mr. Lin, are you interested in the Star Ocean Elemental Academy?" Lin Yin was taken aback. A new kind of scam. That was his first thought. After all, he had just failed the test, and now someone suddenly pops up asking if he's interested in the Star Ocean Elemental Academy. How could it not be a con artist? Not interested. The man in black paused for half a second, then immediately caught on. "I'm not a fraud." He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Yin took the card and read it: Star Ocean Elemental Academy, Vice Principal Jarvis, Vice Principal. Coming to see him personally. It seemed too fake. Without a second thought, Lin Yin handed the card back. "I'm not interested." He Ming gripped her husband's hand anxiously, eyeing Jarvis warily. "Honey, I think we should call the police." Jarvis expressionlessly pulled out a terminal, dialed a number, and a holographic projection shimmered into view. It was a nearly perfect face, the very elven principal they had seen in the live stream. "Jarvis, I'm really not a fraud." The couple were both stunned, clearly awed by the holographic projection. Blue Star's technology was already highly advanced, but it was concentrated in Star Ocean. Among the many global tech giants, only one had mastered holographic projection technology. "You really are the vice principal." "Jarvis, yes, if you're willing you can enroll right now. Upon registration you'll receive a standalone villa within the academy and a fully intelligent butler robot." Lin Yin replied without hesitation, "I'm willing. May I ask if I register?" "Can the principal?" Lin Yin momentarily forgot Feng's name. "Jarvis, Principal Fanchi." Yes, can Principal Fanchi heal my wife's legs?" "Jarvis, no problem, but it requires passing the review first." With that affirmation, Lin Yin felt as if he were floating on air. His wife would finally. Still uneasy, he pressed further. "Are you sure she can be cured?" "Jarvis, I'm certain. Even if Principal Fanchi can't, our Star Ocean technology is capable of helping your wife stand again." Lin Yin crouched down to look his wife in the eye. "Dear, this is wonderful." He Ming too was at a loss for words. Just moments ago she was in despair, and now a sudden turn of fortune. Though Lin Yin didn't understand why he had received a personal invitation from the vice principal of Star Ocean Elemental Academy, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that his wife would stand again. That afternoon, when the couple arrived at Starport, moved into the standalone villa, and experienced the service of the fully intelligent butler robot, they finally believed it was all real. At Star Ocean Tower. "Sir, the special grade elementalist Lin Yin has been brought to Starport." A holographic projection appeared before He Ming, displaying Lin Yin's detailed information. "Jarvis, should I arrange for Fanchi to perform the healing immediately? Tell him that if he defeats the hexing people, his wife will stand again." "Very well, sir." He Ming sat down by the floor-to-ceiling window, half closing his eyes as his consciousness entered his inner universe. The omniscient notebook materialized and opened automatically. How far have the negotiations between Hexing and Tianqin progressed? The Tianqin delegation stationed on the Beastman star will arrive at Hexing headquarters in 3 days for the first round of talks. List all members of the Tianqin delegation and their itinerary for the next 3 days. The answer appeared, and He Ming scanned it, noting one piece of information: delegation leader, Yancheng Life Index, 95600. Jarvis arranged for Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei to support Beastman Star. Have Jiang Jinhai organize an ambush to intercept the Tianqin delegation. "Very well, sir." Poisonous Insect Valley. Within the temporary command post, Liang Jinhai distributed the freshly printed documents to everyone present. Yan Huang, Bai Xiaofei, Zhang Zhifei, and the official representative Shi. This is a mission just issued by the human sovereign to intercept and kill the Lyran envoy delegation. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Yan Huang's eyes as he meticulously perused the documents in his hands. After reviewing the materials, she spoke slowly, his expression impassive. "This is meant to frame the Hive Star. If executed properly, it might force the Hive Star to worry about its rear lines. The official side can provide 10,000 Hive Star 3rd-generation medium drones and 1 imitation Hive Star 3rd-generation mecha." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhai's countenance lit up with joy as he hastily inquired, "How high is the fidelity?" "The medium drones are 99% accurate. The mecha is only 90%. Zhang Zhenhai, that's enough. A barrage of this scale is sufficient to destroy the Lyran starship. We need to watch out for these two individuals, the envoy leader, Yin Chong, with a life index of 95600 points, and his deputy, Yin Huan, with 7500 points. Yin Huang, they'll handle Yin Chong. I can finish him within 3 breaths. Bai Xiaofei and Zhang Zhifei exchanged glances. This was their first mission, and a knot of tension tightened in their hearts. Zhang Zhifei, and what about us? Bai Xiaofei will deal with Yin Huan. Zhang Zhifei, you watch for any stragglers. Leave no survivors. There's still time. You can familiarize yourselves with your respective opponents on the virtual combat platform. Everyone present was taken aback simultaneously. Could this actually be done? She gazed at the internal surveillance monitor in the command room and spoke coolly. Can it be arranged? Jarvis' voice resonated within the room. Affirmative. Upon receiving the definitive confirmation, the 3 operatives, Yin Huang, Bai Xiaofei, and Zhang Zhifei, immediately returned to their respective quarters, donned their virtual helmets, and logged into the virtual combat platform. Sure enough, beside the game option Star Night Dawn, an additional platform option had appeared: Orc Star Simulation Battle. 3 days later, 9:30 a.m., the Lyran Envoy starship was cruising smoothly along its predetermined route. As it passed over the Crimson Mountain range of the Orc Star, an unforeseen catastrophe struck. The ship's early warning system suddenly blared a red alert. The radar scanning screen was inundated with dense clusters of red dots rapidly ascending from the Crimson Mountain range below. Envoy leader, we've walked into an ambush. Yin Chong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, jolted upright and dashed into the control room. Pull up the live feed now. The main screen displayed a view from beneath the starship. Countless Hive Star medium drones were swiftly converging to encircle the. In the distance, a Hive Star 3rd generation mecha was aiming a heavy sniper rifle, its muzzle radiating a high concentration of particles continuously charging its energy. Yin Chong's expression twisted in shock, his heart seized by a wave of panic. He had been dispatched by his superiors on this mission to the Hive Star headquarters to confirm specific details with Commander Gore. Why were they being ambushed by the Hive Star people? He simply could not fathom it. It defied all logic. After all, the overall strength of the Hive Star civilization and the Lyran civilization was evenly matched. Open conflict would only serve to benefit a third party. Any decision-maker with even a modicum of sense would never allow such a thing to happen. Yin Chong mused inwardly. Unless the Hive Star has mastered some key technology and is confident enough to make a move against us. Yin Huan, why are the Hive Star people ambushing us? Are they declaring war on us? The atmosphere within the starship instantly grew suffocating. Everyone knew that this time they might truly meet their end here. A thunderous roar echoed as the ship violently shuddered. Yin Chong, they're serious. Yin Huan, what do we do now? The starship endured its first wave of direct assault. Countless energy beams hammered against the energy shield, causing faint ripples to spread across its surface. As a long-range heavy particle beam struck the ship's flank, a small breach opened in the energy shield. The medium drones swarmed in like a flood, exploiting. Sensing the imminent peril, Yin Chong issued a decisive command: abandon ship. Upload the visual data to the Lyran servers. Everyone break out. The ship's operator swiftly uploaded the footage of the Hive Star drones and mecha attacking the vessel to the Lyran servers. Immediately, all 31 personnel on board activated their Lyran 3rd generation nanoarmor, streaming out through 3 exit hatches. Each chose a different direction and fled at full speed. However, the formation of 10,000 drones seemed to have anticipated this, forming dense arrays in every direction beforehand, blocking all escape routes. Under the first volley of fire, the armor of 27 individuals was blasted apart, killing them instantly. Only 4 cultivators with life indices exceeding 500 points managed to break through the encirclement, fleeing in 4 different directions. Stop right there. A voice cold to its very core echoed from afar. Yin Chong felt every pore on his body stand on end. By the time he reacted, a ripple had suddenly risen in the void before him, and from within it stepped a man clad in Lyran 3rd generation nanoarmor, blocking his path. Who are you? The dead don't deserve to know my name. They clashed palms high in the sky. Yin Chong's heart turned to ice, his right hand had gone completely numb. He was no match. You're clearly a Lyran. Why have you chosen to help the Hive Star people? A cold glint flashed through Yin Huang's eyes as he brandished an ancient sword and charged forward. Die! Yin Chong's pupils constricted into pinpricks. He realized with horror that his body seemed locked in place by some unseen force, unable to move. No! Behind Yin Huang materialized the phantom of a divine phoenix. With a piercing cry, a crimson sword light engulfed Yin Chong entirely. In the next instant, Yin Chong was obliterated into dust by that searing sunlight, sword radiance vanishing completely from the world. Although their life indices were not far apart, there was an essential difference between them. Yin Huang's life index had surpassed the 100 mark, signifying a monumental transformation in his life's essence. The disparity in their strength was like comparing a pond to a vast ocean, utterly incomparable. Even 100 Yinshangs would be no match for Yin Huang. The so-called concept of challenging those above one's level was nothing but a joke in the face of absolute power. Yin Huang turned his gaze into the distance. Bai Xiaofei had already dispatched Yin Huang. Further away, Zhang Zhifei had also eliminated the other two. This mission was considered a complete success. Yin Huang pressed the communicator against his right ear and spoke calmly, "Let's move." The three swiftly withdrew along the predetermined route. As for the subsequent cleanup, that was no longer their concern. Starseed Tower top floor. He Ming sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the starlit harbor scenery. Behind him, Fan, she clad in a maid outfit and barefoot, was diligently kneading his shoulders. Jarvis' voice sounded in his ear. "Sir, the ambush mission has been completed successfully." The corners of He Ming's mouth curled up slightly as he let out a soft, "It's time to set the final piece in motion. To unify Blue Star." The next day, in the early hours of dawn, the official website of Shanghai quietly released an announcement. To express gratitude to global players for their passion for Shanghai Night, He Ming Shanghai will officially launch the Mecha Global Tour Exhibition event tomorrow, lasting 675 days. Since the announcement was released at 5:00 a.m., aside from night owls, everyone else was still in their dreams, so it didn't attract much attention. When the clock struck 7:00 a.m., at Times Square in New York City, a homeless man sleeping in a crevice of a wall was awakened by a piercing hum. Groggily opening his eyes, he was startled into alertness. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and pinched his cheek hard. It hurt a little. This was no dream. A dark-colored mecha exuding faint green particle streams from its entire body, its 8 wings unfurled. The seraphim descended slowly into the center of the square. Oh my God, could this be an angel? At the Eiffel Tower, as the city slumbered, a deep cyan-colored mecha clad in dragon-scale armor, the Azure Dragon, landed before this iconic landmark. At 8:00 a.m., in megacities across the globe, when people woke from their sleep and drove to work, they finally discovered steel giants as colossal as gods had suddenly descended upon their cities. People were no strangers to these steel giants. Some could even name them accurately. In an instant, the global internet exploded. At Times Square, a game streamer with 90 million followers and ranked 397th on the current season's ladder of Shanghai Night, He Ming. He held his phone, pointing it at the seraphim in the center of the square, scratching his hair in excitement. "What the hell? I can't believe this awesome mecha has appeared in our city. I've only seen it once in a dungeon. It's absolutely stunning." The chat section of his livestream scrolled rapidly with hundreds of comments per second. "This is insane. How did our government allow this? This is definitely a provocation. They're flexing their muscles at us. Wake up, we still rely on Shanghai to fight the aliens. They're the gods of Blue Star now, and no one can defy their will." Similar video clips were virally shared to China. Regarding Shanghai's actions, netizens were swept up in fervent worship. A renowned military blogger with 30 million followers, Xing, quickly produced a short video recounting the entire incident. Facing the camera, he wore a very formal Zhongshan suit. In the upper right corner appeared a screenshot of Shanghai's official announcement. To express gratitude to global players for their passion for Shanghai Night, He Ming Shanghai will officially launch the Mecha Global Tour Exhibition event tomorrow, lasting 675 days. This announcement from Shanghai was released at 5:00 a.m. The background scene shifted to a foreign video recording the 8-winged seraphim descending upon Times Square in New York. "Look here." A Xing zoomed in on part of the video where an electronic screen atop a building displayed the current time as 7:00 a.m. From the time of the announcement to the seraphim's arrival in New York, only 2 hours had passed. What can you do in 2 hours? Given Western approval procedures, it wouldn't be done in less than 3 to 5 days. And this isn't an isolated case. It's a global event concentrated in the super first-tier cities of developed nations. There were no reports of any prior activity. What does that suggest? I'll make a bold guess here. Shanghai unilaterally launched this 675-day event without approval. Pay attention to the number 675. There might be more surprises. Xing then conducted a series of analyses around this event, his every word hinting at one message: Blue Star might be on the verge of a transformation. The comment section of the video paid no heed to censorship, with all sorts of daring remarks surfacing. Xing, you're still too subtle. I'll make a bold guess too. Blue Star is about to be unified. The aliens are about to attack. Consolidating internally to face external threats is necessary. Those Westerners are lucky to catch this wave, otherwise they'd never get a green card for our China. Wow, just thinking about it gets me excited. Unifying Blue Star. Can this achievement get me into grad school? The guy above is too subtle. Forget grad school, it could get your whole family into grad school. The second floor is too subtle. It could get everyone in your entire village into grad school. That afternoon, the United Nations General Assembly held an emergency session. When the Chinese representative proposed the formation of the Huaxia Federation, the Western politicians fell into complete silence. After reading the final passage, the Chinese representative smiled, glanced around the room, and picked up the microphone again. Who was in favor? Who was opposed? The blade was clearly at their throats. Oppose? That would be asking for a premature death. Moreover, the starport was generating astonishing wealth every day, and the vested interests had already recouped their initial investments, now lying back to collect profits. If they opposed China and Shanghai during such a sensitive period, the consequences were predictable. The Haixing people were about to attack, and unification was an inevitable trend. The politicians just hadn't expected it to come so soon. In the end, the proposal was passed unanimously, with not a single country even abstaining. After several more hours of discussion, the initial operational model of the Huaxia Federation was finally settled. The Eagle Nation was elected as the deputy governor state responsible for managing the Northern Hemisphere. China, as the sole governor state, managed the Southern Hemisphere, and the deputy governor state the Eagle Nation. The daily operational patterns among nations saw little change. However, 3 rules had to be followed. 1. The governor state must ensure the security of all Federation member states. 2. Federation member states must unconditionally obey task assignments from the governor state. 3. Shanghai, as an independent entity, holds veto power. As the meeting concerning humanity's fate concluded, Blue Star was thus unified. The Huaxia Federation was officially established. After the meeting, official media from nations worldwide swung into action, sparing no effort to promote the significance of the Huaxia Federation for the people of Blue. On the official website of the Huaxia Federation public message board, is there anything more absurd than this? I only found out after work that I've become a citizen of the Huaxia Federation. What I care about is whether I still need to learn English. I asked for the guy above. The future global lingua franca is Mandarin, so no more memorizing vocabulary. Shanghai, I just showed off a mecha, and you guys went and unified the planet. Half a year later, the first massive space-time bridge successfully landed on Mars. Although Mars was an uninhabited planet in the solar system, its resources and minerals were exceedingly abundant. Within just a few months of mining, it provided nearly 30% of the basic materials required by Blue Star. The lunar base was fully constructed. Space battleships ascended into the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Though these vessels were smaller than those of the High Star fleet, their onboard weapon systems were highly targeted. The vacuum polarization reflective layer system could effectively withstand the main cannon bombardment of the 3 High Star motherships. Each battleship was equipped with a small elemental cannon and staffed by 500 mid-level elementalists. A year later, 3 large space-time bridges officially landed on 3 uninhabited planets near the solar system. Although the total resources of these 3 planets were less than a tenth of the Beastman planet, they were sustainable and controllable. The surface environment was harsh, completely unsuitable for human habitation, but this did not hinder the normal operation of intelligent robots. A steady stream of minerals was transported to Blue Star through the large space-time bridges. In the final months of preparation, the dawn before the decisive battle finally arrived. Time remaining until the High Star fleet descended upon Blue Star. 30 days. Special Disaster Response Zone. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Occasionally, a thunderous roar echoed. A light drizzle fell, scattering over the No. 1 training ground. 20,000 of Dragon Kingdom's most elite cultivators stood in a solemn, orderly formation, perfectly aligned, facing the central podium. Commander-in-Chief Fong Wanli, Deputy Commander Qin Weigua, and a host of high-ranking generals with stars on their shoulders sat in solemn silence, their eyes as sharp as torches, gazing at the warriors below the stage. After more than 4 years of military life, these 20,000 warriors had long shed their youthful naivety. Their postures were as straight as pines, their eyes as sharp as blades. The intangible aura gathered together, causing the air above the square to distort. Among them, 5,000 elites had a life index reaching 30,000 points. 201 had a life index above 40,000. The rest all had life indices above 20,000 points. Today they gathered here to carry out a mission destined to be recorded in human history, yet also destined to be a one-way journey. They were to ambush the High Star fleet on the final leg of its voyage before entering the solar system. Everyone knew this was akin to throwing an egg at a rock. Commander-in-Chief Fong Wanli stepped forward to give a speech and announced that 2,000 people would be randomly selected by lottery to carry out the ambush mission in the A5 asteroid belt. In the ranks, some looked excited while others bowed their heads in thought. Selected warriors, please confirm immediately via your terminals. Fong Wanli's sonorous voice echoed across the square. You have 1 hour to prepare. Dismissed. In the ranks, Wang Zhun felt a slight vibration on. He quietly raised his wrist, and a message appeared. Wang Zhun code, B8709. Mission confirmation, yes, no. Wang Zhun instinctively glanced at his brother beside him and let out a long sigh of relief. Brother. When Wang Xueqing saw the information on his younger brother's wrist terminal, his eyes widened and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. He grabbed his brother's wrist and pulled him to a secluded corner. I'm going to find the commander right now. My life index is higher than yours and more suited for this mission. Brother. Wang Jin shook off his brother's hand, his face turning pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Brother, remember when we were kids? Every time I got into trouble, you took the blame and endured Dad's whip for me. This time let me handle it myself. Wang Jin looked down at his terminal, his vision suddenly blurring, but he still firmly clicked yes on the option. Wang Xueqing grabbed his brother's shoulders, gripping tightly. Brother, take care of Mom and Dad. I'm going to fight aliens this time. I'm a hero. He'll earn a separate page in the Wang family genealogy of our Tiantuan village. That should be something to celebrate. Wang Jun found a quiet corner and dialed his mother's phone number. When the call connected, his mother was watering flowers on the balcony. Why are you calling? Is the unit off duty today? Mom, I've been selected for an interstellar special training mission. I'm going to an alien planet for training. How long will you be gone? Wang Jun, maybe a year. It's a closed training session, so I won't be able to contact you during that time, but the benefits are really good. Over 10 million. Upon hearing it would be a year, Wang Jun's mother's eyes turned red. News of the alien invasion had been broadcast on television every day recently, with a countdown each day. Last night, when she watched the news, there were 31 days left. Now her son said he was going to an alien planet for a year of training. It was clearly a lie, but she didn't expose it. Covering her mouth, she forced herself to control her emotions and replied softly, "Is it dangerous?" "It's not dangerous, Mom. Brother is at the base. If anything comes up, you can find him." After hanging up, Wang Jun returned to the dormitory, grabbed his phone, and transferred all 1,300,000 from his 2 bank cards to his brother's account. Brother, I'm entrusting Mom and Dad to you. Wang Xueqing wiped away his tears and pulled his brother into a tight embrace. This farewell would be a separation between heaven and earth. In a corner of the shooting range, Li Gui pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and flicked his lighter. It took 4 or 5 tries before he finally lit the cigarette. He took a deep drag and exhaled a large cloud of smoke. At that moment, a fierce battle raged in his mind. Trading one life for his family's wealth and honor for a lifetime. It was worth it. But every time he thought of his wife's face and his 2 young children, who hadn't yet started school, Li Gui's heart ached as if stabbed by a knife. Yet at that moment, he lacked the courage to face his wife and children, fearing he might impulsively choose to become a deserter. Only after finishing the entire cigarette did Li Gui pull out his phone and begin recording himself. "Honey, I'm scared. I don't want to die. I still want to watch our children grow up. But this time I have to go." At this point, Li Gui was already sobbing uncontrollably. "After I'm gone, find a good man to marry. I've left all the money for you. I hope you can take care of the kids and our parents." Not far away, a young soldier in his mid-20s, perhaps inspired, also began recording a final message on his phone. "Mom, when you see this video, I might already be." He choked up halfway through, silently wiped away his tears, and chose to start over. "Mom, I might be going on a long trip. You must take good care of yourself." He recorded and deleted and recorded again, but never managed to complete the words he wanted. Until the assembly bell rang, he still hadn't fully expressed what was in his heart. After uploading the most complete video to his email, he wiped away his tears with his sleeve, straightened his uniform, and quickened his pace toward the assembly point. In the senior officers' lounge of the command tower, Qin Weiguo stood alone by the window, watching wave after wave of young soldiers surge toward the assembly point. 5 long queues advanced in orderly fashion to receive full sets of combat armor and weapons. In the distance, the azure luminous curtain of the space-time bridge flowed gently, a gateway that would lead them to the frontline base. He took out his terminal and dialed his wife's video call. The call connected, and on the screen his gray-templed wife, still wearing an apron, smiled as she aimed the phone toward the living room. Their 3-year-old great-grandson sat in the living room, fiddling with a model airplane. Their eldest son sat on the sofa, arms crossed, watching the news on television. His granddaughter and her husband chatted casually around the dining table. Qin Weiguo's expression turned solemn as he spoke in a low voice. "Go into the room. I want to talk to you alone." Qin Weiguo's wife frowned uneasily, a foreboding feeling stirring in her heart. Without a word, she entered the room and locked the door. "Is this mission very dangerous?" "Yes." "How long will you be gone?" "I might not come back." Qin Weiguo's tone was eerily calm, as if he were chatting about everyday matters with his wife. "Elon, the death benefits will be deposited into your account. With you taking care of the children, I can rest easy." Qin Weiguo's wife covered her mouth, tears instantly blurring her eyes. "Qin Weiguo, you're nearly 70 years old. Why must you insist on playing the hero?" Qin Weiguo replied, "I'm just an old bone who has lived enough. That's why I should leave the hope of survival to the young." A knock came from outside the door. "Grandma, the food is ready. Come out and eat." Qin Weiguo said, "Go now. Don't let the children worry. I must depart as well." "Old Qin, let me have a good look at you." Qin Weiguo straightened his military uniform, standing tall and proud. "Xiaolon, I was fortunate to have married you in this life. You've endured so much hardship raising the children all on your own, while I could hardly help. If there is a next life and I can meet you again, I will no longer be a soldier. I will cherish you completely and make you the happiest woman under heaven." Having said this, Qin Weiguo ended the call. He donned his military cap, straightened his spine, and composed himself. A chilling aura of killing intent radiated from him as he transformed back into the commanding 5-star general of Dragon Nation. As he stepped out of the lounge, Fong Wanli was leaning against the corridor wall. All settled. Qin Weigua nodded slightly, and together they descended the stairs side by side. Old Fong after him, gone. Please look after my family. Fong Wanli replied, rest assured. Qin Weigua answered, good. In the A5-star sector within an asteroid belt stretching dozens of kilometers, a colossal asteroid over 10 kilometers in diameter floated silently. This asteroid, specially modified inside and out, had become a natural war fortress. In the middle layer of the asteroid, a dark, gaping cannon barrel jutted out, its exposed length already reaching 300 meters. Its massive bore gaped like the maw of an abyssal beast. Millions of medium-sized Jiaolong drones clung to the surface of the asteroid belt like a swarm of bees. Higher up, 2,000 Inglong gorilla-type mechs floated in deep space, poised for battle. Inside the command center, Qin Weigua stood before an observation window, gazing into the endless dark cosmos. Drones ascend. The instant the order was given, the indicator lights of millions of drones lit up simultaneously. They scattered like a galaxy of stars, rapidly forming a vast net and surging forward at full speed. Qin Weigua boarded the 5th-generation Mecha Dragon Soul and departed the base. 2,000 Inglong gorilla-type mecha switched to aerospace fighter mode, splitting into 20 groups and flying toward their respective mission routes. Each mecha was flanked by 3 wingmen, Xuanu aerospace unmanned fighters. The dark element cannon initiated its charging sequence, causing the space around its muzzle to warp as if even light could not escape its gravity. Inside the asteroid base, 1,000 senior dark element masters dressed in black robes were connected to energy conduits. These conduits linked to the cylindrical dark element core energy hub at the center of the hall. Target azimuth A736. Begin chart. The command from Federal Supreme Commander Shi rang through the communication system. Almost simultaneously, all element masters drew syringes filled with black liquid from their belts and deftly injected them into their forearm veins. Dark element charging 5-7. 20. As the charge progressed, the entire circular hall began to tremble violently. 75, 80, 99. Charging complete. Inside the circular hall, as the charging ended, the 1,000 dark element masters collapsed one after another, their faces pale and drained of all color. Logistics personnel swiftly moved in, expertly scooping them up and rushing at top speed toward the azure luminous curtain of the space-time bridge. By the time the last logistics operative carried an element master across the space-time bridge, the hall was empty except for a few intelligent robots handling the operation. Fire. Space at the cannon's muzzle began to warp and countless dark purple lightning bolts erupted around it. At last, a stream of pure darkness surged from the muzzle, an absolute darkness that could devour even light. Had it not been for the dark purple lightning flickering along its edges, it would have been invisible to the naked eye. Wherever the black light passed, asteroids, cosmic dust, and even starlight were utterly swallowed. It was like a domain of absoluteness, reducing everything it touched to nothingness. Over 100,000 kilometers away, the operators of 3 Haixing reconnaissance ships detected an anomalous energy surge. They tried to sound the alarm, but it all happened far too fast. When the darkness descended, the 3 reconnaissance ships, along with the 47 Haixing beings aboard, and the entire nearby asteroid belt were annihilated into nothingness, leaving no trace of their existence. The black light showed no sign of slowing, crossing over 200,000 kilometers in an instant as it hurtled toward the Haixing fleet. Reconnaissance ships have lost signal. Detecting an ultra-high energy reaction. Activate energy defense systems. Emergency evasive maneuvers. Inside the Haixing fleet, alarms blared in unison. 97 warships dispersed, while simultaneously deploying pale blue energy shields, forming a brilliant curtain of light across the deep void. When the darkness touched that curtain, the shields, strong enough to withstand the residual energy waves of a stellar explosion, shattered like fragile foam. Wherever the black light passed, shields, warships, and even space itself were swallowed whole. Not even the blaze of explosions could bloom within that all-consuming